The resplendent might of Tiandao is awe-inspiring and unyielding. The reluctant Taoxing before the overwhelming will of the entire Honghuang universe is nothing more than a futile resistance. In the blink of an eye from the moment the Rixin subdued the Taoxing with the Hundunzhong to its forceful realignment by the power of Tiandao, the force of Tiandao flashing briefly high above the remote Zhoutian, passed unnoticed amid the boundless aura of Dari. In the eyes of all beings the spectacle unfolded as towering Jianmu the proclamation of Qingyou, the responsive echo of Tiandao, and auspicious omens illuminating the sky. Soon Taoxing altered its course first, and then the resplendent Dari with a fleeting hint of reserved dignity naturally began its orbit along a new trajectory. As for the intricate details and inner affairs the myriad beings below were neither aware nor concerned. A Dari being so exalted and distant had already bestowed ample blessings through Qingyou Zenuanzi Taiyin and Taiyang. They gave thanks to Qingyou Taiyin and Taiyang. Scheme struggles and discontent were too remote to be felt. At the foot of Zhou Mountain Dijun paused and gazed, his expression sullen enough to seem as if despair itself dripped from him. He distinctly sensed that his connection with the Taoxing had been further diminished. Upon careful scrutiny, both together now possessed only about 70% of their original mastery over the Taoxing essence. Qingyou, he murmured as Dijun clenched his fist until his nails nearly dug into his palm, with the fierce blazing real fire of Taiyang burning in his eyes. Just as he was about to confide his inner resentment and subsequent schemes to the nearby Tai, he noticed that Tai had already transformed into a streak of golden light dashing headlong toward the direction in which the Hundunzhong had been flung. Murmuring faintly words akin to "my clock, do not break," Dijun felt a sudden constriction in his chest, nearly spitting blood at the sight. His junior, endowed with top-tier talent, foundational merit, and blessed fortune, possessed only an overly naive heart that chose to disregard the perils of the treacherous Honghuang. Has the power over Taiyang been diminished? It matters not, for true strength is the essence. Should there be enmity with Qingyou, that too can be settled in a single battle. The Hundunzhong was flung away. Oh, my precious clock! Though Dijun and Tai, born as brothers of the same source, were fundamentally divergent in essence. Dijun was the embodiment of Taiyang's essence fused with the will of Honghuang's myriad beings towards Dari. He was innately driven by an instinctive yearning for authority and control, with the myriad facets of Honghuang laid bare to his discerning gaze. Tai, by contrast, was more aligned with the pure essence of the Taoxing and the cosmic principle of the manifest sun at creation. His heart, unsoiled, devoted solely to Tao and power without external reliance, firmly believing that with mighty force invincibility was assured. Enough, in the end one must be oneself, Dijun murmured as he quelled the surging energy and fury within his gaze, once more deep and inscrutable. At this juncture unbridled fury was meaningless. With authority already diminished, the immediate imperative was to recoup the loss, even to reclaim twice as much. The plan to consolidate the Xingxin and gather fortuitous energy needed to be expedited. Only by harnessing mightier forces and greater authority could one seize the initiative in future contests upon the Grand Tao. With Honghuang blessed by Dari, and in reverence to Dari, it would naturally fall under the dominion of Dijun. Just as he was devising his plan to leave Zhou Mountain in order to rendezvous with Tai and plot further measures, a voice called out, "Fellow Daoist, please wait. Are you not the master of the Taoxing? Who would have thought to encounter you here?" Dijun's steps faltered and his brows furrowed. Who would call his name at such a moment? Turning, he saw on the distant horizon a cluster of crimson clouds like the hues of sunset rapidly drifting his way. Atop the cloud's crest stood a Daoist clad in a vibrant red robe, his benevolent visage exuding an aura as comforting as a gentle spring breeze. "I am Hongyun," the Daoist announced with respectful frankness. "Noting that you are suffused with the aura of Dari, I presume you are indeed the master of Dari." Descending from his lofty cloud, Hongyun addressed Dijun. Upon meeting the newcomer, Dijun's earlier sullen and calculating expression vanished in an instant. As if performing a dramatic mask change, it was replaced by a gentle, luminous mien, imbued with a measure of fitting dignity. Straightening his attire, he advanced a few steps and bowed respectfully, saying, "So it is, fellow Daoist Hongyun. I am Dijun. Pray, what guidance prompts your summoning?" His tone remained calm and unhurried, as if the Dijun who had earlier gritted his teeth over lost authority had never existed. Lowering his cloud head with a beaming smile, Hongyun replied, "I observed from afar that the Taoxing under your command, trailing Taiyin, adjusted its course in response to the celestial timing, inaugurating a new order for the 4 seasons. Bestowing immeasurable beneficence upon the beings of Honghuang, such magnanimity and virtue indeed marked you as a paragon of Honghuang. A noble soul. My heart swells with admiration at this fated meeting, and on behalf of all of Honghuang, I thank you for your exalted character." Hearing this, Jun was momentarily stunned, then a thought surged within him. The sun hung high in the 9 heavens, radiating countless beams with an unbearable blaze so intense that ordinary beings could never directly behold it, let alone compute the karmic intricacies of the Taeyangsing. No one knew what had truly transpired, for ultimately the truth was dictated by him, the master of the Taeyangsing. Yet within moments Jun had resolved his course of action. A smile of sincere modesty deepened on his face as he hastily waved his hand, speaking in a candid and forthright tone. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, your praise is far too generous. I am truly unworthy. To bring beneficence to Honghuang and restore the order of time was our inherent duty bestowed upon us by the grace of the Taeyangsing and the veneration of all beings. My junior brother Tai and I as Rishin must lead by example. To contribute even a modest effort is an honor to my brother. Your lavish praise leaves me humbly indebted, for which I am deeply apologetic. Jun refrained from mentioning his past attempts at obstruction or the diminution of his authority, instead casting every event as voluntary cooperation marked by noble rectitude. With sincere tone and impeccable expression, to any unaware observer, Jun appeared as a Rishun who prioritized the greater good and upheld an exalted moral standard. Hongyun was indeed moved, his eyes gleaming with admiration, as he remarked, Fellow Taoist Jun, your humility is boundless. With a magnanimous heart, noble character, and strength, profound beyond measure, you are truly worthy of being the Honghuang Rishun. To have a Taoist like you in Honghuang is a blessing for all beings, of fortune for both heaven and earth. Your praise is excessive, truly excessive, Jun repeatedly retorted with feigned modesty, though inwardly a cold smile flickered as his visage grew ever more affable. Meeting you here today for an unburdened conversation is indeed fated. I observe that your vital energy is robust, your Tao charisma abundant, and your cultivation remarkably profound, evoking deep admiration. I wonder if you would accompany me to a tranquil place where we might sit converse about the Tao and exchange insights on our cultivation. Jun was already partly familiar with Hongyun's esteemed reputation, and thus he saw an opportunity to befriend the renowned affable elder of Honghuang, whose broad connections promised nothing but benefit. Not only would this bolster his image as a paragon of virtue, but it would also expand his network, perhaps even allowing his radiant deeds of the day to be inadvertently extolled by Hongyun. What could be better? Naturally fond of friendship and ever willing to help, Hongyun, upon witnessing Jun's unabashed sincerity, readily agreed, saying, I could not ask for a finer invitation, fellow Taoist. Please lead on. The two exchanged smiles as if old friends reunited, and together, they ascended upon shimmering, elusive clouds, seeking a picturesque haven to discourse on the Tao. Truly Jun was a consummate actor. Yet fate cannot be deceived. While others might remain oblivious, the shifts in the Taeyangsing did not escape Shihe, who wielded the sevenfold authority of Taiyin. Addressing Changshi, he admonished, in the future, if you ever encounter a Rishun, keep your distance, for he does not seem a man of compassion. Do not be deceived merely by his shared origins with Taiyin. Shihe remained as steadfast as ever, while Qingyu showed no interest in Jun's performance, caring little. With internal matters settled, it was now time to resolutely address the external challenges. Just when it seemed that everything had concluded and the beings of Honghuang bent in gratitude before Qingyu, and the others, a voice from the 22nd heaven resounded as Qingyu spoke again, Tan Dao. The flow of Tian Dao, the virtue of Di Dao. Qingyu's voice once more invoked the supreme authority of the Zhaohua jade disc in his hand, and through the Jianmu beneath his feet, connected with the majestic forces of heaven and earth resonating in the ears of every primordial creature. The river flows clear with rippling grace, while myriad beings exist without truly living. Without tilling or reaping, why claim the bounty of 300 fields? Between heaven and earth all forms contend for life. The strong may seize creation, while the weak struggle merely to survive, never to transform. Qingyu's words like a mirror revealed the stark and unforgiving cruelty of the primordial chaos. Survival is ruled by the law of the fittest. Predation and natural selection are the most fundamental edicts of heaven and earth. Yet for those of diminutive essence and obscured spiritual wisdom, for the spirits of grass and trees and the essences of mountain and stone, further constrained by the edicts of heaven and earth, this law proves all the more ruthless. Spirits of flora and essences of stone, countless living beings endowed with the vast benevolence of heaven and earth, and bathed in the essence of sun and moon, yet due to their fragile primordial nature and dim spiritual wisdom remain oppressed by rigid rules. After eons of arduous cultivation and myriad manifestations, they ultimately become but clods of yellow earth and pieces of decaying wood. Unable to traverse the cosmos, fathom the great way, partake in life's joys, or fully harness the power of creation. Thus this voice resounded throughout the primordial chaos, instantly stirring the deep-seated indignation of countless flora and stone spirits, those teetering on the brink of transformation, eternally yearning for the path yet never grasping it. Indeed, they absorb spiritual energy and bathe in the radiance of the sun and moon year after year. Yet why is it that they always fall just one step short? Why must they watch eyes wide in despair as other beings roam the vast expanses of heaven and earth, while they remain confined to a solitary corner, passively enduring the passage of time and cyclically drawing in spiritual energy? I Qingyo, nurtured by the wooden spirits of heaven and earth and moved by their frailty and hardship, for the impartial cosmos redistributes abundance to remedy deficiency. Now by the might of my Tianyun, let the decree of Tian Dao be proclaimed. As his words faded, Qing Yu cupped his hands as if presenting a precious relic, in his palms the Zhaohua jade disc, radiating the perfected aura of Tian Dao, erupted in blinding brilliance like a resplendent sun illuminating all around. At the same moment, an immense majestic torrent of luminous qi, with crystalline brilliance, surged upward from above Qingyo's head. It then dispersed voluntarily like a celestial shower of gentle rain, cascading over the primordial expanse, and merging into the boundless river of qi that belongs to myriad beings. This qi was not the commonplace energy of ordinary beings but Tianyun, the true bestowal of celestial favor, the authority and grace granted only after gaining widespread veneration and profound resonance with Tian Dao. Such Tianyun is attainable only by those of great virtue, divine might, auspicious opportunity, and unwavering resolve. At last I have dispersed this burning responsibility. Senior Hongjuan, pray that you do not bestow such an overwhelming gift upon me again. Qing Yu smiled bitterly inwardly. It was only through his divinations, and by reflecting on Hongjuan's previous actions, that he suddenly awakened to this truth. To be imbued with Tianyun is indeed the utmost honor and authority, yet it also signifies a deeper bond with the primordial cosmos and heftier karmic consequences. It is akin to being an administrator or group master. Although the role appears glamorous, the responsibility is weighty. Once assumed, one must find a worthy substitute to step aside. Hongjuan, whose cultivation has long reached realms beyond belief, and who can at any moment transcend the state of Hun, Yuan, remains within the primordial chaos, in order to settle karmic debts and perfect Tian Dao. Given Hongjuan's power to break through Hun Yuan, even the vast heavens and earth cannot restrain him. Yet he lingers in the primordial realm not out of necessity but in pursuit of his inner conviction. Had it been someone like Luo Ho, with a temperament winning victory through Tian Dao's aid, the moment of transcending Hun Yuan would have seen him vanish into chaos or perhaps even revel in the ruination of the primordial world, heedless of karmic debts. Such too is a quest of the heart. Since the time when Pangu cleaved the heavens and earth, Tian Dao has been imbued with the legacy of 3,000 chaotic demonic gods, the primordial melodies of heaven, and the countless rules born during the evolution of the primordial realms. Intertwined, clashing, evolving, and gradually perfected, it forms a vast compendium of rules ever nearing completion, chief among which is the preservation of stability and the continued existence of the primordial chaos. To this end, it will spontaneously suppress and expel any elements that could grievously undermine this stability, as well as anything extraneous to the primordial order. Such was the fate of the former Zhaohua Qinglian. Being extraneous to the primordial realm, when it manifested, every force was marshaled to ensure its elimination from the world. In this era, when human Dao has yet to emerge and earthly principles remain incomplete, the collective will and survival yearning of the myriad beings in the primordial chaos largely embody the will of Tian Dao. As all beings settle their minds, the heavens lend their assistance. As they strive for survival, the heavens manifest vitality. Every creature in the primordial chaos bears its own dose of qi, abundant or scant, that determines fortune and misfortune, yet Tianyun is reserved for but a few. Tianyun is the very manifestation of celestial will, a supreme authority that can directly influence and even partially rewrite the operating principles of Tian Dao. But perhaps, in Honghuang, it is possible. Qing Yu lifted his gaze, his vision seeming to pierce through the chaos itself, fixing upon the direction of. Before the calamity of the Dao demon, the chaotic demonic gods were reincarnated, and the patriarchs of the three clans, along with other supreme beings, each exerted their own Dao power to assert dominion, almost manifesting their great way directly and partitioning the authority over the primordial chaos. At that time, Tian Dao had not yet attained the complete potency it boasts today. It lay concealed, silently accumulating strength, awaiting the opportune moment to ultimately settle accounts alongside Hongjun. Tian Dao epitomizes impartiality devoid of personal intent, like a meticulously orchestrated program operating according to predetermined rules. When control is assumed and sufficient Tianyun converges into one or a few individuals, this grand program gains executors and an inherent bias. My heart can mirror the heart of heaven, and my will can stand in for the will of the heavens. The future might of the sage finds its root in this very truth. At this moment, Qing Yu bears 4/10 of the primordial reborn qi and wields the Zhaohua jade disc, which represents at least 2/10 of Tianyun, collectively commanding over more than 60% of the cosmic authority of Tianyun. Moreover, there is Hongjuan, who dwells beyond the 33 heavens, and from the very origin of Tian Dao silently consents to and even propels these events. At this moment, the force of the heavens he can marshal is beyond measure. Hongjun is the group master, while Qingyu presently serves as the administrator. Eternal life in this world with nothing lost nor diminished, a body and spirit of unwavering fortitude. Shedding the old to assume a new form, traversing the 3 rivers and roaming the 5 mountains. Thus begins the path of cultivation towards becoming a terrestrial immortal. The innate Daoic body is thus formed. Like a towering edifice rising from the earth, a terrestrial immortal emerges. Qingyu enunciated each word, deliberately, his voice resonating like the very sound of Tian Dao, each syllable triggering a profound reverberation from the Zhaohua jade disc in his grasp. At the same time, the power of Tian Dao cascaded down from the 9 heavens, transforming into a series of aphorisms imbued with the primordial force of heaven and earth, engraving new rules into the very foundation of the primordial cosmos. Primordial beings, spirits of flora and essences of stone. Henceforth, all who awaken their spiritual wisdom consolidate their primordial essence, attune to the 4 seasons, adhere to nature's rhythms, accumulate virtuous deeds, shed their original form and transform into the innate Daoic body. Achieving the fruition of the terrestrial immortal path. As decreed by Tian Dao and upheld by Di Dao. Decree enacted. With Qingyu's final utterance, the decree was issued. The entire primordial cosmos shuddered mightily. Above, the vault of heaven transformed as the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars dimmed for a fleeting moment before erupting into an even purer resonant glow of the Tao. Countless constraints, once formless yet deeply embedded within the true essence of every spirit of flora, tree, and stone, began to disintegrate rapidly. In an instant, as they all vanished, the shackles were suddenly undone. Countless spirits of grass, trees, mountains, and stones, regardless of whether they had awakened their intelligence, felt an indescribable sense of relief at that moment. The path of Earth Immortals appeared in the primordial chaos, no longer based on golden immortals, but rather initiated by Earth Immortals practicing the Grand Tao from the bottom up. First, establish a solid foundation, awaken intelligence, and accumulate origins. Once the origins are sufficient, everything will fall into place, shedding one's original form to achieve the most harmonious innate Tao body. The challenge of cultivation lies in the innate Tao body originating from Pangu, beginning with Pangu. Starting from this point, one may also be called an immortal, stepping once more onto the true path of cultivation. For the spirits of grass, trees, mountains, and stones, the accumulation of origins required to achieve the Earth Immortal status is far less daunting compared to the previously nearly unattainable transformation into a golden immortal. Moreover, a crucial point is that Zhen Yuanzi will use the Earth Book treasure to bear the causal responsibilities resulting from their transformation, alleviating the impact on the Earth veins. Thereafter, the suppression of the heavenly Tao will significantly decrease, the self-requirements will lower, and with someone to bear the causal responsibilities, the threefold benefits will naturally lead to a worry-free transformation. Cultivation follows order, and the heavens and earth have their constants. Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qingyu. His expression was solemn as he held aloft the scroll that bore the outlines of the primordial mountains and rivers, symbolizing the authority of the earth. The Earth Book moved autonomously, without wind, radiating the Tao rhythm that carries all things, harmonizing with the heavenly light in Qingyu's hand. Today, with my Earth Book, I shall suppress the newly born Earth Immortal's Qi, and take on the responsibilities of the spirits of grass, trees, and stones that once suppressed the earth veins and breathed spiritual mechanisms. From now on, all bindings shall be scattered and the path ahead shall be opened. All who achieve the Earth Immortal status may sense the Earth Book be recorded upon it, receive the Earth's protection, and enjoy the nurturing of the Wu soil. Those who cultivate the earth shall naturally face the cosmic tree and acknowledge the grace of the wood ancestor in opening the Tao. They shall worship the Earth Ancestor and uphold the virtue of the Earth Ancestor in carrying all things. The path of Earth Immortals is established. The aura of the Earth Book surged violently, transforming into a column of profound yellow light that connected heaven and earth, merging with the heavenly energy that fell from the creation jade disc in Qingyu's hand. Between heaven and earth, a grand and mysterious sound of the Tao echoed, resembling the ringing of a bell or the sound of a chime. The primordial world itself celebrated the birth of this new rule that benefits countless beings, completing the cycle of heaven and earth. At the moment the Earth Immortal path was established and the sound of the Tao rang out, the vast land of the primordial world erupted with beams of transformation light. In the eastern valley, an ancient pine that had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years bore an elder clad in dark robes and white hair, whose countenance was archaic, bowing deeply towards the direction of the cosmic tree. On a western cliff, a solitary orchid rooted in a rocky crevice, its fragrant aroma, wafting, transformed into a woman dressed in plain clothes, her demeanor ethereal and cold, bowing to the moon. Transformation, the first large-scale transformation in the primordial world. Countless spirits of grass, trees, and mountains, who had been stuck at the threshold of transformation, suffering for countless epochs, even having lost all hope, began to transform. Under the path of the Earth Immortal, they shed their original forms, achieving the innate Tao body, officially stepping into the realm of Earth Immortals. though the vast majority were merely the most basic earth immortals barely stabilizing their forms with cultivation levels close to nothing. But taking this step signifies that the path has been opened and the future is promising. From now on they are no longer mere passive entities subjected to the elements silently growing but beings with the initiative to cultivate. Explorers of the Grand Dao. Wood Ancestor. Spirit Ancestor. Earth Ancestor. Numerous newly transformed beings, whether spirits of grass trees or stones or other races, sensing the lowered difficulty of their own transformation, were all filled with excitement. They bowed sincerely towards the two towering figures at the peak of the cosmic tree, whose presence exuded boundless Dao rhythm, calling out from their hearts for the Spirit Ancestor and Earth Ancestor. The Spirit Ancestor opens the path, bestowing grace upon all beings. The Earth Ancestor bears the causes, protecting the path. Hey, that fox over there. A small grass spirit, just transformed with a few tender leaves atop its head, stood with its hands on its hips. It declared dominion over a nearby white fox, also newly transformed, shouting, "The Wood Ancestor is the Wood Ancestor of our grass and tree lineage, bestowing grace upon flowers and plants like us. What are you, a furry creature, making a fuss? Don't compete with me for the honor of the Wood Ancestor." "Humph!" The white fox retorted, unwilling to back down, puffing out its chest. "The Spirit Ancestor has also bestowed great grace upon my clan. During that terrifying great calamity, countless ancestral souls of my tribe were trapped on the battlefield, their grievances soaring to the heavens, unable to rest in peace. It was the Spirit Ancestor's compassion that radiated supreme merit, purifying the vengeful souls, assisting the ancestors in escaping their plight, allowing them to return to the world. Since then our clan has been worshipping the Spirit Ancestor's image day and night, grateful for the grace." "How can that be solely yours? The Spirit Ancestor is naturally also our Fox clan's Spirit Ancestor." "You?" The grass spirit was momentarily speechless, preparing to retort. All right, let's all stop arguing." A newly transformed stone spirit, a burly man, interjected good-naturedly. "The Wood Ancestor and Spirit Ancestor are both esteemed seniors of Qingyu. Their grace encompasses the entire primordial world, countless beings. How can it be monopolized by you and me? We should hold gratitude in our hearts, remember their grace, cultivate diligently in the future, do good deeds, and repay them for opening this path of earth immortals for us. That would be the best repayment to them." Brother sure is right." The grass spirit and the white fox exchanged glances, both feeling it was reasonable, nodding in agreement. Then almost instinctively they once more deeply bowed towards the two figures at the peak of the cosmic tree, whose azure garments fluttered, exuding profound and heavy presence filled with reverence. Zhen Yuanzi looked down at the jubilant and vibrant scene, where myriad beings gathered, stroking his beard with a smile filled with satisfaction and a sense of achievement. He knew that the painstaking plans he and his Dao brother had devised had borne fruit, and the results exceeded their expectations. Zhen Yuanzi gently tossed the Earth Book in his hand. The Earth Book unfolded completely in the air, its pages seemingly endless, flipping automatically with a soft, rich, profound yellow glow. With each newly established Earth immortal stabilizing their Dao body, as their aura returned to equilibrium, a corresponding page would automatically appear on the Earth Book. It would clearly inscribe their true names and a wisp of aura from the moment they achieved the Earth Immortal status. Being recorded in the Earth Book signifies officially entering the Earth Immortal system, while Zhen Yuanzi undertakes the causal responsibilities for the beings listed therein. These causal responsibilities represent authority and opportunities for Zhen Yuanzi, but they are heavy shackles for beings unable to transform. Utilizing the Earth Book, Zhen Yuanzi contained the boundless earth veins, while also bearing the Dao fruits of these Earth Immortal beings. Pure energy rises while turbid energy sinks. The auras of countless newly born Earth Immortals converged into the Earth Book, which then evenly returned them to the vast primordial land. This was the perfect division of labor and closed loop that Qingyu and Zhen Yuanzi had long agreed upon. Qingyu would act as the cause, using the authority of heavenly fate to drive the changes in the heavenly Dao, opening the path and lowering the threshold. Zhen Yuanzi, as the effect, used the Earth Book treasure to bear the responsibilities of the newly born Earth Immortals. The heavens resonated and wood and earth relied on each other. The path of Earth Immortals begins today, benefiting all eternities. More importantly, Zhen Yuanzi took on the causal burdens with the primordial world for Qingyu. Qingyu was the cause and Zhen Yuanzi bore the effect. Seeing Qingyu disperse the heavenly fate, Hong Jun sighed, the master of the heavenly Dao, showing no lingering attachment. Now that the heavenly Dao is perfected and the time has come, the three corpses unite and the time to become a saint is at hand. Hong Jun stepped forward, retrieving the creation jade disc from Qingyu's hand, and the heavenly fate returned. Lying high among the 9 clouds, I shall attain the true Dao. Beyond the profound yellow of heaven and earth, I shall take charge as the revered teacher. Pangu gives birth to the Taiji, the 2 forms and 4 symbols follow. 1 path passes 3 friends, 2 teachings clarify and divide. The Shenmen leads all. A single chi transforms into Hongjun. I am the poor Taoist Hongjun. Today I have become a saint. Qingyu looked at Hongjun, who became a saint immediately after confirming the earth immortal status, muttering, "This old Taoist is stealing my thunder. I am Hongjun, now a saint." The grand indifferent voice of the Tao echoed from beyond the 33 heavens, replacing the voice of Qingyu, resonating once again through every corner of the primordial world, stirring in the hearts and minds of every living being. An irresistible pressure surpassing all rules descended unexpectedly from the 9 heavens, instantly enveloping the entire primordial realm. Like ants facing the towering Zhou mountain, like a single drop of water, gazing up at the boundless sea of stars. Even the great Luo, in comparison to the saint, is as insignificant as dust compared to the sun and moon, unworthy of direct gaze, unworthy of disrespect. Just immersed in the attainment of Earth Immortal Tao, countless newly born Earth Immortals were earnestly worshipping Qingyu and Zhenyuanzi, yet they had not yet managed to rise. Then, under this sudden saintly pressure, they were forcefully pinned to the ground, trembling in fear. The joy and reverence that had just taken form in their hearts instantly replaced by boundless terror. Saint, what is that? The Tai Golden Immortal and the Great Luo Golden Immortal were already the supreme beings they knew of, unattainable and distant. Who then is this Hongjun? Why is the might so terrifying? They did not know, nor did they understand, only instinctively prostrating on the ground, tremblingly praying to this unknown supreme existence, not to bring disaster, allowing them to survive. The emergence of a saint brought forth myriad wonders. Above the 9 heavens, endless golden heavenly flowers materialized out of thin air, softly falling, turning into pure innate spiritual energy. Upon touching the ground, golden lotuses surged from the earth, their fragrance spreading. In the void, celestial music resounded, and the Tao sound lingered. The concentration of innate spiritual energy in the entire primordial realm began to rise at a perceived. As a result, the cosmic membrane of the heavens and earth became even more solid, and the chaotic currents that surged in the chaos were under the influence of this saint rapidly transformed into innate spiritual energy, continuously replenishing the primordial realm. In the primordial world, the first heavenly Tao saint was born. The 3 pure ones who had not yet returned to Kunlun Mountain, Laozi, Yuanshe, and Tong Tian, felt that familiar yet fundamentally different aura of their teacher, their expressions all turning solemn. At the same time, they slightly bowed towards the direction of the 33 heavens, congratulating. Congratulations, teacher, for attaining sainthood imperishable through the ages. In Fengxi Mountain, Yuhua and Fuxi also bowed in respect. Having personally experienced the tribulation of Tao and Demon, they had witnessed Hongjun's methods and ambitions. After bowing, Fux's gaze turned towards the direction of the Jianmu tree, lost in thought. Tai Yi, who had just retrieved the chaos bell, was struck down from the heavens by this sudden pressure as soon as he entered the world. Not good, someone is plotting against me. In the depths of the blood sea, boundless waves of blood roiled violently under the pressure of the saint, evaporating into a foul mist of blood. The ancestor of the Ming River gripped the Yuan Tu and Abi swords tightly, plunging them deep into the bottom of the blood sea. An explosive aura of slaughter erupted from him, fiercely resisting the omnipresent pressure. His face twisted in rage, his eyes filled with defiance and arrogance. A saint? Humph! I, the ancestor, was born in the blood sea, standing on the path of slaughter, disrespecting heaven, and not bowing to the earth. How could I submit to your might? In Zhou Mountain, at the Pangu Palace, the pressure of Pangu, unaffected by all laws and untouched by causality, still enveloped this holy land, transformed from the heart of the Father God. The pressure of Hongjun becoming a saint reached here, easily isolated by the remnants of the Tao rhythm of creation. Inside the palace, the 12 ancestral witches gathered. Dijiang's face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale, his eyes burning with fierce anger and unwillingness. The world transformed by the Father God has ultimately fallen into the hands of outsiders. Hongjun, what a saint! How splendid! He surveyed his brothers and sisters, his voice booming like thunder echoing in the palace. We swear here. We must reclaim this primordial realm, guard the living beings for the Father God, and restore the dignity of our witch clan. We will not allow the Father God's blood and effort to become a toy in the hands of others. Reclaim the primordial, guard for the Father, restore the witch clan. The 10 ancestral witches, including Gonggong Zhu, Rong Jumang, and Rushou, roared in unison, their killing intent soaring battle spirit high. Only the last-born Hutu slightly furrowed her brows. Using a trace of her primordial spirit, she vaguely sensed that the spiritual energy of the world outside was becoming denser and the laws of heaven and earth were becoming more stable. This change seems not to be a bad thing for the primordial world itself and the countless living beings. One side is the ownership of the world transformed by the Father God, and the other side is the multitude of living beings born from the Father God's essence within this world. In Huda's pure heart, perhaps these two should not be opposing, or both are the legacies of the Father God. However, seeing her brothers and sisters so emotionally agitated, their gazes focused on her, Huda had no choice but to suppress her doubts and differing thoughts, learning from them to shout loudly, "We must reclaim the primordial." As the saint's pressure reached Jianmu, Zhen Yuanzi felt the unmatched pressure of the saint, and his expression grew solemn. He was about to bow in respect. However, just as he moved, a hand gently pressed on his shoulder. It was Qing Yu. Zhen Yuanzi turned to look at Qing Yu. He saw Qing Yu's calm expression gazing far into the direction where Hong Jun's figure manifested in the 33 heavens, shaking his head slightly. "Dao brother, this." Zhen Yuanzi was puzzled. In the presence of a saint, not bowing would be disrespectful. "No need." Qing Yu's voice was calm. "I have a different Dao from Senior Hong Jun, and our paths are also different. He walks his saintly path while I seek my original heart. Moreover, you are now an earth immortal sharing in the heavenly Dao, and you have authority. There is no need for this." Qing Yu gazed at the increasingly profound and inscrutable aura of Hong Jun high above, as if he had already merged with the heavenly Dao, secretly thinking, "Senior, this master of the heavenly Dao and position of the saint, you should sit on it yourself. Such an honor is not what I, Qing Yu, desire. However, you old Taoist are indeed precise and shrewd, casually digging a pit, and it becomes a heavenly pit." He recalled how Hong Jun generously bestowed the heavenly fortune earlier, and then timely utilized the creation jade plate to assist him in his endeavors, and now this series of arrangements coinciding perfectly with the proclamation of sainthood, each link tightly connected. Since Qing Yu had seen through Hong Jun's arrangements regarding himself, Hong Jun naturally could not continue allowing Qing Yu to gather the intentions of the myriad beings of the primordial. Qing Yu had no doubt that had he harbored greed at that time, tightly grasping the 40% of the world's fortune combined with the 20% represented by the creation jade plate, when the overwhelming merit and position of the earth immortal ancestor descended upon him, Hong Jun would definitely take advantage of the situation, also bestowing upon him the remaining 20% of the world's fortune, thus possessing 80% of the authority of heaven and earth, bearing the unparalleled merit of creating the earth immortal Dao and replenishing the cycles of heaven and earth. Moreover, with the vast sources of heavenly Dao prepared by Hong Jun infused with the accumulated powers of chaotic gods and demons like Luo Ho, the position of a saint would be almost within reach. With a successor like Qing Yu, who had excellent temperament and methods capable of managing the heavens and earth, Hong Jun could naturally rest assured to succeed and withdraw, concluding his ties with the primordial world, no longer concerning himself with it, allowing himself to transcend peacefully. Since someone like Qing Yu had appeared, Hong Jun naturally would not let go of the opportunity, though he appreciated him. When it came to his own matters, he would still use whatever means necessary. For Hong Jun, the most important matters were simply the stability of the primordial world, settling karmic debts, and his own transcendence. As for other matters, they were merely incidental. However, when it came to his own path, that was another matter. If Qing Yu were to make a misstep or be tempted by the allure of an instant ascent, it would naturally be a good thing for Hong Jun, a successful layout made with ease, and he would not feel the slightest guilt or obligation to remind Qing Yu. Yet this immense temptation for Qing Yu was merely fleeting. Cultivation is about following one's own Dao, seeking one's own heart and transcendence, not a path laid out for him. Even if he does not attain Dao, he has no regrets. Upon realizing Hong Jun's scheme, Qing Yu did not hesitate to push back. Hong Jun's public spiritedness towards the primordial is undeniable, but it does not mean he is completely selfless. He also has selfishness, which makes him a complete Hong Jun. If Hong Jun wishes for Qing Yu to bear the burden, then Qing Yu shall completely sever ties. He will disperse the heavenly fortune among the living beings, and the responsibilities and merits of the earth immortal ancestor will logically correlate with Zhen Yuanzi. Of course, he did not conceal this matter from Zhen Yuanzi. In the later stages of his predictions, he disclosed the pros and cons Hong Jun's possible schemes and his own plans to this dear friend. What Dao brother seeks is his own path, unwilling to be bound within this world. What I seek is this. At that time, upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi pondered for a moment, stroked his beard, and smiled, his expression calm. I have no grand aspirations, only wishing for freedom and ease to come and go freely in this primordial world, to protect what I want to protect and to seek what I wish to seek. Now this position of the earth immortal ancestor is just right for me. Obtaining this position brings fortune, holding power, where in the primordial can I not go? What can I not do? Then what is there to fear? Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily, his spirit soaring. I, Zhen Yuanzi, have never been weaker than others. The path of Dao is perilous, revealing one's true nature. To stand shoulder to shoulder with Dao brother in creating this path, benefiting all spirits, is indeed my heart's desire. Thus the earlier scene unfolded. Qing Yu dispersed the heavenly fortune, Zhen Yuanzi accepted the position, and the earth was named, completing the cycle. Seeing Qing Yu's reaction and that he had no greed, Hong Jun had no choice but to retract the creation jade plate ahead of time, gather the heavenly fortune, regain control of the heavenly Dao, adjust the yin and yang, and wait for the complete fulfillment of the primordial world. I have now ascended to sanctity. Lamenting that the great Dao of Honghuang remains uncontinued, I shall impart the Dao to all sentient beings within the Zixiao Palace beyond the chaos 3 yuans hence. The Zixiao Palace Dao Lecture. These 5 words stirred a tempestuous surge in the hearts of every primordial divine being and mighty cultivator across Honghuang, who had long been stranded at cultivation bottlenecks. Those great Luo immortals halted at the 11th tier of the great Luo heaven, had wandered aimlessly ever since the celestial Dao sealed the ancient path, searching in vain for any trace of advancement. Feeling the newly descended aura of the Honghuang sanctified realm, they trembled violently, their eyes blazing with fervent light. The path forward is finally revealed. A saint imparts the Dao, the Honghuang path. The Zixiao Palace, we must go. At last someone had traversed it successfully. At last the path forward was illuminated. Since the celestial Dao sealed the ancient path, only a dozen or so primordial divine beings, who had participated in the Longhan calamity and the Dao demon strife, knew that a higher realm existed beyond the 11th tier. For most, the great Luo realm ended there. Most primordial divine beings upon reaching the 11th tier believed it marked the absolute apex of the great Luo realm. When all accept something as truth, it becomes the norm. Now that norm was shattered utterly by the saint's overwhelming power, before the boundless heaven-like pressure of his sanctified presence. These self-proclaimed mighty immortals standing before him felt for the first time their own insignificance and ignorance. Like frogs gazing up from the bottom of a well, suddenly beholding the infinite expanse of the heavens. Countless formidable auras erupted simultaneously from every corner of Honghuang, transforming into streaks of radiant light, each a different hue, racing unhesitatingly toward the Zixiao Palace above the 33 heavens. Qinglong, imprisoned eternally in the eastern extremity, and Zhuqiu sealed forever in the southern extremity, gazed through the invisible force binding them, watching the celestial omen of Hongjuan's ascension to sanctity. Hearing the proclamation of the Dao lecture, their eyes went blank. Hongjun has achieved. Honghuang, their elder brother, the clan chief, who had wagered his entire lineage's fortune, sacrificed everything he possessed, and even incited a cosmic calamity, still failed to take that final step. Instead he perished utterly, his clan reduced to ashes. Hongjuan's saintly visage slowly faded from the sky, dissolving completely at last. Yet just before vanishing, it seemed to cast one faint lingering glance toward Duguang. Senior brother, shall we journey there together? Zenyuanzi steadied his mind and turned to Qingyu beside him. Master Hongjun has now attained sanctity. Attending his lecture will surely yield profound insight. Perhaps it may resolve many of our lingering cultivation doubts. Qingyu shook his head, gently smiling. I shall not go. Master Hongjuan's Dao. I have already grasped its essence. It offers little benefit to my own path. Yet for you this lecture will undoubtedly spark significant enlightenment. Moreover, he paused, his expression subtly playful. You are now the ancestor of Earth immortals, holding the Earth Book, bearing a vast share of Honghuang's karmic burdens and cosmic responsibilities. Should Master Hongjun harbor any grand vision for harmonizing Honghuang or perfecting the celestial terrestrial cycles, you cannot be overlooked. Proceed without hesitation. As if recalling something, Qingyu added with gentle teasing, by the way, Master Hongjun possesses more treasures than any other being in Honghuang. If opportunity arises during your visit, do seek his guidance diligently. You may well gain unexpected blessings. The master is generous. He will certainly not withhold knowledge or favor. Seeing Qingyu's resolve unwavering, Zenyuanzi ceased persuasion and nodded with a smile. Then I shall depart first. Upon returning from the lecture, I shall seek you out and recount all I have learned, sharing insights thoroughly. Very well. Go forth safely, Qingyu replied with a solemn nod. Rest assured, senior brother, Zenyuanzi affirmed, then shimmered and shot skyward, straight into the chaos. 3,000 beams of light stream into the Zixiao Palace. The Dao begins its transmission across Honghuang this very day. Standing alone atop the Jianmu tree, Qingyu watched those luminous streaks, like rivers flowing upstream, rise from every corner of Honghuang. His path lay elsewhere. It was time he set out. Qingyu ran his hand over the weathered trunk of the Jianmu tree. Now at the 22nd tier, the tree bore only partial celestial weight. The Zhoushan mountain resting atop it naturally bore the brunt. Yet should Zhoushan collapse, the full celestial burden would crash upon the Jianmu tree, threatening its shattering. Born and raised in Honghuang, the Jianmu could only stabilize the collapsing heavens and quell the rending earth by transcending its limits and deepening its primordial essence. Qingyu drew forth a broken branch, its body forged of chaos, its form that of a willow. This fragment had been severed by Luo Ho's demon-slaying spear during the Dao demon strife, when Yang Mei lowered his guard while breaking a formation. Gazing at the withered willow in his palm, Qingyu's plan crystallized. He would enter the chaos now. While Hongjun, occupied with reshaping Honghuang's cultivation system after the 3-yuan cycle, could spare no attention for him. Would Hongjun obstruct? Or even target Qingyu? Certainly not. Earlier driven by personal intent, Hongjun had sought a suitable successor, someone capable of resolving his remaining karmic entanglements, allowing him to pursue transcendence freely. He had thus used sanctity itself as bait, scheming subtly against Qingyu, a natural maneuver aligned with his own Dao path. Had another been approached, they would have eagerly accepted if few like Qingyu would decline such an honor. Now that Hongjun had claimed sanctity, he no longer needed to oppose Qingyu. All was settled. His sole task remained ordering heaven and earth, and upon its completion his departure would follow. And Qingyu's continual refinement of Honghuang's laws would only hasten that departure, eliminating any lingering motive for interference. Where is my merit? Re-establishing temporal order and founding the Earth immortal path granted Zenyuanzi immense cosmic fortune. So lacking merit might be excusable. But why had his merit vanished? Qingyu sprang to his feet furious. Surely Hongjun had secretly withheld it. Though merit held no further use for him, its absence was unjustified. Merit served as protective armor, and Qingyu had accumulated immeasurable merit long ago, more than sufficient for safeguarding his existence. Were he to forge a merit-based treasure, none in Honghuang today, not even Laozi's Heaven and Earth profound tower, could rival the Honghuang calendar, a sovereign artifact governing time, celestial authority, and the order of life itself. So long as sentient life endures, this chronal treasure stands equal to the profound tower, and grows ever stronger. Though he lacked no merit, he could not be left without it. Qingyu shouted directly to the heavens, "Master Hongjun." Before he finished speaking, the Pangu banner plummeted from the sky. "You may contemplate its primordial creation resonance. Return it to this old Taoist after the first lecture." "Many thanks, Master." With the Pangu banner secured, Qingyu's quest to fathom the Dao resonance of the primordial creation treasures now required only the chaos bell. Engraving the resonances of all three upon the Jianmu tree would vastly amplify its power. His merit had indeed been withheld. Why would a being seeking transcendence need merit? To expend heavenly Dao's fundamental essence on such a thing would be wasteful. So Hongjun, as current sovereign of the celestial Dao, chose quietly to conceal it. Though merit meant nothing to Qingyu, the Pangu banner did. Qingyu sat cross-legged, his hands clasping the Pangu fan, a primordial supreme treasure exuding an ancient fierce aura and the majestic power to cleave the heavens asunder. Its Dao resonance and energy were utterly distinct from those of the Taiji Tu. The Taiji Tu embodied the eternal interplay of yin and yang, suppressing all things across eons, pacifying earth, water, fire, and wind, and giving rise to cosmic order. Yet this Pangu fan. Qingyu closed his eyes and stilled his mind, sinking his consciousness deep into the banner itself. It embodied a purity of breaking and opening so absolute it defied all measure the peerless sharpness that existed before heaven and earth coalesced, the very edge of creation itself. Truly, it is the unrivaled supreme offensive treasure of the Honghuang era. A silent praise stirred within Qingyu's heart. Among the treasures of Honghuang, those of slaughter, of in-spirit malevolence, or of impenetrable defense, debate might linger. But the Pangu fan forged from the blade of the heaven-cleaving axe possessed offensive capabilities, perfected beyond compare. Unquestionably, it stood as the foremost weapon of annihilation. With this banner in hand, and the Taiji Tu, whose defensive prowess was unmatched, the safety margin for his upcoming journey into the chaotic expanse had risen significantly. These two primordial treasures of creation, one for offense, one for defense, complemented each other flawlessly. Qingyu dismissed all extraneous thought and immersed his entire consciousness in comprehending the heaven-cleaving Dao resonance sealed within the Pangu fan. Before his inner vision rose a colossus vast as a world itself, gripping the great banner. With a single sweeping strike, boundless darkness shattered utterly. Clear Qi began ascending, a turbid Qi descended. Chaos dissolved. Heaven and earth parted for the first time. This was the heaven-cleaving Dao resonance enshrined within the Pangu fan. Not mere destruction, but the primal cause of creation itself, the origin point of all genesis. Qingyu's spirit trembled with awe as he devoted himself wholly to assimilating this supreme Dao resonance. Born at the very dawn of Pangu's act of creation, he fused this insight with the heaven-cleaving Dao he had previously grasped from the Taiji Tu, simultaneously using his own nascent soul as brush and the Jianmu's primordial body as scroll. He began inscribing this heaven-cleaving Dao resonance into the Jianmu with meticulous care. As the heaven-cleaving Dao resonance continued to be engraved and integrated, the towering Jianmu underwent subtle yet profound transformation. Previously, its aura had been one of vibrant, flourishing vitality, vast, serene, and deeply auspicious. Now, under the nurturing influence of the heaven-cleaving Dao resonance, an unprecedented sharpness emerged upon the Jianmu. At the tips of its countless branches, stretching in all directions, piercing into the void, keen intent began to circulate. The surrounding void fractured repeatedly under the Jianmu's branches, radiating Dao of opening. Though swiftly repaired by the laws of heaven and earth, such spontaneous rupture revealed the fundamental elevation of the Jianmu's essence. Just as Qing Yu poured his full attention into contemplating and inscribing the Pan Gu Fan's Dao resonance, an unfamiliar presence intruded into the Shanhe Sheiji Tu. A faint ripple crossed Qing Yu's brow. He extended a thread of divine sense toward the Shanhe Sheiji Tu, seeking to discern the identity of the intruder. At this hour someone still ventures to Du Guang. A flicker of curiosity stirred within Qing Yu. Now that Hong Jun had ascended as a sage and begun preaching the Dao at the Zhixiao Palace, every cultivator of even modest power across Honghuang, who sought breakthroughs, had rushed headlong toward the chaotic expanse beyond the heavens. All yearned for a sliver of opportunity to hear the sage's teachings, to absorb the great Dao beneath his seat and shatter their cultivation bottlenecks. In this era, when 10,000 cultivators flocked to the Zhixiao Palace, who would forsake such a celestial chance, and instead journey to his secluded Du Guang, even blundering directly into the trapping formation of the Shanhe Sheiji Tu. Who is this extraordinary figure? His divine sense slipped quietly into the trapped space within the Shanhe Sheiji Tu, and there he beheld a middle-aged Taoist clad in resplendent violet gold robes, wearing a jade crown, his expression etched with urgency. Dong Wang Gong. Qing Yu instantly recognized him, the very Taoist who now governed the three primordial immortal isles of Penglai Fangzhong and Yingzhou. A sovereign whose prestige surged across the Eastern Sea, gathering countless wandering immortals and deities beneath his banner, and who long ago on the Eastern Sea Qing Yu had rescued effortlessly from the lethal talons of Zulong. What brings him here? Dong Wang Gong, sensing the Jianmu's emergence and recognizing its master, knew immediately this was the same benefactor who had shielded him from Zulong's fatal strike upon the Eastern Sea. Had it not been for Qing Yu, Dong Wang Gong would have long since vanished into the river of time, never attaining his present status as sovereign of the Immortal Assembly Isle. Since the Immortal Assembly Isle's emergence, Dong Wang Gong had never ceased searching for Qing Yu, dispatching agents far and wide, never forgetting the debt of salvation. The instant Qing Yu's aura manifested across Honghuang, Dong Wang Gong entrusted affairs on the Immortal Assembly Isle to senior elders and set out immediately along the direction of the Jianmu's resonance. Even encountering Hong Jun's ascension and the ensuing Dao transmission, while all other great Luo cultivators hastened toward the chaotic expanse in pursuit of enlightenment, failed to sway his resolve. As for whether Qing Yu himself might attend the Zhixiao Palace, Dong Wang Gong withdrew a residual trace of Qing Yu's aura, its glow intensifying the nearer he approached Du Guang, confirming Qing Yu remained anchored at the Jianmu's location. With such profound cultivation, my benefactor surely has already attained realization. No need to seek instruction elsewhere, Dong Wang Gong mused. Yet the aura grew ever brighter near the Jianmu. So why did it dim completely upon entering Du Guang? Dong Wang Gong gazed at his Qing Yu compass, now dark and unlit, puzzled. Utterly unaware he had already stepped outside Honghuang into a separate dimensional layer. Yet the Jianmu loomed visibly before him, no guidance was needed. Dismissing the anomaly, he pressed forward, only to find that despite standing nearly within arm's reach, he could not draw any closer. Qing Yu watched Dong Wang Gong wander obliviously within the Shanhe Sheiji Tu and twitched his lips wryly. This Taoist friend's spiritual acuity truly invites scrutiny. He mused inwardly, if you come to pay respects yet cannot locate the entrance, surely you should gather your Dao power, stand respectfully at the mountain gate, announce your name and purpose clearly, then await audience. Upon hearing you, I would naturally consider granting an audience. Who behaves as you do, charging silently about another's threshold without uttering a word. Dong Wang Gong, however, reasoned, since I entered Du Guang unimpeded, my benefactor must know of my arrival, and wishes me to proceed unguided as a sign of reverence. Thus he walked straight ahead, step by deliberate step, honoring the gesture, never imagining for a moment that he had already crossed into another realm entirely. Recalling how upon the Eastern Sea Dong Wang Gong had once risked all, even confronting Zulong's wrathful strike Heaton, in his desperate bid for the Penglai Immortal Isle. Qing Yu sighed softly, observing the earnest, unyielding figure trudging barefoot through the Shanhe Sheiji Tu. That keenness and ferocity he once possessed, where has it gone? With such temperament and judgment, should he truly face figures like Di Jun or Tai Yi in the future, victory would indeed prove elusive. Shaking his head, Qing Yu ceased watching Dong Wang Gong's futile trek. He retracted his divine sense, emerging from his contemplation of the Pan Gu Fan, and with a gentle wave of his hand toward the invisible unfurled Shanhe Sheiji Tu suspended in the void. In the next instant, Dong Wang Gong, still striding determinately toward the Jianmu across a non-coincident dimensional plane, felt the world blur violently. Space itself shifted in an instant. Before he could react, his vision whirled, his feet struck solid ground, and he found himself standing in an entirely different realm. Primordial spiritual energy, thick and palpable, washed over him. In the distance, Tuan Yue peered curiously at this figure, who had seemingly tumbled from the heavens. Lifting his gaze, Dong Wanggong beheld the colossal Jianmu, reaching skyward, its boughs piercing the infinite starfields. This is... He froze, then felt overwhelming joy surge as the Jianmu's proximity confirmed his hopes. Perseverance bears fruit. At last. I have found my benefactor. Clenching his fists in exhilaration, his eyes darted urgently across the base of the Jianmu. Then his gaze locked onto a figure, appearing as if from nowhere. Standing beneath the Jianmu, a man in simple azure robes, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at him with quiet composure. Gazing upon Qing Yu, Dong Wanggong could contain his elation no longer. Straightening his robes, he strode forward swiftly, and bowed deeply toward the summit of the Jianmu, his voice trembling with emotion. A wandering cultivator of the Eastern Sea, Dong Wanggong of Penglai, pays homage to my benefactor. After years of relentless search, I am honored today to behold your immortal countenance. My heart swells with gratitude beyond words. The grace you bestowed upon me upon the Eastern Sea remains etched upon my soul. Day and night I recall it. Today I have come solely to express my deepest thanks. Should you deign accept me, I pledge to serve at your side. For even a fraction of repayment would fulfill my lifelong vow. His words implied abandoning the vast foundations of the three immortal isles to devote himself wholly to Qing Yu. Qing Yu looked at the excited Dong Wanggong in front of her, and a question mark slowly emerged in her heart. Are you serious? You want to abandon the vast enterprise that dominates the East Sea, gathers countless immortals, and boasts 3 innate immortal islands, to come to this barren land and pledge your allegiance to repay a great kindness? Seeing that Dong Wanggong seemed about to say he would leave the immortal island at once to serve his benefactor Qing Yu quickly raised her hand to interrupt, saying, "Friend, you overstate your words. The events of the East Sea back then were merely a matter of convenience. Seeing your firm Dao heart and your willingness to take risks for opportunities, I only offered a little assistance. This is merely the fortune you have earned yourself, and it cannot be considered a great favor from me, nor do you need to repay me in this lifetime. Moreover, the Penglai Immortal Island and the 3 Immortal Islands are deeply intertwined with you. They are an important part of your Dao journey. You have worked hard to build this enterprise, gathering countless like-minded friends. How can you easily forsake it due to a moment of gratitude? Would that not betray your own Dao?" Dong Wanggong, upon hearing this, maintained his resolve and immediately said, "The benefactor is an unparalleled powerhouse with a vision and mindset beyond my understanding. But in my heart, if it weren't for the benefactor's intervention back then, I would have long since perished in the East Sea. How could I have today's enterprise? Everything stems from the benefactor. If the benefactor does not abandon me, I wish to humbly request that you use your supreme magical power to move the Penglai Immortal Island to the shores of Duguang. I am willing to guard your gates and manage trivial matters, and I will not fail your trust." Goodness, he's even thought of a moving plan. Qing Yu found it somewhat amusing and exasperating. Friend, you are now a dominant figure commanding countless cultivators, including many De Luo golden immortals. You are indeed the foremost power in the current wilderness. And yet you wish to abandon such an enterprise to come to me. Wouldn't that be throwing away years of hard work? Have you considered how those cultivators who follow you would cope? Dong Wanggong took a deep breath and continued, "How could I not understand what the benefactor says? However, everything is due to the benefactor. Had it not been for the benefactor's saving hand back then, I would have long harbored resentment in the East Sea. Where would such achievements come from?" As I speak, my tone begins to become somewhat emotional. Over the years, whenever I faced difficulties or made hard decisions, I would think back to that day in the East Sea when I was a stranger to you with no ties or connections, yet you helped me without asking for anything in return. Since then, I have always regarded you as a model, reflecting on myself and never slacking off. I strive to act with integrity, and when I encounter injustices, I am willing to help as much as I can. Now that you have established the 4 seasons and achieved the path of earth, immortal, blessing countless beings in the wilderness, how can I in comparison match such virtue and ambition? I am willing to serve you, not seeking to achieve even a fraction of your Dao, but only wishing to often listen to your teachings and comprehend your way of acting. That would be enough for me. Am I really that good? Listening to Dong Wanggong's heartfelt words of admiration, Qing Yu was momentarily dazed, almost believing she was truly that selfless. A saint of extreme brilliance and righteousness. Looking at the adoring Dong Wanggong, Qing Yu silently suppressed her original thoughts. Initially, she had intended to assist Dong Wanggong to draw upon the source of pure yang to aid in the wood Dao. After Dong Wanggong passed away, she would use this karma to consolidate the pure yang source. Now it seemed there was no need for such calculations. If she were to let Dong Wanggong go, he would probably exclaim about kindness, bonds, and selflessness and simply enter. For the glory of the wood Dao, I, Dong Wanggong, have no choice but to fulfill my duty. Who would have thought that a casual act of kindness would leave such a deep impression on Dong Wanggong? From Qing Yu's current perspective, Dong Wanggong now truly embodies the essence of the greatest good person in the wilderness, far purer than that red cloud who often acted without deep consideration. However, the path of Earth Immortal has now been established and the source of the Wood Dao is flourishing with good fortune prospering. There is no urgent need for external pure yang energy. Moreover, he himself is about to venture into the chaos to seek further opportunities and breakthroughs, making it impossible to keep Dong Wanggong by his side. With this in mind, Qing Yu advised, "Friend, you harbor aspirations to rise and possess compassion towards the beings of the wilderness. This is a great virtue. However, if you remain by my side to serve, you will only be doing trivial tasks of guarding the door. How can you continue your wish to help those weak beings in need? Isn't this a form of neglecting your responsibilities? The great three immortal island where countless immortals gather now all see you as their leader. How many among them have gathered together because they appreciate your character and share your common ideals, working together towards great aspirations? If you were to abandon them now, wouldn't that be a form of betrayal?" Upon hearing Qing Yu's words, Dong Wanggong trembled slightly, revealing a look of deep contemplation. He involuntarily recalled the scenes from back then. It was when the Penglai and Yingzhou Islands fortuitously met in the East Sea, just as they were about to collide. The atmosphere was tense, with both sides believing the other was there to seize the immortal islands. Although there were many cultivators on Yingzhou Island, their strengths varied, and most were heavily injured, evidently having suffered wounds from previous battles. Seeing their wary and disheveled appearances, Dong Wanggong suddenly remembered the moment when he had nearly been extinguished under the claws of the ancestral dragon, waiting in despair for death. An indescribable sense of empathy and impulse surged in his heart. He sheathed his protective pure yang sword and pure yang bell, and amidst the puzzled gazes of the cultivators on Yingzhou Island, he stepped forward. The leading Wind Dao Master Feng Li thought he was going to strike and stepped forward, abruptly manifesting the illusory image of the Deluo Dao Fruit River, ready to block Dong Wanggong. However, Dong Wanggong simply approached, said nothing, and let the surrounding pure yang energy spread out, transforming into warm and gentle light, softly showering every injured cultivator of Yingzhou Island. That pure yang energy had an immediate effect on stabilizing their chaotic and dissipating essence due to their... Once Dong Wanggong had stabilized their injured and dissipating essence, he prepared to leave. Having Penglai was enough. This was what Dong Wanggong had realized from Qing Yu's assistance. One must not be too greedy. If Qing Yu knew his thoughts, she would surely be astonished again. "I just helped you once, and you've realized so much. You've even conjured up life philosophies." But just as he turned to leave, an urgent shout came from behind. "Friend, please wait." The cultivators of Yingzhou Island, led by Feng Li, had their expressions of wariness and hostility replaced by gratitude. After years of struggling and fighting in the wilderness, they had grown accustomed to schemes, darkness, betrayal, and plunder. Yet now they encountered Dong Wanggong, a great virtuous man who bore no grudges and sought no reward, actively offering assistance. "If the benefactor does not abandon us, we hope you will take us in. Although our skills are humble, we will surely do our utmost to assist you in the future, and we will never betray you." Feng Li spoke sincerely on behalf of the group. Dong Wanggong looked at their mostly unhealed injuries and their somewhat disheveled yet sincere appearance, feeling a pang of compassion. Thinking about the current strength of the Dragon Clan, which was constantly searching for Penglai and Yingzhou, it was indeed dangerous. Seeing the damaged cultivators on Yingzhou Island, he nodded. Thus Penglai and Yingzhou united, renamed as the Immortal Island, joining forces to resist the Dragon Clan's pursuit, struggling to survive in the East Sea, and gradually developing and growing. Returning to his thoughts, Dong Wanggong had a moment of clarity. He solemnly bowed to Qing Yu, and his spiritual essence suddenly surged. His aura began to rise. "Thank you, benefactor, for your guidance. I now understand. A single word from the benefactor surpasses thousands of years of cultivation. Now that there are countless immortals needing help, I hope the benefactor will accept my great bow, and once the numerous immortals achieve their wishes, and everything is settled, I will come to serve you again." Qing Yu looked at Dong Wanggong, who was on the verge of breaking through to the peak of Deluo, at her words, astonished. While breakthroughs in cultivation are not difficult, what shocked Qing Yu was the sheer power of heartfelt conviction. Though surprised, she maintained her composure and spoke profoundly. "Since you have realized, go ahead, and now that the Zishao Palace is imparting the Tao, it will also greatly benefit you. Go. Yes, I will heed the benefactor's wishes. The path of the Tao is open before me. I will go now, not disappointing your intent." Looking at the departing Dong Wanggong, Qing Yu wiped the non-existent sweat from her brow. The passionate protagonist has now also made his appearance. Only with a resolute heart can a cultivator grasp the ever-changing path of the Tao. On the journey of seeking the Tao, even in poverty, one must remain steadfast, enduring the vicissitudes of life, while the original intention remains unchanged. Qing Yu retracted his gaze from the direction where the Eastern Wang Palace had vanished, turning around and slowly walking towards the edge of the spirit pool. After the loosening of the original source brought by the completion of the heavenly Daos rules through the Earth Immortal Path, and having experienced the nurturing growth of the several Yuan meetings, the creation Qinglian had already regained more than half its vitality. At this moment all 12 petals of the lotus were in full bloom, lush, and dripping with dew, radiating colors that shimmered like flowing light, the essence of creation so rich it almost materialized into drops of blue spiritual liquid, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that was refreshing to the soul. The journey through chaos still needs the assistance of my fellow Taoist. Qing Yu spoke softly, his divine sense gently probing towards the creation Qinglian. The creation Qinglian was originally a treasure from chaos, the remnants of the chaos Qinglian, possessing a natural affinity and connection with chaos. With it, by one side, the journey through chaos would yield miraculous effects. Qing Yu unfolded the map of mountains and rivers in his palm, once more encompassing the spirit pool that harbored the creation Qinglian, along with a small section of spiritual veins and soil drawing the entire scene into the world of the map. Now that everything was ready, Qing Yu's figure shimmered, transforming into a faint blue streak of light that soared into the sky, piercing directly through the barrier above the capital, and merging into the great torrent leading beyond the chaos. Countless streams of light, auspicious clouds, and the brilliance of magical treasures surged like a meteor shower in reverse, heading towards the heavens beyond the 9 heavens. Their goal was the Zhixiao Palace beyond the chaos, to listen to the saints' teachings and seek a chance for a breakthrough. However, Qing Yu's target was also chaos, yet not the Zhixiao Palace. His direction was towards the unknown depths of chaos. The flowing light quickly passed through the thick layers of clouds, approaching the cold realm where the Taiyin star radiating endless moonlight resided. Qing Yu, Taoist friend. A clear and cool voice suddenly called out to him. Qing Yu's stream of light paused slightly as he turned to follow the sound. There at the edge of the Taiyin star stood a woman clad in a flowing white moonlit gown, her aura cool and ethereal, with 2 graceful brows that appeared slightly furrowed, quietly waiting. She stood at the edge of the Taiyin star, just shy of stepping out, maintaining a perfect distance. Noticing Qing Yu's gaze, she spoke. "Are you heading to the Zhixiao Palace to listen to the Tao? Now that you've set out, it may be a bit late. If you trust me, you can take the ancient path to chaos that I left behind on the Taiyin star. This can help you avoid the corrosion of the 3 fires and 6 winds, and speed up your journey, allowing you to reach a favorable position earlier. Thank you for your kindness, Taoist friend Shiha. However, my journey this time is aimed at chaos itself, seeking opportunities in the void, not merely for the Zhixiao Palace," Qing Yu replied, stopping his light and cupping his hands in gratitude. "I see," Shiha nodded. "Since that is the case, it is still a journey through chaos. The ancient path I mentioned will still be of use to you. In an endless chaos, having a familiar path is always more convenient. However, if you don't mind, please allow me to host you for a brief moment on the Taiyin star. I have some matters regarding chaos that I can share with you as a gesture of goodwill for the assistance you provided in establishing order back then, as we jointly resist the ties of yin and yang." Hearing such goodwill, Qing Yu naturally would not refuse. He nodded with a smile. "Since you are so kind, I shall intrude for a short while. Please, Taoist friend." Shiha gestured, and the thick natural protective formation outside the Taiyin star, along with the endless moonlight aura, parted to reveal a narrow entrance just wide enough for one person to pass through. Qing Yu transformed into a streak of light and swiftly entered. Almost simultaneously, the entrance behind him sealed, silently, quickly filled with dense moonlight and the glow of the formation, as if it had never been opened. Zai's caution was evident. This was Qing Yu's first step onto the Taiyin star. What he saw was an expanse of boundless silver white and coolness. The ground was composed of crystal-clear cold jade, and condensed moonlight reflecting a gentle and cool glow. The air was filled with the purest Taiyin star force, and a fragrance that felt chilling. In the distance, a grand palace constructed entirely of translucent cold jade stood majestically and coolly. Not far in front of the palace, there was an altar that seemed simple. However, it exuded a bizarre aura that was incongruous with the surrounding cool environment, drawing attention. The two moved forward in silence, one before the other. Shiha maintained a distance of about 10 steps ahead of Qing. "You neither too distant nor too close," quietly. "Taoist friend Shiha, your great divine ability back then was truly a supreme marvel worthy of the title of Moon Goddess." Zai's steps did not falter, yet her heart was already filled with joy and pride, though she maintained a calm voice, humbly responding, "You flatter me, Taoist friend. It was merely a small technique, entirely thanks to you for restraining the protective treasure, the Taiji diagram of that Yin-Yang Taoist, preventing him from maintaining his fate, which allowed my divine abilities to shine. Without that, my meager tricks would likely have been ineffective." Sensing Zai's emotional fluctuations, Qing Yu did not press the matter further, but instead asked, "But why do you not go to the Zhixiao Palace? Such a great opportunity to listen to the teachings of a saint is rare in the primordial world. If missed, it may be unknown when the next chance will arise." Shiha revealed a faint smile on her cool face at these words, saying, It is due to your merit, Taoist, since assisting you in establishing order and perfecting the rules of heaven and earth. My connection with the Taiyin star has grown closer. My understanding of the Tao of moonlight and the flow of time has deepened. Now I only need to continue along this path and the great Tao will be within reach. Even if I do not succeed with the protection of the Taiyin, as long as I remain within the Taiyin star, I have no worries. However, although I think this way, I ultimately cannot go against my sister. She has already gone beyond the heavens. You actually let her go alone into chaos. Qingyu is somewhat puzzled. Given Zai's extreme caution, she should not have allowed Changxi to leave the Taiyin star alone. Naturally, I am not at ease. Shiha shook her head. If she is determined to go, I cannot forcefully stop her or impose my thoughts upon her. So I could only set some rules with her, leaving a Taiyin mark on her, always watching Changxi's movements tightly connected to the source of the Taiyin star. If she encounters an insurmountable danger, or if the situation turns unfavorable, I can directly call her back from the Taiyin star with some cost. Thus, I reluctantly agreed to her departure. Hearing Zai's explanation, Qingyu suddenly understood. Truly, she was the most stable Shiha in the primordial world. As they spoke, they had already arrived before the Guanghan Palace. Shiha did not lead Qingyu inside the palace, but instead came to the side of the palace. Please take a seat, Taoist friend. Shiha gestured for Qingyu to sit while she stood to the side, lost in thought. Soon, with a wave of her hand, light began to flash on the stone table before them, and various items started to appear out of thin air, quickly piling up into a small heap. The piles of objects kept growing. Soon the stone table could not contain them, and they began to spill onto the ground. Qingyu already held a great many in his hands. Seeing the scene before him, and especially witnessing Shihi move toward the Yuegui to snap off a few of its most spirited branches, Qing, you could not help but feel both amused and exasperated. Fellow Taoist Shihi, I appreciate your intention, but is this not a trifle excessive? It feels as if I have come to collect debts, intent on sweeping the Taiyin star clean. Ah! Shihi, whose hand had just reached for the laurel trunk, visibly stiffened. She slowly withdrew her hand and turned. An embarrassed flush marred the usual cold, flawless composure of her face. Fellow Taoist, forgive my impertinence. Shihi's voice was a few notes lower than usual. I merely thought that in a journey into the chaos where dangers are uncertain, it is prudent to be prepared. She added, these things are largely idle to me. They may prove of use to you. Sure enough, beings from the primordial age are subtle in their thoughts. So easily had he seen through the calculations Qingyu had devised over 10,000 years to repay his karmic debts. Truly formidable, Shihi thought in secret. She was no wonder a progenitor of heaven and earth, the origin of earthly immortals and the power behind the seasons. She had intended in the privacy of the Taiyin star to slip as many useful things as possible to Qingyu to offset some of the karma owed. She had not expected to be discovered. After all, such trifles might well be beneath the notice of a great being like Qingyu. Qingyu regarded the mountain of treasures, essences of chaos, raw, chaotic materials. With a Qian-Kuan cauldron in hand and a few suitable innate seals, one could perhaps refine dozens of different innate spiritual treasures. He had not imagined that the seemingly barren Taiyin star should be so well provisioned. Then again, it had existed for endless ages and was born from Pangus' left eye. How could there be no accumulation? It was simply Shihi's nature to be understated and reserved. Since you insist, I will not refuse. But must all of this be carried on this journey into the chaos? Might you grant me some of the Yuegi's root essence? Qingyu stepped toward the Yuegui by Shihi. He felt its aura, then turned and looked at Shihi. You perceived it. Shihi watched Qingyu approach the Yuegui, and then keep his gaze on her. She realized she could no longer hide the truth of her origins. Hearing Shihi's tacit admission, Qingyu knew his senses had not deceived him. If my feeling is correct, fellow Taoist, you are the Yuegui. This Yuegui now appeared full of spiritual charm, yet at its core it was hollow. More of an empty shell than a true fount of vitality. Qingyu continued, though your aura has merged with the power of the Taiyin star, the deepest strand of your innate root essence issues from the same source as this Yuegui. Born from the same root, you took shape and transformed. No wonder that when you forcefully used the Taiyin locking fate to reverse yin and yang, and were struck back by the backlash, the Taiyin star would expend its own fundamental fortunes to shoulder most of the blow for you. Since the birth of the Taiyin, the Yuegui had accompanied it, helping to guide and suppress its own source. The bond between you is naturally far deeper than that between the Taiyin star and the later-born moon deity. Thus the Taiyin would instinctively aid you. At the time, I wondered why you alone bore the backlash. Had senior brother Chang, she shared the burden, perhaps the backlash would have been divided and the pressure lessened. I suppose you knew the Taiyin star would help you, but would it have helped Chang Shi as well? Shihi listened quietly to Qing Yu's analysis. The cool expression on her face flickered. To bear the secret of thousands of Yuan Hui alone, even she was not untouched by turbulent thought. Now that Qing Yu had unraveled it so plainly, she felt an unexpected relief as if a weight had been lifted. As you say, he nodded, dropping her concealment. I am the Yuegui, she explained. When Wang Shu unexpectedly perished, the Taiyin star did not reform that remaining essence into a new moon deity. Instead it poured that source entirely into the Yuegui that had been rooted here since the opening of heaven. Thus I was able to take the Taiyin's foundational essence as my base and the Yuegui spirit root as my body and so be reborn. In a sense I am both the Yuegui and, at my core, an offshoot of the Taiyin. Qingyu listened and sighed. I see. Such fate is truly wondrous. It is curious too that our circumstances bear some resemblance. He continued, you were born from wood with the Taiyin as your root. I however reshaped myself by severing a source and in turn rebuilt and nourished the body of Jianmu. I am Jianmu. At Qing Yu's revelation she widened her eyes. Her usual composure was swept away by astonishment. You mean to say you are Jianmu? I had always believed Jianmu had long since been fully refined into an object used to suppress fate and bear the Tao as a proof of truth. Never did I imagine that you yourself are Jianmu. Indeed. Qingyu smiled and nodded. I am Jianmu. By that measure you and I may be said to be kindred, both born of innate spirit roots. Hearing this he was first stunned, then could not help but let a genuine trace of joy show on her face. In the primordial age those innate roots that take form are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. For two such as her and Qingyu to exist was almost unprecedented. But that joy lasted only an instant. In the next moment she's expression shifted, as if struck by a terrifying recollection. The warmth and closeness in her eyes were quickly replaced by a deeper vigilance and distance. She instinctively took a few light steps back, instantly putting several meters between them, deliberately reestablished. Was this similarity of origin a means to court favor, step by step entangling one in a trap? Qing Yu's manner now bore an uncomfortable resemblance to that Yin-Yang Daoist she distrusted. Wang Shu's warning remained fresh. Though rationally she trusted Qing Yu's character, and he was presently on her home ground of the Taiyin star, an ingrained caution and defense compelled her to withdraw. Qing Yu watched he change expression and retreat. He first paused, then understood with a wry sense of amusement. He could easily guess the thoughts racing through the moon deity's mind. Her steadiness and paranoia had been honed to a remarkable degree. Clearing his throat, Qing Yu shifted the topic and spoke as if nothing had happened. Ahem. Fellow Taoist, he regarding the Yuegui root essence you mentioned earlier, might you spare a little? No more than some Daoic resonance would suffice. He saw Qing Yu's composed demeanor and felt no offense at his earlier withdrawal. She steadied slightly, though she did not close the distance again. She inclined her head and said, of course. Wait a moment. Then she extended a slender jade-like hand, and a delicate lunar disk shimmered into being above her palm. The moon disk's clear radiance resonated with the Yuegui. The laurel's branches shivered, emitting a faint silvery light of pure Taiyin clarity, and innate with Daoic resonance that rose slowly from its heart. The light settled into the moon disk in Shihi's palm, and coalesced into a silver crystal. Fellow Taoist, is this enough? She held up the crystalline stone containing nearly 2/10 of the Yuegi's root essence. The amount was earnest yet careful enough to show her sincerity without harming the Yuegui or her own foundation. Qing Yu accepted the silver crystal with gravity and pocketed it with a bow. It is more than sufficient. I thank you. I will remember your generosity. You are too polite. It is but my due. She shook her head slightly, then drew from her sleeve a strange token, neither metal nor jade, ringed with a delicate crescent motif, and handed it to Qing Yu. This is a path token of my Taiyin route, recording the course of the ancient Taiyin way I mentioned. With it you may attune yourself to the path and follow it, saving much trial and error. If you become lost in the chaos, the token will also point you roughly toward a return to the primordial realm. Qing Yu did not refuse this time and took the token. You are thoughtful. This will be of great use on the journey into the chaos. I am grateful. Good. He nodded. Then I will escort you to the entrance of the ancient path. The chaos is fickle and ever-changing. Take care. I am obliged, fellow Taoist. Qing Yu rose to his feet. You too, take care. She stood by the gate of light, a trace of concern softening her cool gaze. You as well. Qing Yu bowed and without further words stepped into the portal. His figure was swallowed instantly by the pearly radiance. The portal closed slowly and vanished. The altar fell silent, leaving only a faint flow of moonlight. He stood alone by the altar, watching in the direction Qing Yu had disappeared. After a long while she exhaled gently. At last, quite a few karmic ties have been settled this time. She murmured, a look of relief on her face. One need not even step beyond the Taiyin to accrue such heavy and numerous karmic burdens. The primordial age is truly a place of calculation at every step, calamity at every turn, dreadful indeed. She shook her head and let the thought go, then turned and vanished once more into the boundless moonlight and icy Meanwhile, beyond the chaos before the Zishao Palace, Zhen Yuanzi followed the faint pull of the earth script and the tithe seat of the progenitor of earthly immortals, groping his way through the chaos. After traversing for a long time and breaking through many turbulent currents of chaos, he finally arrived before the Zishao Palace. The palace gates remained closed. Evidently the time for instruction had not yet come. Several figures had already arrived ahead of him. Each of them exuded dense aura, long Daoic resonance, and imposing fortune. Plainly the foremost powers of the primordial age. Scanning the faces, Zhen Yuanzi recognized only one Hong Yun, whom he had once met near the Buzhou mountain, and who now enjoyed great renown. Hong Yun had been sitting alone, bored, but when he saw Zhen Yuanzi arrive, his eyes lit, and a genial smile bloomed on his face. He rose to greet him as if encountering an old friend. Seeing Hong Yun's effusive approach, as if to embrace a soulmate, Zhen Yuanzi's heart quickened. The karmic threads that enshrouded Hong Yun were so tangled and dense they jarred the eye. It was far safer not to make a close acquaintance with such a tangle of karma. The more entangled the karma, the deeper the future embroilments, and the heavier the calamities to bear. Zhen Yuanzi remembered the Yinyang Daoist who had formed ties with the moon deity during the ferocious beast tribulation, and had later been cursed and slain in the Dao demon conflict after countless Yuan Hui. A bloody lesson from the past. He must avoid him. Zhen Yuanzi panicked inwardly, and without making it obvious slid a step to the side, while his eyes darted to the other arrivals, calculating with whom he might group to keep Hong Yun at bay. Brother Zhen Yuanzi. Just then a familiar voice sounded from just behind him like music from heaven. Zhen Yuanzi brightened and turned toward the voice. There stood Nu Hua and Fu Shi, the sibling pair. Nu Hua, Fu Shi. How long it has been. Zhen Yuanzi breathed a tone of gratitude, as if spared from calamity. With a flash he moved straight toward them, his pace urgent, as if fearful a moment's delay would allow Hong Yun to... Nu Hua and Fu Shi were first surprised, then looked curiously in the direction Zhen Yuanzi had come from. Their eyes fell upon Hong Yun, whose smile had stiffened as he approached, and they understood Zhen Yuanzi's Over many years traversing the primordial age, they had heard much of Hong Yun's renown and methods from many cultivators, especially those who had suffered in secret and dared not speak. The three exchanged a look and by tacit agreement linked their auras to form a small circle that politely and naturally excluded Hong Yun as he came forward. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi ignore him outright, Hong Yun's expression tightened. Embarrassed, he shifted his approach and turned toward Di Jun as the latter arrived. As time passed, more great figures of the Deluo appeared. Those of highest cultivation stood at the front of the Zishao Palace, while those a little lower in rank gathered behind. The leading dozens of top primordial cultivators clustered in small groups. The three purities linked their auras and produced the Honghuang Tower, blocking all scrutiny, inscrutable and profound as befits descendants of Pangu. Thanks to Qing Yu's earth immortal Dao Yuan Shi Tong Tian, and Lao Zi found themselves embroiled in a bitter quarrel. Upon returning to Kunlun, they saw countless shapetakers ravaging the mountain, the landscape despoiled everywhere save for the summit where the three of them stood untouched. Those two younger ones truly gave no peace. Their argument grew deafening, while Lao Zi strove to isolate the mountain from extraneous scrutiny. Zhen Yuanzi, Nu Hua, and Fu Shi formed a group. Following them were Dong Wanggong and the Shi Wangmu, whom he met along the way. One pure Yang, the other pure Yin, and since both had come alone they joined readily, traveling together. Close behind came Tai Di Jun Hong Yun, and their party followed reluctantly but dutifully by the 12 Zhu Wu escorting Ho Tu because the younger sister insisted on attending. Kuan Peng and Ming, he were also alone, yet each subtly sought conversation, so even the greatest figures gathered in groups. Only a few remained solitary. In the present circumstances, without opportunity or allies, they might be the first to fall by the wayside. Qing Yu followed the guidance of the moonlight emanating from the token in her hand, traversing through the passage constructed of moonlight. It was uncertain how long she had walked, but the moonlight ahead gradually dimmed, and the passage began to slowly dissipate. Arriving at the end of the nearly vanishing passage, Qing Yu stepped out. Before her, the scene suddenly opened up as if returning to the primordial state of ignorance. A seemingly thin yet incredibly resilient translucent membrane flowed with the endless rules of heaven and earth, resembling a colossal fetal membrane. It protected the vibrant and resplendent wilderness of the world behind it. This was the fetal membrane of heaven and earth, the boundary between the wilderness and chaos. Beyond the fetal membrane lay a boundless grayish chaos. As far as the eye could see, there were only turbulent, colliding, obliterating, and rebirthing streams of chaos devoid of up-down or any sense of time. Here time and space lost their usual meanings and all rules appeared blurred and violent. Qing Yu took a deep breath. Behind her, a towering phantom of a divine tree emerged, stretching its branches into the endless void, radiating overwhelming vitality. The chaotic streams of energy surged towards Qingyu, washing over her Dao body and eroding her protective. However, this cleansing did not inflict substantial harm. Instead, it made the phantom of the divine tree appear more solid and ancient. Chaos truly is a place where creation and destruction coexist. Qingyu murmured, no longer lingering, as she chose a direction entirely different from that of the Zixiao Palace. In the chaos, there was no direction, no distance. Qingyu could only rely on the faint sensing from the remnant branch in her hand to navigate her path. It was unclear how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a moment, perhaps 1,000 years, as Qingyu journeyed alongside the moonlight. In the utmost wilderness, the gentle sun illuminated vast stretches of chaos. Even as Qingyu advanced for countless years, she had not stepped beyond the reach of the sun's light. Walking within the chaos, Qingyu suddenly felt a warning surge in her heart. Within her spiritual platform, her primordial spirit trembled, violently emitting a sharp alert. Danger, a deadly danger, was imminent. Without time to think, her body instinctively darted to the side in a fraction of a second. At the same time, the Xiantai Ji2, which had been poised in her sleeve, suddenly flew out with a whoosh, unfolding into a vast image of Yin and Yang hovering above her head. Golden bridges descended, and the energies of Yin and Yang firmly anchored a small piece of chaotic space around her. The elements of earth, water, fire, and wind calmed in its presence. A sound, faint yet nearly inaudible yet sharp enough to pierce the soul, erupted from the position where Qingyu had. A slender silver thread condensed from the purest laws of space appeared from thin air without warning. Like the sharpest blade, it effortlessly sliced through the space where Qingyu had been, as if cutting tofu, dividing it neatly in two with the cut surface smooth as a mirror. In the primordial chaos, a voice indifferent and imbued with the endless vicissitudes of time resonated from the chaos surrounding her. In the beginning of chaos, there was a willow rooted in the void, its leaves reaching for the sky. First came the rise, then the heavens, the divine hidden before Hongjun. The space demon god Yang Mei spoke. Little friend, you have traveled far and wide to return the source to me. Truly, you are kind-hearted. At the moment the words fell, an invisible yet incomprehensibly vast force of space descended with a thunderous impact. This force did not directly attack Qinyu's body or primordial spirit, but affected the entire piece of chaotic space she occupied. Having been schemed against by Hongjun, Yang Mei showed no kindness to any beings of the wilderness. The first strike was a lethal one. Within this space, all spiritual connections sever, returning to the void, cutting off heaven and earth. Yang Mei's voice was like a decree of the Dao, and upon speaking, the law followed. Qingyu felt a tightness around her as the chaotic energies around her were instantly expelled along with the faint chaotic spiritual energy contained within. The flowers of the wilderness are still too tender. Yang Mei's voice rang out again, laced with mockery. Though I do not know what courage you possess to delve into chaos alone, brazenly carrying the aura of my remnant body, regardless of your schemes. In chaos, everything ultimately speaks through strength. This space claimed by me shall be your burial ground. Yang Mei aimed to conceptually return Qingyu and the small piece of chaotic space she occupied to the void, transforming it into the most primal nothingness. Qingyu felt the complete severance of spiritual energy around her. Even the faint connection to the wilderness was blocked by this strange spatial seal, yet the moonlight continued to shine upon her. She had long anticipated that her meeting with Yang Mei would not be peaceful. The chaos demon god, especially one like Yang Mei who had reached the pinnacle of spatial Dao, let alone having been previously outmaneuvered by Hongjun. Taking out the green treasure lotus flag, she waved it, but there was no response, devoid of any spiritual energy to draw upon. Qingyu replaced the treasure flag with the Pangu banner. With a swing, the entire sealed space seemed on the verge of being sliced apart. Within this space, spiritual treasures are confined. Yang Mei, seeing Qingyu holding the Pangu banner, raised an eyebrow, uttering the Dao, and sealed it once more. An even more bizarre force enveloped her, causing the Pangu banner in Qingyu's hand, which had been shimmering with light and poised for action, to suddenly darken and become obscure. No matter how Qingyu urged it, all she could achieve was a slight tremor, emitting a hint of its fierce aura. But it could no longer wield its power freely as it had in the wilderness, obliterating everything. What a confinement of spiritual treasures within space, Qingyu thought, stunned. Yang Mei's mastery of spatial laws had reached an extraordinary level, nearly uniting thought with law. Enough. Yang Mei, unwilling to waste more words nor grant Qingyu any respite, called out again. The enveloping force of space suddenly contracted and pressed down. It was as if an invisible hand of chaos grasped the space where Qingyu stood, intending to crush everything within it into nothingness. The golden bridges of the yin-yang diagram began to disintegrate as spiritual energy was severed. No matter how powerful your treasures are, when confronted by the end of the law of space, they would only dim. The space trapping Qingyu fell into darkness, and as it gradually returned to the void, 24 blue lights slowly illuminated the sealed space. Seeing the emergence of treasure light within the sealed space, Yang Mei continued to intensify the spatial pressure. Under the immense force, the 24 Dinghai divine pearls could no longer withstand the strain and shattered. One by one, the sounds of breaking echoed prominently in the silent chaos. With the shattering of the Dinghai divine pearls, the previously unopened space was revealed. In the chaos, all laws were void, yet one plant stood supreme. The shattered spatial resonance of the Dinghai divine pearls spread throughout the enclosed space, attempting to escape into chaos, but was firmly blocked by Yang Mei's seal manifesting as a vast ocean within space. The Dinghai gained a green light, and the 12th grade creation Green Lotus instantly burst forth with boundless emerald brilliance in this area filled with the spatial power of the Dinghai divine pearls. The primordial creation spiritual energy from the Green Lotus surged forth. The creation azure lotus swayed gracefully within the primordial chaos, its divine might reawakening. Open. Qingyu channeled his entire cultivation energy into the Pangu banner, a relic radiating the sharp world-splitting aura of creation itself. From left to right, the Pangu banner cleaved open the nascent space birthed from the shattering of the sea stabilizing. Why rely on the Chen Kuan ruler to define heaven and earth? A torrent of divine light erupted from Qingyu's eyes. Can such a mere spiritual treasure compare to my heaven-opening Pangu banner? Where the banner's aura swept, it was as though a colossal axe had struck. Primordial chaos roiled violently, forcibly torn asunder. With a single stroke, chaos within the space parted, earth, fire, water, and wind raged unchecked. Before Yang Mei could react, Qingyu activated the Taiji diagram hovering above his head. The diagram of Yin and Yang blazed with radiant splendor, transforming into a colossal golden bridge that spanned the newly split heavens and earth, and crashed downward with crushing force. As Yin and Yang flowed in harmony, the rampaging elements beneath the bridge faltered, then began to separate. The pure ascended, the turbid descended. Simultaneously, the Jianmu tree manifested, upholding heaven and anchoring earth, its countless dragon-like roots plunging deep into the descending turbid chi. The taller the tree soared, the higher heaven rose, its trunk upheld the firmament above and stabilized the earth below. 9 profound Dao resonances spiraled along its bark, imprinting their essence upon this newborn world. Drawing upon Yin-Yang temporal order creation, heaven interception, Bagua celestial mandate strength, and Wu earth as foundational pillars, and elevating the Wood Dao as sovereign principle, the world unfolded. The Wood Dao became the sole unifying melody of this realm. Qingyu emerged from his sealed state, his back adorned by the chaos Wood Dao Grand Realm. A vast domain forged from the fusion of 24 great realms contained within the sea-stabilizing pearls and the primordial chaos itself. Water origin, Wood Dao endures. Azure Lotus gestates in chaos. Taiji stabilizes heaven and earth. Jianmu uplifts the celestial throne. No. From the depths of chaos, Yang Mei sensed something amiss the instant the creation Azure Lotus appeared. He had sealed this space to sever all spiritual vitality, intending to extinguish any resistance. But now that very seal had become his adversary's greatest advantage. Was not an isolated domain utterly severed from the outer chaos the ideal crucible for creation, unperturbed by chaotic eddies, unwatched by hostile forces, and most crucially endowed with defined boundaries? Chaos is boundless, formless, offering no foothold. Even Pangu, the primordial deity, succeeded only because he was nurtured by the supreme Dao itself, and fortified by the 3 supreme chaos treasures. Now a second creator had arisen, and Yang Mei himself had anchored a fragment of chaos for Qingyu, severing it entirely from the greater void. By fixing this finite expanse, Yang Mei had unwittingly granted Qingyu the perfect fulcrum for creation. Disperse. Yang Mei instantly grasped the truth, cursing inwardly. Cunning. And immediately withdrew his sealing force, allowing the space to dissolve back into chaos, denying Qingyu further opportunity. But it was already too late. With a foundation established, creation was irreversible. Though this realm lacked the complete celestial womb membrane of Honghuang, rendering its conversion of chaotic chi less efficient, it possessed the creation Azure Lotus, a supreme chaos treasure whose legacy now anchored its heart. With peerless creative power, the lotus inhaled the surging chaos, transmuting it into primordial creative chi, nourishing every inch of this fledgling world. After a long silence, a translucent elder Taoist figure clad in gray robes coalesced at the edge of the Wood Dao Grand Realm. His eyebrows impossibly long, cascading down to his shoulders. It was a trace manifestation of Yang Mei, the chaos god of space. Gazing upon the fully formed, ever-strengthening Wood Dao realm before him, a flicker of fury crossed his face. Tricked once again. Yang Mei murmured softly. No wonder he once followed Hong Jun. He truly inherits that same cunning lineage. Indeed, most impressive. His gaze swept across the golden Taiji bridge stabilizing heaven and earth, the towering Jianmu tree upholding the cosmos, and the creation Azure Lotus swaying serenely at the center. First, I myself fix a fragment of chaos using spatial power, simultaneously severing its connection to the greater void. Then you proceed to cleave open heaven and earth. Heh. He has indeed created this little cosmos within chaos with remarkable ease and elegance. He, Yang Mei, had traversed the chaos for eons, survived the creation tribulation, clashed with Pangu, and engaged in intricate stratagems against Hongjun Luoho and the Yinyang deities throughout Honghuang. In confronting Qing Yu, he had unleashed his full power from the outset, determined to avoid the fates of Luoho and the Yinyang deities who had faltered due to hesitation or miscalculation. Yet who could have foreseen that the creation azure lotus cast into Honghuang would survive even the celestial Dao, and fall instead into Qing Yu's hands? The celestial Dao ignored the transcendent creation azure lotus, yet relentlessly hunted us. Chaotic deities who offered our primordial essences to empower you. Truly the Dao is impartial. Once Pangu wielded 3 supreme chaos treasures to cleave open heaven and earth. Now Qing Yu, aided by Yang Mei, used the sea-stabilizing pearls as catalyst, the creation azure lotus as source, the Pangu banner and Taiji diagram as instruments of creation, and the manifested Jianmu tree to uphold and anchor heaven and earth, substituting the wood Dao for the creation jade tablet as foundational principle. Thus a new chaos wood Dao realm came into being. Many thanks, Elder, for your assistance. Qing Yu emerged from the wood Dao grand realm, his aura surging. His breakthrough imminent. Humph. Then return my primordial essence without delay. Yang Mei snorted coldly. Yet with the Chaos Grand Realm shielding Qing Yu and himself not yet attaining the Sovereign Unity Realm, Yang Mei could do nothing, for now. Still, he could not abandon his own fragmented body. Now that Hongjun had ascended to sagehood, reclaiming it would accelerate his recovery, allowing him to attain Sovereign Unity and flee far into the chaos, never again lingering near Honghuang where Hongjun's schemes might ensnare him. State your terms, young one. My terms are simple: your personal wood Dao source, and 30% of your spatial essence. You have long plundered the wood Dao source within Honghuang. It is time you restored it to me. What? Yang Mei's eyes blazed with icy light as his spatial godly pressure surged outward. You know of this? Yang Mei, the chaotic willow, had descended into Honghuang. Though he cultivated the spatial Dao, his intrinsic nature remained rooted in wood. Within Honghuang, the wood Dao naturally recognized him as its patriarch. Yet backed by the celestial Dao and infused with wood Dao source, Yang Mei, leveraging his spatial Dao and hollow willow constitution, forcibly seized 1/3 of the wood Dao's primordial essence, then concealed his true body deep within the chaos, vanishing without trace. Thereafter the wood Dao, the origin of all life in Honghuang, suffered catastrophic depletion of its essence. In response, the celestial Dao imposed strict prohibitions forbidding sacred flora from achieving sentience lest they drain the remaining essence and flee into the chaos. Much of the suffering endured by wood Dao beings stemmed directly from Yang Mei's act. Only when Qing Yu established the Earth Immortal Dao and liberated all wood-affiliated beings did he learn of this ancient transgression, through communion with the Celestial Dao via the Creation Jade Tablet. Seeing Yang Mei's shock, Qing Yu offered no explanation, continuing calmly, now is the time you restore the wood Dao source you stole long ago, principle and interest alike, to the wood Dao of Honghuang. As for the 30% spatial essence, Qing Yu glanced at the willow branch fragment in his hand, then at Yang Mei. Consider it a modest price for your assistance. The wood Dao source I may yield, but 30% of my essence is impossible. At most 10%. Yang Mei stared intently at the willow fragment in Qing Yu's grasp. Whatever the cost, he would reclaim it. Qing Yu, seeing her offer flatly rejected by Yang Mei, remained utterly unconcerned, even as she compressed the spatial primordial essence to a mere 10%. With his left hand, he gently weighed the broken willow branch, its faint aura resonating with spatial law. His gaze settled upon Yang Mei as he spoke slowly. Why must elder brother be so resolute? Coincidentally, this Taoist possesses the creation lotus, a treasure unparalleled in reviving withered wood and nurturing primordial essence. And as for myself, I walk the grand Dao of wood. Qing Yu observed the subtle shift in Yang Mei's expression and paused before continuing. I wonder, were I to employ the creation lotus's generative qi as catalyst and supplement it with my own refined pristine, wood Dao essence applied day and night as nourishment, might this severed willow branch, abandoned beyond your domain, reawaken not merely as a relic but blossom into an entirely new hollow willow? Though stripped of primordial essence and memory, bearing no direct link to you, its shared origin remains undeniable, its bloodline resonance authentic, unfeigned. Should this artifact ever fall into the hands of Honorable Hongjun, his mastery in tracing karmic causality would surely render such concealment impossible. Enough! Yang Mei's low thunderous command cut Qing Yu short. His face turned ashen. That broken willow branch, so deeply entwined with him, even regarded as another self, now faced rebirth under Qing Yu's creative power. Even if the resulting entity possessed no sentience, no memory, its very existence constituted the gravest threat to Yang Mei, sovereign of space. Especially Hongjun. That venerable Taoist had long fixated upon him. Should he acquire this karmic conduit, even retreat deep into the chaotic void would afford Yang Mei no true sanctuary from his calculations, or his perception. At the thought of eternal pursuit by Hong Jun, Yang Mei shuddered inwardly, chilled by dread and profound wariness. 30%. It shall be 30%. The words ground from between clenched teeth thick with suppressed wrath. He had at last been cornered. Very well. I consent. Qing Yu, sensing the moment ripe, instantly adopted solemn composure and gave a firm nod. Humph. Yang Mei let out a cold snort, uttering no further word. His form blurred, and the illusory figure of the gray-robed elder dissolved instantly. In the next breath, within the chaotic void before Qing Yu, a seemingly ordinary willow tree manifested. Merely 1,000 zhang tall, its branches drooping humbly, unlike the colossal Jianmu tree, piercing heaven and earth, bridging realms. This willow appeared unremarkable, even diminutive. Yet the instant it appeared, the very concept of space vanished across 10,000 li in every direction. Where the willow bloomed, space ceased to exist. Qing Yu focused intently upon the trunk's upper left side. A jagged gap gaped open, its uneven wound coiled with ink-black malevolent energy, radiating boundless slaughter and annihilation of the soul. It was the Dao wound inflicted by Luo Ho's god-slaying spear. A virulent, indelible blight that relentlessly corroded the willow, obstructing all self-repair and primordial healing. Go! The moment the word left his lips, the willow's 3,000 supple branches stirred without wind, each gently pointing toward Qing Yu. At the tip of each branch glowed a single emerald point, brimming with infinite spatial profundity and vibrant wood spirit vitality. Simultaneously, 3,000 translucent willow leaves detached from their boughs, drifting serenely toward Qing Yu, their edges shimmering with silvery gray ripples of spatial law. Those 3,000 points converged into a radiant emerald sphere, the wood Dao primordial essence Yang Mei had once stolen from the primordial chaos. A full third of the highest realm's wood Dao foundation. Meanwhile, the 3,000 leaves fused mid-flight into 3 slender hair-thin streams of dense gray energy, capable of cleaving the chaos itself, Yang Mei's own spatial sovereign essence, precisely 30%. I am indebted. Qing Yu's expression grew grave. Without hesitation, he unfurled the Shanhe Sheiji Tu, which bathed the scene in a gentle, lustrous white light. He received both the emerald sphere of wood Dao essence and the 3 gray streams of spatial essence, securing them safely within the painting's inner world, sealing them with meticulous care. Once the exchange concluded, Qing Yu wasted no time. Raising his hand, he released the willow fragment he had held all along. It shot forth like a streak of light, flying straight toward the gaping wound on the 1,000-zhang willow. The instant the fragment touched the trunk, both erupted in dazzling silvery gray radiance. A torrential surge of spatial force and kindred wood spirit vitality exploded outward, shaking the surrounding void. Under the dual assault of these congruent energies, the god-slaying spear's baleful aura, entwined with the wound for countless eons, rapidly disintegrated, vanishing utterly. The severed part returned to its source, the malignant aura eradicated. Qing Yu watched the dissipation with quiet, a truly the god-slaying spear, designed solely to shatter souls, lethally insidious. Either one evades it entirely, or once tainted by its aura, it clings like a parasite embedded in bone, nearly impossible to expel. Alas, the spear now merged with heaven and earth alongside Luo Ho, vanished without trace. Otherwise, he shook his head, leaving the thought unspoken. As the lost primordial essence fully reintegrated into its host, the 1,000-zhang willow's aura surged visibly, ascending with breathtaking speed. Within moments, its cultivation stabilized once more at the peak of the great Luo realm. 33 celestial heavens perfectly complete. Though still short of its former supreme harmony cultivation, its foundation had been wholly restored. With no further obstructions ahead, regaining its prime, or even attaining supreme harmony, was now only a matter of time. Young one, Yang Mei's voice resonated anew, not departing immediately but fixing Qing Yu with a steady gaze. You sought wood Dao essence. Here it is granted. I am curious how you, now burdened with such profound karmic ties to the primordial chaos, wood Dao shall ever transcend that realm. The heavenly Dao will grant no loophole for you to depart with essence as I once did. It was both a warning and in its own way a curse. Having suffered himself, Yang Mei knew full well the peril of excessive karmic entanglement with any grand world. That concern need not trouble, elder brother, Qing Yu replied, a serene smile gracing his lips, as though utterly untroubled. Where there's a mountain, a path will appear. Where there's a bridge, the boat will find its way. Moreover, his tone carried a faint, playful irony. Should transcendence prove truly unattainable, I shall seek Honorable Hong Jun. I trust he would not withhold a sagehood position from a sincere petitioner. Once enshrined as a sage, co-eternal with heaven, I may then leisurely pursue methods of ultimate liberation. Proceed as you see fit. Yang Mei, momentarily flustered by Qing Yu's audacious ploy to attach himself to Hong Jun, could only emit a final icy snort before departing. In the next instant, the thousand-zhang willow, and the crystallized pocket of space around it, blurred beyond recognition. Then within the boundless chaos, all trace of its presence dissolved, utterly irrevocably gone. Watching Yang Mei vanish, Qing Yu's smile faded. He took a single step, and re-entered the nascent verdant realm suffused with creation chi, the grand Wu Dao world. This journey through the chaos, this world's genesis, was sheer happenstance, Qing Yu murmured softly to himself. Truly, it was only through elder brother Yang Mei's extraordinary assistance that it came to pass. Without him, even after attaining sagehood, forging a self-sustaining stable world within the infinite chaos would remain nigh impossible. Truly, it was only through elder brother Yang Mei's extraordinary assistance that it came to pass. Without him, even after attaining sagehood, she forcibly transmuted ambient chi to maintain it. An artificial domain, not a naturally self-perpetuating cyclical world. Yet I possess not only the creation lotus to refine chi, but also Pangu's banner to cleave heaven and earth, and the Taiji diagram to stabilize the world. At this, Qing Yu glanced at the now dimmed Pangu banner in his hand and shook his head. Regrettably, Honorable Hong Jun's mark upon the banner refuses to fade. I must return it after the celestial lecture. Forging a world within the chaos differs fundamentally from cultivating a blessed land within the primordial chaos. The former signifies true creation, self-sufficient, converting chaos itself. The latter depends entirely upon the primordial chaos. Drawing its spiritual energies inevitably incurs karmic debt, deepening ties beyond measure. Now that this world has just awakened, it seems I cannot depart so easily, Qing Yu reflected, sensing its profound dependence upon him, the pillar upholding heaven. From the Shanha Sheiji too, he withdrew the 3 strands of spatial primordial essence obtained from Yang Mei. After brief contemplation, he drew forth 1.5 strands. Instantly that portion fragmented into countless infinitesimal threads of spatial Dao resonance, infusing the earth beneath his feet, the clear chi above, and the surrounding void. At once the spatial architecture of the grand Wu Dao world solidified markedly. The remaining 1.5 strands, however, he channeled directly into the ethereal image of the Jianmu tree manifesting behind him. The Jianmu trembled faintly. Its boughs and leaves began to shimmer with a delicate silvery gray luminescence, refracting the very fabric of space. Next, Qing Yu retrieved his Xuanmu staff. This verdant staff, his constant companion across countless eons, witnessing his rise from obscurity to supremacy, shot forth like a streak of light, merging seamlessly into the world's core geomantic vein. Once the world stabilizes and its Dao principles mature, I shall use this treasure as foundation to cultivate a pillar of cosmic support, replacing me in upholding heaven and anchoring the world. Such was Qing Yu's quiet design. He could not remain eternally within this wood realm, and his primordial chaos Jianmu could never leave its native domain. Having completed all preparations, Qing Yu hesitated no longer. He seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and gathered every thread of his consciousness inward. While reinforcing the world's integrity, he would also devote himself entirely to comprehending and integrating the 2 primordial essences acquired on this journey, Yang Mei's spatial essence, and the moon laurel essence previously gifted by Shihe. Time flowed silently within this chaotic wood realm. How long passed none could say, until Qing Yu's seated form began to glow alternately with hazy emerald light and silvery radiance. The ethereal Jianmu behind him grew increasingly profound. Suddenly the towering tree trembled, its myriad branches unfurling slowly, deliberately into the inner void of this Wu Dao world. Its 3,000 primary branches corresponded to the 3,000 great Dao principles. Its countless secondary branches and leaves were beyond counting. Gradually each Jianmu leaf exuded spatial resonance, and miniature realms began to unfold within their surfaces. In another direction of the chaos, shrouded in endless purple mist, the grand and ancient Zhixiao Palace stood quietly. The seemingly ordinary double doors of Zhixiao Palace, exuding an indescribable aura and pressure of the Dao, began to slowly open inward. As the doors fully opened, a pair of youthful figures, a boy and a girl, walked out side by side from within the palace, standing on either side of the entrance. The boy had refined features and an aura of calmness. The girl was cute and charming, her eyes glimmering with wisdom. Though they appeared young, the energy they emitted was unmistakably at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Though they had just entered the great Luo stage, it was enough to astonish the powerful beings at the entrance. As expected of the sage's Dao field, even the disciples are of great Luo golden immortal cultivation. Indeed, many thought filled with anticipation for the upcoming discourse. Dear friends, the time for the master's lecture has arrived and the palace doors are open. Please enter in order. The boy's expression was calm as he gestured for them to enter. Inside Zhixiao Palace, there was actually a pathway of chaos accessible only to those with sufficient strength. There were more than 3,000 waiting outside Zhixiao Palace. Only those rich in fortune, strength, and luck could pass through. Enter. A low shout came from somewhere, and in an instant dozens of powerful auras erupted simultaneously. Various escape lights, the brilliance of magical treasures, and wondrous phenomena, surged like rivers converging into the sea, rushing towards the open palace doors in a frenzy. The three pure ones' auras intertwined as the ethereal shadow of the Xuanzong Tower floated above them, radiating rich yellow energy to protect them as they charged forward. Where they passed, other escape lights were pushed aside or sent flying, demonstrating absolute power and dominance. Zhen Yuanzi was close to Nuwa and Fuxi, and the three exchanged a knowing glance. With a thought, Zhen Yuanzi's figure suddenly became ethereal, and the next moment he appeared directly at the end of the corridor. This was a brilliant application of the myriad beings' escape technique obtained from Qin Yu. Though it could not match Qinjia's ability to ignore space and arrive instantly within Zhixiao Palace, it was nearly at its peak. Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu arrived together, one embodying the pure yang energy of purple, gold, the other the pure yin light of white silk, intertwining like a yin-yang fish, their speed also remarkable. Emperor Jun Tai and Hong Yun formed another small group. Tai held the chaos bell, and with a faint chime the surrounding space momentarily stagnated, clearing a path for the three. Emperor Jun transformed into a golden rainbow exuding a regal aura. Hong Yun, on the other hand, turned into a flickering crimson cloud, moving even faster than Emperor Jun's golden rainbow, arriving just behind Zhen Yuanzi. Kuanping transformed into an almost invisible shadow, while the river of the underworld tread upon blood waves, both exhibiting extraordinary speed. The 12 ancestral witches used their formidable physical strength and vitality to forcefully clear a path through the crowd, protecting Ho Tu as they surged forward. Upon entering the palace doors, the view suddenly opened up. The entire hall was spacious and simple, with only a low cloud bed at the very front, which was likely where the sage would lecture. Before that cloud bed at the front of the hall, there were 6 seemingly ordinary mats woven from cattails. There are 6 mats ahead. Someone shouted. In the vast Dao Palace, besides the cloud bed at the top, there were only these 6 mats. There must be a great opportunity. Everyone's eyes lit up. In a sage's Dao field, such a special arrangement could not be coincidental. These 6 mats must be linked to significant opportunities. Seize them. In an instant, the powerful beings who had just rushed into the hall each unleashed their abilities, aiming directly for those 6 mats. The atmosphere instantly turned tense with hidden murderous intent. Taking advantage of the myriad beings' escape technique, Zhen Yuanzi's figure was the first to appear before the 6 mats. He glanced around and without hesitation descended towards the first mat. Fellow Daoist, this one is fated with me. Leave it. Several cold shouts rang out simultaneously, and numerous fierce attacks struck, almost at the same moment Zhen Yuanzi landed. Humph! Zhen Yuanzi's expression remained unchanged. He was prepared. He did not even stand up. With a thought, a scroll radiating heavy yellow light unfolded above his head. At the same time, a layer of solid merit golden light rose from around him. Various attacks fell upon the scroll, and the Wutu divine light, producing a muffled roar, but only caused the scroll to ripple slightly, failing to shake it in the slightest. Zhen Yuanzi sat steadily upon the first mat, his gaze calmly sweeping over the attackers, exuding an aura as solid as a mountain. Almost simultaneously as Zhen Yuanzi sat down, the 3 pure ones arrived. Laozi glanced around and directly led Yuan Shi and Tong Tian to the adjacent 2nd, 3rd, and 4th mats. The heavenly and earthly Xuanzong Tower manifested, enveloping them in rich yellow energy, firmly protecting the 3, and isolating them from all external interference and observation. Seeing this, others understood that these 3 brothers were formidable and had taken up the mats, so they ceased their contention and turned their attention to the remaining 2 mats. At the 5th mat, Nuwa and Fuxi arrived together. Seeing Hong Yun arrive first, Fux's eyes flashed, and he gently pushed Nuwa from behind while urgently saying, "Sister, hurry." Fuxi sent Nuwa towards the 5th mat. Nuwa was initially taken aback, but soon understood her brother's intention and gracefully landed down. Meanwhile, Fuxi himself, due to the recoil from the push, slowed down and missed the mat. The last one, the 6th mat. This one is fated with me. A loud shout rang out, and a crimson cloud surged forward at an astonishing speed, landing firmly on the U. Emperor Jun's hand froze in midair, his smile instantly stiffening, a flash of fierce anger crossing his eyes. He was displeased to see Hong Yun snatch the position he coveted. He stood still, not immediately competing, but watching Hong Yun, waiting for him to do as usual and graciously yield the mat to his friend. However, after Hong Yun settled down, he simply smiled apologetically at Emperor Jun, showing no intention of getting up. He then turned his head and began to tentatively converse with the forward Nuwa, seemingly oblivious to Emperor Jun's increasingly dark expression behind him. Emperor Jun's face completely darkened. Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu saw that the number of people on the mat had been determined, exchanged glances, and showed little regret. The two smiled at each other, and with great tacit understanding sat down in the frontmost positions behind the. After sitting down, the pure yang and pure yin energies, circulating around them, intertwined, and grew, forming a peculiar yin-yang auspicious cloud, above their heads, rich in Dao rhythms, drawing the attention of many. Soon other innate deities rushed in, each seeking a place to sit. Kunping, transforming into a shadow, moved quickly. However, at the most critical moment of entering and seizing the mats, he ultimately lagged behind Jin Yuanzi and others who had been taught by Hong Jun and cooperated seamlessly, as well as the ingenious Jin Yuanzi who had experienced great tribulations with Qin Yu. He sat down in a slightly later position, with an unhappy expression, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the 6 mats in front. The river of the underworld, holding the Yuan Tu and Abi dual swords expressionless, sat down not far from Kunping, the phantom of blood sea, receding, yet the menacing aura still drew glances. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, in the end, could only suppress their dissatisfaction, and sat down not far behind the river of the underworld. Emperor Jun's gaze still occasionally fell upon Hong Yun. The 12 ancestral witches protected Ho Tu and occupied a position further back in the hall. They did not care much about the contest for the mats, ensuring only that Ho Tu had a good spot to listen to the teachings. Soon the hall was filled to capacity. The 2 youths guarding the door, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, noticed that most people had arrived, and began to slowly push the heavy palace doors to prepare for closure. Slow down, wait for us." A voice, urgent yet weary, came from outside the closing. 2 figures appearing somewhat disheveled squeezed through the nearly closing gap in the doors. The leading figure had a sorrowful expression, tall and thin, wearing a patched gray Taoist robe. The one behind him, though looking pained, had a hint of shrewdness, also in a worn robe. It was the far-traveling Jane and Juinti from the west, who had endured many hardships. "Brother, I said we should set off earlier. Now look, there's not a good spot left." Juinti looked at the packed hall ahead, especially the 6 mats that already had occupants, his expression of distress deepening, as he couldn't help but complain to Jane. Do not worry. Jiayin's expression was sorrowful, but he still comforted him, his voice calm. "Where is it not suitable for listening to the teachings? The place where the heart is at peace is home. Moreover, during our journey, have we not enlightened many beings from the west, aiding them in awakening their spiritual intelligence? This is also merit. We should be happy." "I was being attached to form," Juinti replied, his face clearing up as he nodded. "Then let us find a place to sit, Brother Dao." "Good." Jane nodded. The 2 no longer spoke, further scanning the hall for a suitable place to land. Their arrival did not draw much attention, as most people's minds were already immersed in anticipation for the upcoming lecture by the sage, or in pondering the significance of the 6 mats ahead. With a thunderous sound, the doors of Zhixiao Palace, under the efforts of Hao Yin and Yao Qi, closed completely. Amid the anticipation of the 3,000 guests, Hong Jun appeared on the cloud bed. Looking at Jin Yuanzi, who was at the front, he realized that Qin Yu had not come, which was fine. Hong Jun extracted Jin Yuanzi alone, shifted him left 1 position, moved Laozi and the 5 others forward 1 position, and then added another mat at the back. Then he closed his eyes, transcending the mundane, as the beings saw an additional mat appear, instantly erupting into a frenzy, employing all means to seize the last mat. After Jane and Juinti squeezed through the door, they quickly found a seat towards the back. Although their faces were filled with sorrow and their clothes were tattered, their gazes never left the 7 cushions at the front, brimming with uncontainable envy. "Dao, brother, that cushion," Juinti whispered, her voice barely audible, but how could Jane not understand her meaning? "Calm down, my dear brother." Jiayin's gaze was serene. "The saint is above, everything has its destined course. Our journey from afar to enter this door is already a great opportunity." Despite his words, his gaze was also firmly locked on the front. "We bow to the saint." The 3,000 powerful beings bowed in unison, their voices echoing through the vast hall. As all beings bowed upon the appearance of the Saint, Hong Jun took out a new cushion, and Jane and Juinti exchanged a glance. In an instant, before anyone else could react, Juinti shielded Jane, and they sat on the 7th cushion. Simultaneously, a bell sound that suppressed the universe approached them. Ding! A bell sound that could stabilize chaos and suppress the universe suddenly erupted in the hall. Where the sound traveled, space froze, time slowed, and countless figures rushing towards the cushions halted. The solidified wave of the bell crashed towards Jane and Juinti, who were rushing towards the cushions. Clearly, Dijuan and Tai also aimed to claim this newly formed cushion, not allowing the 2 from the west to interfere. Zunti's face was pained, yet her eyes were resolute. She did not retreat, but instead swung her 7 treasures wonderful tree fiercely. 7-colored brilliance surged into the sky, forming a dazzling barrier before the bell wave. Boom! The bell wave collided violently, with the seven-colored barrier producing a thunderous sound. The seven treasures' wonderful tree trembled violently, its embedded treasures of gold, silver, glass, coral, conch, red pearl, and agate shattered and fell in large chunks under this impact. Zuni's body shook, her face turned pale, yet she stepped forward instead of retreating, using the force of the impact to accelerate while pushing Jane fiercely forward. Dao, brother, sit. Jane utilized the force, his figure resembling a fallen leaf or a fleeting light, narrowly sitting on the newly formed first cushion just before the incoming attacks. Boom! Almost at the same time Jane sat down, dozens, even hundreds of attacks of various colors with terrifying power descended. Flames, lightning, sword, chi, ice, dark spells, and the brilliance of magical treasures poured down like a torrential rain, completely submerging Jane and Juinti, who shielded him. Seeing Tai targeting the one on the cushion, the Saint Hongjun remained meditative and unresponsive, instantly calming the hearts of others. Opportunities belong to the capable. Since the saint allowed the conflict, what was there to be polite about? Take advantage of his illness to seize his life. By defeating these two scheming individuals from the west, one might find their own opportunity. However, facing the attacks of hundreds of powerful beings, Jane and Juinti instantly fell into a desperate situation. The protective barrier shook violently, the Buddhist light dimming rapidly on the verge of collapsing. Daijin's great sun will emitted endless majesty, pressing down towards Zenyuanzi, as the emperor must naturally take the lead. Seeing Dijuan attacking Zenyuanzi, Tai no longer targeted Jane, but turned to join Dijuan in attacking Zenyuanzi, bringing forth the Chaos Bell to suppress the universe. As the last of the innate treasures emerged, Zenyuanzi looked at the Chaos Bell, which originated from the same source as Dao brother Kinjia's Taiji diagram, revealing a hint of surprise for possessing such fortune and the protection of the three treasures. With the appearance of the Chaos Bell in the Purple Cloud's palace, some present cast envious and greedy glances at Tai. Facing the dual assault of the Chaos Bell's sound and the great sun will, Zenyuanzi remained unfazed. The heavenly book above his head unfurled again, and the heavy earthy yellow brilliance firmly protected him. When the wave from the bell struck the barrier of the heavenly book, it merely caused ripples, shaking it but failing to break. At the same time, Zenyuanzi's hand flashed with brilliance, and a yellow whip emanating the aura of towering mountains appeared. Facing the great sun will pressing down, he did not dodge but instead flicked his wrist, accurately striking the side of the great sun wheel with the mountain whip. Zenyuanzi skillfully guided the whip, transmitting a flexible force through the mountain whip. That imposing great sun wheel was unexpectedly diverted by the seemingly insignificant flick, spinning and crashing into the approaching wave of the Chaos Bell. Boom! The golden flames of the great sun collided with the wave of the Chaos Bell, producing a violent explosion. Daijin's attack missed and a cold light flashed in his eyes, yet he was not angry. Sitting in the foremost position treated specially by the saint, this person must possess extraordinary strength and roots. Taking advantage of Zenyuanzi's flicking away of the great sun, will a subtle object flew out from his sleeves. It was an ancient-style palace lantern, emerald green in color, with two flames flickering inside, one red and one white complementing each other. When this lantern flew out, it was perfectly hidden by the dazzling golden light remaining from the great sun will, appearing inconspicuous. However, just as it neared Zenyuanzi, the flames surged up, transforming into two fire lines that twisted like venomous snakes, swiftly wrapping around Zenyuanzi's arms and neck. It was another high-grade innate spirit treasure, the Emerald Light two-form lamp containing the yin-yang fire that specifically harms the primordial spirit and erodes magical power, extremely insidious. How dare you sneak attack, you lowly creature! Zenyuanzi held the mountain whip diagonally without using the spirit treasure, merely extending a sleeve enveloping the lamp entwined in flames within it. What? Daijin's expression changed dramatically as his mental connection with the Emerald Light two-form lamp was completely severed in that instant. No matter how he urged it, it was as if a cow had sunk into the sea with no response. The great supernatural power of the sleeves containing the universe made its debut before the crowd of powerful beings. A treasure delivered to my door, I shall gladly accept it, Zenyuanzi said, no longer paying attention to Daijin's fiery gaze. Fully activating the heavenly book above his head, the heavy earthy yellow brilliance completely isolated a small area around him, resembling an unshakable mountain. Having demonstrated his strength, there was naturally no need to continue participating lest he be disturbed by others. On the other side, the ancestor of the Nether River held the Yuan Tu and Abi swords, looking coldly at the three pure ones, protected by the Yellow Tower. Is the postnatal merit treasure, the Yellow Tower, truly invincible in defense? I must test it. He transformed into a bloodlight, crossing the Yuan Tu and Abi swords to unleash two fierce crimson strikes. Filled with endless killing intent, the sword energy tore through the void, heading straight for the three pure ones. Come well. Tongtian, shrouded in yellow light, saw the Nether River attacking, and was not frightened but rather delighted, his eyes bursting with intense battle intent. He had long been itching to fight. With a sword cry, the Qingping sword behind Tongtian automatically unsheathed, transforming into a beam of azure sword light, actively meeting the double swords of the Nether River. In an instant, the sword chi surged and the sounds of metal clashing echoed incessantly. Tongshan's chinkping sword light was agile and changeable, filled with the intent to intercept. The Nether River's Yuan Tu and Abi were fierce and domineering with killing intent soaring. The two fought swiftly with the residual sword chi wreaking havoc, forcing dozens of golden immortals nearby who were eager to seize cushions or observe to retreat, continuously unable to approach. The Great Peng rises with the wind soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. Seeing the Nether River directly challenge the three pure ones, Kunpeng's eyes flashed with a ghostly light, and his form suddenly transformed into a gigantic Kunpeng with wings covering the sky, fully azure black. He flapped his wings, stirring boundless winds, his claws like hooks carrying the momentum to tear everything apart, directly pouncing towards the somewhat confused Hongyun, who sat alone on the sixth cushion. Dao friend Hongyun, this individual has a connection with me. Please yield. Kunpeng's voice reached Hongyun's ears. Kunpeng, Dao friend. Hongyun was taken aback, hurriedly invoking his protective red cloud, instantly filling the area, with a red mist attempting to block and confuse Kunpeng. Yuan Shi, seeing the overwhelming red mist encroaching upon him, darkened in expression, recalling those chaotic beings on Kunlun Mountain, felt a surge of disgust. He directly summoned his own treasure, the three treasures Jade Rui, which struck simultaneously at both individuals. Seal! Yuan Shi's cold shout erupted, and the three treasures Jade Rui emitted a clear light, powerfully pressing down on the area engulfed in red mist and where Kunpeng was. The red mist, which could confuse the mind and contaminate treasures, was unexpectedly held back by this pure celestial light, unable to spread further, causing Kunpeng's assault to slow. Meanwhile, the woman sitting on the fifth cushion, Yua, had not been attacked by anyone from the beginning. She sat quietly on the cushion, emanating an enigmatic aura of the Dao, occasionally encountering stray attacks or ill-intentioned gazes. Once approaching within several feet of her, they would be easily dispelled by a force that seemed to transcend all, even rebounding back. It was an extremely faint yet incomparably high essence of the heavenly Dao. Nuwa learned from Qing Yu that her companion treasure, the Nuwa Stone, was a remnant of the shattered creation Jade Plate. Now, although the creation Jade Plate had merged with Hongjuan, becoming a treasure of the heavenly Dao, the original connection between them had not been completely severed. In this Purple Cloud's palace in the Saint's Dojo, with the aid of this connection, she could faintly summon a trace of heavenly Dao power for her protection. Though it was merely a trace in this place, it was an insurmountable chasm for those who had not yet attained sagehood. Thus no one dared to attack her. Even the most arrogant Dijuan and Tai, and the most ferocious Nether River, upon sensing that trace of heavenly Dao power, felt a chill in their hearts, unwilling to provoke her lightly. They were alarmed in their hearts, questioning what relationship this woman had with the saint. Seeing that Nuwa could guard the cushion alone, Fushi, no longer worried, turning to attack the seventh cushion. Now that his sister was safe, he naturally wanted to seize an opportunity. Within the Zixiao Palace, divine powers danced wildly and treasures soared through the air, intertwining deathly intent and greed, turning this holy ground of the saints into a chaotic battlefield. 7 cushions, 7 opportunities stirred the hearts and minds of every great being. Faced with hundreds of incoming attacks, the Buddha light shield upheld by Jane and Juinti was already on the verge of collapse, its radiance flickering, as if it would shatter completely in the next moment. Calmly Fushi spoke, "Fellow Taoist, this person has a connection with me. Please yield." With a serene expression, he gently stroked the strings of his zither and lightly plucked towards Jane, who sat on the 7th cushion. An invisible and ethereal sound wave resonated forth. This sound wave seemed capable of penetrating all defenses, disregarding the layers of the Buddha light shield surrounding Jane, which was about to shatter, directly affecting his physical form. Jian's body shook violently, his face paled further as a mouthful of faint golden blood could not be restrained from spewing forth. Although the attack power of Fux's zither notes may not match that of other lethal treasures, the profound Dao rhythm contained within could penetrate defenses and inflict true damage. Moreover, the operation of the 8 trigrams principles by Fushi continuously locked onto Jian's chi, making it difficult for him to escape. Dong Wanggong gazed at the last cushion, his heart filled with a thirst for power. If he could seize this opportunity, his strength would surely rise to new heights, fulfilling the grand wishes of his benefactor. With the pure Yang sword in hand, he charged towards Jane. The mighty beings from the immortal island seated behind followed suit, saying, "Your Majesty, we have come to assist." In an instant, dozens of attacks of varying strengths surged forth after Dong Wanggong's pure Yang sword energy, resembling a splendid yet dangerous torrent, once again inundating Jane and Juinti. It seems we cannot hold on any longer. Facing the overwhelming and nearly endless onslaught, Jian's face was thick with sorrow, a flash of despair crossing his eyes. The 6 who first locked onto the cushion included Zenyuanzi, with his earth book, the 3 purities with their heaven and earth Xian Huang Tower, and Nuwa, protected by the power of the Dao. Although Hongyun seemed frail with the addition of Yuan Shi, it became difficult to approach. Only he and his brother coming from the western lands lacked many treasures and their strength was insufficient to command respect. How could they defend this overwhelming opportunity? Lack of fortune, how can one obtain this cushion? Such suffering. Fellow Daoist, do not give up. Zhuanti gritted his teeth and shouted, filled with reluctance. He desperately urged the 7 treasures Miao tree, but the treasures on the tree had shattered, more than half their radiance dimmed. At this moment the Zhuangmu, who had yet to make a move, finally acted. She quietly sat beside Dong Wanggong, holding an ancient and unadorned mirror that had appeared in her hand at some point. The mirror's surface was hazy, as if reflecting the flow of time. Freeze! She lightly uttered, directing the mirror towards the direction of Jane, and Zhuanti illuminating the area. Instantly a momentary stillness emerged in that small space. The very movements of Jane and Zhuanti subtly paused. Though merely a moment, it was sufficient for him. With a gentle flick of the golden hairpin in Zhuangmu's other hand, an invisible rift in space appeared around. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the stilled space suddenly exploded, the chaotic spatial turbulence, combined with the previously frozen attacks, amplifying their power. Clang! The sound of the chaos bell rang out once more, not as an attack but as a continuous suppression, complementing the spatial power of Kunlun, temporarily confining Jane and Zhuanti in place, preventing them from even retreating to avoid the onslaught. Fellow Daoist! Zhuanti felt the destructive aura coming from all directions, and the despair of being locked down by multiple powers unable to escape, filling his heart with unexpressed sorrow. Merging with the 7 treasures Miao tree, he transformed back into the supreme innate spiritual root Bodhi tree, aiming to withstand the attacks with his true form. Zenyuanzi, who had been meditating with closed eyes, and Nuwa, whose attention was entirely on Fushi, almost simultaneously looked towards Zhuanti. The supreme innate spiritual root Zhuanti. Sigh. Zenyuanzi sighed inwardly. After all, this is related to the Wood Dao. Brother Qingyo, being the ancestor of Wood, upon seeing this junior in trouble, surely would not sit idly by if he knew. I have a good relationship with you, so let me intervene on his behalf today. Moreover, this child has not occupied the cushion. Preserving his life is not overly intrusive. Upon this thought, Zenyuanzi subtly waved his sleeve. A thick earthy aura emanated from a yellowish light curtain that quietly appeared before Zhuanti, separating him from the torrent of destructive attacks. Simultaneously, Nuwa gently pointed with her delicate hand. A soft and vibrant green light floated from her fingertip, merging into the yellow light curtain, significantly increasing its stability. Although this intervention was abrupt, and not the true body of a spiritual treasure, this light curtain was unable to fully withstand the numerous attacks, but it was sufficient. The light curtain provided Zhuanti with a moment of respite and weakened some of the force directed at him. When the curtain shattered, the residual power struck Zhuanti. Though it severely injured him, knocking him back and causing him to spit blood, he ultimately did not perish on the spot, avoiding the disaster of returning to the river of Dao fruits. However, Jane, seated on the cushion, was not so fortunate. Without a powerful defensive treasure, his protective Buddha light shattered like paper against the concentrated attacks, and his form was engulfed in a chaotic swirl of Dao light. The next moment, a phantom of a vast and illusory river flashed where he had originally been. Jiayin's face turned pale, as paper, his luck diminished to its lowest point, stumbling out from within. He barely steadied himself, but his form had become somewhat transparent, returning from the river of Dao fruits, clearly suffering severe damage to his essence, and without countless years of arduous cultivation, recovery was impossible. His gaze swept over the now vacant cushion, filled with bitterness and helplessness. Fellow Dao. Zhuanti struggled to rise, stumbling over to support Jane. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the despair and pain in the other's eyes. With insufficient strength and few treasures, even if they fortuitously sat on the cushion, they could not maintain this opportunity. The Eastern powers were too deeply rooted. They retreated silently and awkwardly to the corner of the hall, no longer daring to glance at the cushion. The cushion is vacant! Someone shouted. The Kuanping, entangled with Hongyun, brightened his eyes, and immediately abandoned Hongyun, his massive form retracting into a shadow, rushing directly towards the now vacant 7th cushion. This position should belong to me. Hongyun, having disengaged from the Kunpeng's assault, showed no joy, but instead looked at Jiayin's pitiful state with a sympathetic expression. He was inherently kind-hearted and reluctant to engage in conflict. Seeing Jane suffer such a fate for a mere cushion stirred his compassion. Sigh. He sighed softly, surprisingly standing up from his own 6th cushion, and quickly walking to Jiayin's side, supporting him with his other arm, gently saying, Fellow Daoist, you are severely injured, it is best to sit down and rest. As he spoke, he supported Jane, intending to bring him to the vacant cushion. Jane and Zhuanti were both stunned, unable to believe they were looking at Hongyun. The other great beings around were also in an uproar, their attacks momentarily slowing. The Kuanping, originally planning to seize the seventh cushion, rejoiced at Hongyun's departure, sitting directly on Hongyun's cushion. A sound more grand and solid than any before suddenly echoed throughout the Zixiao Palace. As the bell rang, time and space froze and all laws were dispelled. Suddenly Tai transformed into a golden rainbow bearing the chaos bell and appeared above the seventh cushion, though no one knew when he had arrived. His expression was stern, his gaze contemptuous, as he lowered the chaos bell, landing steadily on the cushion along with it. "This position is mine." Tai's voice was cold and domineering, the chaos bell, hovering above his head, exuding strands of chaotic energy that enveloped him securely. "Excellent." Emperor Jun rejoiced, his figure flickering, appearing beside Tai. The great sun's essence will hovered behind him, connected to the chaotic aura, the imperial pressure radiating recklessly, overwhelming all. "Who dares compete with my brother and me?" Hongyun, supporting Jane, froze in place, a hint of awkwardness on his face. He had intended to cede the cushion to Jane, who seemed to need it more, but he did not expect the Kuanping to act so quickly, and so forcefully seize the cushion. Yuan Shi, who had been watching from the side, was initially taken aback by Hongyun's voluntary ceding of the cushion, then shook his head. Though unaware of the brutality of the Daos competition, his pure heart remains unblemished, worthy of the title of morality. Although the worldly desires are complex, considering his good intentions, there is no harm in it. However, seeing the Kuanping take advantage of the situation and seize the cushion shamelessly, he resembled the beings who forcibly remained in Kunlun Mountain. Just as they did in front of Tongtian, presenting one face in front while hiding another behind, full of schemes. Did Tongtian not see this? Yuan Shi snorted coldly, his voice not loud, but clearly resonating throughout the hall, filled with disgust. "Shameless, brazen, unashamed, and proud of it. Beastly creatures wearing fur and horns, how can they sit with me, the true lineage of Pangu, a pure Dao body? Get lost!" The last sentence was shouted with anger. As he spoke, the three treasures, Jade Rui hovering in the air, radiated brilliantly, the ethereal celestial light even mingling with a hint of the power of creation. The terrifying might of obliterating the primordial chaos. "Yuan Shi, you!" The Kuanping trembled with anger at this merciless insult, especially at the words "beastly creatures," which were truly humiliating. Yet facing the furious and vastly more powerful three treasures, Jade Rui, he dared not take it hidden without a protective treasure. With Jiayin's previous example fresh in his mind, he could only roar in anger, retreating once more, his eyes fixed on Yuan Shi like a venomous snake wishing to devour him whole. Yuan Shi's words about beastly creatures stirred up a wave of discontent among many great beings present. Hearing it, several of them changed their expressions, growing displeased with Yuan Shi and even the three purities. In an instant, at least over 40% of the attendees cast covert glances at the three purities, some harboring hostility. At this moment, Hongyun had helped Jane to his original cushion, saying, "Fellow Daoist, you are gravely injured. It is best to sit here and listen to the Dao." As he spoke, he surprisingly assisted Jane to sit on his original sixth cushion while he stood to the side. "Fellow Daoist." As Jane sat on the still warm cushion, feeling the profound Dao rhythm emanating from it, he looked at Hongyun, whose expression was sincere, and felt a surge of emotions, his eyes moistening, as he choked out, "Your great kindness I will never forget." Having taken their seats, the new seven occupied the cushions, and the atmosphere grew tense once more as a new round of contention was about to erupt. The Dao ancestor Hongjun, who had been sitting quietly, his eyes slightly closed and seemingly indifferent to the fierce battles below, slowly opened his eyes. There was no earth-shattering aura, but the moment he opened his eyes, all the clamor, conflict, divine powers, and the might of treasures within the Zixiao Palace. Everything was as if gently wiped away by an invisible hand, instantly returning to absolute tranquility. Hongjun's gaze swept over below, pausing slightly on the seven cushions and the standing Hongyun. "The seats are now set and shall not be changed henceforth. You all," his gaze finally settled on those yet to be seated or discontent, "take your positions." These simple two words felt like a decree from the Dao, causing a tremor in everyone's hearts, no longer daring to voice any dissent. The Zixiao Palace opens, spreading the Dao to the wilderness, establishing the Shenmen. Hongjun's voice reached the ears of every attendee. "The first discourse shall be on the Great Luo Dao. The Great Luo consists of 10 heavens." Hearing that the Great Luo realm only had 10 heavens, Zenyuanzi and Nuwa both raised their heads, suddenly looking towards Hongjun. "Impossible. This is wrong. Entirely wrong." When Hongjun uttered the Luo denotes the tenfold heavens, Zenyuanzi and Nuwa, seated upon their meditation cushions, fixed their gazes unblinkingly on the exalted Hongjun reclining on the cloud throne. They turned their heads with practiced calm. For a brief moment their eyes met in the air, and each saw the same thread of perplexity flicker within the other's stare. But they quickly smothered the tumult in their hearts and restored a placid exterior, though doubts churned within. Fushi seated behind them furrowed his brow as an invisible trigram phantom constantly rose and fell before his mind calculating. Within the Zishao Palace nearest to the way the heavenly mechanisms are clearest yet most inscrutable. He tried to unfold them by the principles of the 8 trigrams, but the celestial machinery felt distant as if an unseen membrane obscured certain truths. Hongjun ignored the stirrings below, and in a voice vast as the void continued to resound through the palace, those who attain the Deluo golden immortality shall see 3 blossoms crown the brow and 5 currents converge within the chest. Pluck the fruit of the way, and the true spirit will brand the void, granting boundless freedom and supreme ease. Now the sages of the primordial age have all gathered in Zishao Palace. One way is taught to 3 companions, 3,000 great Dao are conferred upon you, 12,960 lesser ways are transmitted across the age of wilds, so that all beings may grope and seek the way themselves. As his words fell above Hongjuan's crown, a jade disc suffused with endless Daoic resonance slowly manifested, the very fate jade disc that bears the 3,000 great Dao. By now the fate jade disc had become a treasure of the way itself, its might boundless, the way completing its former incompleteness. It emanated dazzling 9-colored radiance tugging at the root of the heavenly Dao. Instantly the entire Zishao Palace was suffused with inexhaustible Daoic resonance and law. The rules of the heavenly way were laid bare unadorned before the 3,000 exalted cultivators. At the same time, a mysterious and fathomless current of fate, an omen of the way's favor, rose from Hongjun like an ocean. This was the authority and fortune of the heavenly way returned to him after his union with the Dao and Qing Yu's restitution. In that moment he divided all of that portentous fortune into 3,000 columns of varying light and sent them toward the 3,000 guests of Zishao. Heaven's intent now binds to 3,000 guests, Hongjun said calmly. This exposition is also to parcel out the way's fortune, so that you each may have your destined methods in the great eras to come. All present felt fortune descend upon them, linking with their own destinies. Their minds sharpened with a clarity that magnified their comprehension of the way manyfold. This was the way's benediction. A magnificent opportunity. Now I shall speak upon the Deluo. Hongjun said no more words wasted and began to intone the verities of the Dao. In an instant the palace bloomed with celestial petals, and the earth surged with golden lotuses. Inexhaustible Daoic resonance, condensed into substance, floating and sinking within the void. The root of the way poured forth without reserve for the 3,000 to apprehend and validate. Each person was submerged in the sea of the Dao, drunk and wrapped, reordering and confirming their own paths by the tenfold scheme of the Deluo that Hongjun imparted. Only Jin Yuanzi and Nuhua, after their initial shock, promptly reign in their hearts. They did not simply follow Hongjuan's teachings as a rote practice. Instead they used their own realized methods as the foundation, taking Hongjuan's words as reference, cross-checking and filling gaps in each other's understanding. They found that the first 10 tiers Hongjun described bore no essential difference from the path they walked. Indeed, his system was more systematic and meticulous. Yet it lacked only the final realm concerning the primal basis of the Hun Yuan Dao. Time flowed. Before they knew it, a Yuyan assembly had ended. Hongjuan's lecturing voice fell silent. All those immersed in the Dao's profundities awoke one by one, their eyes flashing with newfound acuity and their cultivations surging. The pinnacle attainment of Deluo golden immortality had been approached. Their auras were markedly stronger than before. Even Jane, whose origin had been impaired, looked healthier in countenance. First there were terrestrial immortals who rose and aligned with the earth's way. Hongjuan's gaze swept to Zhen Yuanzi. Now a Xian immortal should appear to harmonize with heaven's season. I wish to transmit my lineage and establish the Xian gate to regulate heaven and earth. By fate, with the way this humble Dao must have disciples to inherit my lineage. Disciples? There was a stunned pause among the crowd, then wild exultation. A sage is to take disciples. This is a destiny unparalleled. To become the sage's apprentice and receive direct transmission. Would they not stride across the age of wilds with impunity thereafter? The prospect of the Hun Yuan Dao was intoxicating, but their jubilation was quickly doused like cold water. Eyes turned to the 7 meditation cushions before them, and to the red cloud standing aside, and a new thought flickered through many hearts. In an instant every gaze converged upon those 7 cushions, and upon the red cloud figure standing nearby. Hongjuan's eyes first alighted upon Jin Yuanzi seated on the first cushion. Jin Yuanzi, though your affinity with the way is not deep, you are bound to me by fate. I and the young Qing Yu and you became entwined through the calamity of beasts. There lies a bond between us. Therefore would you accept me as your teacher? Zhen Yuanzi's mind became clear as polished mirror. He rose, smoothed his robes, and bowed with utmost reverence to Hongjuan. Disciple Zhen Yuanzi pays respects to master. His own path, as Qing Yu had earlier declared, needed the support of heaven and earth. Now that the way was sovereign, entering the Dao ancestors' tutelage and receiving guidance and protection would greatly benefit his terrestrial immortal way. Good Hongjun nodded. Your way is not purely the way of heaven. You will know this in time. Though I am your teacher, I will not disturb your karmic ties. A terrestrial immortal has his own realm. Thus you shall not formally enter my Shen gate. You shall be a nominal disciple, able to receive my way yet not inherit my lineage. Not entering the Shen gate, only a nominal disciple. The crowd was taken aback, but Jin Yuanzi seemed to have expected this and bowed again. I thank Master for his guidance. Your disciple understands. To remain outside the Shen gate meant freedom from its bindings and from bearing its karmic burdens. Perhaps the wiser choice for the future progenitor of the terrestrial immortals. Hongjun inclined his head and shifted his gaze to the cushions 2, 3, and 4 upon which sat Laozi Yuanshi and Tong Tian. Transformed from Pangu's prime spirit are the 3 pure ones. You are Pangu's descendants enjoying heaven and earth's grace. To guard the age of wilds is heaven's intent. You 3 shall you accept this humble Dao as your master to bear the world and uphold the wilds. Hongjun had barely finished when Yuanshi sitting 3rd rows before Laozi could speak. He stepped past Laozi and spoke first, disregarding the customary order of seniority, and prostrated deeply before Hongjun. Disciple Yuanshi willing. Yuanshi pays respects to master. His voice was decisive without a shred of hesitation. Hongjun regarded the first to bow and showed a trace of approval. Good. Only then did his gaze turn to Laozi and Tongtian. Laozi, Tongtian, do you too accept? Laozi looked at Yuanshi, who had already bowed. In his usually placid eyes ripples of complex emotions surfaced. Pity, resignation, and a deep aching guilt. He opened his mouth, but only a scarcely audible sigh emerged. Together with Tongtian he rose and bowed. Disciple willing. Pays respects to master. After standing, Laozi's gaze returned to the upright silhouette of Yuanshi, and a sourness welled in his heart. Second son, he thought. How could he not understand? Every movement of Master Hongjun carried weight. To take on the charge of guarding the Age of Wilds was both a titanic responsibility and a shackle. Whoever accepted it first would bind themselves most deeply to the wilds and heaven and earth. In the future, liberation would be all the harder. It should have been his burden as the eldest brother, yet Yuanshi stole it in the first instant. Tongtian, playful and enamored of freedom, found the matter amusing and had not considered its depth. Yuanshi had protected him too well. A duty that should have been borne by the 3 of them together was shouldered by Yuanshi alone, and Tongtian was kept utterly unaware. I follow the way of heaven, carrying heaven's intent, guarding the world opened by our Father God. It is my duty, Yuanshi. Irrevocable. Yuanshi felt Laozi's gaze and spoke again, his voice resolute. He did not wish to see the most stoic yet most affectionate elder brother, or the capricious 3rd, who yearned for freedom, be bound by this burden, and have the world's vitality taken from them. Hongjun's eyes shifted to the 5th cushion where Nuwa sat. Nuwa, will you accept this humble Dao as your master? His gaze lingered upon her, seeing through to the faint breath within her that shared origin with the fate jade disk. Disciple willing. Nuwa inclined and bowed with reverence. She felt no resistance to taking Hongjun as her teacher. That had been one of the purposes for her and her brother Fushi to come and hear the Dao. Good. Hongjun nodded, and his gaze finally fell upon the still pale Jane. Jane, you come from the west and bear no fate with me, yet you have certain affinity with the way. Therefore I shall pass my way to you to take back to your western lands. Will you accept me as your master? Jane trembled at the words, struggled to his feet, and bowed deeply, his voice quivering with emotion. Disciple Jane willing. Thank you, master, for showing mercy to the west. He knew this was the hope for the west's revival. At last Hongjun's gaze turned to the 7th cushion, and to Tai, whose expression remained cold and proud. Tai, you were formed from the Sunstar and have deep karmic ties with the wilds. Will you accept me as your master, renounce external affairs, and concentrate on arranging yin and yang to repay heaven and earth's karmic accounts? In time you may achieve transcendence. Every eye fixed upon Tai. To be the sage's disciple was unsurpassed glory. Hun Yuan seemed attainable. Yet faced with this enormous temptation, Tai merely arched an eyebrow and looked Hongjun in the eye without fear. He asked bluntly, can the sage's way lead to Hun Yuan? Of course, Hongjun answered calmly. My way is not inferior to any other. Then, Tai's eyes flared with fierce light, the pride and domination of the Golden Crow. In this world, is there any other method by which one may realize Hun Yuan? At those words, the assembly was stunned. Tai dared to question and compare the sage's way. Hongjun studied him deeply and replied slowly, there are indeed other methods. If other paths exist, why bind oneself to but one? Tai declared, voice ringing, I Donghuang Tai born, a sovereign wield, the supreme treasure, and dominate my era. I shall be invincible and attain Hun Yuan by my own means. Each phrase fell like thunder upon every heart. He refused. Donghuang Tai had refused the chance to become the sage's disciple. a display of arrogance and pride unmatched. Hongjun regarded Taiyi in silence for a moment, then exhaled a single word, good. Very well. And Hongjun's calm reply echoed through the deathly silent Zixiao palace, and he seemed neither surprised nor displeased by Taiyi's refusal, as if it had long been foreseen. His gaze still as placid as an ancient well shifted from Taiyi to Laozi, who sat upright and serene. And Laozi, Hongjun intoned voice detached yet resonant with sovereign authority. You are the foremost of the three pure ones, the direct inheritor of Pangu's legacy, steadfast in temperament, your Tao unfolding naturally as the universe itself. Having entered my mystical Tao gate, you shall be its first disciple entrusted with guiding all matters within this sacred lineage. And upon hearing these words, Laozi rose solemnly and bowed deeply before Hongjun. Your disciple Laozi humbly accepts master's decree. With the matter of discipleship concluded, Hongjun spoke no further, closing his eyes once more. The celestial Tao chant resumed. But this time its substance was profoundly different, deeper, more arcane, more ineffable. The path of the Great Luo has now been expounded to you. Yet know this, the 10 heavens of the Great Luo are not the apex of Tao. Beyond them lies another path I have forged, called the Quasi-Sage Realm. Quasi-Sage? Na collective surge of rapt attention swept the assembly. Every cultivator held their breath, terrified of missing a single syllable. And those who attain the 10 heavens of the Great Luo achieve consummate Daofruit. Their true spirit is etched indelibly upon the void, enabling them to perceive the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, to illuminate the mind and see the true self. Hongjun spoke slowly. At this juncture one may perform the threefold severance, cleaving away the three fundamental aspects of the self to purify the Tao heart. And what then are the three? The benevolent self, the malevolent self, and the self of obsessive attachment. These three are the primal obstructions inherent in sentient nature, the very shackles binding one to the Tao path. To sever one grants immense advancement in cultivation, a mastery over celestial laws, and command over one's own spiritual energy far surpasses even that of the Great Luo, thus earning the title Quasi-Sage. 1 severed marks the Quasi-Sage's initial ascension, 2 severed the middle ascension. When all three are severed, one stands at the pinnacle, and the attainment of the Hunyuan becomes truly attainable. The difficulty of this method intensifies markedly in its later stages, and Hunyuan becomes attainable. And these 4 words struck like thunderclaps within every heart, sparking rapid breaths and blazing fervor in every eye. This was a method pointing directly toward sagehood. And now I shall impart to you the art of severing the 3 selves. And first and foremost, the severance requires a vessel. The 3 selves are not illusions. They must be anchored in tangible form to be cleanly severed, lest they remerge with the core self and corrupt the Tao heart. Such a vessel must be of primordial origin, possessing the primordial unextinguishable spirit light, capable of bearing the essence, nature, and consciousness of each self, enduring 10,000 calamities unscathed. Thus the artifact employed in the severance must be a primordial spirit treasure. And moreover, each such treasure must resonate harmoniously with the cultivator's personal Tao path, never conflicting. The treasure for the benevolent self must embody virtue, benevolence, and the resonance of cosmic order, and that for the malevolent self, the resonance of slaughter, destruction, and chaos, and that for the self of obsessive attachment must align precisely with one's deepest yearning or fundamental vow. Only thus can it serve as a perfect vessel, bolstering the Tao cultivation and laying the immutable foundation for the future reunification of the 3 selves and ultimate attainment of the Hunyuan. And Hongjun's voice remained unruffled, yet his teaching sent shockwaves rippling through the hearts of the 3,000 supreme cultivators present. A primordial spirit treasure is required as vessel. N. 3 such treasures for the 3 severances. N. And each must align with one's Tao path. This Na murmur swelled across Zixiao Palace. Many faces tightened with bitter resignation and profound difficulty. Primordial spirit treasures are exceedingly rare, most already held by the most exalted master. Among the 3,000 assembled guests, only those blessed with extraordinary fortune possessed even 1 or 2 such treasures. To gather 3 perfectly aligned ones was nigh impossible. Dare I ask, sage? Taiyi, seated upon the 7th lotus pedestal, raised his voice again, gazing steadily at Hongjun. With what artifacts did the sage himself sever the 3 selves? This question voiced the unspoken yearning of all present. Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, had already severed all 3 selves and ascended to sagehood. What treasures had he wielded? Hongjun's gaze settled upon Taiyi, not stirred to anger by the challenge but answering with quiet equanimity. The Creation Jade Tablet, 30,000 Tao Principles. The Creation Jade Tablet, 30,000 Tao Principles. A collective gasp tore through the hall. And the severance. Hongjun paid no heed to their awe, continuing instead with precise instructions on technique, critical junctures, and mortal perils. As he spoke, Zenyuanzi and Nuwa, seated at the front, felt revelation deepen into profound shuddering awe. And with the transmission of the three severances, the heavenly Tao itself began to shift. An invisible seal descended, a veiling of the ancient Tao. What Hongjun taught was an entirely new systematic path of the Honghuang, one bound ever more tightly to the heavenly Tao. No longer the ethereal, elusive ancient Honghuang, demanding unparalleled will, fortuitous fate, and transcendent enlightenment. It was now a clearly charted stepwise path, meticulously structured and resistant to error. Though equally arduous, its direction was unambiguous, its system complete, and crucially it maximally bound the cultivator to the heavenly Tao, harnessing its power to accelerate cultivation. It stabilized the ascension of the Honghuang world, preventing further calamities and chaotic upheavals born of unregulated Honghuang paths. Yet gain demands sacrifice, and this path irrevocably sealed the ancient Honghuang way, the path where Tao returns wholly to the self and supreme power resides solely within the individual. And beyond the chaos, in a realm of boundless void immeasurably distant from Honghuang, a vast vibrant world floated in serene suspension, its essence forged from the perfect fusion of 24 grand realms. Its boundaries were impregnable, its internal laws flawless, giving rise to myriad phenomena and ceaseless cosmic evolution. At its center, a colossal tree, reaching heavenward and rooted in the abyss, slowly receded into a faint silhouette, coalescing into a young Taoist clad in azure robes, his countenance serene and ageless. Enqingyo opened his eyes. Within their depths, worlds were born and perished, cosmic laws unfolded and dissolved in a fleeting flash. And the art of creation is indeed infinitely profound. He felt the surging power within him, and a deeper, more intimate understanding of the Tao of wood and the laws of creation. This seclusion had not only fully stabilized the wood realm, transforming it into a genuine self-sustaining chaotic world, but had also elevated his own cultivation. From the 22nd heaven of the Great Luo, he surged forward, breaking through 4 successive heavens in rapid succession, to reach the 26th heaven. If measured against Hongjuan's 3 severance path, my current state would approximate that of a mid-stage quasi-sage, having severed 2 selves. Qingyu reflected inwardly, and yet the gulf between us remains immeasurable. He walked the ancient Honghuang path. Tao returns to the self, supreme power resides solely within. Every iota of strength was forged through relentless cultivation and deep comprehension of the Tao, solid, inexhaustible, brimming with limitless potential. But perhaps, in Honghuang it is possible. Qingyu lifted his gaze, his vision seeming to pierce through the chaos itself, fixing upon the direction of Honghuang. Honghuang's essence is supremely exalted. The heavenly Tao possesses both the capacity and the will to elevate a quasi-sage walking this path to sagehood, and thence to reverse attain the Honghuang. Yet the karmic weight involved is terrifyingly immense. He shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. For now 3/10 of the wood Tao's primordial essence, combined with the creation chaos source embedded within this newly forged wood realm, is more than sufficient for me. Qingyu extended his hand. Xuanmu staff materialized from the void and settled into his palm. And it is time to return. With a gentle toss, the staff transformed into a streak of azure light, descending into the heart of the wood realm. Its roots plunged deep into the earth, its boughs upheld the heavens, becoming for now the realm's celestial pillar sustaining its stability. But how am I to draw the wood realm back into Honghuang? Qingyu gazed upon this immense world, born from the confluence of 24 grand realms, and a flicker of difficulty crossed his brow. The wood realm was simply too vast, too massive. Even with his current cultivation, dragging it across the chaos would be agonizingly laborious, and risk triggering chaotic turbulence that could shatter the realm itself. At that moment Qingyu sensed the silvery luminescence, the moonlight mark, ever present upon his being. And I have it. His eyes lit up. This lunar radiance was a mark left upon him by Shihe using the primordial essence of the Taiyin star, granted at his request when he departed the star. Shihe could use moonlight to locate and summon Changshi, who dwelled beyond the star. So naturally the same principle applied to him. He had therefore asked Shihe to imprint a similar moonlight sigil upon himself, a safeguard against the boundless, disorienting chaos. Originally she had refused, but upon learning Qingyu was a manifestation of the Jianmu tree, her stance shifted entirely. Senior fellow Taoist Shihe, this is Qingyu. My journey through the chaos is complete. I wish to return, bringing this world with me. Enqingyo bowed respectfully toward the silvery glow. I beseech your aid, let moonlight serve as guide illuminating my path home. Scarcely had Qingyu finished speaking when moonlight answered, piercing the chaos, flowing unimpeded into the wood realm. Then a thread of lunar force, projected from the Taiyin star in Honghuang, crossed the infinite gulf of chaos, descending like a silver silk ribbon to enfold the entire wood realm. A gentle but irresistible traction flowed along that luminous cord, acting upon the colossal realm. and the wood realm began to move, steadily, deliberately, following the moonlit path toward the distant locus of Honghuang. My deepest gratitude, senior fellow Taoist, and whenever you call, I shall always answer. In the boundless chaos, a vast world of lush greenery, drawn by a silvery moonlight silk, slowly cuts through the heavy currents of chaos, heading towards the direction of the primordial wilderness. Qing Yu stood outside the wood realm, feeling the pull of the Taiyin star, his heart at ease. With this moonlight as his guide, the return journey to the wood realm was without worry. With this matter resolved, I shall take my leave first. He nodded slightly to the silver light silk, and his figure flickered, transforming into a faint blue flow of light. He followed the direction of the moonlight, racing towards the primordial wilderness at several times the speed of the wood realm. After an unknown amount of time, he once again encountered the layer of celestial membrane flowing with endless Tao rhythms. Qing Yu did not hesitate, passing straight through, returning to the primordial wilderness. The rich, innate spiritual energy, the familiar rules of heaven and earth, the breath of all things rushed towards him, bringing clarity to his mind. He did not rush back to the Taoist altar, but stood at the edge of heaven and earth, gazing at the cold and lonely Taiyin star hanging high above the 30 layers of heaven. Thank you for your assistance, my friend Qing. You will remember this. Qing Yu transmitted his gratitude towards the direction of the Taiyin star through the endless void. He originally intended to express his thanks in person, but as Qing Yu approached near the Taiyin star, the surrounding moonlight suddenly intensified. There is no need for thanks. You have helped me greatly, this is expected. Now I must continue guiding the great realm, so I will not keep you, my friend. You may go freely. After hearing this, Qing Yu smiled, slightly understanding the situation. He cupped his hands in respect and turned, stepping forward. In the next moment, he appeared beneath the great tree of Jianmu. Standing before Jianmu, Qing Yu felt an unparalleled tranquility in his heart. He extended his hand and gently pressed it against the ancient trunk. What I have obtained from this journey shall be shared, Qing Yu murmured to himself as the light in his palm flowed. First, he gently pushed the essence of the wood Dao he had obtained from Yang Mei into the trunk of Jianmu. This was 30% of the wood Dao essence from the primordial wilderness stolen by Yang Mei back in the day, now returning to Jianmu to enhance its source. The verdant essence light fused into the trunk like a long-awaited rain after a drought, being rapidly absorbed by Jianmu. The aura of Jianmu began to expand at a visibly rapid pace. Immediately afterwards, Qing Yu also infused the 1.5 portions of spatial essence he had obtained from Yang Mei into Jianmu. Under the resonance of Qing Yu's own cultivation breakthrough and the significant increase in essence, Jianmu began an unprecedented frenzied growth. Its roots delved deeper into the earth, exploring endless veins and chaos. Its branches grew taller and sturdier, extending upwards in a wild frenzy. 23 layers of heaven, 24 layers of heaven. Jianmu's height easily surpassed a bottleneck, then continued to grow at a staggering speed like the sun, rising to 10,000 feet towards the heavens. Meanwhile, the 30% of the wood Dao essence absorbed by Jianmu after transformation began to continuous. A surge of vitality from Jianmu's wood Dao essence centered around Jianmu spread towards the primordial wilderness, reintegrating new wood Dao essence into every inch of land and every blade of grass in the primordial world. Spring births, summer thrives, autumn harvests, winter stores. Time flows and the 4 seasons cycle. Above the 33 heavens, in the purple cloud palace, 3,000 great beings seek the Dao and listen to the sacred words. Beneath the 9 heavens, the primordial earth, all beings thrive in an orderly cycle, reproducing and growing, flowers blooming and withering. The time of 2 Yuan meetings quietly passed in this tranquility. After Jianmu's transformation and refinement, the aura belonging to Yang Mei among the 30% of the wood Dao essence was completely erased. It was reshaped into the purest wood Dao power of the primordial wilderness, perfectly reintegrated into the myriad grasses and trees of the primordial world, within the cycle of the 4 seasons. With the wood Dao essence returning to fullness, all wood-related cultivators in the primordial wilderness found their cultivation suddenly became smoother and their perception and absorption of spiritual energy significantly improved. Countless spirits of grass and trees swallowed the moonlight at night, condensing spiritual energy and feedbacking even more refined vitality to the primordial world. In this virtuous cycle, the overall density of spiritual energy in the primordial world began to rise step by step. Hong Jun sat on the cloud bed, narrating the final key to severing the 3 corpses. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his heart, sensing the changes in the primordial world. The wood Dao returns to its source, the spiritual mechanism awakens, and the power of heaven and earth advances further. His gaze pierced through the palace, seeing the increasingly towering Jianmu in Duguang. At the same time, he urged the creation jade plate to connect with the heavenly Dao. The Dao rhythm that originally enveloped the purple cloud palace and suppressed everyone began to gradually retract. An invisible suppressive force also dissipated. At that moment when the suppression of the heavenly Dao relaxed slightly, a strong wave of aura suddenly erupted from beneath the cloud bed. Sitting on the sixth meditation cushion, Jia-in's expression varied between sorrowful, kind, and calm. Since receiving Hong Jun's transmission of the Croissant method, he had been deeply contemplating, but due to damage to his essence and fluctuations in his mindset, he had been unable to find the door for a long time. At this moment, with the slight reduction in the suppression of the heavenly Dao combined with the changes in the spiritual mechanism brought about by the perfection of the wood Dao in the primordial wilderness, the layer of paper in his heart suddenly became clear. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. A bright light shone in Jia-in's heart. Severing the corpse is not about cutting it off, but about clear sight, about bearing, about transcending. My good intentions lie in universally saving the West and redeeming the suffering. With determination in his heart, Jia-in unhesitatingly urged the Dao achievements he had accumulated through countless yuan meetings, infusing them into his accompanying spiritual treasure, a seemingly ordinary string of merit beads that contained his lifelong aspirations and merits. Good corpse, come forth. Jia-in shouted as celebratory clouds rolled above his head, and a gentle golden light burst forth from the clouds, landing on the merit beads. In the next moment, the merit beads shone brightly, transforming into a figure with 8 arms behind him, each holding a different treasure, such as a golden will lotus flower and law conch. The compassionate and kind countenance of the golden body Taoist slightly bowed to Jia-in, reciting benevolent instructions, then transformed into a stream of light and entered Jia-in's crown. An aura far surpassing that of a great Luo golden immortal surged from Jia-in, his complexion quickly regaining its flush, and the injuries to his essence completely healed during the successful severing of the corpse and the transformation of his live's essence. Following Dao ancestor Hong Jun, the second being in the primordial wilderness to step into the Croissant realm through the 3 corpses method, was born. Jia-in gradually calmed the surging aura around him, his heart clear as a mirror. I am the first and currently the only one to have severed the 3 corpses during this lecture. His gaze swept over the other 6 meditation cushions in front of him. He was not a foolish person. Combining the previous question from Tai, how many Dao are there, and the performances of these individuals, he clearly understood that most of the 7 present likely had their own paths. They did not rely entirely on this 3 corpses method, and his lack of this was not due to inferior comprehension but rather because time was of the essence. The Eastern people are like dragons, not inferior to my 2 brothers. This purple cloud palace is full of them. While in the West, after numerous eras of cleansing by Luo, there is hardly a wise being remaining save for the remnants of the demon clan, almost devoid of life, a dead silence. Sanqing Nuwa and Zenyuanzi have plenty of time relying on their identities as saint disciples to slowly seek the Dao, exploring their own path of chaos, while I and Zhuanti cannot. The vast West waits for my brother and me to protect and revive it. Though the West is currently languishing in spiritual energy due to Luo's triggering of the earth veins, the fundamental roots of most earth veins remain intact. Once the West's spiritual energy recovers and matches the East, it will surely face endless plundering and raiding. At that time, how can my brother and I, with only great Luo cultivation, protect it? This 3 corpses method, though it was passed down to teacher Hong Jun, is not a Dao, but it is a clear and rapid path to gain power, and I have no other choice. Jia-in's gaze became incredibly resolute. Moreover, the path of the 3 corpses is also a bright and holy path, and it is the only path that can be traversed in the primordial wilderness. If I follow this path, what is there to fear? The path of chaos, as astonishing as Luo, also did not fall right. And if I were to attain chaos, I could naturally reverse the path, retracing it from top to bottom. One must know that heroes do not ask about the way they came. At the same time, the heavenly Dao fortune that Hong Jun had previously scattered among the 3,000 guests underwent another change. Approximately 20% detached itself, converging into a thicker column of fortune light that descended upon Jia-in. Hong Jun looked at Jia-in, who had successfully severed the corpse and gained fortune, his expression calm, slowly ceasing his lecture. The 3 corpses method is complete. His gaze swept over the 3,000 guests below, each with varied expressions. All choices shall be decided by yourselves. This lecture ends here. Hong Jun's voice echoed in the great hall after the 6 yuan meeting. I will transmit the Dao again in this purple cloud palace. With his words, Hong Jun's figure gradually faded, eventually dissipating above the cloud bed, as if he had never existed. Farewell, teacher. Everyone stood up, respectfully bowing to the empty cloud bed. After the formalities, the atmosphere in the great hall relaxed and various discussions and conversations began. What is this old Daoist talking about? I don't understand a word, and I don't know why my little sister came here. Zhu Rong had already grown impatient after sitting through the 3 yuan meeting in the purple cloud palace. And when he saw Hong Jun leave, he directly complained loudly. Yes, it's better to go back to fighting, that's much more straightforward. The other ancestral witches echoed in agreement. They practiced the path of bloodlines and the physical body, and for the yang spirit Dao fruits and corpse-severing methods that Hong Jun spoke of, they truly felt lost. Only Hutu stood quietly in place, her gaze directed towards Zenyuanzi ahead, revealing a look of contemplation. For some reason within the heavenly Dao there seemed to be a voice guiding her, making her feel that she might have a significant opportunity that should be with this person. The doors of the Purple Cloud Palace opened again. The 3,000 great beings, each with their own thoughts, stood up, preparing to leave the holy place of the saints they had inhabited during the 3 Yuan meeting. As the Purple Cloud Palace closed, when the crowd left the chaos and re-entered the primordial wilderness, Sanqing Zenyuanzi Nua Hong Yun Jiayin Tai and others seemed to gain enlightenment as opportunities emerged, while a beam of light shot up into the sky above Zhou Mountain. The crowd exchanged glances and rushed towards Zhou Mountain. In the boundless depths of chaos, the wood realm, guided by the moonlight, slowly approached the primordial membrane of heaven and earth. At this moment Qingyu stood quietly at the edge of the 33 heavens, awaiting the return of the world. He had personally opened up after the Jianmu had absorbed its essence. The Jianmu had completely digested its essence, increasing in height and growing ever closer to the heavens. Qingyu could feel his Dao progress being further refined, nearly reaching the threshold of the 27 heavens of Great Luo. Behind him the space rippled slightly, creating a circle of ripples. Though the person had not yet arrived, their voice was heard first. "Young friend, you have made quite the gains this time," a voice echoed. The old Daoist felt the essence of the Dao of Wood in the Zhixiao Palace become complete once more, and now, young friend, you are truly the master of a vast chaotic realm. Your transcendence is promising. Congratulations. Qingyu turned around, bowing in greeting to the old Daoist in a hemp robe who had appeared beside him at some point. "Senior, you jest. This realm is newly born, its foundation still shallow, and it requires the support of the primordial forces for some time. If it can draw nurturing and guidance from the primordial forces, it will surely advance further." The newcomer was naturally Hongjuan, leaning lightly on his bamboo staff, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qingyu, gazing at the increasingly clear, verdant world amidst the chaos. "No worries, no worries." Hongjun smiled slightly. Having a vast realm guarding the primordial world, filtering the chaotic essence, is also a good thing for the primordial realm. Young friend, feel free to rely on it. This realm shall rest upon the 33 heavens. Hongjun looked at that world and spoke softly. "Young friend, does this realm have a name?" Qingyu gazed at his world and pondered for a moment before saying, "This realm is evolved from the Dao of Wood, birthed from the chaos, and shall be called the Dao Yen Wanmu Chaotic Xianqing Realm. Having settled above the 33 heavens, it shall add another layer named the Wujihua Shengkaming Changsheng Heaven." As his words fell, the primordial world seemed to respond, resonating with the Dao rhythms, and the heavenly Dao echoed back. The first great realm of the primordial world, the Dao Yen Wanmu Chaotic Xianqing Realm, was thus officially named by heaven and earth. At this moment, a faint green Dao mark, representing the position of the wood ancestor, in the center of Qingji's brow, suddenly brightened, transmitting an urgent and weak call for help. At the same time, a soaring treasure light erupted from the direction of the Zhou Mountain. Even at an endless distance, one could sense the overwhelming wood essence within. Heavenly treasures and earthly riches, the dragon light shining on the ruins of the bull and the dipper. The innate gourd vine. Hongjuan, in harmony with the primordial forces, naturally knew what had occurred at the first moment. He glanced at Qingyu and calmly said, "Go, the responsibilities of the wood ancestor cannot be lightly dismissed. With this spirit root, the wood ancestor can proceed." Qingyu nodded, observing the Dao path and saying no more. With a flash of his figure, he transformed into a streak of green light, tearing through space and heading straight for the peak of Zhou Mountain. Zhou Mountain, the pillar of heaven. Once transformed from Panga's spine, it stood 280 layers high, supporting the heavens and the earth, exerting pressure upon the universe. However, with the endless passage of time, the grand Dao rhythms had diminished and its pressure was no longer as it once was. Once Qingyu had found it exceedingly difficult to ascend beyond the 11th layer, but now the peak of the pillar of heaven could be climbed according to the current laws of the primordial realm, and the pressure had dissipated. At this moment, at the mountain's peak, a vine radiated with a resplendent 7-colored treasure light quietly growing. On the vine hung 7 gourds of various colors, each radiating Dao rhythms, their essences full and ripe. The innate gourd vine, with its abundant essence, is hailed as the #1 in the primordial world. A single plant can directly give birth to 7 supreme innate spiritual treasures, but sadly its fate is fleeting, and it perishes upon its birth. Surrounding the gourd vine, 10 figures stood tightly encircled, the first to sense the opportunity. They were the 3 purities Nua Fushi Hongyun Zenyuanzi Jianjuanti Tai and Dijuan, who had rushed over from the Zhixiao Palace. Further away, many others who had also seen the soaring treasure light approached from the Zhixiao Palace, including Kuanping Mingidong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, waiting patiently for the right moment. "This item is fated to be with us, the 3 purities." Yuan Shi stepped forward, setting the tone. This item is also fated to be with me. Nuwa Hongyun Jane Tai and others spoke almost simultaneously, showing no intent to yield. With 7 gourds present and 10 individuals openly vying for them, not to mention the surrounding onlookers with eager eyes. Then let there be a contest. Tai Ching Lao's gaze was calm as he scanned the crowd. Fortune and treasures should go to those capable, so as to avoid harming the camaraderie of the same path. Agreed. Everyone nodded in unison, and the atmosphere suddenly tightened to its peak. Earth Book appear. Zenyuanzi took the lead, as it was his duty as the Earth Ancestor to protect the essence of grass, wood, and stone. As long as he could gain the initial advantage and use the Earth Book to activate the Zhou Mountain's earth veins to set up a great formation, he could temporarily protect the gourd vine while waiting for Kinjia's return. A roll of yellowish scroll unfurled with the wind, and the vast power of the earth surged, transforming into a hazy yellow light curtain that descended upon the gourd vine. Zenyuanzi, why the haste? Dijuan had been watching him closely and chuckled coldly upon seeing this. The sun will transformed into a fiery golden stream, arriving first and crashing violently against the Earth Book's light curtain blocking it. Whoosh! A shadow nearly blending into the space moved amidst the chaos, heading straight for the gourd vine, which was none other than Kuanping, known for its speed. Kuanping, this path is not passable, do not act recklessly. Tai Ching Laozu lightly flicked his whisk, causing 3,000 silver threads to come alive. In an instant they spread across the sky, forming a massive net that firmly sealed off Kunpeng's route. The mundane world is vast, and it bewilders the soul. Hongyun laughed heartily, summoning his soul-dispelling bag, filling the air with the essence of the mundane world, disrupting the 5 senses and confounding the mind. Nuwa lightly gestured, a green lotus lamp appeared, its flame flickering, using the essence of the mundane world as fuel, and the blazing creation fire instantly spread, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. The Qingping sword flew out, striking against Zunti's 7 treasures' mysterious tree, leaving behind white marks as Zunti retreated repeatedly. Good, very good. Jane recited verses. Golden light bursting from behind him as the 8-armed golden body of the good corpse Daoist appeared once more, joining forces with his main body. Clang! Fushi sat cross-legged, the Fushi Qin resting on his lap, and with a light pluck invisible sound blades tore through the void, directly striking at Jane. For a moment the 10 top powers engaged in a fierce battle, treasure lights soaring to the heavens, their powers surging, turning the peak of Zhou Mountain upside down. While the 10 were entangled with no time to spare, 2 sharp and fierce sword energies silently shot out from the outer crowd, directly targeting the 7 gourds, radiating treasure light. At the same time, a golden hairpin sliced through space, appearing out of nowhere, ready to intercept the gourds. Swaying in the wind, it transformed into countless sharp wind blades sweeping down. The hidden powers could not resist taking action, seeking to seize the treasure amidst the chaos. Just as all the attacks were about to fall upon the unguarded gourd vine, a grand and ancient blue giant cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears roared down from the heavens, perfectly enveloping the entire gourd vine and several feet of surrounding space. All incoming attacks struck the cauldron, only eliciting crisp sounds of metal clashing and vibrations without damaging it in the slightest. Who? Everyone's heart shook as they looked up in unison. Above the heavens, at some point, an incomprehensibly vast verdant world had suspended itself outside the primordial realm, connecting to the 33 heavens, exuding boundless vitality and Dao rhythms. A figure formed from green light slowly emerged, descending from the direction of that world. Stepping upon the pure world lotus, and holding a map of mountains and rivers, 5 elemental rings revolved ceaselessly behind him. With long black hair casually tied up by a green branch fluttering gently in the wind. Clad in a flowing green robe, his face was clear and bright, and within his eyes seemed to flow the cycles of decay and prosperity, the alternation of day and night embodying endless vicissitudes and vitality. A gentle breeze swept the green robe, billowed, appearing slender yet possessing an imposing presence. Boom! At the moment this person appeared, the entire primordial world suddenly trembled. A majestic and vast force of heaven and earth descended, enlightening all living beings. A great realm had fused into the primordial world, named the Dao Yen Wanmu Chaotic Xianqing Realm, also known as the Wujihua Shenkaming Chongxing Heaven. Heaven and earth responded, bestowing a fruit position central Xianqing Chongsheng Zhao Hua Tianzun, the first fruit position under the heavenly Dao. Who is this person? What earth-shattering deeds have they accomplished to gain such recognition from heaven and earth and be granted such a noble title? Could it be the master of this vast realm, like Pangu opening the heavens? Amidst the shock, confusion, and scrutiny of all, the central Xianqing Chongsheng Zhao Hua Tianzun landed beside the gourd vine protected by the giant cauldron. He then calmly swept his gaze over all present and said, "This item is fated to be with me." At the summit of Zhou Mountain, wind and cloud clashed. Qingyu, now the central Xianqing Chongsheng Zhao Hua Tianzun, stood beside the vast azure cauldron, that sheltered the gourd vine erect and composed. His azure robe lifted in the rippling aftershocks of magic. His face was serenely untroubled as he shielded the seemingly trembling innate gourd vine behind him. The great cultivators present who did not know Qing Yu regarded the mysterious Taoist, who had appeared abruptly of unknown origin yet was conferred the rank of Tianzuan by heaven and earth, with cautious curiosity. For an instant their hearts filled with doubt and alarm, none dared act rashly. They spread out with tacit understanding enclosing Qing Yu, and the gourd vine in a loose ring, eyes fixed ever wary that he might seize the treasure and flee. Amid the standoff a roar of furious rage thundered from nearby. What audacity! On my Wu clan's territory you seize our treasure and fear not to perish here. Today you shall have no return. 12 towering figures, blood and killing intent surging skyward, appeared. The 12 Zhu Wu who had only just returned from Zhixiao Palace after struggling with their escape arts. At their head stood the fire Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. Seeing a group of cultivators gathered on what he regarded as his clan's domain, and an azure-robed Taoist brazenly claiming affinity with the object, his anger flared. Die! Zhu Rong, temper like blazing fire, spoke no more and swept out his hand. A crimson dragon of fire condensed purely from the primal source of myriad flames and bearing no sorcerous transformations, only the rawest, most domineering force, roared forth bearing fangs as it charged straight at Qing Yu's brow. With the power to sear the heavens where the dragon passed, spatial fabric thickened, and the surrounding world was rent. This fire dragon differed from the mutable, unfathomable southern brilliance of phoenix fire. It was the embodiment of Zhu Rong's Tao of fire, utmost yang, and unyielding, annihilating all. The watching cultivators welcomed the Zhu Wu's probe. They stepped back in droves, giving the central battlefield to Qing Yu and the ancestral Wu, eager to behold the contest. They wished to see what strength this suddenly appearing Tianzuan possessed, and what prowess those who cultivated not Yuan Shun but relied on body and root could truly display. Faced with the ferocious crimson dragon that twisted the void with its blaze, Qing Yu remained unperturbed. He slowly closed his eyes, concealing the ever-shifting temporal Tao rhyme and the uncanny alternation of sun and moon within his gaze. Ha ha ha! What great man have we here pretending so? Are you closing your eyes to await death? Zhu Rong snorted with scorn. But his laughter lasted barely a few breaths before it was cut off as if a throat had been seized. Qing Yu opened his eyes slightly. Their calm suggested he had done nothing at all. Yet that crimson dragon, tens of thousands of zhang long and awe-inspiring, began to shrink and dissipate in a strange gradual reversal when it remained dozens of zhang from Qing Yu, as if an invisible hand rewound its temporal existence, undoing the very process of burning. In the blink of an eye, the mighty dragon vanished without trace, not even a wisp of heat grazing Qing Yu's hem. A great divine art. Return wind, reverse fire. By the supreme power of temporal sequence, it reversed the life and death of fiery qi, returning it to the unarisen and erasing it between worlds. Ah! Many discerning masters showed astonishment. The Tao of time is most abstruse and difficult to cultivate. To employ it so lightly, turning an attack into nothingness, revealed a comprehension of temporal law that was such gall. Let me try you. Seeing Zhu Rong humbled, the water Zhu Wu Gong's cold face flickered. He stepped forward. With a lift of his hand, endless Tiani true water surged from the void like an inverted Milky Way, bearing the will to drown and corrode, all sweeping toward Qing Yu. At the same time, the thunder Zhu Wu Changliang and the weather Zhu Wu Shi Baishir also struck. A pallid thunderclap of destruction cleaved the air. Simultaneously, a colorless, odorless miasma spread. One that could erode nascent spirits and contaminate cultivation. The three Zhu Wu combined in fierce, coordinated assault, clearly aiming to fell this troublesome Taoist with a single decisive blow. Facing three mighty attacks of differing natures, Qing Yu's expression did not change. A five-phase ring emerged from behind him. Qing Yu raised his hand. It hovered before his palm, taking wood as root to evolve the 5 phases. Rotate the 5 phases. Let generation and restriction unfold. Qing Yu spoke lightly and pushed his palm. The green light of wood on the ring flared to its zenith, using wood's vitality as source to instantly manifest a complete 5-phase cycle. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth hues flowed, ceaselessly forming a vast 5-colored wheel that met the surging Tian-E water, the destructive thunder, and the poisonous miasma. The 5-colored will enveloped the 3 assaults. The Tian-E water was absorbed and neutralized by earth, the destructive thunder guided and dispersed by water, and the poisonous miasma burned and purified by fire. Within a single breath, 3 strikes that could fell an ordinary great Luo golden immortal were utterly extinguished by the profound interplay of the 5 phases, reduced to basic spiritual energy, returning to heaven and earth. All that is innate returns to the 5 phases. A great divine art, the 5 phases' great escape. Using the 5 phases as foundation, one may generate myriad things, master generation and overcoming, rendering all arts impotent. Standing nearby, the Eastern Duke watched Qing Yu lift a hand, and a foot, witnessing two grand divine arts suffused with supreme Daoic profundity. His heart swelled with admiration and reverence. He paid no heed to the Western Queen Mother's low-voiced plotting about seizing the gourd. Not a single word reached him. He merely nodded repeatedly, eyes blazing as they fixed upon the azure-robed figure, marveling at his inscrutable might. Misreading the nods as assent, the Western Queen Mother fell silent and turned to seek the immortals scattered across the archipelago, beginning preparations. Di Jiang watched his four younger siblings' combined assault be so lightly deflected, his face grew grave. He perceived that this azure-clad Taoist's true strength was far deeper than appearances suggested. Perhaps his power had already reached the enigmatic verge of quasi-sage, yet why had he never been seen within Zhixiao Palace, appearing as if from nowhere? Attack together! Di Jiang no longer hesitated and bellowed to his 11 brothers and sisters. The Wu clan acted directly and pragmatically. If single combat or small teams could not subdue the foe, then swarm and overwhelm. Zhou Mountain is our Wu clan's ground. Will you not depart? Di Jiang's shout drifted over the summit. If one may gang up, why duel unknown? That creed had long guided the Zhu Wu. By coincidence, Qing Yu thought the same. Moreover, he was never truly alone. Brother Dao, I come. A steady voice rang out. Zhan Yuanzi, who had been observing the struggle, could not tolerate 12 of these body-reliant, reckless brutes surrounding Qing Yu, and flashed to his side, the Earthbook's phantom hovering above him as a heavy Shen yellow aura descended to shield Qing Yu. Zhan Yuanzi appeared at Qing Yu's flank, the Earthbook specter floating overhead, while a weighty Shen yellow chi fell to uphold Qing Yu. Do you think none stands behind you? Brother Dao, wait for the two of us. Nuwa and Fushi exchanged a glance and turned to join Qing Yu's other side. Nuwa cupped the creation azure lotus lamp and Fushi cradled the Fushi zither. Their auras linked with Qing Yu and Zhan Yuanzi, forming a united front against the 12 Zhu Wu bristling with killing intent. To use many against few is not the way of a gentleman. Stand down, I Tongtian will come. A voice full of battle intent cried out. Tongtian became a blade of light, slicing through to stand before Qing Yu, hand on the hilt of the Qingping sword. His gaze swept the opposing Zhu Wu, recalling their old entanglement at the foot of Zhou Mountain, when he and Qing Yu once seized vital life. Fellow Taoists, your conduct is ill-advised. If a master of spirit treasures should obtain it, I am likewise fated. Why not settle matters with a contest? Hong Yun laughed, his form turning to red cloud as he floated down. Though he smiled, seriousness shone in his eyes. Fellow Taoists, since you lack Yuan Shun and cannot wield spirit treasures, why cling so obstinately to this object? Make a good karmic tie and depart. Moreover, the myriad beings of Honghuang are also the legacy of Father Pangu. How can you claim to monopolize Zhou Mountain? Taiching Laozi, who had observed, quietly spoke slowly at Di Jiang's brash words. He regarded the 12 Zhu Wu descendants of Pangu with some complexity. Unwilling to see kin turn on kin, he therefore urged them to reconcile. Primordial relics, if not owned by one alone, should not be monopolized by any single person or clan. Zhou Mountain is revered by all in remembrance of Pangu Father's mercy. Observing the great ones who now besieged it, it showed displeasure without action. The 12 Zhu Wu's present strength had not so greatly surpassed the assembled 3,000 guests. How could they speak with such arrogance? Di Jiang's original plan was for the 12 siblings to act in concert, first to slay this presumptuous green-robed Taoist, and thereby make an example, then by force drive away the cultivators coveting the treasures of Zhoushan. To him, Zhoushan was the very embodiment of the backbone of the Father God, naturally the ancestral domain of those born of Pangus blood. The Zhu. Taiching Laozi's claim that the relics of the primordial age belonged to no single person sounded to him preposterous, an affront unworthy of a scion of Pangu. Yet Di Jiang was not truly a fool. His gaze swept the surroundings, and fell not only upon Zenyuanzi and Nuwa standing beside Qing, even the onlookers. The Sanqing Dijuan Jane and the assembly of guests from Zhixiao Palace now wore displeasure on their faces, thinly veiled anger at his earlier arrogance. Though the 12 Zhu Wu were formidable, their present strength did not so vastly surpass that of the eminent powers gathered here. To rouse the assembled wrath and be assailed by many would be no act of wisdom. In an instant Di Jiang resolved himself. He smoothed some of the fury from his face and said, "If that is so, then we as scions of the primordial world also have rightful claims to contend for this treasure. As you say, where opportunity lies, each shall rely on his own merit." "Big brother!" Jerome cried out hastily, his face a mask of unwillingness. A stern look from Di Jiang silenced him. "My mind is made up," Di Jiang said gravely, then clasped his hands and cast a surveying salute to those around him. "Earlier I misspoke. The spiritual root of this place ought rightly be for the one who is fated to receive it. It was only that I perceived this fellow Taoist as having intent to monopolize, and my brother's anger flared. Though such words left his mouth and his heart, he snorted coldly, "My siblings, and I have not long been born yet, already our prowess rivals that of you who have cultivated for ages. When we have fully fathomed the Father God's legacy and advanced further upon the great Tao, the day will come when you bow. The world opened by the Father God must be governed by our descendants. Until then, unseen, we shall bide our time and await the opportune moment." Hearing Di Jiang's somewhat conciliatory words, the anger on surrounding faces abated somewhat, but their gazes soon refocused upon Qingyu, full of caution and scrutiny. This man's power was inscrutable. He wielded arts touching on time and the 5 elements as if they were extensions of his limbs, and with casual gestures, he dissolved the combined assault of 3 Zuwu at the De Luo pinnacle. More alarming still, none present could perceive the precise measure of his cultivation. Under scrutiny, his presence felt strangely ordinary, his aura seeming to meld with all things. That was the most terrifying quality of all. A chilling voice rose from the distance, Kuanping concealed among the crowd. "Fellow Daoist, do you truly intend to monopolize? If that is your wish, you must first see whether we consent." "Indeed, indeed." Many voices chimed in at once. "There are only 7 gourds, countless present are fated or capable. Who would stand by and watch another swallow them all?" Nuwa turned to Qingyu, worry etched in her eyes. She knew Qingyu as the wood ancestor and likewise born of an innate spiritual root would surely be moved by pity and wished to shelter this kin-like gourd vine. Yet faced with so many mighty ones, perhaps in opposition to the entire 3,000 guests of Zhixiao Palace, could he truly keep it safe? Though anxious, she planted her feet unwaveringly at Qingjia's side, standing with her brother Fuxi and friend Zenyuanzi together, forming a subtle screen around the gourd vine. Sensing Nuwa's anxious look, Qingyu prepared to send a calming reply to tell her that his wood Tao had been consummated, that the heavenly restraint had been unloosed, that the vine's root remained unharmed, and that he had confidence in safeguarding it. Before he could, he felt the ground underfoot stir. A subtle, furtive tendril had crept forth and lightly brushed. Qingyu could not help but smile. The vine was not so timorous after all, but harbored its own little stratagems. Understanding the vine's mischief, Qingyu returned a mischievous smile and signaled assent. He inclined his head to Nuwa, gave her a reassuring look, and stepped forward. "That is not the case." Qingjia's voice carried over the summit. "I have a deep karmic connection with this gourd vine and intend to guard it. As for the fruits it bears, they shall go to those fated to receive them, each by their own merit." At his words, as if in affirmation, the primal gourd vine sheltered within the great cauldron erupted in radiant light. 7 pillars of differing hues, each suffused with a distinct Tao resonance, shot upward. The 7 gourds, plump with origin, detached in unison and hovered in midair, their gleaming treasure light shifting in an almost irresistible display. Now that the wood Daos origin had been recomposed in Qingjia's grasp, the heavenly binding upon innate spiritual roots likewise unlatched. Having assimilated sufficient origin, the primal gourd vine had attained completion. It was now able to gestate 7 perfect top-tier innate spirit treasure gourds without compromising its own root. Moreover, the origin of those 7 gourds was formed from the remnant sources of the chaotic demon gods, who fell at the dawn of creation, purified through the vine's filtration. The profound Tao that lay within had been engraved upon the vine itself. Forcibly ripping away the gourds would only contaminate the vine's pure source. "As for you, fellow Taoists," Qingjia's gaze shifted toward the scowling 12 Zuwu, a faint curl to descendants of the great Pangu 12 Zuwu. "I, Qingyu, though lacking in talent and barely adequate in strength, am willing to humbly seek instruction in your arts." At the same time, his mental transmission rang within Zenyuanzi, Nuwa, Fuxi, Tongtian, and Hongyun. "Go contend for those gourds. Do not trouble yourselves for me. These 7 gourds are fated to you as well." Qingyu? He is Qingyu, that Lord of Time, the founder of the Earth Immortals. A hush fell, then waves of incredulous cries broke out. The name Qingyu struck like thunder among the primordial greats. To set the order of time, to establish the Earth Immortals, to pass on the teachings of Zhoushan. Each was a benefaction of monumental consequence for the primordial world. Yet his comings were elusive. He seldom manifested and was shielded by mighty powers and heavenly obfuscations. People mostly heard the name and seldom saw the man. Today, at a single sight, his stature was revealed. Not only was his Tao unfathomable, he was the sovereign of a vast chaotic realm, and heaven had bestowed upon him a lofty celestial rank. Now he would with a single self stand against the 12 Zuwu, famed for their ferocity. It appeared the 7 upon the meditation cushions all recognized Qingyu. Had the others fallen so far behind? What audacity! The 12 Zuwu were utterly enraged by Qingjia's presumptuous words. Since their genesis, who had ever so slighted them? A chorus of furious roars erupted. "Roar! Kill!" 12 bellows full of wrath and murderous intent shook heaven and earth. In the next instant, 12 assaults, each a different hue and heavy with world-destroying force. The blazing fire dragon, the surging deluge, the ravaging thunder, the rending tempest, and the light-devouring miasma converged. They coalesced into a horrific torrent capable of obliterating a Deluo golden immortal and thundered toward Qin Yu. At the same time, other cultivators did not hold back and surged for the 7 gourds. The gourd vine seized the moment and slyly crept into Zenyuan's sleeve. In such chaos, it still knew where safety lay. 7 precious gourds, each radiating a different Dao resonance, hung, suspended in the air. Their shifting brilliance tugged at the hearts of every powerhouse present. Those lacking strength should withdraw. Do not invite needless trouble. Mystic arts are relentlessly indifferent. Do not be wounded by them and thereby miss the next lecture at Zhixiaogong. At Tai Ching Lao's soft exclamation, he flicked his whisk. In an instant, yin and yang energies rose from the void like an invisible vast net, instantly shrouding the entire summit of Zhou Mountain. Space was fixed under the principle of yin and yang, or earth, fire, wind, and water ceased to flow. Countless cultivators who had intended to take advantage of the chaos, those hidden in the shadows or of slightly weaker cultivation, felt a sudden tightening about their bodies. All concealment arts and transformation spells failed. They were forcibly squeezed from the void and from various hiding places exposed before everyone. That is for the best. Tai Ching Laozu stroked his beard and smiled. Then, as Dao friend Qin Yu suggested, fortune shall rely on one's own skill. Allow this humble Daoist to make a poor showing first. Before his words fell, his figure under the gaze of all dissolved like a soap bubble. Not by a concealment technique nor by relocation. He vanished so naturally, so utterly. No matter how those present scanned with spiritual sense or probed with secret methods, not a trace of his presence or aura could be detected. It was as if he had never existed. Truly a remarkable method, someone exclaimed. To nullify others' concealment while hiding oneself. There is nothing we can do. Taking's great art. Feishan Tuoji. Hidden within heaven and earth, roaming the 4 seas, unknowable, untraceable, unseen, existing between being and non-being. Then these 2 gourds are fated to this humble Daoist. In the next moment, Tai Ching Lao's voice rang directly within the spiritual senses of all. His silhouette appeared without warning beside the 7 gourds. He stretched both hands, one left and one right, and reached straight for the 2 gourds whose radiance was most restrained and whose Dao resonance was most profound. The purple gold and the mysterious black gourds. Fellow Daoist, it seems your junior sister has snatched the lead. A light laugh came. It was Nuwa. Yet before Tai Ching Laozu could truly pocket those 2 gourds, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Tai Ching Lao's gaze tightened. The 2 radiant gourds he had grasped at the very moment they touched his palms. With a puff like foam, they transformed into 2 fresh emerald gourd leaves drifting gently into his hands. Nuwa Dao friend, a truly fine method disguising falsehood as truth, catching even this humble Daoist off guard. Tai Ching Laozu did not grow angry. Instead he smiled slightly, eyes like torches, as he swept his gaze across the remaining 5 gourds. The 5 gourds turned into 5 green leaves and drifted down. Nuwa's great art, Washuan Zhaohua, bringing forth the void into being, turning false into true, able to alter the essence of things to create myriad fates, even conjuring from nothing and fashioning duplicates equal to the original. Unbeknownst to others, Nuwa had used Washuan Zhaohua to swap the gourds with the leaves on their vines, replacing gourds with leaves and deceiving everyone's perception. No one noticed. What a wondrous Dao of creation. Friends of the Dao, I accept your courtesy. Nuwa's figure appeared beside the cyan gourd. With a graceful hand she summoned it, slipping the gourd, so perfectly attuned to her Dao of creation, into her sleeve. I shall take this gourd, the remaining 6 I will leave to my fellow Daoists. With that she flicked her finger. The 6 objects that had been replaced by green leaves shattered together. The 6 true gourds reappeared and shot off in different directions. Well played. This exchange unfolded in the space of a flash, yet it greatly heightened the vigilance of those supreme powers on the pinnacle. Truly were none to be trifled with. Since Nuwa Dao friend held back those 3 gourds will be fated to my brothers and me. Yuanshi Tianzhen's expression turned solemn. He stepped forward, auspicious clouds rolled above his head, 3 golden blossoms rose and fell, and endless jade-pure immortal light poured forth. They coalesced into a towering hand that reached straight for one of the green gourds. He acted with noble dignity, bearing an aura of heaven's will as if destiny decreed it should belong to him, dispelling any thought of resistance. Yuqing's great art unfolded and flowers blossomed in an instant. Auspicious clouds manifested, impervious to all manner of law. The 3 treasures Jade Rui emitted resplendent heavenly might that repelled approach, and the gourd fell directly into the rolling clouds. Ha, then this blue gourd shall be mine. Tongtian Jiaozhu laughed long. His body became a blade of light, keen and exposed, and a fierce unmatched sword chi surged toward another blue gourd. A sword cleaved the heavens and a green sedge wind arose. Tongshan's great art. Yijin Jetyen, one sword severing the heavens. Takings yin and yang stilled, and the elemental flows resumed. Amid the commotion, the Tiandi Shenhuang pagoda enveloped a purple-gold gourd, and then turned away. Fellow Dong Wang Gong fellow, Shi Wang Mu, this treasure is fated to me. Please yield. A vermilion cloud drifted over Hongyun Laozu, who chuckled and blocked Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu. His target was a gourd suffused with an auspicious red glow. He spread his sleeves and boundless cloud chi billowed out. It appeared gentle yet contained terrifying power that could scatter souls and rend spirits. Hongyun Dao friend, this item is also fated to us. Dong Wang Gong's face turned grave, his pure yang sword paused as vast pure yang chi surged skyward, echoing the plain cloud realm banner in Shi Wang Mu's hand. The plain cloud realm banner unfurled. Wondrous phenomena swirled, heaven and earth brightened, evil recoiled, the myriad laws could not penetrate, and Hongyan's cloud chi was instantly held at bay. The two coordinated seamlessly, one attacking and one defending, charging directly for the red gourd. Amitabha, this treasure is fated to the western realm. Jane Doran, who had been observing in silence with a troubled expression, now chanted the Buddha's name aloud and exchanged a glance with Zhuan Ti. Jane pointed at the ground, and countless golden lotuses surged forth their fragrance like white lotus root. Zhuan Ti wielded the seven-treasure wonderful tree and lightly brushed it toward a golden gourd that radiated an aura of steadfast immortality. Seven-colored treasure light swirled as if it could wash away all things. The golden gourd's radiance dimmed and was drawn flying toward them. Humph faded to the west. Did you ask this, Emperor? A cold snort and a phantom great sun abruptly rose, pouring forth boundless light and heat. Dijuan himself. He held the Hichu and Luo Shu, countless star phantoms, and the textures of heaven and earth appeared, forming an array chart that encompassed all phenomena. He enveloped the golden gourd along with Jane and Zhuan, his assault using the power of the circumnavigating stars to calculate and counter their efforts. With a sharp cry, the Kunping manifested its true form, wings blotting out the sky. A single beat spanned 90,000 li speed beyond measure, and it plunged toward a gourd of profound black hue that exuded devouring intent. This item should rightfully be mine. A blood sea inundating the heavens. Mingi Laozu chuckled in a sinister tone as a boundless phantasmal sea of blood surged from behind him, its waves rolling. Countless resentful souls and malevolent auras bobbed within it, rushing straight toward the mysterious black gourd, while also blocking the Kunpeng's path. Kunpeng, this is not your Baiming. The 12 ancestral Wu surrounded Qingyu on all sides. Murderous qi surged to the heavens, and their vital energy rose like wolf smoke, piercing through heaven and earth. Yet Qingyu, standing calmly at the center of the encirclement, remained unruffled. So much so that he even took a moment to smooth the faint creases in his sleeve. Hutu gazed upon the azure-robed Daoist before her. The earth law flowing within her bloodline enabled her to sense the vast primordial merit emanating from him. A merit intrinsically bound to the earth itself and coexistent with creation. So it is you, Daoist Qingyu, Hutu said, her voice deep and resonant. You have wrought profound acts of creation for the beings of the primordial chaos and pacified the earth's meridians with unmatched virtue. Though your words toward us today were arrogant and defiant, should you swear an oath never again to set foot upon Mount Buzhou, we shall allow you to depart unharmed. Though she seethed inwardly at his earlier disdain for the ancestral Wu, she could not bear to see one who had rendered such great service to the primordial chaos perish here, and more importantly, Hutu with her faint divine sense perceived that slaying him, even in final battle, would incur immense karmic consequences. Little sister, why waste words with him? Strike him down now, that is all. Xuanming sneered beside her icy aura spreading outward, freezing the void itself. Qingyu turned his gaze to Hutu and saw genuine reluctance and quiet entreaty in her eyes, causing him to sigh inwardly. Truly compassionate. How rare it is for such benevolent essence to blossom within a primordial Wu born amidst endless murderous qi. No matter. The word of the Wood Patriarch stands as heaven's decree. To engage in combat with the descendants of Pengu is itself an honor, Qingyu said with a slight nod toward Hutu. The word of the Wood Patriarch stands as heaven's decree. Your compassion benefits the primordial chaos. The perfection of heaven and earth is neither achieved by one alone, nor can it be completed by any single being. I urge you to ponder this deeply. At these words, Hutu trembled. Qingyu's utterance struck her heart like a morning bell, awakening a vague resonance deep within her nascent soul. As she opened her mouth to inquire further, Qingyu spoke again. Come at me, all together, for simple words, yet imbued with serene transcendent detachment, as if surveying all sentient beings from afar. Arrogant. He seeks death. Kill. Enraged, the ancestral Wu roared. Their bodies forged from Pengu's sacred blood, never before so openly scorned. Since you insist. Hutu sighed softly, the last trace of hesitation vanishing from her eyes. Her form shimmered, revealing her true ancestral Wu body, human-faced serpentine with 7 arms behind and 2 before each hand, gripping a soaring serpent, towering millions of zhang high, drawing inexhaustible earth force from Mount Buzhou, which surged forth as torrents of golden dust. Her first assault hurtling toward Qingyu. Simultaneously, Di Jiang unfurled his wings, folding space itself. Zhu Jiuyin opened his eyes, slowing time's flow. Zhu Rong roared, igniting skies with infernal flames. Gong Gong bellowed, flooding the land with weak water. Qiang Liang and Yuezi wove thunder and lightning totems into a net. Tianwu and Shubishur summoned calamitous gales and venomous miasmas. Xuanming rained glacial daggers. Jumong transformed life force into binding chains. Ru Shou forged weapons from metal. Qi 11. Ancestral Wu unleashed at once their 11 primordial Dao energies, each embodying the fundamental essences of the primordial chaos, resonating through shared bloodlines, interweaving and reinforcing one another, magnifying their power tenfold. 12 attacks converged from every direction, encompassing time and space, the 5 elements: wind and rain, thunder and lightning, poison and catastrophe, sealing off every possible avenue of evasion, bearing the cataclysmic force capable of shattering the void and reenacting the primal chaos of fire, water, wind and earth. Cultivators whom Lao Zi of the Supreme Clarity had forcibly expelled from his Yinyang domain, and who now watched from afar, felt the heavens collapse and the earth crumble. Overwhelming pressure compelled them to activate protective spirit treasures, retreating frantically with pale, horrified faces. Even so, several cultivators lagged just a fraction too long, swept aside by the blast's periphery. Their protective treasures wailed and shattered, a blood spurted from their mouths as they tumbled backward through the air. Even granted heavenly edict, this man dares such arrogance, refusing even basic defensive measures. If he perishes here today, no one else bears blame, murmured a cultivator still trembling with residual fear. None believed Qingyu, so recklessly defenseless, could survive such a coordinated onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the combined strike of the 12 ancestral Wu crashed precisely where he had stood. Boom! A world-shaking detonation erupted. Boundless yellow dust billowed skyward, mountains quaked and boulders atop Mount Buzhou fractured into powder, only to be instantly reknit by the mountain's own sovereign might. Chaotic energy storms swept across the horizon, scouring clouds from tens of thousands of li in every direction. Yet, in the next instant, every observer, including the 12 ancestral Wu themselves, dilated their pupils in shock. As the dust slowly settled, a soft emerald light began to glow at the storm's heart, growing steadily brighter. It was a leaf, a single vividly green leaf, veins exquisitely defined, radiating infinite vitality and the profound Tao rhythms of creation. Then a second leaf appeared, then a third, and countless more sprouted from thin air, interlacing, budding, sending forth tender shoots that stretched into supple branches. In less than a breath, a colossal ethereal tree, entirely jade green, its height immeasurable, its crown seemingly capable of upholding the heavens, rose majestically above Mount Buzhou. The 12 ancestral Wu's earth-shattering combined assault struck the giant tree's ethereal form, only to vanish as if a clay ox sinking into the sea. There was no cataclysmic explosion from clashing energies. Every attack, whether Zhu Rong's heaven-consuming fire, Gong Gong's earth-submerging flood, Ru Shou's void-splitting metal, Xuanming's soul-corroding venom, or the intertwined forces of time and space, struck the Jianmu tree only to ripple gently across its surface like raindrops falling into a boundless ocean. All 12 Dao attacks were absorbed and transmuted by the tree's swaying branches and leaves. Finally, they coalesced into luminous Dao traces etched indelibly onto the Jianmu's trunk. Our attacks were absorbed. Zhu Rong stared dumbfounded as flames potent enough to incinerate mountains and boil oceans failed even to scorch a single leaf, instead vanishing into absorption. Not merely absorbed, it is converting our Dao attacks into its own Dao patterns. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes blazed with temporal daylight, desperately attempting analysis, only to encounter pure, impenetrable chaos. Qingyu remained rooted where he stood, not shifting so much as a step. He tilted his head slightly, not toward the ancestral Wu whose brows were knotted in grim concentration, but instead fixed his gaze thoughtfully upon another battlefield where great immortals fiercely contested for the gourd. Harmonizing creation, substituting leaf for gourd, weaving illusion and reality. Taoist Nua's mastery of this Dao is truly exquisite. Qingyu murmured softly to himself, a faint smile playing upon his lips, as if savoring a magnificent display of Dao artistry, utterly indifferent to the murderous qi surging around him. Such profound contempt ignited the ancestral Wu's fury beyond restraint. Unforgivable insult! Di Jiang roared, spatial forces churning violently as he sought to sever and banish the very space Qingyu occupied. Kill! The others' eyes bloodshot burned their vital energy and unleashed their utmost divine arts. 12 streaks of multicolored light hurtling toward Qingyu with renewed ferocity. This time they abandoned ranged assaults entirely, choosing instead to close and relying solely on their primordial Wu bodies and unadulterated Dao power to crush this arrogant upstart beneath sheer, overwhelming might. Yet before the stunned gazes of all observers came a surreal sight. Qingyu, a celestial sovereign, stood motionless with hands clasped behind his back. His gaze still lingering upon the distant arena where Nuwa Yuanshi and Tong Tian wove their arcane Dao arts. And those 12 ancestral Wu, carrying devastation incarnate blazing as radiant streams of light, halted abruptly when they reached a point still 100 zhang from Qingyu. They struck what seemed an invisible surface, ripples spreading across empty space like water disturbed by a stone. Then without sound or residue the 12 towering fearsome forms simply vanished. No collision shook the heavens. No roar marked their dissolution. Not even a wisp of fading energy lingered, as if they had never existed, as if their cataclysmic charge had been nothing but a phantom. Silence fell upon Mount Buzhou's summit, absolute suffocating. Observing cultivators felt their scalps prickle and their blood run cold. Empty space banishment. No, it's not just space. I can't sense even the causal traces of their existence. What kind of divine power is this? 12 ancestor witches just like that vanished. Fear coiled around the hearts of every onlooker like a cold venomous snake. To be able to so nonchalantly erase the 12 top de Luo, the fearsome ancestor witches, what terrifying realm has this Qingyu Tianzuan reached? No one dared to linger, whether they sought to fish in troubled waters or merely watch the spectacle. At this moment they transformed into streaks of fleeing light escaping Shou Mountain without looking back, fearing that if they hesitated for even a moment they too would meet the same fate as the 12 ancestor witches. Qingyu seemed oblivious to all of this until far away Nuwa effortlessly took the blue gourd with her manipulation of creation. Only then did he retract his gaze, a smile playing on his lips as he murmured, "That saved me some effort." Having said that, he waved his sleeve, and a scroll appeared from the void, landing in his palm. On the scroll, the mountains and rivers of the nation faintly emerged, while in the center of the scroll 12 small figures exuding a fierce aura were visible. They were charging wildly across a vast expanse of land, roaring incessantly, yet they could not break through the boundaries of the scroll. They had rushed over without any defenses, saving quite a bit of trouble. Ever since Luo, who unknowingly entered the map of mountains and rivers, every time Qingyu appeared the map would be nearby waiting for another divine power to catch a rabbit. Qingyu sat cross-legged, laying the map of mountains and rivers on his lap, then pointed with a raised hand. A black and white taiji diagram appeared, slowly descending upon the map. The yin and yang energies circulated, stabilizing the chaotic space within the diagram, completely suppressing it. But this was not the end. As Qingjia's thoughts moved again, the towering silhouette of the Jianmu shrank, rapidly, ultimately transforming into a sapling about a foot tall, gently landing in the center of the taiji diagram. With the Jianmu suppressing it, the boundless power of the 26th layer of mixed element golden immortal was unreservedly exerted upon the 12 ancestor witches through the taiji diagram and the map of mountains and rivers. Inside the world of the diagram, the 12 ancestor witches, who were frantically attacking the spatial barriers, groaned in unison, feeling an indescribable, irresistible heavy force crashing down. The weight of the 26th heaven pressed down upon their shoulders, regardless of how they roared, how they burned their lifeblood, or how they activated their Pangu bloodline under that triple-layered suppression. Their true forms were suppressed inch by inch, unable to move. I hope that through this incident these ancestor witches can understand the principle that there are others beyond oneself and heavens beyond the heavens. Indeed, just like Shihi, one must be cautious to endure. Qingyu nodded in satisfaction, putting away the map of mountains and rivers. Although he was confident that his strength far surpassed that of the ancestor witches, he was well aware that the primordial chaos was deep and the descendants of Pangu might have terrifying trump cards. Thus it was naturally best to resolve matters so easily. Having dealt with this small trouble, Qingyu leisurely turned his gaze back to the battlefield where the gourd was being contested. As Nuwa, through her manipulation of creation, took the blue gourd first, Laozi Yuanshi and Tong Tian quickly followed. They each secured the purple, gold, green, and blue gourds, and the competition for the remaining 3 gourds instantly escalated to a fever pitch. The sky filled with the red mist transformed by Hongyun and the pure yang sword energy of the Eastern King, while the Western Queen Mother's plain cloud realm banner held its ground. The gourd, suffused with auspicious red light, floated back and forth under the pull of the 3 energies, its radiant light flickering. Suddenly Hongyun laughed heartily. "Fellow Daoists, this object truly has a connection with me. I'm sorry for the offense." Before his voice faded, the vast red mist suddenly contracted and expanded, countless fine red sands appearing out of thin air. Each grain of red sand reflected the faces of sentient beings, showcasing their joys and sorrows. Hongyun's divine power. 10,000 appearances of red dust. This red dust energy does not harm the physical body, nor does it destroy treasures. It specifically corrupts the primordial spirit, targeting the Dao heart. The Eastern King and Western Queen Mother only felt their minds momentarily dazed, countless red dust illusions appearing before their eyes, depicting a scene of numerous immortals coming to pay respects. There was also the fear of the Dao path being severed, along with the immense terror of the Eastern King being rejected by Qingyo, causing the light of the plain cloud realm banner to slightly falter. In that fleeting moment, the red gourd with a whoosh broke free from its restraints, transforming into a red rainbow that flew into Hong Yun's sleeve. "Thank you." Having obtained the treasure, Hong Yun retreated, transforming into a long rainbow that swiftly fled 100 miles away, leaving only the echo of his laughter. The Eastern King and Western Queen Mother exchanged glances, sighed, retracted their spiritual treasures, and ultimately did not pursue. With the gourd recognizing its master forcibly seizing it had become meaningless. It was truly frustrating that before either of them could employ their divine powers they were already affected. It seemed their Dao hearts were rather unstable. On the other side, the contest for the golden gourd was even more intense. "This treasure is fated to be with my western side. It should be delivered to paradise." Zhuan Ti revealed a look of distress, the seven-treasure wondrous tree in his hands, repeatedly sweeping towards the golden gourd, the seven-colored radiance like a long rainbow piercing the sun, repeatedly striking at the golden gourd. The immortal rhythm and treasure light surrounding the gourd clashed, producing a series of clangs. Di Jun unfolded the river map and Luo Shu above his head, the shadow of the stars circulating, enveloping both the gourd and the attacks of Jane and Zhuan Ti, as he coldly declared, "Spiritual treasures, choose their fated ones. Why force their crossing? This object should belong to me." The two forces were locked in a stalemate as the golden gourd trembled between the starlight and treasure light. At that moment, the Eastern Emperor Tai, who had been silently observing, suddenly opened his eyes, and the chaotic bell in his arms rang without wind. Dong! A primitive bell sound rang out as if it came from the very beginning of creation, and in that instant time and space froze. The golden gourd was shaken by the sound of the bell, and actively broke free from the restraints of both sides, transforming into a golden rainbow that flew straight toward Tai. When it did not make a sound, it astonished the world. With a single move, it directly grasped the gourd in his hand. Tai reached out to catch it. The moment the gourd entered his grasp, an indestructible rhythm flowed, naturally, even resonating subtly with the chaotic bell within him. He nodded towards Di Jun, then put away the gourd. Seeing that the gourd was already in hand, Di Jun did not make another move. Zhuan Ti's expression grew more pained at this sight, while Jane sighed, uttering a soft wail, saying no more. It was impossible to force a seizure now. Now only the profound black gourd remained in contention. "Ming He, do you really want to fight to the death with me?" Kuan Peng roared, shaking the heavens, as the true water of the northern underworld transformed into towering waves, freezing the void wherever it passed. With a flap of his wings, he covered 90,000 miles, his speed reaching its peak, nearly touching the gourd several times. Ming He, the old ancestor, cackled eerily, the boundless sea of blood beneath him surging, 480 million blood god avatars fluctuating as the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi wove together a sky full of murderous sword energy. "This gourd contains the essence of devouring, perfectly in line with my blood sea Dao. Kuan Peng, your northern underworld true water may be cold, but can it freeze my blood sea from running dry?" Both were ruthless characters of the primordial chaos, one incredibly fast, the other, with an unyielding blood, see their battle, exuding an overwhelming murderous aura that reached far and wide. At this stalemate, the profound black gourd suddenly radiated a strong dark light, and a terrifying devouring force erupted. It actively sucked in the northern underworld true water, the blood sea's murderous aura, as well as shattered fragments of space. "Good treasure." The two exclaimed in unison, their greed intensifying, their attacks becoming threefold stronger. Ding! A sound of a zither unexpectedly echoed within their minds. This zither sound was ethereal and inscrutable, seemingly containing endless heavenly mysteries, the fate being counted, the heavenly machine in disarray, the bagua evolving, and the mysterious gates revolving. Kuan Peng and Ming He felt their minds sway as the scene before them suddenly blurred, as if they had stepped into a maze with doors on all sides, yet they could not discern where the exit was. Fushi's divine power. 6 Jia mysterious gates. 6 breaths of time were more than enough for Fushi, who had long been prepared. When Kuan Peng and Ming He regained their senses, they saw a gentle figure that had quietly appeared by the side of the profound black gourd. It was Fushi. He smiled slightly, bowing to the astonished Kuan Peng, and Ming He, fellow Daoists, I apologize. Having said that, he waved his sleeve, effortlessly retrieving the swirling profound black gourd. Then, with a flicker of his figure, he returned to Nua's side and nodded in greeting to the pale-faced Kuan Peng and Ming He. Kuan Peng and Ming He broke free from the daze of the 6 Jia mysterious gates, realizing the treasure gourd had been lost, and immediately felt their 3 souls rage, yet they were helpless. They had no words to say regarding Fushi's grasp of timing and the mysterious nature of his divine power. Thus atop Shou Mountain the 7 treasure gourds each returned to their rightful owners, the purple gold gourd to Laozi, the green gourd to Yuanshi, the blue gourd to Tong Tian, the yellow gourd to the Eastern Emperor, the blue gourd to Nuwa, the red gourd to Hongyun, and the profound black gourd to Fuxi. With a soft sound, a faint noise emerged from their hands. The green gourd of Yuanshi activated first, and a green figure sprang out from the gourd. Seeing Yuanshi, it shouted, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Seeing this gourd actually gave birth to a form. The figure was pure and vibrant without a trace of murkiness. Yuanshi's eyes were filled with affection. Although there was no master-disciple bond, it would be remarkable to guide such a being in Kunlun Mountain. He turned to look at Tong Tian just in time to let Tong Tian witness what it meant to be a person of exceptional talent. The crowd was taken aback as a small child suddenly sprang out from the green gourd of Yuanshi before turning to look at the gourd in their hands. There is no doubt that the gourd is a spiritual treasure, but to think that it also contains consciousness. Crack! Crack! 2 light sounds followed in succession. At the same time, the purple gold gourd in Laozi's hand and the blue gourd in Tongshan's hand also cracked open. A boy dressed in purple with golden patterns on his head jumped out from the purple gold gourd, while a girl dressed in blue leaped out from the blue gourd. Both children were exceptionally spirited. One exuded a faint purple aura embodying the Dao, the other was imbued with the essence of water, gentle and calm. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" As the 2 children landed slightly bewildered, they were instinctively drawn to the duality of the aura emanating from Laozi calling out for their grandfather. Laozi looked at the 2 exceptionally gifted children before him. A hint of warmth surfaced in his calm eyes as he stroked his beard and said, "Good, I often practice alchemy, and could use 2 children to tend the fire and handle some trivial matters. You 2 may stay by my side." "Big brother." Tong Tian became anxious, taking a step forward, looking eagerly at the blue-clad girl, and then at his elder brother. "This blue gourd is mine, this child rightfully belongs to me. It would only be fair for each brother to have one." Yuanshi, overhearing from the side, snorted coldly. "Humph, children with such spiritual roots born of purity should devote themselves to the Tao and cultivate in tranquility. In your place, what kind of environment do you have now? The 3 teachings and 9 streams are chaotic and noisy. Is this a place to raise children? When will you clear out those wet-born beasts with fur and horns from your palace before discussing taking in disciples and raising children? How can you say that, second brother? The Tao has countless paths and teachings are not exclusive." Tong Tian protested stubbornly. "Enough." Laozi sighed lightly, closed his eyes and waved his hand. "Since they have taken form, they are indeed sentient. Forcing it is futile." Seeing his elder brother speak and clearly indicating he did not wish to interfere, Tong Tian had to fall silent. Yet watching the lovely blue-clad girl following Laozi, he still felt a pang of heartache. After all, she was a gourd child. The others, seeing this, also began to check the gourds they had obtained. Nuwa Cyan gourd, Fuxis dark gourd, Donghuang Taiyi's golden gourd, and Hongyun's red gourd. At this moment all lay quietly in their respective owners' hands or sleeves. Although their treasures glimmered and the Tao flowed, there were no signs of transformation, and they were still accumulating power. The crowd sensed this and quickly understood the key. These 7 gourds were remnants of the primordial chaos demon god's soul, transformed through the innate gourd vine, absorbing the creations of the surrounding mountains, containing the essence of the Tao and spirituality. Now the 3 gourds acquired by the Sanqing had first fully matured their spirituality, taking form and breaking free from the gourds. The remaining 4 gourds either differed in their Tao or were slightly lacking in their essence, still needing to be nurtured. If forced to take form now, it could harm their essence, leading to a loss that outweighs the gain. As for the cracked gourd shells, everyone looked towards Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian. Although the spiritual energy had greatly leaked, they no longer possessed the might of supreme innate spiritual treasures. However, the material still came from the innate spiritual roots, the traces of the Tao remained, and their marvelous uses were not lost. If repaired, they would still be excellent treasures. As for the technique of repair, which school excels in it, find Nuwa in the primordial chaos. Everyone's eyes unanimously turned towards Nuwa. Sensing the gaze of the crowd, Nuwa smiled gently and said, "Since you all have bowed to the same master, such trivial matters are not worth mentioning." After saying this, she stepped forward, extending her delicate jade finger to gently point at the cracked gourd shells in Laozi's, Yuanshi's, and Tongshan's hands. "Creation as craft, all things take life, creation, according to my heart's desire restore." A stream of light containing boundless life from creation blossomed from her fingertip, transforming into 3 gentle streams of light which flowed into the 3 cracked gourds. Wherever the light flowed, the cracks on the gourd's surface healed at a visible speed, the damaged traces of the Tao were redrawn and completed, and the dim treasure light shone brightly again. Though not as brilliant and perfect as before, there was a sense of natural essence. In just a moment, the 3 gourds had been restored to their original state, floating in the air, their treasure light shimmering. Although they had fallen to the level of high-quality innate spiritual treasures, they remained wonderfully extraordinary, each possessing unique uses. Thank you, Nuwa, my friend. The Sanqing bowed in gratitude as Laozi and Yuan Shi put away the gourds. Tongtian, however, joyfully held the repaired blue gourd in his hand, reluctant to part with it, finally feeling somewhat comforted. He continuously tried to infuse it with magical power, hoping to summon another gourd child. No worries, my friends, you are too polite. Nuwa smiled and returned the gesture. At this moment, Qingyu and Zenyuanzi also walked over side by side. Nuwa, your skill in manipulating creation and infusing spirit is truly unfathomable. It is hard to find a second person in the primordial chaos. Qingyu praised with a smile. Seeing that Qingyu was safe, Nuwa knew that the 12 ancestral witches had surely been dealt with properly, and she smiled back. You overpraise me, my friend. It is rather your method just now which effortlessly made the 12 ancestral witches vanish without a trace that truly caught us by surprise and left us in awe. However, it was merely relying on the benefits of a few treasures, a clever trick unworthy of mention. Qingyu waved his hand and turned to greet the Sanqing. Laozi looked deeply at Qingyu and nodded, saying, My friend, your divine powers and the path of the primordial chaos have already glimpsed the door of the primordial chaos. I admire you. Yuan Shi also said, Your attainments in the Dao are truly impressive. Tongtian was the most direct, his eyes filled with battle intent. If there is a chance in the future, I must discuss the Dao and spar with my friend. That is what I wish for, but I dare not ask. Qingyu responded with a smile. At this moment, Dong Wanggong saw his benefactor and, disregarding the obstruction of Shi Wangmu, hurried forward, deeply bowing to Qingyu. Benefactor, indeed your strength is formidable. Only now do I see your divine powers truly worthy of the title of Central Xianqing Creation Taoist. This action of yours attracted the attention of the crowd once again. Shi Wangmu, seeing this fool instantly forget her, could not help but feel secretly vexed, yet she could do nothing but stand silently to the side. Qingyu helped Dong Wanggong up and said kindly, Donghua, my friend, there is no need for such formalities. You were born with pure yang energy bearing heavenly fate. You must diligently cultivate, lead the immortals, and uphold the righteous path, so as not to waste this opportunity. Donghua will not disappoint your trust, benefactor. Dong Wanggong's expression turned serious as he made a solemn promise. At that moment, a green escape light rushed swiftly from the edge of the sky, landing nearby and transforming into a green-clad Daoist. It was the Grand Elder of the Immortal Island, Fengli, the Master of the Wind Dao. He first bowed to everyone, then urgently spoke to Dong Wanggong. Island Master, the affairs on the island are complicated. Several elders cannot reach a consensus and need the Island Master to return and oversee the situation. Hearing this, Dong Wanggong's face showed difficulty as he looked at Qingyu. Qingyu smiled and said, Since there are urgent matters, one must prioritize the overall situation. Donghua, you may go. Then I will take my leave first. Please take care, benefactor. He then invited Shi Wangmu to return to the Immortal Island together. Seeing Dong Wanggong ignore Shi Wangmu, who was left aside, she was suddenly in tears, finally realizing she had been forgotten. The two departed together. Before leaving, they did not notice the deep gaze of Di Jun fixed on them. Then they used the Taiji Golden Crow's transformation technique and swiftly left the peak of the Zhou Mountain. The Golden Crow's transformation is indeed unmatched in speed. Hongyun stroked his beard and sighed, also cupping his hands to the crowd. My friends, I will take my leave as well. After saying this, he transformed into a red mist and floated away. Jiejing and Zhuanti exchanged glances, bowed to the Sanqing, Nuwa, Fushi, Qingyu, and Zenyuanzi, and took off in golden light towards the west. Kuanping and Mingyi had already left with gloomy expressions when Fushi took the dark gourd, and by now they had long since vanished from sight. This trip to Zhou Mountain has yielded much. I have also witnessed the divine powers of all of you greatly benefiting from it. Laozi addressed the crowd. Then we shall take our leave as well. Good. As Yuan Shi Tiansun turned, he hesitated slightly, then turned back, addressing Qingyu earnestly. Qingyu, that 12 ancestral witches, although acting tyrannically, are ultimately transformed from the blood of Pangu, bearing the legacy of the creation of heaven and earth, deeply intertwined with the causes and effects of the primordial chaos. I hope my friend will not harm their lives. A light punishment will suffice. Qingyu understood that Yuan Shi, being of the Pangu lineage, and one of the Sanqing, held a lingering affection and consideration for the ancestral witches who also bore Pangu's legacy. He nodded and said, Rest assured, Yuan Shi. I have my own measures. I only hope they can understand that there are heavens beyond this heaven and temper their hostility. Then thank you, my friend. Yuan Shi nodded, no longer saying much, and together with Laozi and Tongtian, they rode the clouds toward Kunlun Mountain. Once the three pure ones departed, only Qingyu, Zenyuanzai, Nuwa, and Fushi remained in the area. Zenyuanzai then relaxed slightly and asked, Dao brother, the aura of the 12 ancestral witches vanished in an instant. It must have been temporarily suppressed by your power. What do you intend to do about them? After all, they are transformed from Pangus essence, and their fate is deeply intertwined. Indeed, they are temporarily sealed. Qingyu nodded. The descendants of Pangu carry great karma and destiny. Although they currently rely solely on their bloodline strength, which seems insignificant, their momentum has already formed, revealing the shadows of the three clans from back then. This small punishment is merely a warning, hoping they can awaken some awareness. As for the handling, the great god Pangu opened the heavens and created all things, bestowing blessings upon the descendants of his legacy. As long as they do not commit acts of extermination or violate the great righteousness of heaven and earth, there will be no thoughts of killing them. It is merely a matter of slight restraint. Fuxi, who had been pondering silently, suddenly spoke up, questioning a deeply hidden doubt. Dao brother, regarding the method of cutting the three corpses transmitted by the Dao ancestor in the Zixiao Palace. Do you truly believe this method is feasible? How does it compare to the previous path of Honghuang in terms of superiority? Upon hearing this, Nuwa also looked over, evidently concerned. Qingyu glanced at Fuxi and Nuwa, knowing that this question pertained to the future paths of both of them, and many powerful figures requiring careful wording. After a moment of thought, he slowly replied, the Dao ancestor's method is indeed feasible. To cut the three corpses, one must entrust the notions of good and evil to the innate spiritual treasures, climbing step by step until the three corpses are completely severed. Once the notions of good and evil are unified with great merit or immense magical power invoked, the three corpses can merge into the immortal sage. This is a magnificent righteous path with clear stages, laws to follow, and a route to take. One is aided by heaven and favored by fate. In my humble view, once this method is passed down, it won't be long before exceptionally gifted individuals with deep destiny utilize it to attain the threshold of Quasi-Saint, perhaps even surpassing the rest of us. He paused, slightly looking at the contemplative Fuxi and Nuwa, and his tone deepened. However, the method of the three corpses, by severing them with spiritual treasures, binds one deeper to the corpses and the treasures used, as well as to this vast world, creating deeper karma. With the aid of heaven, one is also bound by it. If one wishes to transcend heaven and earth in the future, like the ancient powers, escaping to chaos will be much more difficult. This vast world has experienced the chaos of demonic gods, fierce beasts, the struggle of the three clans, and the conflict between Dao and demons. It can be said to be full of disasters. Heaven and earth have spirits and possess their own will. Rather than allowing powerful beings to hoard innate spiritual energy and create wondrous treasures potentially vanishing into chaos after achieving perfection, it is better to use law as a lock and Dao as a chain. Binding top cultivators more closely to this world is a means of self-preservation for heaven and earth, as well as a trend of great momentum. Qingji's voice was calm, yet it struck like thunder in the hearts of Fuxi and Nuwa. They had never considered the profound meaning behind the Dao ancestors' transmission from this perspective. As for the path of Honghuang, Qingyu sighed softly. This path is arduous. The road ahead is obscured without a fixed method, relying entirely on one's own comprehension of heaven and earth to understand one's own Dao, step by step, paving the way forward. Before the Dao ancestor, how many astonishingly talented individuals were stuck at the door. Even the Dao ancestor likely faced great hardships before achieving transcendence. Now the road ahead on the path of Honghuang is obscure, making self-exploration as difficult as climbing to the heavens. I won't hide it from you too. Even for me, the path ahead is also nebulous, still in the midst of exploration. Walking the path of Honghuang means falling behind. After all, every version has its own answers. If one does not copy the existing version's answers, it means one will lag behind in this grand contest of the primordial world, eventually being eliminated. Fuxi and Nuwa fell silent. Qingji's words dissected the pros and cons thoroughly. One path is clear and visible, possibly receiving assistance from heaven and earth. The other is shrouded in fog, filled with difficulties, yet may lead to true freedom on the Honghuang road. This choice is exceedingly difficult. After a long while, Nuwa and Fuxi exchanged glances, each seeing the intertwining of determination and confusion in the other's eyes. Eventually, Nuwa gently opened her lips, her voice clear. Thank you, Dao brother, for clarifying my doubts. This matter is indeed of great importance, oh my brother, and I need to return and contemplate it carefully. Exactly so, Qingyu smiled gently. Regardless of what choice you make, I will support you. There are countless paths to the Dao, all can lead to enlightenment. The key lies in whether it resonates with one's heart, and if one can remain steadfast. If in the future you find the primordial chaos tumultuous, and have nowhere to cultivate in peace, you are welcome to come to my Du Guangji Yi, or within the realm of longevity, seeking tranquility and freedom. The laws of heaven and earth will always provide us with a place of leisure. This was Qingji's confidence after opening up the Shentian realm. Thank you, Dao brother. Fuxi and Nuwa expressed their gratitude, warmth surging in their hearts as they both bowed deeply. With this promise, regardless of what the future holds, there is an additional escape route, bringing a sense of security to their hearts. Then my brother and I shall take our leave first. This time the teachings at Zhixiao Palace and the journey to Zhoushan have been quite fruitful. We need to enter seclusion to digest it all, Nuwa said. All right, may you both proceed with care. Qingyu and Zenyuanzai returned the gesture. Watching Nuwa and Fushi depart on their clouds, Zenyuanzai took out the vine that had produced 7 gourds, still rich in essence but slightly dim in spiritual light, and handed it to Qingyu. Dao brother, here is the gourd vine. Qingyu took the gourd vine and looked at Zenyuanzai, a hint of teasing in his tone. With your capabilities, it would not have been difficult to compete for a gourd earlier. Why not go for it? Zenyuanzai laughed heartily, patting the tome on his waist. To gain it is my fortune, to lose it is my fate. Though that gourd is excellent, it may not necessarily suit my path of earth immortals. Besides, aren't you the one who has already obtained this gourd vine? With the vine in my hand, why cling to those few gourds? Furthermore, he lowered his voice slightly, revealing a hint of pride. Just now, at the place where the gourd vine took root, taking advantage of their duel, I discovered quite a bit of 9 heavens soil. This is the divine soil of creation, extremely rare and beneficial for us in cultivating spiritual roots and solidifying the earth veins. The harvest is far greater than a single gourd. Oh, 9 heavens soil. Indeed a great opportunity, Dao brother, you must make good use of it. This object is profound and limitless and may prove invaluable in the future. Come back with me to do Guangji Yi. The Dao ancestor said your Dao is not of heaven, which means it is grounded. Since it is said so, it is an agreement. Coincidentally, I will use the roots of the Jianmu to send you on your way to the 9 underworlds to comprehend the true essence of the earth's darkness, which will benefit your earthly path. It all depends on your arrangement, Dao brother. The two exchanged smiles and left the summit of Zhoushan. Shortly after their departure, a slight ripple emerged in the void at a certain point in Zhoushan, and a phantom of a scroll flashed by. Immediately after, 12 tall and imposing figures filled with a fierce aura stumbled awkwardly from the air. These were the 12 ancestral witches who had been suppressed by Qingyu within the map of mountains and rivers, and subsequently further suppressed by the Taiji diagram, the phantom of Jianmu, and the immense force of the 26 heavens. Upon escaping, they immediately looked around warily, only to find the mountaintop completely deserted, with only residual traces of the battle and faint spiritual energy lingering. Damn! That old Qingyu is truly cunning. He actually set a trap. Zhu Rong was filled with rage, his entire body engulfed in flames, burning the surrounding rocks to a fiery red. Enough! Di Jiang's face darkened as he scolded. If you are outmatched, do not waste your breath with empty words. Huda gazed at the empty mountaintop, reflecting on Qingjia's prior words. The completeness of heaven and earth is not the achievement of a single individual, nor can it be completed by one alone, appearing contemplative. Upon hearing Di Jiang's reprimand, she also spoke up. What you say is indeed true, elder brother. We were reckless this time. Humph, whether he has malicious intent or not, this grudge must be avenged. Gong Gong snorted coldly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Revenge? With what will we take revenge? Zhu Jiuyin's voice was hoarse, laden with fatigue. Our strongest combined attack was easily repelled by him. We were suppressed after surrounding and attacking together. The ancestral witches fell into silence. Just moments ago, in that mysterious scroll, the boundless force of suppression felt as if the weight of the entire world pressed down upon them, leaving them with no resistance. Return to the ancestral witch palace. Di Jiang finally said in a deep voice, enter seclusion, and fully awaken our bloodline, receiving the inheritance of the Father God. The primordial world has changed, powerful beings are emerging one after another. If we 12 ancestral witches cannot truly master the power of the Father God, we will inevitably become stepping stones for others. Let's go. Qingyu and Zenyuanzai returned to do Guangji Yi, where the towering Jianmu remained lush and green, connecting heaven and earth. Zenyuanzai and Qingyu discussed the Dao of Earth Immortals under the Jianmu for several days, expressing all their insights and confusions. Qingyu also combined his understanding with Zenyuanzai's, allowing him to benefit greatly. Afterwards, Qingyu activated the powers of Jianmu. One could see that the roots of Jianmu, deeply embedded in the earth, had one particularly stout root emanating a dark aura that faintly glowed. It slowly rose from the ground, seemingly piercing the void, reaching into the unknown, unfathomable dark depths. The roots of Jianmu reach up to the heavens and down to the 9 underworlds. My friend, by following this route, you can reach the realm of the 9 underworlds. There lies the utmost een and darkness of the earth, which may assist you in comprehending the true essence of the earthly path. Remember, act according to your abilities, prioritize comprehension, and do not venture into perilous areas. Qingyu cautioned solemnly. Rest assured, Dao brother Zenyuanzai will take heed. Zenyuanzai deeply bowed to Qingyu, and without hesitation transformed into a beam of yellow light entering the root and disappearing from sight. After sending off Zenyuanzai, Qingyu took the highly spiritual Huang Zhongli and the innate gourd vine to the realm of longevity. Inside the realm of longevity, the chaotic energy lingered. The laws were manifest far more suitable for these innate spiritual roots from chaos to recover and grow compared to the primordial world. Qingyu found a place where the chaotic spiritual energy was most concentrated and carefully planted the Huang Zhongli and gourd vine, nurturing them with his own vital energy. As the gourd vine received nourishment, its wilted leaves gradually unfurled, regaining a faint green luster. The Huang Zhongli's branches swayed, gently exuding a refreshing fragrance. Having completed these tasks, Qingyu also sat cross-legged deep within the realm of longevity, entering seclusion. The phantom of Jianmu and the phantom of the green lotus of creation appeared. The Dao rhythms of Huang Zhongli, the essence of the gourd vine, the aura of the ginseng fruit tree, and the spiritual essence of the laurel, a total of 6 types of top-tier innate spiritual roots slowly manifested around him. Among the 10 great innate spiritual roots, I have obtained the essence of 6. Now, with the gourd vine in hand, it nurtures 7 treasures. Its transformative ability of the chaotic essence may help me advance further. I aim to glimpse the mysteries of the evolution of chaotic spiritual roots, completing my path of wood. Qingyu focused his mind, drawing upon the rhythms of various spiritual roots, and merging them with his own Dao. While Qingyu was in seclusion, powerful figures from all corners of the primordial world were digesting the teachings received from the Zhixiao Palace, some entering seclusion to sever their corpses, while others schemed for the future, and the power structure on the primordial earth was quietly undergoing profound changes. The sun shone brightly. Dijun and Tai Yi, leveraging the essence of the sun and the help of the river diagram and Luo book, successfully severed the good and evil corpses, respectively, stepping into the Quasi-Saint realm first with immeasurable might. The 2 emperors centered around the sun began to reorganize and streamline the scattered stars of the surrounding heavens with great magical power, commanding the number of stars. Below Zhoushan, within the Pangu Palace, a fierce aura surged and blood energy permeated the air. After experiencing defeat, the 12 ancestral witches fiercely awakened their Pangu bloodline, receiving the inheritance and their strength sword, breaking through barriers to reach a level equivalent to Quasi-Saint's the ancestral witch realm. Countless sons of the witch clan were birthed from their essence. These new witch clan members were born strong, not cultivating the primordial spirit, but training their bodies and bloodline abilities, spreading outward from Zhoushan. They hunted the beings of the primordial world, devouring flesh and blood, absorbing the fierce energy of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. Wherever they passed, there was often a scene of blood and carnage, causing numerous beings and clans to flee in fear. Above the East Sea, the Isle of Immortals was vibrant with activity. After the return of Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, they worked together along with Dong Wanggong's increasingly profound pure Yang Dao and Shi Wangmu's marvelous methods from the Yao Pool. They managed the vast Isle of Immortals in an orderly manner, with immortal light swirling and auspicious omens appearing. Countless wandering cultivators came seeking refuge or discussing the Dao, and the Isle of Immortals grew increasingly formidable, becoming a sanctuary in the hearts of wandering cultivators. Ancestral witches Dijun Dong Wang Gong, the earth, the sky, the 4 seas, 3 parts of the primordial world. The sun's rays intertwine with the profound hues of the dawn, while the stars are arrayed waiting for the moon to rise. As the flowing light descends, the silver river of the heavens lowers, shrouded in chaos that envelopes the cosmos. Beyond the realm of the moon, a brilliant sun's phantom hovers, illuminating the expanse, dispelling the eternal chill of the moonlight. Dijun, clad in imperial robes and adorned with a crown, stands in the void, gazing at the moon, which is tightly wrapped in the thick aura of the Taiyin, resembling a colossal silver plate. He speaks again, his voice penetrating through the Taiyin and reaching within the star. I, Dijun, am the sovereign of the sun star, commanding the solar radiance and ruling over the multitude of stars. I have come to pay my respects today, wishing to discuss the grand strategy of the celestial bodies with my friend Shi He. We are both lords of the sun and moon, the pivotal forces of yin and yang, and we should join hands to govern the stars, stabilize the heavenly order, and bring benefit to the vast wilderness. Why do you repeatedly refuse me, my friend? Would it not be better to show yourself and converse in person? Would that not be splendid? This marks the countless times he has come here. Ever since returning from the lecture at Zhixiao Palace, where he completed the corpse slayer technique and realized that the path of the celestial bodies is vital to his foundation, Dijun has set his sights on the Taiyin star, which shares the core of the celestial bodies with the sun star. If he can gain the assistance of the Taiyin star's master Shi He, with the harmony of yin and yang and the sun and moon shining together, then the grand formation of the celestial bodies can be anticipated and the might of the star deities will be unshakable. However, no matter how sincerely he invites her, even offering great benefits, the Taiyin star remains silent, only the cold moonlight flowing, resembling the most complete rejection. In the palace of Guanghan, the clear radiance lingers eternally. A bright moon as pure as water hovers in the sky, where its light reaches the scenes of the vast wilderness, are vividly displayed. She, dressed in moon-white palace attire, has a face that is cool and ethereal yet is now shrouded in a hint of worry. Her gaze is fixed on a part of the mirror where a familiar lively figure cautiously traverses through the steep mountains of the western wilderness, occasionally plucking rare flowers that exude the essence of moonlight. Changxi, the lecture at Zhixiao Palace, has long concluded, and the wilderness is now rife with turmoil, with witches and monsters rising. Why have you not returned? He murmurs softly, her worry deepening. Her sister, by nature restless and yearning for the outside world, has been like a wild horse since she slipped out of the Taiyin star last time, impossible to rein in. Even though she can monitor her through the moon mirror, the wilderness is perilous, filled with powerful beings. What if? At this moment, Di Jun's voice, which she finds increasingly irritating once again, penetrates the barrier of the Taiyin star, faintly reaching her. He's brows furrow slightly. This Di Jun is truly a nuisance, disturbing her tranquility. The meaning of her refusal has been so obvious, yet he continues to come at fixed intervals. The determination that implies coercion and his blatant ambition towards the authority of the Taiyin star makes he feel increasingly irked. Moreover, her gaze sweeps over Di Jun's brilliant sun's phantom in the moon mirror, as well as the increasingly forming celestial pathways behind him. To govern the stars together. I fear he wishes to swallow the Taiyin and monopolize the celestial. The annoyance of being coveted for power constantly disturbed, and the worry for her sister's safety intertwines like fine threads wrapping around Shi's heart, which has been calm since her birth. Well then, after a long while, he lets out a light sigh, seemingly having made a certain resolution. She rises and walks outside the Guanghan Palace beneath the jade-like moon laurel tree that blooms eternally. She extends her slender hand, gently caressing the cool tree trunk, a hint of memory flashing in her eyes. I never expected the method of external incarnation taught by my friend Qing you would prove useful one day. In the past, Qing, you had taught her the secret technique of condensing an incarnation from the essence of the world tree for protection in the chaos. Though he has already separated from the laurel's original form, her foundation remains, and she vaguely remembers the method. The incarnation produced by this technique is naturally far inferior to Qing Yu's, which was nearly indistinguishable from the original. However, creating a temporary vessel that carries part of her divine consciousness and possesses independent action capability will suffice. Moon laurel's clear radiance illuminate my form. She gestures with her hand, a pure essence of moonlight flying from her brow, falling into the moon laurel tree. The branches and leaves of the moon laurel sway gently, and a branch about a foot long, crystal clear like jade, exuding cool moonlight, detaches from the tree and floats into her palm. She gazes at the branch, her divine consciousness unhesitatingly separating, a thread merging into it. The branch's radiance flows and swiftly transforms. Within a breath it morphs into a maiden clad in moonwhite, resembling he with 8 or 9 points of similarity. Yet she appears younger, her aura only at the level of a golden immortal. The original he approaches the moon laurel tree, her form gradually becoming faint until she completely merges into the trunk. Instantly, the entire moon laurel tree's radiance recedes, vitality quiets, and no trace of he's presence leaks out. The maiden outside slowly opens her eyes, now carrying he's divine consciousness. Though this form is weak, its fall would not be a great loss, merely a slight depletion of essence. Qing Yu's technique is indeed marvelous. He, observing her incarnation, thinks to herself, thus I can temporarily leave this realm of strife, seek out Changxi, and also witness this wilderness. Taking a deep breath, she no longer hesitates, summoning a faint moonlight escape, quietly departing from the Taiyin star, heading towards the direction of Chang, she indicated by the moon mirror. Upon entering the wilderness, he immediately realizes what it means to be lost. Her incarnation's cultivation is too low to freely draw upon the vast power of the Taiyin like her original self, and it is even harder to pinpoint her location through the omnipresent moonlight. Having left the familiar starry path, facing the vast complex terrain of the wilderness, she quickly loses. In desperation, she can only restrain her aura and wander aimlessly across the wilderness, guided by a faint sense of Changxi. However, this journey of being lost allows her to see scenes that starkly contrast with the cold solitude of the She observes at night countless beings sincerely worshipping the bright moon in the sky, absorbing moonlight for cultivation. That reverence and dependence on the moon stirs something in her heart. She witnesses the struggles and clashes between living beings fighting for resources and survival, bloody and brutal. Yet she also sees more: the resilience and beauty of those striving for life, enduring hardships for their paths. The cautious the initial panic and discomfort of entering the wilderness gradually replaced by a knot. He begins to seek a tranquil cold pond or a marsh where moon lotuses grow at night, subtly invoking a thread of moonlight to assist those devoutly worshipping the moon in their cultivation. Watching them reveal joyful smiles nourished by moonlight and hearing their sincere gratitude, she feels a gentle warmth rise in her heart, a sensation entirely different from that of sitting high in the Taiyin. Gradually, in the small area, she frequents the beings fondly refer to her as Moonlight Goddess. The moonlight locks the clear autumn and the ethereal spirit begins to grow. Beneath the swaying moon shadows, she is not like a mortal spirit. That night, the new moon is like a hook. As usual, he arrives at a secluded cold pond where the moon lotuses bloom, their fragrance wafting. Just as she intends to summon the moonlight, a sudden feeling of alarm arises. Dozens of malicious karma-laden energies unmistakably lock onto her from all directions. In the next moment, various foul and sinister treasures and divine abilities come crashing towards her in the cold pond. Among them, several possess the cultivation of Tai golden immortals. Humph, we have been searching for you, Moonlight Goddess, for quite a while. The moonlight on you is so pure, you must be the spirit of the Tai star. Capturing you and refining your essence would be greatly beneficial. A sinister voice resounds. Faced with this sudden attack, her incarnation, possessing only golden immortal cultivation, is utterly powerless to resist. She wishes to draw upon the power of the Tai star, but Jun, who has been lingering outside the star, remains an obstacle. Shihi's heart sinks, and she instantly makes a decision to disperse this incarnation, allowing her divine consciousness to return to her original form. The wilderness is indeed dangerous. The Tai star is far more tranquil. That sun god is truly bothersome. She inwardly laments just as she is about to trigger her incarnation's self-destruction. At that moment, boom. Dark clouds roll ominously in the sky and thunder snakes dance wildly. A vast, majestic, terrifying aura representing the will of heavenly punishment suddenly descends. In the next instant, dozens of thick destruction-filled purple divine punishment lightning bolts accurately strike the assailants rushing towards Shihi. No! The shrill cries echo through the night sky. Those Tai golden immortals and malicious beings possess no power to resist under the divine punishment lightning. Along with their treasures and primordial spirits, they are instantaneously turned to ashes, their forms and spirits obliterated. Only the dense karma is washed away in the lightning. Shihi stands in the cold pond, gazing at the gradually dispersing thunderclouds above. Heavenly punishment. At that moment, beams of dawn light pierce through the night, and the yet dissipated thunderclouds. A battle chariot drawn by 9 extraordinary azure birds slowly approaches amidst the radiant dawn, followed by 2 rows of elegantly dressed extraordinary fairies. The chariot halts by the cold pond, the curtains are lifted, and a female immortal dressed in white with golden patterns adorned with a phoenix hairpin and bearing a gentle yet dignified demeanor steps down from the chariot. She approaches the pond, extending a pair of gentle yet powerful hands, softly saying, "Sister, have you been frightened? Fear not, those malicious beings shackled by karma and harboring ill intent have been eradicated by me." Her voice is like a spring breeze carrying a calming force. Shihi looks up, meeting a pair of bright eyes filled with kindness and concern. These scoundrels are those who have committed evil across the wilderness in recent years, burdened by deep karma. The female immortal continues gently, "We hail from the island of many immortals, assisting the multitude of immortals and upholding the righteous path. Recently, we have been traveling to eradicate such scum. Sister, you are exceptionally gifted, which is why they have set their sights on you. This place is no longer safe. There may be accomplices lurking. May I ask if you have anywhere to go? If not..." The female immortal smiles slightly. "Why don't you stay by my side for the time being? Though my cultivation is shallow, I can surely ensure your safety. Once I finish handling these matters of karma, I will escort you to my island of many immortals for refuge. Their numerous immortals guard, the formations are strict, and the rules are sound. It will surely be safe." Sensing the Daoist before her, whose strength is comparable to that outside, the Taiyin capable of invoking heavenly punishment with a mere wave of her hand, and more importantly feeling the dense pure in essence emanating from her. "Sister." Noticing Shihi has remained silent for a long time, merely gazing at her, the female immortal calls out gently again, her expression growing even softer. Shihi comes to her senses, looking into the sincere eyes of the other, thinking to herself, "It is just an incarnation, let me see if this person is sincere. If she harbors ill intent, I will simply destroy her." "No." She shakes her head, her voice still carries a hint of coolness, but her tone has softened considerably. "Thank you for your kindness, sister. No need for courtesy." The female immortal smiles, extending her hand to help Shihi out of the cold pond. "I am the Queen Mother of the West. May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" "Call me Yuhi." Shihi hesitates slightly, giving a pseudonym. As it is an incarnation, there is no need for her actual name. Yuhi, a lovely name fitting for one so radiant. The Queen Mother of the West praises. "Then let us proceed together for now, Yuhi. After this matter is concluded, we shall return to the island of many immortals together." "Thank you." Shihi nods, following the Queen Mother of the West onto the battle chariot. Wangmu sat within her chariot, gazing upon Yueha beside her. Her elegance radiant, her aura pristine and aloof, and silently marveled. This maiden possessed an exceptionally rare constitution and unparalleled spiritual purity. Though merely at the golden immortal realm, her entire being exuded overwhelming spiritual energy stirring Shi Huangmu's admiration for extraordinary talent. Shiha sat quietly in the chariot sensing Shi Huangmu's thoughtful arrangements while watching the ever-shifting primordial landscapes unfurl beyond the carriage window, her wariness toward Shi Huangmu softening almost imperceptibly with each passing moment. Though the primordial chaos harbored perils, it also sheltered paragons of virtue, like Qingyu or Shi Huangmu herself. Perhaps leaving the moon star this time was not wholly ill-fated. As Shi Huangmu set her celestial chariot in motion, she failed to notice a gentle pure moonlight descending from the heavens, silently alighting upon the chariot itself. Moonlight traveled in silent attendance. Across the starry firmament, Emperor Jun remained utterly unaware of all that had transpired within the moon star. Day after day, he arrived unfailingly at its threshold to extend his invitation, only to be met as always with chilling, unbroken silence. A surge of fury, born of repeated dismissal and defiance against his sovereign authority, finally surfaced upon his august countenance. So the moon star sovereign dares scorn such honor. Golden flames flickered within Emperor Jun's eyes. If persuasion fails, then witness the true might of a stellar sovereign. Abandoning futile verbal summons, he directly summoned the Hichu Luo Shu, the primordial divine treasure, whose radiance blazed forth, unveiling countless stellar trajectories and cosmic patterns, weaving connections across the entire celestial array. The sovereign will and power of the Master of Stars surged through the Hichu Luoshu, forcibly imposing itself upon the moon star itself. All stars of the celestial sphere, hear my decree: the moon star shall resume its ordained place. The heavenly order shall flow in perfect harmony. With Emperor Jun's edict resonating across the void, the entire firmament trembled faintly. Countless stars flared with intensified brilliance. Stellar energy surged like a tidal wave. Coalescing into an invisible, irresistible current, it began gently guiding the slumbering moon star along a predestined path. Emperor Jun's brows lifted, his anger instantly dissolving into startled delight. Had the moon star yielded so readily to his command? Not the slightest resistance. Not even a trace of the star sovereign's will impeding his effort. Ah, I see. A knowing smile curved his lips. She is simply shy, unwilling to speak openly with me. Now that he had taken initiative, asserting his stellar sovereignty, the moon star obediently resumed its course. Clearly this lunar deity was no cold-hearted recluse, merely reserved by nature. Convinced he had grasped the truth, his spirit soared. He redoubled his cultivation energy, steadily drawing the moon star into the central orbit of his meticulously calculated celestial architecture. As the moon star was forcibly repositioned under Emperor Jun's dominion, the entire celestial mechanism flowed with unprecedented harmony. Upon Shi Huangmu's chariot, Shiha felt the subtle shift, and her brow furrowed slightly. What troubles you, younger sister? Overthinking harms the Dao path. Shi Huangmu, observing how often Shiha's expression had shifted since boarding the chariot, now gently counseled her as she noticed the faint crease between her brows. Nothing, elder sister. I was merely reflecting on certain matters. Shiha replied awkwardly, the words elder sister slipping out with hesitant sincerity. The moon star's celestial path followed immutable laws. If Emperor Jun chose to shoulder karmic consequences by altering its course, let him bear them. When his accumulated karma erodes his fortune and vitality, that would be the perfect moment to pay him homage directly. After Emperor Jun guided the moon star back into alignment using the Hichu Luoshu, cosmic completeness manifested. A brilliant violet light bloomed in resonance with celestial perfection. Upon the purple microcosm, star majestic violet chi permeated the heavens, interweaving with the luminous radiance of sun and moon. Emperor Jun journeyed to the purple microcosm star, settling his mind and body. Calm yet commanding, serene yet solemn, concealing his inner brilliance beneath quiet composure. All traces of earlier anger and elation had vanished. Within the dazzling violet radiance, a figure gradually coalesced, draped in violet-robed immortal attire, crowned with a diadem of stars, her face veiled in ethereal ambiguity, yet radiating innate celestial majesty. May I inquire, honored friend, your name? This humble one is Emperor Jun, sovereign of the Sun Star. Composing himself, Emperor Jun bowed respectfully toward the spectral figure upon the purple microcosm star. Upon hearing his words, the spectral woman slowly turned, offering a slight graceful nod. Her voice echoed softly across the starry expanse. This humble one is Zi Guang. My recent manifestation and liberation are entirely due to your benevolent assistance. We are both stellar deities. Mutual support is but natural duty. Emperor Jun replied with gentle warmth. Zi Guang gazed upon the noble upright figure before her, admiration filling her eyes. Truly worthy of the title sovereign of the great sun. Meanwhile, across the foothills of Mount Buzhou, the influence of the Wu clans spread like wildfire, unstoppable and consuming. Having emerged from seclusion after their prior defeat, the 12 ancestral Wu had attained profound breakthroughs. Each now led a tribe cultivating countless great Wu, warriors rivaling the great Luo immortals, as well as legions of ordinary Wu warriors. These newly born Wu possessed innate physical might and were shrouded in murderous qi. They cultivated no spirit seal or soul essence, relying solely upon ancestral bloodline techniques and raw corporeal power in battle. Yet as their numbers swelled, the naturally generated murderous qi across heaven and earth grew increasingly scarce, insufficient to sustain their growing ranks. To preserve their formidable strength and ensure survival, the Wu tribes, under the leadership of their great Wu, turned their gaze toward surrounding sentient beings, consuming the flesh and blood of living creatures, especially those of considerable cultivation. Not only replenished vital essence swiftly, but also provided life force resentment and murderous qi potent nourishment that accelerated Wu advancement. Thus began wave after wave of bloody purges. Wu legions advanced like roving calamities, leaving devastation in their wake wherever they passed. Faced with such overwhelming might, the native denizens of Mount Buzhou's periphery could only flee in terror, abandoning homes and homelands. But flight offered no solution. The Wu's territorial reach expanded relentlessly. Their hunting grounds for living sustenance grew ever larger. You flee, I pursue. Even with wings, escape is impossible. Amid this terrifying chase and hunt, more Wu were born, more lands stained crimson, and more lives transformed into nourishment for the Wu. In a ravaged valley of the western primordial chaos, the last tiger attempting resistance was torn apart and devoured by several grotesque Wu warriors. The leading great Wu wiped blood from his mouth, gazing toward distant fertile lands still untouched by Wu feet, his eyes gleaming with fierce excitement. Forward, to our next conquest, for the Wu to reclaim dominion over Father God's realm. Within the realm of longevity, chaos swirled, and Dao principles flowed like liquid. Qingyu, seated in serene meditation, slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, fleeting shadows of time dissolved, the radiant cycle of the 5 elements settled into tranquil stillness. His attention fell upon what lay before him. The Huangzhong plum tree's branches and leaves shimmered with vivid dewy green. Its Dao fruit emitted an increasingly rich fragrant aroma, its latent sentience nearing full maturity, as if ready to manifest at any moment. Nurtured by his care, the primordial calabash vine had also regained much of its former vigor. Within a few cosmic eons, these 2 sacred plants shall attain extraordinary destinies. Qingyu nodded faintly. As the realm of longevity lay closest to heaven, he naturally perceived shifts within the heavenly Dao, changes spontaneously triggered by the earthly Dao's return to ordered harmony. Sensing this transformation, Qingyu knew Zhen Yuanzi had succeeded, truly deserving the title Ancestor of Earth Immortals. His innate talent and karmic fortune rivaled any save for a touch less timely destiny. At this very moment, Zhen Yuanzi must already have descended into the 9 nether realms, successfully establishing communion with the earthly Dao. Such a pivotal juncture left him utterly incapable of attending elsewhere. It seems our friend will miss the second discourse at the Zhixiao Palace. Though Qingyu spoke these words, his tone held no genuine regret. For Zhen Yuanzi, now consolidating the path of Earth Immortals and deepening communion with the earthly Dao held far greater significance than attending the Zhixiao Palace, where teachings of the heavenly Dao might no longer align perfectly with his own unique cultivation path. Qingyu rose. With a subtle ripple of his form, he vanished from the realm of longevity. Before the Zhixiao Palace, its gates stood tightly sealed, appearing unchanged from without save for faint violet qi drifting across its portal. Inside, silence reigned absolute, save for 2 celestial attendants dozing lazily upon cushioned mats behind the entrance. Nearly a millennium remained until the second discourse as decreed by the Dao Patriarch. For beings such as themselves, that span was but the blink of an eye, no cause for urgency. Suddenly upon the cloud throne, an empty space, another figure materialized, soundlessly seated with effortless grace. Master, Hao Tian and Yao Qi jolted awake, scrambling to kneel in reverence. A distinguished guest approaches from outside. Go. Open the gates and welcome them. A distinguished guest. Hao Tian and Yao Qi exchanged bewildered glances. Who could possibly merit such an appellation from the master himself? Arriving even before the discourse commenced. Though puzzled, they dared not question further, bowing low. Yes, master. Straightening their robes, they approached the massive palace doors and pushed them open with reverent effort. Beyond lay churning chaos. Vast, empty, and desolate. Hao Tian peered outward, scanning left and right. Utterly vacant. Could the master's perception have erred? Yao Qi murmured softly. At that instant, a faint, delicate sound emanated from within the hall behind them. Hao Tian and Yao Qi whirled around in alarm. There beneath the cloud throne where 7 cushions had once rested before the foremost seats. Now 8 cushions stood aligned. Upon the 8th sat a young Taoist clad in azure robes, his bearing transcendent and serene. The seat of the celestial venerable rests beside mine. Please, esteemed friend, take your place. Transcendence bears distinctions, Tao realization follows divergent paths. This cannot be. Facing Hongjuan's renewed attempt to recruit him, Qing Yu declined with quiet resolve. Seeing Qing Yu's refusal, Hongjuan's form dissolved without hesitation. Wasting no sentiment. He had mistakenly believed Qing Yu had reconsidered. Better spent, he thought, refining several heavenly Tao principles, drawing himself closer to ultimate transcendence. When the millennium concluded, the Zixiao Palace opened. As its great doors swung wide, the assembled multitudes beheld, already seated within, the solitary figure of a meditating cultivator. The 8th seat. How could there be 8 cushions? Every gaze snapped to the extra 8th cushion, and to the green-robed Taoist who sat upon it with eyes closed in meditation. Who is this figure? When did he enter? Why is he allowed this place? Has the Tao ancestor truly permitted an extra seat for him? Shock, suspicion, conjecture, curiosity. A faint, barely perceptible jealousy churned in the hearts of many powerful ones who were seeing Qing Yu for the first. Those who came to Zixiao Palace to hear the Tao were without exception of deep cultivation and proud bearing. Seeing someone granted such an honor naturally unsettled them and bred discontent. Yet among the crowd were those who had stood atop Zhoushan and witnessed with their own eyes Qingyu by the might of the Jianmu forcefully contend with the 12 ancestral witches. Their astonishment ran far deeper than that of others. He did not attend the first sermon, for the second to arrive, and have a seat personally added by the sage. What treatment was this? What manner of regard did the Tao ancestor hold for him? Minds varied people found their places, and sat, yet glances kept drifting to the front. Sanqing, Nuo Jane, and Tai took their seats in the same places as before. Thus the original 7 cushions left only one empty. The seat reserved for the founder of Earth Immortal Zenyuanzi. Zenyuanzi was to give the second lecture. When the heavy sound of Zixiao Palace's gates closing slowly echoed, every eye fixed upon that vacant cushion. Many looked at the empty seat, tempted to move, yet mindful of the sage's prior decree before the lecture that the seating was settled and must not be altered. Greed, longing, hesitation, calculation flickered in many eyes, but no one dared act first. The head that sticks up gets struck. The sage had not spoken, and none knew what fate would follow an unauthorized sitting. While the crowd hesitated, a figure suddenly lunged onto the cushion, then was hurled backward with a bang, the dull impact sounding as if against an ancient divine mountain. With a sickening sound, Kuanping was struck and flung back faster than before midair. He spat a mouthful of pale golden blood, his vitality instantly flagging. He staggered to the ground, barely steadying himself, wiped blood from his mouth, face, dark eyes fixed on the still empty cushion. Eyes settled on Kuanping. Some mocking, some taking pleasure in his fall, yet a scarcely perceptible respect for his boldness shone in others. The sage's words that the seats were fixed were no idle boast. Even if the person did not arrive, the place could not be seized. Under countless gazes, Kuanping, expressionless, returned to his original seat, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and regulated his breath as if the earlier humiliation had never occurred. Kunpeng's daring extinguished the hopes of those who had entertained risk. They withdrew their looks and forced themselves into inward concentration. In a corner of the crowd, a presence as weighty as Zenyuanzi sat in silence. It was Hutu, the ancestral Wu. For this second lecture at Zixiao Palace, she had come alone. The other ancestral was busied themselves expanding their tribes, seizing blood tributes to strengthen the clan, lamenting that listening to the heavenly Tao gave them splitting headaches. Huda's gaze swept the empty cushion of Zenyuanzi. Seeing his absence, she pondered inwardly. At the end of the last lecture, she had felt upon Zenyuanzi a chance intimately linked to herself and to the earth. Now that Zenyuanzi missed this crucial second sermon, his absence could not simply be because he failed to understand the sage's Tao. Founder of Earth Immortals, Zenyuanzi Hutu reflected. Though she did not cultivate a primordial spirit, and perceived only through bloodline resonance with the earth, she vaguely felt Zenyuanzi's absence might be connected to her. But what exactly was the connection? Where did that opportunity point? She strained her faint primordial spirit to deduce and sense, but found only a chaotic celestial pattern, and a splitting headache as if countless needles pricked her skull. Huta sighed and abandoned the futile speculation. Irritated, she raised a hand and tapped her smooth brow with a dull thud, drawing glances from those nearby. My head aches. I must grow a primordial spirit soon. Never mind. What is destined will come, the father deity shelters, the earth will guide. Upon the cloud bed, Hongjun's figure slowly materialized, and a far denser aura of heavenly Tao and oppressive majesty filled Zixiao Palace than at the first lecture. The palace fell so silent one could hear a pin drop. Everyone including Qing Yu at the front restrained their minds and sat in solemn stillness, daring not to show the slightest laxity. Hongjun Dao ancestors' gaze swept calmly below. Though called 3,000 mortals, this assembly numbered fewer than 3,000. Since the first lecture, the turmoil of the wilderness had not ceased. Dozens had perished in secret or were for some reason unable to come. The path of Dao is perilous. One false step brings death, and the extinguishing of Dao, returning one to the merciless river of time with not even a ripple to mark the passing. This sermon concerns the sage's Dao. A sage embodies the authority of heaven and earth. The primordial spirit anchors in the void of the heavenly Dao, unites with Daos truth, endures myriad culpas unscathed, touched by causality yet unstained. As long as the heavenly Dao endures, the sage does not die. Yet the sage must not go against heaven. To follow heaven, respond to humanity, and regulate yin and yang is the sage's duty. To become a sage, one must clarify one's own Dao and sever the three corpses. The three corpses are kindness, malice, and clinging obsessions. By entrusting them to innate spirit treasures or kindred objects, and severing the manifested forms, one's Dao advances. When all three are cut, the Dao fruit first forms, and one may then seek Honghuang. Honghuang is the source of the Dao to which all methods return. Yet in the vast wilderness, the number of sage seats is finite. Sages are ordained by heaven. The axioms of the great Dao, each word, a jewel, contains supreme truths of the heavenly Dao. Accompanied by thick primordial Daoic breath, they reverberated through Zixiao Palace. All were enthralled, intoxicated by the profundity of the Dao. Those cultivators who had stalled at the pinnacle of the Luo Jingxian, since the first lecture, now aided by the voice of the heavenly Dao and the palace's emanating essence, felt fortune bless their spirits and their breaths surge. Sever, sever, sever. One after another, soft shouts rang throughout the palace. Clean or turbid breaths burst from the foreheads of many mighty ones. Compassionate, grim, or stubborn. Manifesting various apparitions that then sank into each person's primordial spirit or nearby spirit treasures. With the cutting of a single corpse, a practitioner's aura erupted, formally entering the threshold of quasi-sage. On the front cushions, the actions of several supreme powers were even more astonishing. The breaths of the Sanqing Taoists linked. Three blossoms appeared above them. Red flower, white lotus stalk, green lotus leaf. Intertwining, faintly reenacting primordial chaos and a return to Pangus' primordial spirit. They each displayed the proof of Dao treasures derived from the transformative green lotus. Their energies resonated as if to recombine. Sever. The Sanqing intoned together voices like Dao bells. From each primordial spirit, a hazy phantasm separated, bearing kin, yet distinct breaths, and each entered one of the three sacred treasures. Using their shared origin green lotus treasures as instruments to sever the corpses, the Sanqing's primordial spirits cut, and through a single treasure took on the three corpses, the way of Pangus' primordial spirit. Each Sanqing severed from themselves the origins that had once split among them, thereby accepting the three corpses. From then on, the bonds between the Sanqing would become more independent. Each one's origin would grow more complete and pure, better matching the Dao they upheld. Nuwa sat in quietude as a green creative light swelled about her, revealing her innate sacred aspect. Human head, serpent body, her whole being suffused with the most primordial breath of creation. In her palm, the Nuwa stone, intimately tied to her path, manifested. Its workings were subtle, faintly harmonizing with the heavenly Dao. If heaven has ordained it, why force the matter? She murmured. I am creation and creation is I. Nuwa said, eyes bright with realization. Through Kinjia's earlier guidance, she had penetrated the true meaning of the heaven-ordained sage. Since destiny rested with her and the sage seat was set, there was no reason to hesitate. She would not shrink from her rightful place. She gently clasped the Nuwa stone. The spirit jade within, brimming with inexhaustible creative vigor, spontaneously fractured into countless dazzling motes that poured into Nuwa's brow, her heart, and every limb. A vast, majestic origin of creation instantly coursed through her and resonated with the hidden long river of the wilderness creative Dao. By the Nuwa stone's subtle link to the heavenly Dao, Nuwa's will surged along that bond and brazenly plunged into the intangible yet real long river of the creative Dao. She intended to use that river as the foundation to firmly anchor her sage path. Sever, sever. Nuwa cried again, and the river's phantasmal current appeared behind her. From the long river, two figures slowly emerged. One bore the aspect of a newborn infant, innocent and pure, containing infinite possibility, representing the past, the origin of creation. The other wore the dignified, merciful guise of the maternal sage of the wilderness, vast in breadth, representing the future, the consummation of creation. Past form and future form manifested together and were severed together, the two corpses cut as one. A tremendous boom followed. A mighty aura surpassing the quasi-sage, carrying suggestions of immortality, eternity, and supreme authority erupted from Nuwa. Though still nascent, it was the pressure befitting a sage. A flicker of approval crossed Hongjun Dao ancestor's eyes. He raised a hand. With a touch, he erected an invisible barrier to isolate Nuwa's nascent sage pressure, so as not to disturb the other listeners. Nuwa's future sage form bowed respectfully to Hongjun upon the cloud bed, then turned and stepped into the depths of the river phantasm, seated in lotus and gradually merging her form with the river. Thus Nuwa became the sole source of creation in the wilderness. Her sage fruit was confirmed. When the moment of completion arrived, she could ascend at will, yet one aspect of the sage, one of the three corpses, must remain to guard the river of creation and may not leave. On the other side, Tai was engulfed in blazing solar true fire, his aura domineering and pure. After Dijun and Ziguang jointly governed the stars of the universe, bestowing him total authority over the sun, Tai's path became clearer, focusing on cultivating the solar great Tao, walking the path of power to reach the grand way of Honghuang. His aura steadily ascended. Though he had not yet slain a corpse, his Tao cultivation had evidently stepped into the realm of the 18 heavens. This level of cultivation was not inferior to that of an ordinary quasi-saint who had slayed 2 corpses. By the time he reached the 20 heavens, his combat strength would be comparable to that of the current Sanqing and Nuwa. Meanwhile, Qingyou, who resided on the 8th lotus seat, remained the calmest and most extraordinary. Behind him, a phantom of the towering Jianmu silently emerged, its roots directly penetrating the chaotic aura-laden ground of the Zhixiao Palace, its branches stretching out as if to support the dome of this Tao Palace. Upon the phantom of Jianmu, the rhythms of the 3,000 great Tao hung like jewels, circulating endlessly, bearing the myriad paths through the vitality of wood, the transformation of yin and yang, the rotation of the 5 elements, as time flowed quietly among its branches and leaves. He was not merely listening to the Dao, he was carving it. Using his own Jianmu origin as a foundation, drawing on the principles of the heavenly Tao expounded by Hongjun, he continuously absorbed the intricate networks and mysteries of the great Tao into his own Tao tree. His aura rose steadily and resolutely, and what was originally unfathomable cultivation now broke through layers of barriers, as if it were a natural progression. 26 heavens, 27 heavens, ultimately, he firmly settled into the realm of the 28 heavens. Meanwhile, in the vast wilderness, the true body of Jianmu, which connected heaven and earth, trembled with the breakthrough of Qingjia's realm, growing wildly once more. The trunk became even more robust and towering, its leaves more abundant, covering the sky, its height continuously increasing, reaching toward the 28 heavens. Now Jianmu was merely a final thread away from the first peak of the wilderness, the Zhou mountain transformed from Panga's spine. Both stood atop the 28 heavens, seemingly side by side, jointly propping up this vast sky. However, just as Jianmu was about to touch and surpass Zhou mountain, Qingjia's thoughts stirred and Jianmu's growth came to an abrupt halt. The 28 heavens was already the current limit. Qingjia's eyelids drooped, concealing the fleeting profundity in his gaze. Opening the heavens and creating a chaotic world, along with the understanding of the world as the source of the wood Tao, allowed him to reach the realm of the 28 heavens. This state was already comparable to the perfection of a quasi-saint who had slain 3 corpses, perhaps even surpassing it. Further upward lay half a step into Huanyuan and even the true realm of the Honghuang de Luo Golden Immortal. It was not that it could not be done, but rather that it was not the time. The Saint Hongjun increasingly merged with the heavenly Tao, and the rules of the heavenly Tao grew ever tighter and heavier. The heavens were becoming higher and heavier. If at this moment Jianmu were to forcibly surpass Zhou mountain, the weight of the 33 heavens of the wilderness, along with the ever-increasing pressure of the heavenly Tao, would likely crush Jianmu in an instant. The heaven of the saints must be born by the Tao and status of the saints. There is no rush. The operation is settled, the people are gathered now, we only await the right time. Now the heavenly Tao and earthly Tao are gradually becoming orderly, the human Tao is sprouting in secret, and the key figures are taking their positions, some visible, some hidden. We only await the right moment for Jianmu to completely open a new heaven and establish the supreme foundation of the Tao. The moment of the 3 Yuan assembly flew by amidst the swirling sounds of the Tao. Hongjun Daozu ceased his teachings, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the assembly below. The 3,000 guests in the palace had auras vastly different from when they arrived. Quasi-saint auras were abundant and De Luo had become commonplace. Each of the 3,000 great Daos had made progress, reflecting the heavenly Tao, allowing it to operate more harmoniously and perfectly. This quasi-saint realm had already been completely integrated into the cultivation system of the wilderness. Today the wilderness is settled, living beings orderly, the heavens clear, and the earth tranquil, all things flourishing. Hongjun slowly spoke, his voice echoing through every corner of the palace. The wilderness has gone through many tribulations to achieve the relative stability of today. Since you all have listened to my Tao, upon returning you must teach the law to the sentient beings, guiding them towards goodness, to assist the beings of the wilderness in procreation and sustenance, and seeking truth through the Tao. We disciples shall remember the teacher's teachings. The crowd below, whether sincere or not, all bowed in response. Hongjun nodded slightly, then continued, between heaven and earth with countless living beings there must be endless disputes requiring a central control to establish order and stabilize the cosmos. This central authority shall be the heavenly emperor to lead the wilderness. At this the crowd below was shaken, especially Dijun, whose gaze burned brightly, his aura subtly fluctuating. Who else but him could grasp the stars of the universe? Dijun's eyes sparkled with intensity. Almost without hesitation, he stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Teacher, I Dijun am willing to take on this heavy responsibility, to patrol the wilderness for you, to organize the cosmos, to bring peace to the beings, and I will never slack off." Hearing Dijun's words, Hongjun's calm gaze turned to Dijun, pausing for a moment. That gaze was extraordinarily profound, as if it could see through everything. Dijun felt a tightness all over, as if the entire heavens and earth were watching him, but he forced himself to stabilize his mind, maintaining a respectful demeanor. However, Hongjun did not immediately respond to Dijun. His gaze slowly shifted to the other side, landing on Dong Wanggong. Dong Wanggong's heart skipped a beat. Facing the saint's gaze, he dared not be negligent and quickly stood upright. Hongjun withdrew his gaze and looked back at the crowd. Dong Wanggong, Shi Wangmu. The two who were called promptly stepped forward, bowing in response. "Disciples are here. You too are transformed from the sources of innate pure yang and pure yin. Your roots are pure and your virtues are evident. Today I bestow upon you the titles of the heads of all male and female immortals in the world, known as Donghua Dijuan and Yaozi Jinmu, to lead all enlightened immortals in the wilderness and organize the fortunes of the immortal Dao. I grant you the Golden Register and the Jade Regulations, and within the wilderness all cultivators above Shenxian and below Deluo must register their names in the Golden Register, subject to the jurisdiction of Donggong and Jinmu, to uphold the standards of the immortal Dao." As his words fell, two beams of golden light flew out from Hongjun's sleeve, landing in the hands of Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, transforming into a roll of Golden Register and a piece of Jade Regulation, radiating the power to govern the fortunes of the immortal Dao. Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, Hongjun spoke again. "Furthermore, I bestow upon you the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the Dragon Head Staff and the Pan Tao spiritual root. With these two items, suppress your immortal head's fortunes and protect our immortal sex Dao lineage, ensuring its longevity." Once again, two streams of light flew out. One was a staff with a dragon head coiled upon it, exuding an ancient Dao rhythm, which landed in Dong Wanggong's hands. The other was a Pan Tao tree suffused with the essence of innate Gui water, merging into Shi Wangmu's brow. Dong Wanggong bowed deeply, just as everyone expected him to be extremely delighted and agree, then express gratitude. He surprisingly refused. "Teacher's grace and trust are deeply engraved in my heart, yet my strength is weak, and I am not considered powerful within the wilderness. There are those with virtues far exceeding mine, and I truly feel unworthy." Dong Wanggong said to Hongjun, "Oh, then tell me, as far as I know, who else in the wilderness is there with the power to uphold the righteous path? If you all at the Immortal Island can do so, you may speak up. If someone truly outstanding arises, let them come to organize the fortunes, which would also be good." Muzu Qingyo, undoubtedly. As the voice of Dong Wanggong fell, the Zhixiao Palace was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone was first astonished by Dong Wanggong's foolishness. What a lofty status and fortune to be the foremost in the immortal path. Then their gazes swiftly turned to the front, to the Taoist in green robes seated on the newly added 8th mat. Muzu Qingyu. Muzu established the 4 seasons, delineating the flow of time. He laid the foundation of the immortal path, opening the road to enlightenment for countless beings in the primordial world, allowing them to shed their ignorance and embark on the path of cultivation. His merits are boundless, benefiting all life. Coupled with his compassionate nature, he often engages in teaching and charitable acts, establishing a school in Kunlun, without selfishness, rescuing sentient beings in Buzhou without arrogance. Such virtue and such achievements far surpass those of his disciples. Before pearls and jade mere stones cannot compare. As a disciple, Donghua feels truly unworthy to accept this position as the head of immortals. Dong Wanggong's voice echoed in the silent palace, and for some unknown reason, he felt a moment of daze before expressing his admiration for his benefactor. As his words fell in a mysterious way, it seemed that an invisible fortune began to flow and shift within the Zhixiao Palace. Originally, the immense fortune representing the leadership of myriad immortals, which had begun to gather towards the east and west immortals due to Hongjun's decree, suddenly experienced a slight pause. Immediately, a significant portion began to converge toward the direction of Qingyu. The will of the primordial heavens is enigmatic. Dao Ancestor Hongjun has merged with the heavenly path, and his words and actions often resonate with the great trends of the heavenly way. His selection of Dong Wanggong as the head of the male immortals was not merely a personal preference, but because Dong Wanggong, since his emergence after the Long Han calamity, has gathered scattered cultivators to form the island of immortals. He continuously fought against those with heavy karmic debts and vicious deeds, eliminating the malevolent chi of heaven and earth, protecting the weaker beings, and maintained order to some extent, thus gaining considerable merit and reputation, naturally attracting the favor of the heavenly fortune. The Dao ancestor merely confirmed and conferred this recognition in accordance with the heavenly will. In Hongjun's eyes, Dong Wanggong acted decisively, and with principles, knowing when to advance and retreat and exhibiting compassion, resembling a simplified version of Qingyu to some extent. Thus Hongjun favored him, considering both the heavenly fortune and practical utility. However, at this moment, in front of Dao Ancestor and the 3,000 guests in the Zhixiao Palace, this heaven-ordained head of male immortals Dong Wanggong was in a different situation. By voluntarily abdicating and pointing out that Qing Yu's merits surpass his own, and that his virtue is higher, the situation changed. This was no longer a personal recommendation from Dong Wanggong of the Island of Immortals. It was a relinquishment acknowledged by the heavenly way and conferred by the saint, compliant with the procedures, and the heavenly order would naturally respond. As long as Qing Yu has not truly transcended, and as long as there remains even a thread of causality or a strand of fortune connected to the primordial heavens, the flow of this heavenly fortune would adhere to certain established rules. Watching as the majestic heavenly fortune, that originally belonged to the head of immortals, began to converge upon Qing Yu, a glint of amusement appeared deep within Hongjun's gaze. He did not intervene. He merely observed quietly. Before Qing Yu could react to this change, or before anyone else could recover from their astonishment, a voice filled with unreserved admiration broke the silence. Well, Dong Wanggong's words are truly virtuous. Dao friend Qing Yu's cultivation is profound and his abilities are unparalleled. I too feel inadequate. The merits he has accrued benefit the primordial world, and this is evident. If Dao friend Qing Yu were to lead the immortal path and take this position as the head of immortals, I Tong Tian would be the first to wholeheartedly support him. It was the straightforward Tong Tian of the upper clear who laughed heartily and was the first to express his support. In his view, rather than allowing a Dong Wanggong, who has little reputation and questionable strength, to lead, it would be better to let this Qing Yu, whom even Ergu admires, take charge. At least he possesses the required strength and merits. 3. Brother. Speak cautiously. Yuan Shi, seated in front of Tong Tian, slightly darkened in expression upon hearing this, and admonished sharply. Suddenly auspicious clouds manifested above his head, and 3 flowers floated. A beam of upper clear immortal light was about to cover Tong Tian, intending to temporarily seal his Lustung brother. What are you doing, Ergo? Tong Tian reacted swiftly. The intent of the Qing Ping sword stirred slightly as he prepared to resist. At this moment another beam of Tai Qing immortal light appeared, and a phantom of a small exquisite tower colored in dark yellow emerged, gently rotating and enveloping Yuan Shi Tong Tian within it, preventing any larger disturbances. Laozi first nodded at the back of Qing Yu in front as a gesture of apology for Tong Tian's words, and then turned to Yuan Shi, shaking his head helplessly, and transmitted his voice. The matter has come to this, and further words are futile. San Di speaks candidly and truly admires Dao friend Qing Yu. This was also unintentional. Yuan Shi glanced at his elder brother, and then at Tong Tian, who was stubborn and unaware of what had occurred, still unwilling to accept the situation, could only snort coldly, turning his head away, unable to maintain his composure. This foolish brother. Still unaware that he has already caused trouble for Qing Yu, the attitude of the Sanqing the others could not discern. Was this agreement or disagreement? With their expression, the other powerful beings on the mats, such as Nuwa, frowned slightly with concern. Yu Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, quietly murmuring, not knowing the reason behind it. Tai Yi furrowed his brow, slightly glancing at his brother Dijuan beside him, whose expression was calm, revealing no joy or anger, but the golden light in his eyes flickered, revealing his thoughts. At this moment Dong Wanggong was already drenched in cold sweat. He was not a foolish person. Seeing the reaction of the Sanqing, he felt the increasingly obvious fortune flowing towards Qing Yu. Recalling his earlier words, which had come out almost as if guided by a ghost, he realized he had probably caused a catastrophic disaster. How did I become so dazed and directly say those words? It felt as if some will was pushing me forward. Teacher, forgive me. I was thoughtless just now. Dong Wanggong hurriedly tried to remedy the situation, speaking urgently. Mu Zhu has long been in quiet contemplation of the Dao, neglecting worldly affairs. He may be unable to lead the myriad immortals in worldly matters. As for me, although my virtue is thin and my capabilities few, I have gathered the immortals of the 3 islands, and am willing to take on this heavy responsibility to relieve the teacher's worries, to organize the immortal path, and would never dare to be lax in the slightest. At the same time, the West Queen Mother also immediately reacted, following suit to express her stance. I too am willing to do my utmost to assist Dao friend Donghua to relieve the teacher's worries, to govern the female immortals, and would never fail the teacher's trust. The two spoke earnestly, wanting to minimize the impact of their earlier words. However, faced with their renewed petitions, the Dao ancestor Hongjun, above the cloud bed, seemed to hear nothing. His gaze remained fixed on Qing Yu, as if it penetrated time and space, seeing through countless causes and effects. Young friend, Hong Jun spoke slowly. The position of the head of immortals, leading the myriad immortals, regulating the fortune of the primordial world, concerns the order of heaven and earth. Do you wish to take on this heavy responsibility? It had begun. With this second lecture at the Zishao Palace, as his cultivation broke through the 28th heaven, he utterly transcended, and even replaced the original source of the primordial wood path, becoming the new source of the wood path. The contest between his own path and the primordial heavens had quietly begun. It was not a game with Hong Jundong Wanggong Dijuan or any concrete existence like the ancestral witches that might appear in the future. This was a contest between his path of transcendence and the instincts of the primordial heavens. It was the struggle of having my fate determined by myself against the decrees of heaven. Hong Jun admired him and even sheltered him in some ways. The heavenly way had once favored him, bestowing boundless merits. Thus this contest was not as lethal as the mutual destruction between Hong Jun and Luo Ho. It resembled a gentle restraint woven from the threads of momentum, causality, responsibility, and authority, casting an invisible net towards Qingyu. It was a blockade and assimilation of the sage's path against the path of primordial chaos. However, this net came so swiftly and so skillfully. Just as he had stabilized the realm of the 28th heaven, this momentum formed, instantly carried by the words of Dong Wanggong, entangled with the will of heaven and the will of the masses rolling forth. Qingyu silently curled her lips in quiet disdain. She was well aware. On the day Hong Jun had formally confirmed Dong Wanggong as the celestial sovereign, the will of heaven had rippled imperceptibly yet distinctly, subtly influencing Dong Wanggong and compelling him to speak those very words. In the primordial chaos of old, as Yang Mei had once intimated, the true obstacle on the Dao path was seldom a tangible foe, but rather the innate instinct of this very universe. Now, with Yang Mei's theft of 3 layers of the Wood Dao's primordial essence, the Honghuang realm had restored the Wood Dao's foundation to its full 28 celestial tiers. Having ascended to that same tier, Qingyu now wholly supplanted it, becoming the very source of the Wood Dao itself. It was not merely the heavenly Dao, but the universe's own primal instinct that would not readily release Qingyu. Even though she had nearly severed all ties, so long as she remained untranscendent, an inseverable bond with Honghuang endured. Methods may shift endlessly, yet purpose remains immutable to retain you, to bear the weight of heaven and earth. Even had Dong Wanggong's proclamation not occurred today, tomorrow would bring Di Jun's invitation, offering reconciliation and joint sovereignty over the celestial court. The day after Yuanshir's summons to the profound gate, or some other entanglement of karmic threads. This Dao contention cannot be evaded. It cannot be escaped. And now it stands before her, not in shadow or subtlety, but openly, solemnly embodied in the title of Celestial Sovereign, the will of all sentient beings, irresistible, unrefusable. Qingyu slowly lifted her eyelids, her gaze serene and lucid, meeting Hongjuan's profound heaven-like scrutiny. Heedin. Qingyu, how shall you break this impasse? Hongjun watched her in silence. He did not glance at the assembled cultivators, each wearing expressions of stark divergence, nor at Dong Wanggong, trembling with flustered panic. His eyes remained fixed upon the sage, his voice low yet resonant, echoing clearly into every listener's ear by the sage's decree, affirmed by elder brother Dong Gong and lauded by senior brother Tong Tian. Yet, having already become the ancestral immortal of the immortal Dao, why must I assume the title of Celestial Sovereign? Ancestral immortal? At these words all froze in stunned silence. Ancestral immortal? What then is an ancestral immortal? Qingyu continued, her tone measured and unhurried, while behind her the Jianmu tree radiated brilliance. Its full power of the 28 celestial tiers erupting forth, its immense presence manifesting. Within the Zishao Palace, the earth immortal path was founded by me, enabling mountains, rivers, and vegetation alike to hear the Dao. The profound gates, established rank of mysterious immortal, likewise originated here, liberating mortals from mundanity, guiding them to illuminate their minds and perceive their true nature. Thus cultivation along the immortal path gained defined stages and a clear path forward. The path of immortality is vast and arduous. Earth immortals root themselves in the earth. Mysterious immortals awaken clarity within their nature. Now a new stage must emerge. Perfect, harmonious, aligned with heaven and earth, one that sheds the mortal shell, inhales the pure ethereal chi, ascends beyond the terrestrial realm and draws near the great Dao, thus becoming a celestial immortal. Earth immortal, mysterious immortal, celestial immortal. These 3 stages form the foundational pillars of the immortal Dao, the bedrock of all cultivation. Qingyu's gaze swept across the assembly before returning unwavering to Hongjuan. The immortal Dao originates from me and flourishes through me. Within Honghuang I blazed the first trail of the immortal path. I am thus the ancestral immortal sovereign of its origin and fountainhead, inaugurating the lineage for generations to come. You, Master, have transmitted the Tao to 3,000 disciples, teacher of 10,000 paths, and thus rightly bear the title of Tao Ancestor. The ancestral immortal of the immortal Tao and the ancestral sage of the heavenly Tao each fulfill distinct duties, each occupying their rightful station. Only thus does cosmic order abide. The immortal Tao arises from me alone. The title of ancestral immortal is mine by right. Silence. A silence so absolute it felt like death itself. All were struck dumb by Qing Yu's audacious declaration, daring to proclaim herself ancestral immortal before Hongjun himself, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tao ancestor, to declare the immortal Tao born solely of her own being. This was no mere arrogance, it was usurpation, it was supreme sacrilege. Many already smiled, inwardly cold and contemptuous, awaiting the moment when this presumptuous Qing Yu Tianzuan, blissfully ignorant of heaven's height and earth's depth, would be struck down by the sage's thunderous wrath and cast back into dust. Nuwa's beautiful eyes deepened with sorrow. Having grasped fragments of the sage's profound Tao mysteries, she understood how perilous the path to Honghuang truly was, how tightly the heavenly Tao sealed its gates. Why at this critical juncture did her senior brother seek not to sever karmic bonds with Honghuang, but instead deliberately claim the mantle of ancestral immortal? What precisely was his intent? Even with her nascent sage authority, she could discern nothing. His motives remained utterly inscrutable. Hongjun gazed steadily at Qing Yu, his eyes fathomless. After a long suspended silence, as if time itself had congealed, he finally broke it. Ancestral immortal, have you truly weighed your choice? Qing Yu met the Tao ancestor's gaze without flinching, and with calm, unshakable resolve uttered 4 words: so it must be. The Honghuang path is treacherous at every step, a walk across thin ice. Before her lies an unprecedented fog of primordial chaos. Having reached this apex, the question of what lies ahead, whether right or wrong, is no longer one of mere advantage or cost. It demands fidelity to one's innermost heart and validation of one's personal Tao. This step she must take, though she has nearly severed all karmic ties, escaping the grand calamity entirely, even returning heavenly fortune. Her own Dao contestation tribulation remains inescapable. It is not the infinite calamity, but the tribulation of the great Tao itself. Rather than endure endless manipulation by the heavenly Tao, she chooses instead to become the ancestral immortal of 10,000 immortals, stepping forward willingly in harmony with heaven and earth. Since her emergence, Qing Yu has followed heaven's mandate, regulated terrestrial forces, established the 4 seasons, founded the immortal Tao, and alongside Hongjuan transcended tribulation. She reclaimed the Wood Tao's primordial essence stolen by Yang Mei, thereby safeguarding an entire primordial chaotic realm. Her foundational work is now virtually complete, which explains why Hongjuan, though persistently wishing her to remain, can only extend invitations, never compel her through affection or obligation. Yet, repaying karma remains repayment. Even having emerged through that process, heaven and earth will not easily release Qing Yu. Instead, they escalate their pressure, binding her ever tighter. If so, then let her become the origin of 10,000 immortals, the ancestral immortal of all. Even the heavenly Tao's chosen favorites must undergo tribulation to verify their Tao, or how much more so for her. Her Dao contestation tribulation is unavoidable. Better to strike first than await passively. Moreover, the Jianmu tree is the Jianmu tree. What has it to do with Qing Yu? It upholds heaven and steadies earth. It houses the heavenly Tao's primordial essence. Qing Yu has claimed none of it. Hongjun studied Qing Yu deeply, then at last gave a slow, deliberate nod. Whatever calculations Qing Yu had made, whatever method she believed would allow her to assume the immense karmic burden of the immortal Tao's origin and still achieve liberation, was no longer his concern. He himself was soon to merge with the heavenly Tao, devoting his full power to refining its structure, to prepare the way for the earthly Tao's emergence and ultimately transcendence. He had no desire to dwell further upon such matters. The Honghuang realm at last belonged to the younger generation. Well done. As this single word fell, the heavenly Tao trembled in the unseen realms, and the fortune destined for the celestial sovereign, which had been flowing toward Qing Yu, shattered and dispersed. Simultaneously, a far more ancient, vast, and vibrant fortune, rich with boundless vitality and primordial essence, surged forth from the infinite void upstream along the river of time, and from every corner of the Honghuang realm, thread by thread converging upon Qing Yu. This was the fortune of the immortal Tao's genesis, the honorific mandate of the ancestral immortal of 10,000 immortals, the supreme affirmation of having pioneered the Tao. Behind Qing Yu, the ethereal image of the Jianmu tree, long hovering in quiet repose, now swayed gently. 3,000 Tao resonances shimmered across its radiant boughs, joyfully receiving the torrential influx of this boundless fortune. The Jianmu tree's physical form in Honghuang grew ever more verdant, its Tao resonance increasingly majestic. not stretching upward but broadening infinitely outward. Hongjun spoke no further. A strand of Hongmeng purple qi drifted from his sleeve, settling into Qing Yu's palm. Then he turned his gaze downward, his voice regaining its characteristic aloofness, the detached, omniscient tone of one surveying all sentient beings. Qing Yu held the strand of Hongmeng purple qi. Glad indeed that she had anticipated this. She knew heaven and earth would never permit her to fully sever all karmic links with Honghuang. Dare I ask, sage, how many paths exist to Dao attainment? Ho Tu, seated in the rear, asked, bewildered by the palpable tension surrounding Qing Yu and the others. They had just received such overwhelming fortune. Why such gravity? Was this not auspicious? Ho Tu's question echoed the sentiments of many present. What was the reason? All gazed upon Qing Yu's dense incandescent fortune and merit, each secretly yearning to seize it for themselves. A sage may attain Huan Yuan, yet not all who attain Hunyuan become sages. There are 3 paths to Dao attainment. First, the three-self path, grounded in Hongmeng Qi culminating in sagehood. Second, the path of supreme force. One force shatters 10,000 laws. This is the method of Pangu himself. Third, the path of cosmic laws, the Hunyuan method, breaking through the Dao via mastery of the 33 fundamental laws. So long as Honghuang endures, the sages endure. Within Honghuang, a Hunyuan cultivator commands dominion. So long as the primordial chaos endures, no hierarchical distinction exists among Hunyuan sages in terms of power. Thus spoke Hongjun. Dare we ask, sage, do any currently pursue the other 2 paths? Others pressed further. At present, only the ancestral immortal pursues the Hunyuan transcendence path. As for Tai Yi, in Hongjun's estimation, he fell far short of the Hunyuan path. With only 20 celestial tears, Tai Yi resembled Qing Yu in her earlier days, unenlightened, his Hunyuan path yet unopened. Walking the path but not yet transcendent. To attain Hunyuan is to achieve transcendence. Without transcendence, what distinguishes one from a sage? Yet Qing Yu's Dao contestation had arrived astonishingly early. Only at 28 tears the contest had already begun. Even Luo Ho and the other primordial chaos deities had not entered full Dao contestation until 30 tears, and they had emerged into Honghuang already at that level. Upon my seat, in accordance with the number ordained by the heavenly Dao, 6 sage seats shall arise. These words instantly wrenched everyone's attention from the shock of the ancestral immortal revelation. Sage seats, the opportunity to attain sagehood. Tai Qing. Hongjun first looked toward Laozi. Laozi rose and bowed respectfully. Disciple is present. You are the orthodox successor of Pangu and chief disciple of the Profound Gate. Thus the grand senior brother of the Profound Gate, inheriting its fortune and bearing responsibility for teaching and transformation. The 3 pure ones are one in essence, jointly inheriting Pangu's legacy. Blessed with profound fortune and virtue. A strand of purple Dao resonance, ineffably profound and wondrous, drifted from Hongjun's sleeve, floating gently toward Laozi. Yu Qing, disciple is present. Yuanshi rose. You govern the Dao of illuminating heaven, clarifying principles, and upholding cosmic order. You shall inherit the sage seat, teaching and transforming all sentient beings, elucidating heavenly principles. A second strand of Hongmeng purple qi flew toward Yuanshi. Shang Qing, disciple is present. Tongtian rose, exhilarated. You execute the Dao of severing heaven, seizing a sliver of vital chance, practicing universal compassion without discrimination. You shall inherit the sage seat, seizing Dao opportunities for all beings. A third strand of Hongmeng purple qi flew toward Tongtian. The 3 pure ones reverently accepted the strands, feeling within them boundless creation and the opportunity for sagehood. Overwhelmed, they bowed again in deep gratitude. Nuwa, disciple is present. Nuwa offered a graceful, elegant bow. Hongjun regarded her. You have comprehended creation, harmonizing with the heavenly Dao. Your sage seat is already ordained. This strand of Hongmeng purple qi shall perfect your attainment and hasten your ascension to sagehood. A fourth strand of Hongmeng purple qi flew toward Nuwa, merging seamlessly into her being, fusing with the nascent seal already forming within her primordial spirit. Jiayin. Jiayin Daoist's expression of sorrow deepened further. He bowed reverently. Disciple is present. You possess great perseverance and boundless compassion, vowing to liberate all sentient beings. Though your path is arduous, your resolve remains unshaken. You shall inherit the sage seat. A fifth strand of Hongmeng purple qi flew toward Jiayin. Both Jiayin and Zhuanti bowed in ecstatic gratitude, Zhuanti's eyes blazing with fervent burning light. Finally Hongjun's gaze settled upon Tai Yi. Hunyuan path. Tai Yi. Tai Yi raised his head, solar true fire flickering faintly around his form, and bowed. Tai Yi is present. You command the sun. Therefore you may walk the path of radiant rectitude, possessing extraordinary perseverance and peerless combat prowess. You shall inherit the sage seat, to guard the Dao and protect heaven. A sixth strand of Hongmeng purple chi flew toward Tai Yi, merging with his being, bestowing upon him the mandate of heaven. 6 strands of Hongmeng purple chi found their destined places. Within the Zixiao Palace, every gaze was riveted upon those 6 luminous strands, filled with boundless envy, longing, and even rapacious greed. As the 6 streams of primordial purple energy, symbolizing the opportunity for sanctification, converged into the 3 pure ones, Nuwa Jane and the primordial deity Tai, the Zhangshao Palace fell into a brief silence. Immediately a heavier, almost tangible atmosphere of envy, jealousy, unwillingness, and regret enveloped the hall. Countless gazes were fixated on the 8 lotus cushions where figures sat in meditation. Why didn't I fight harder back then? Why didn't I hold on for just a moment longer? If I had managed to secure a position on a lotus cushion, wouldn't this primordial purple energy, which carries the fate of the heavenly Dao and the future of the saints, also have a share for me? Regret gnawed at the hearts of many powerful beings, especially those who were merely a step away from a lotus cushion, or those who lost their chance for various reasons. Their hearts bled with sorrow. Among them, Kunping felt it the most. His narrow, sinister eyes were fixed on the position that belonged to Hongyun, the 6th lotus cushion, now occupied by Jane. As for Hongyun, who should have been seated there, he now awkwardly sat a little further behind Zhuan-Ti. He had clearly secured a seat, yet was forced down by Yuanshi. All eyes were on Hongyun. This redrobed Taoist appeared slightly flushed, his expression awkward, his gaze evasive, and he was extremely uncomfortable under the piercing stares surrounding him. By nature he was kind-hearted and disliked disputes. He had given up his seat out of genuine intent, without much thought for the opportunity of a holy position. In his heart, the Tao was merely a matter of following one's will. Whether it was a lotus cushion or purple energy, they were all external matters. However, in the eyes of others, it was foolish and a waste of resources. The red clouds on the horizon, the sunset filling the sky, seemed dazzling and brilliant, yet ultimately they are but fleeting wisps of smoke, rootless and drifting. Good intentions. The fruits of good intentions are often not good outcomes. Someone secretly scoffed, watching Hongyun's anxious demeanor, malicious thoughts churning within. Red clouds on the horizon, the sunset ablaze, seem near, yet far. Good causes do not always yield good results. Wrapped in worldly dust, yet not partaking in it. The Zhuan-Ti beside Hongyun keenly sensed his unease, as well as the nearly undisguised malice from the... He slightly turned to the side, subtly shielding most of Hongyun's figure behind himself. In terms of resilience and handling such situations, he was far superior to this fellow Taoist. Jane also showed a sorrowful expression, exchanging a glance with Zhuan-Ti, both perceiving the gravity in each other's eyes and a hint of guilt towards Hongyun. Had it not been for Hongyun's concession back then, Jane would likely have had no seat, let alone this opportunity for sanctification. This karmic debt was indeed significant. At that moment, suddenly a person in the hall knelt down with a thud, pleading sorrowfully to the still-present phantom of Hongjun on the cloud bed. Master, have mercy. Pity us, your disciples. The path ahead is uncertain, fraught with danger, and our hearts are filled with anxiety and helplessness. The positions of sanctity are limited. We do not dare to be greedy. We only hope Master will show compassion and grant us another chance, guiding us on the right path. This kneeling seemed to ignite a fuse. In an instant, a large group knelt, whether genuinely seeking the Tao or unwillingly trying for another chance. All bowed their heads in supplication, their voices echoing through the Zhangshao Palace. The nearly dissipating phantom of Hongjun paused slightly, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the kneeling crowd, devoid of joy or sorrow. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice ethereal. Very well. The great Tao consists of 50. The heavenly transformations are 14. One escapes from it. In my hand remains the last strand of primordial purple energy. I will grant it to you. Those with fate shall obtain it. As he spoke, his sleeve seemed to gently brush against the air, and the 8th and final strand of primordial purple energy floated out gracefully from his sleeve. This strand of purple energy, compared to the previous 7, bore a few more hints of vitality and uncertainty, as if it possessed its own spirit, drifting through the vast hall of the Zhangshao Palace, tracing intricate and mysterious paths. Countless fiery, greedy, and hopeful gazes locked onto the strand of purple energy, while innumerable divine senses and magical powers transformed into invisible hands attempting to draw it in. However, the strand of purple energy was as elusive as a fish slipping through water, evading all external disturbances with ease, following some indescribable trajectory. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of all, filled with anticipation, tension, and prayer, the strand of purple energy traced an arc. It drifted directly towards Hongyun, who was hiding behind Zhuan-Ti, and silently merged into his brow amidst his astonished gaze. What? Again, it's Hongyun? How is the heavenly Tao so unfair? A chorus of astonished voices erupted, disbelief, jealousy, and unwillingness. Various emotions erupted like a volcano in the hall. No one expected that this last strand of primordial purple energy, symbolizing a glimmer of hope, would once again fall upon Hongyan's head. Kunpeng's eyes turned red in an instant. Boundless hatred and murderous intent almost erupted. He glared intensely at Hongyun, his teeth grinding audibly. Why should this be? Why is it that I Kunpeng miss the holy position, while you, the fool who relinquished your seat, can still receive the favor of the heavenly Dao, gaining another strand of primordial purple energy? As for the grudge against Yuanshi and the three pure ones, I Kunpeng vow not to cultivate. Yuanshi Tianzuan sensed the palpable malice behind him and frowned slightly. The phantom of Qingyun faintly appeared, a clear light sweeping across. He slightly dispelled the malevolent thoughts and glanced coldly at Kunpeng, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Jane and Juan-Ti were both shaken internally, followed by a surge of complex emotions. They were happy that their friend Hongyun ultimately had deep blessings, not completely severed from the opportunities of the great Dao because of his concession. Yet they were worried that although this strand of purple energy was good, it would also push Hongyun to the forefront, bringing the burden of suspicion. Given Hongyan's temperament and cultivation, how could he withstand the pressures from nearly everyone present? It was incredibly difficult yet unavoidable. Hongjun seemed oblivious to the commotion below, turning his gaze towards Dong Wanggong, and Shi Wang Mu Qingyo, as the ancestor of the immortals governs the source of the immortal Dao. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wang Mu, are you both willing to be the leaders among the immortals, managing the mundane affairs of the immortals on behalf of the ancestor and me, harmonizing yin and yang? The Dong Wanggong who just tricked Qing you a moment ago now dared not hesitate in the slightest, quickly pulling Shi Wang Mu to bow. Together we are willing. We shall share the burdens of the Dao ancestor and the immortal ancestor, organizing the immortal path, ruling over the immortals, and we will not be negligent. Good. Hongjun nodded slightly, marking the agreement. Then the phantom completely faded and the last voice echoed in the hall. The teachings end here. After 9 gatherings, the Zhangshao Palace will reopen. Although Dong Wanggong was granted the title of leader of the immortals and had a nominal position, many powerful figures in the hall, especially those of high cultivation such as Di Juantai and Mingi Laozu, showed expressions of discontent, their eyes flickering. As for the immortal ancestor Qingyo, his strength was unfathomable and his virtues were unparalleled. Despite having their thoughts, they at least dared not openly show dissent. But what is Dong Wanggong? With mediocre cultivation, relying on the formation of the immortal island, he dares to surpass these giants and has gained such authority and immense fortune. Daijin's expression remained calm, yet within his deep sun-like core eyes a cold light flickered momentarily. Dong Wanggong as the leader of the immortals. What a leader of the immortals! As long as this person remains, how can his grand plan be legitimized? How can he dominate the wilderness? This person has become a stubborn obstacle he must remove. This must be eradicated. Everyone had different thoughts and began to rise, preparing to leave. At that moment, Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly spoke, his voice resonating through the hall. There must be order. Respect for hierarchy cannot be abandoned. Once the immortal ancestor is established, he should be the supreme of the immortal path. Since we are within the immortal path, we must show respect. The order of departure should also allow the immortal ancestor to go first. Even if they were to become saints in the future in the lineage of the immortal path, Qingji's title as the immortal ancestor would still be half a head above them. This was destiny unrelated to strength as decreed by heaven. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong's eyes lit up, wanting to echo, but was secretly and swiftly poked in the waist by Shi Wang Mu's golden hairpin, causing him to shiver and swallow back the words on the tip of his tongue. Shi Wang Mu glared slightly, transmitting sound, don't say too much. You do not understand the subtleties. Do not startle the immortal ancestor. Dong Wanggong felt embarrassed and dared not speak further. Qingyo, upon hearing this, turned to Yuanshi with a calm gaze, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Slowly, Yuanshi, having just followed the heavenly will, why didn't you continue to speak when Tong Tian mentioned it, thus forcing the position of the immortal leader upon me? Surely you also feel unwilling. The intent of creation should be unrestrained, yet now you are bound by yourself. To create and to elucidate one word apart is to be worlds apart. Qingyu took the lead, walking leisurely towards the outside of the Zhangshao Palace. His blue robe was unblemished, his demeanor composed. Though no imposing pressure was visible, it compelled everyone to silently follow in order. Even the 3 pure ones and Nuwa lagged slightly behind to show respect. At the palace entrance, Hao Yen and the 2 boys from Yaoqi watched Qingyo, who was escorted by the celestial beings, and stepped forward first. Feeling that silent and imposing majesty, their minds swayed. Hao Yen, even more so, was mesmerized, feelings of heroism rising within him, murmuring to himself, his voice filled with immense longing, a true man should be like this. If one day I, Hao Yen, can. As the crowd exited the Zishao Palace, having escaped the oppressive aura of the Dao ancestor, the long-suppressed greed and murderous intent erupted like a dam breaking. Hongyun, surrender the primordial purple energy. A commoner is innocent, yet the possession of treasures is a crime. Hongyun, this chance is not meant for you. Hand it over. Leave the purple energy and I shall spare your life. The hundreds of figures who could no longer contain themselves suddenly unleashed a tremendous wave of magical power. Divine powers shone brightly, magical artifacts glimmered, and chains of laws tore through the chaos, rushing from all directions with an unstoppable force towards the Taoist Hongyun, who had just stepped out of the palace. Only Hongyun stood alone, not being a disciple of a saint, his character soft, and his cultivation not peak among the Zixiao guests, making him the perfect target. As for why they did not seize Tai, it was not that they hadn't considered it, but their eyes caught sight of the chaotic bell above Tai's head, which exuded a chilling aura. Along with the river map and Luo book faintly emerging in Emperor Jun's hands, and the several powerful beings behind him, they chose to abandon the idea. Faced with an overwhelming assault capable of severely injuring, or even killing any Quasi-Saint, Hongyun's face turned pale, yet he remained resolute as a guest of the Zixiao palace. He let out a low shout, crimson light surged around him, and a river of Dao fruit formed from endless red dust, and smoke encircled him, manifesting his Dao fruit, the sea of suffering in red dust. The river surged, attempting to sweep away the incoming attacks to wear them down. However, there were too many attacks, including the North Ming devouring divine power from top-tier beings like Kuanping, as well as the cause-free Yuan Tuobi sword energy from the ancestor of the underworld. Although the sea of suffering in red dust was marvelous, it was still difficult to withstand so many attacks of equal level or even stronger. In an instant, the river's phantom shook violently, its crimson light dimming on the verge of shattering. Qing Yu watched the overwhelming attacks directed at Hongyun, feeling that they clearly did not regard him, this celestial ancestor, at all. This celestial ancestor truly had no face. These people were obedient before Hongjun and could still put on an act, but before him they directly launched attacks to seize, even provoking him with words as if they completely disregarded him. What schemes they had to seize should at least wait until he had left. Did they truly think of this celestial ancestor as a decoration? It seemed he had to rely on Hongyun to establish his authority. Otherwise, if the Tao was disrespected, his identity as a celestial ancestor would no longer hold value. Settle. A voice imbued with the essence of the great Tao lightly resonated from Qing Yu. A scroll enveloped in the hazy energies of Yin and Yang, as if encompassing the primordial universe, slowly appeared in front of Hongyun and gradually unfolded. As the scroll unfurled, Yin and Yang stood apart, purity and impurity separated. Qing Yu stood with his hands behind his back amidst the chaos, gazing indifferently at the hundreds of powerful beings whose expressions turned grim as their attacks were thwarted. The blue robe fluttered, and behind him it seemed as if myriad worlds rose and fell, or like the shadow of a divine tree that could support the heavens, faintly emerged, deep and unfathomable. Qing Yu, even though you are esteemed as a celestial ancestor, do not meddle in others' affairs, shouted a powerful figure shrouded in a ghastly green mist from the crowd. Opportunities and treasures belong to the virtuous and capable. This is the iron law of the primordial world. Hongyun is neither virtuous nor capable. By what right does he occupy the primordial purple energy? Step aside quickly, or do not blame us for disregarding the feelings of the celestial ancestor. In the end, everything relies on strength. Although he is honored as a celestial ancestor, he still dares to speak arrogantly to me. How noisy! Qing Yu merely raised his right hand and gently pressed towards the direction shrouded in green mist. The chaos seemed to freeze for a moment. In the next instant, an invisible and intangible giant hand, containing the supreme essence of the great Tao, appeared above the head of the green mist-cloaked powerful figure. No, I am. The green mist powerhouse's face turned pale with horror as the surrounding green mist boiled and countless ferocious venomous insects phantoms emerged. Each defensive artifact was summoned without regard for cost. However, before that hand of the great Tao, all resistance crumbled like rotten wood. The green mist was obliterated, the phantoms of the venomous insects wailed and dissipated, and the radiance of the artifacts dimmed in an instant. Puff! The green mist powerhouse was struck as if by lightning. Blood spewed forth, and his aura visibly shrank at an alarming rate, the entire person resembling a kite with a severed string. Under the irresistible force contained in that palm, he was directly smacked down from the chaotic void, piercing through 33 heavens, not knowing where he fell in the primordial world, life or death unknown. With a single strike, a powerful being, at least a Quasi-Saint, was suppressed. Silence, a deathly silence. The previously restless and clamoring powerful beings turned pale, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. They knew the celestial ancestor was strong, but did not expect him to be this strong. This was no ordinary strength. It was an overwhelming difference in tier. Since they had incurred the cause, they must reap the fruit. As long as he was here, if they did not regard him highly, and the crowd remained unconvinced, then he would subdue them. As for aiding Hongyun, that was merely an entry point. Without Hongyun there were others. Qingji's voice resonated in the hearts of every attacker and even the bystanders. All together, he is but one person. With our hundreds of comrades, how can we fear him? Seize the primordial purple energy, and the Dao will be within reach. Yes, he relies solely on the power of his treasures. United, we can surely overcome. In the end, greed outweighed fear, especially the desire for primordial purple energy, and the chance to become a saint driving them to madness. They were eager to test the strength of this ancestor of the celestial Dao. The celestial ancestor is still not a saint. They naturally dared to confront him, merely a title. With the advantage of having emerged early, he became a terrestrial immortal, just a clever stroke of luck. Did they truly believe the celestial ancestor stood over them, merely putting on a show while concerning themselves with benefits? This was simply laughable. In an instant, chaos boiled over completely, with some summoning stellar maps to draw upon the powers of the stars, transforming into a star river, falling others manifested towering demonic forms with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding various divine weapons to tear the heavens and split the earth. Yet others set up unparalleled killing formations with seas of blood and mountains of bones, sealing time and space. Faced with this even more frenzied assault, Kinji's expression remained unchanged, merely shaking his head, slightly a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Stubborn and unyielding. He no longer held back, his mind stirring. Behind him, a towering tree that supported the endless chaos suddenly manifested. This time, the phantom of the divine tree no longer radiated the gentleness of the Zixiao Palace, but instead exuded an unparalleled aura, capable of suppressing the heavens, stabilizing the chaos, and evolving myriad worlds. The giant tree swayed slightly, and 3,000 Dao runes cascaded down like waterfalls, weaving into a green Dao that overshadowed the skies. All incoming attacks fell within, raising not even a ripple. Simultaneously, the root system of the divine tree, which extended into the endless void, transcended time and space, ignoring all defenses and barriers, appearing around those who had struck the hardest and shouted the loudest, gently twisting. Ah, my magic power! No, my Dao fruit! Celestial ancestor, spare my life! These individuals, their Dao fruits trembling, their primordial spirits weakening, instantly lost all resistance, falling from the chaos like dumplings screaming. The remaining ones who had acted later or harbored doubts were frightened out of their wits, hurriedly retracting their magical powers and artifacts. They retreated in a frenzy, their faces as pale as paper, gazing at the figure in blue with boundless fear. With a mere gesture, suppressing several top-tier beings, casually diffusing the myriad attacks. What terrifying strength is this? This completely exceeded their understanding of quasi-saints. We bow to you, celestial ancestor. Earlier we acted recklessly, blinded by greed, and offended the celestial ancestor. We hope for your forgiveness. A clever one reacted first, forcing down his fear, deeply bowing towards Qingyo, his voice trembling. Salutations, celestial ancestor. Only then did they become obedient, and Qingyu nodded slightly at them. All rules are determined by strength, and Qingyu now is the establisher of those rules. Subsequently, Qingyu calmly scanned everyone, turned, and took a step, his figure merging into the chaotic flow, disappearing from sight. All immortals should remember, where the celestial ancestor is, weapons are forbidden. It shall be a decree. We shall remember the celestial ancestor's decree. The source of the celestial Dao, the myriad immortals have their offerings. The Eastern King has received the order. Donghai upon Chuanshan Island, dawn spilled 1,000 blushes across the sky, and auspicious vapors braided the air, cranes drifted like drifting thoughts, and the spirit spring tinkled. A true blessed abode for immortals. Within the main hall, Dong Wanggong could not hide his excitement. He paced back and forth as the pure yang spiritual energy in the room rippled subtly with his mood, causing the light within to shimmer and waver. Jimu, do you see it? The might of Xianzhu truly commands and terrifies the cosmos. He halted and stared intently at Shi Wangmu, who sat upon her cloud-couched bed, tending an immortal herb with water from her Yujing bottle. With but a gesture, chaos overturned, and the laws themselves yielded. Those arrogant, treacherous ones, before Xianzhu, are like mere clay fowls and broken dogs. With a sweep of a palm, they are suppressed, hurled from the primordial into oblivion, their fate unknown between life and death. Such majesty marks the supreme of the immortal way, the progenitor of 10,000 immortals. Dong Wanggong grew ever more exuberant as he spoke, his voice rising several tones. Since I have been entrusted by Daozu and recognized by Xianzhu with the chief duty over the host of immortals, I must emulate Xianzhu and govern with diligence. I will bring the scattered Honghuang immortals and those true cultivators of Dao back into proper order, regulate yin and yang, harmonize their fortunes, and establish an unparalleled legacy. So as not to fail the unparalleled majesty and earnest expectations Xianzhu displayed today. Shi Wangmu gently set down the Yujing bottle and lifted her eyes to him. A trace of helplessness lay in her beautiful gaze, a cold splash of realism. Dong Duke, temper your pride for a while. That was Xianzhu, not you. Do rein in your surging emotions. Xianzhu's authority today rests upon unrivaled cultivation, peerless merits, and the supreme fruits by which the immortal way's source was opened. His boundless compassion rivals even Daozu's. His rank and awe are forged from strength and merit. Any who are wise among Honghuang's myriad beings would bow in reverence. Yet Shi Wangmu mentioning Qing Yu with respect shifted her tone into a more somber register. Even so, did not those outside Zishao Palace today still act with hearts clouded by greed and blinded by profit, brazenly striking out, even speaking insolently, daring to provoke Shenzu's dignity? If some could behave so even before Shenzu himself, it shows that in Honghuang there are many who refuse discipline, harbor dark designs, and rely on their presumed powers. Though you and I have been personally bestowed by Daozu and acknowledged by Shenzu, occupying the mantle and the name of righteousness, nevertheless. Shi Wangmu rose, her skirts whispered, and the chimes at her belt tinkled as she walked to the front of the hall and watched the cloud sea over Donghai. Her voice was calm. In truth, our cultivations, when measured against many within Zishao Palace, are only middling. In merits we cannot match Shenzu's many. In prestige we fall short of the orthodox line of Sanqing and Pangu taught directly by Daozu. In foundations of power, the Wu tribes formed by the 12 ancestral Wu have already solidified their territories, radiating across Honghuang. With insufficient prestige, incomplete merits, and unremarkable strength, how can we, armed only with an edict and a title, command respect? How can we govern this mixed throng of immortals whose thoughts diverge and motives differ? Dong Wanggong received her words like a bucket of ice water. His ardor cooled a little, his brow furrowing, as he said in a low voice, "Then in Jianmu's view, what should be done? We cannot simply let the title of head of the host of immortals be empty talk. I do not crave hollow fame, yet I fear failing the trust placed upon us by Daozu and Shenzu." Shi Wangmu turned to Dong Wanggong and answered slowly, "The supreme Xiantian spirit root granted by Daozu, the Pan Tao tree, is both opportunity and foundation. Its fruit can augment cultivation and consolidate the profundity of a Dao foundation. In today's Honghuang, such Xiantian spirit fruits are exceedingly rare. We can use them to convene a Pan Tao festival." "A Pan Tao festival?" Dong Wanggong's eyes brightened. "Indeed." Shi Wangmu nodded and elaborated, "Send wide invitations to the Honghuang's cultivated immortals and great powers to gather on our Chuanshin Island in Donghai. This will both proclaim that our Chuanshin Island is the orthodox seat personally granted by Daozu and recognized by Shenzu, establishing our rightful standing and building prestige, and provide an occasion to exchange with the great factions, sound them out, and particularly to smooth relations and discern their attitudes. Thirdly, within the gathering, we can confer with many immortals on sorting the immortal way, harmonizing Honghuang, and delineating measures to impose order. Collective wisdom will serve us well. You must understand, Honghuang is vast and gifted beings arise everywhere. Relying only on you, me, and our island companions, we cannot manage every corner. We must adopt a conciliatory approach, discussing matters openly and proceeding gradually. That is the plan for enduring stability." Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong clapped his hands and laughed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Good, excellent. Jimu, this plan is brilliant. To host the Pan Tao festival will display our island's bearing and depth, allow us to befriend all directions, probe truth from rumor, and confer on grand schemes. Truly many gains at once. Jianmu, when do you deem best to hold such a festival?" Shi Wangmu considered briefly and said, "Right now many immortals have returned from listening to the teachings at Zishao Palace and are digesting what they received, consolidating their cultivation in seclusion. If we convene immediately, many will be unable to attend. That would be inauspicious. Better to set it for 6 yuan hui hence. By then the immortals' cultivations should have advanced and enough time will have passed for the disturbances outside Zishao Palace to subside. It will be a most appropriate moment to gather. 6 yuan hui hence. Very well. Agree to Jianmu's judgment." Dong Wanggong agreed at once, and then grew excited again. "Leave all the preparations to Jianmu. Whatever spirit materials and treasures are needed to adorn our place, draw freely from the stores. Do not slight our honored guests. With Jianmu at the helm, I am confident. How could the grand matter fail?" Shi Wangmu nodded faintly, and then asked, "If I will arrange the Pan Tao festival, what will you do?" "Me." Dong Wanggong straightened his back, his face shone with a resolute light, and an unmistakable determination gleamed in his eyes. "I shall personally go to invite our honored guests. Shenzu, the 3 Sanqing senior sister Nuwa, the Dao friend Fushi, Dao friend Jin Yuzi, and also the Western Jane and Juanti. These dignitaries embody the festival's prestige. A mere invitation would not do. I must call upon them in person to show Chuanshin Island's sincerity, and to pay proper respect to our Dao." Dong Wanggong paused, his voice insensibly swelling with fervor, especially Shenzu. "First I must go to Chongsheng Tian to pay respects, report this matter, and receive Shenzu's instruction." Shi Wangmu watched him. She knew well that his professed purpose of inviting guests was a pretext, and that what he truly longed for was to visit Shenzu and hear his teachings. She sighed gently in resignation. If things were left as they were, complications might arise. Yet since nothing urgent had yet occurred, she waved a hand and instructed, "Very well, go. Only remember to lower your posture, observe proper rites, and not let eagerness betray your decorum. Do not overly disturb Shinzu's secluded cultivation." Jianmu, rest assured. I know my manners. I will not be discourteous nor disturb Shinzu's quiet. Dong Wanggong laughed heartily, radiant, and offered a solemn salute to Shi Wangmu. He then transformed into a streak of pure yang immortality light, sharp and powerful like an arrow, and shot from the main hall of Chuanshin Island, cleaving the sky and vanishing at the Donghai horizon. Shi Wangmu watched that departing immortal radiance, and shook her head, though a faint smile touched the corner of her. She restored her composure, and with a graceful motion of her hand, produced from her sleeve an archaic bronze mirror, its rim entwined with cloud patterns and drifting mists. It hovered before her. The mirror's face shimmered with hazy radiance, reflecting myriad dawns. Her companion's spirit treasure, the supreme Xiantian relic, the Kunlun mirror. The Pantao festival is weighty. Shinzu himself may attend. This cannot be handled carelessly. I cannot manage it alone without omission. Shi Wangmu murmured to herself, and gathered a drop of crystalline immortal light between her fingers, touching it to the Kunlun mirror's face. Since the last parting, it has been long. I have not seen you and my younger sister, nor a few Dao friends. Are they well in Yaoqi immortal realm? My sister has always been spirited and finely attentive. She will surely lend aid. A few old friends might also be invited to assist. The mirror's surface rippled like water, concentric rings, spreading as a gentle spatial portal unfurled. Beyond it, the immortal mountain and the jade terraces of Yaoqi could be dimly seen. Shi Wangmu adjusted her robes and stepped through the portal. Qingyou, having returned from Zhixiao Palace, stood beneath the towering Jianmu that upheld the cosmos at Duguang. A vast, almost infinite current of immortal wei fortune surged, pouring in from every corner of Honghuang, from the long river of times past and future, from the dimensions of boundless void. Strands of it braided and converged into a milky white torrent visible to the eye like all rivers returning to the sea, rushing toward the Jianmu to be absorbed by its roots, borne by its trunk, and taken in by its branches and leaves. The Jianmu exuded a warm, dignified azure gold radiance. Its Dao resonance suffused the air, more magnificent and profound than before the teachings at Zhixiao Palace. The mysteries of the profound gate are settled, and the immortal way will rise. This is heaven's mandate and the wish of living beings. Qingyu gazed up at the divine tree born of the same source as his life and Dao fruit, murmuring softly. With Hongjuan's merging and the coming age of sages, the methods of the three core are passed down, and the era of Quasi-saints will soon begin. And he, bearing Shinzu's name, must lay an even firmer cornerstone for the imminent great era of the immortal way, and point a clearer path forward. At a thought, the ancient wooden Dao formation, woven by the Jianmu's own Dao resonance, and that had isolated Duguang for countless yuan hui, began today to slowly withdraw. The Jianmu's inherent Dao rhythm and power had reached a new plane. The formation needed no deliberate maintenance. Its very existence had become the most steadfast barrier and the most mystical Daochang of Honghuang. As the last veil of hazy Dao resonance fell away, the Jianmu's full towering form, reaching 28 heavens, was fully manifested across Honghuang. Unlike the initial emergence, when it set the order and the seasons with the might of 20 heavens, that first revealing was grand but felt more abstract, a conceptual loftiness. Now the Jianmu had attained 28 heavens. Its stature stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhoushan, the heavenly pillar formed from Pangu's spine. With Zhoushan as the most immediate reference, countless beings across Honghuang, no matter their cultivation or location, need only look up or sense to behold the Jianmu as unmistakable as Zhoushan itself. Feeling beneath the eastern sky, there stood the second pillar, supporting the heavens, with its roots delving into the depths of the underworld, its crown lost amidst the chaos of the azure sky. The endless primordial chi of the divine, which centered around the Jianmu, spread out like the gentlest yet most magnificent tide, enveloping the entire vastness of the wilderness. The eastern horizon was bathed in an everlasting azure light. Is this the Taoist ground of the immortal ancestor, the might of the immortal ancestor, the second pillar of heaven? It truly rivals the height of Zhou Mountain. How can this be? The source of the wood Dao, the progenitor of the immortal Dao. Truly a name not to be doubted. Such great power, such grandeur, no wonder it can suppress all immortals with a mere wave of its hand outside the Zhixiao Palace. Countless powerful beings and deities, their divine senses spanning the heavens and the earth, gazed in awe at the towering Jianmu in the east, their minds shaken and their faces pale. The 28 heavens. That was the true level of power that touched the limits of the primeval world. The azure essence of the immortal ancestor, the profundity of its Dao cultivation and terrifying strength, was only now being truly recognized by all beings. In the vast wilderness, countless beings nurtured and sheltered by the Jianmu had already awakened their spiritual intelligence, including the spirits of plants and the flower fairies. At this moment they involuntarily bowed in reverence towards the Jianmu, chanting praises to the wood ancestor, their gratitude and respect merging into the aura of the immortal Dao, causing the brilliance of the Jianmu to shine even brighter. Those who were the first to follow the azure essence, having received enlightenment and protection, now possessed extraordinary cultivations, each being an elder at the great Luo stage among the 12 flower stalks. Feeling the unfathomable aura of the Jianmu and the azure essence, they were overwhelmed with excitement, each performing great rites in their respective Dao grounds, their expressions filled with devotion towards the peak of the Jianmu. The azure essence obtained from Honghuang was taken out by the azure essence itself. The purple mist was infused with boundless creation and the mysteries of the heavenly Dao. He did not merge it into himself, but instead flicked his finger, transforming it into a stream of purple light that pierced into the trunk of the Jianmu. The Jianmu trembled as the primordial purple energy merged with it, further enhancing its supreme quality of connecting heaven and earth. Above the sky, boundless pure and clear qi from the 9 heavens descended. Below the underworld, the vast and heavy essence of the earth surged up. The essence of heaven and earth, the quintessence of yin and yang, and the chaos energy were all continuously drawn through the Jianmu, being infused into the wood itself. This made the Dao patterns on each leaf even clearer and more mysterious, the branches sturdier and more ancient, exuding an ethereal Dao rhythm that seemed to transcend the ages and suppress all eternity. The Jianmu itself was a supreme, heavy artifact capable of stabilizing the world. Now, with the azure essence imprinting its understanding of the 3,000 Daos, the cultivation of the 28 heavens was inscribed, blended into every inch of the Jianmus wood. This divine wood became even more ancient and vast, as if it bore all the years and paths since the beginning of creation, yet heavy enough to collapse the void of eternity, while remaining light enough to transcend all bindings. Stepping forward, the azure essence found a staircase formed by azure Dao patterns underfoot, ascending along the trunk of the Jianmu, and in an instant he stood atop the Jianmu. This place was no longer the same as before, but the 28 heavens. Further up lay the star realm, a junction between the primeval space and the starry sky. He extended his right hand, his palm crystal clear, like jade, effortlessly penetrating the invisible membrane that separated the primeval space from the heavens and the earth below, reaching into the boundless starry sky. With his current cultivation, probing into the starry sky posed no challenge, yet the sensations in different regions were distinct. As he passed through the starry sky, it felt as if his arm had plunged from the air into water. Though there was no tangible obstruction, he could distinctly feel a unique viscous texture that was the power of the stars. Without changing his expression, the azure essence flipped his left hand, producing the companion treasure that had been with him since his birth and had protected him multiple times, the azure lotus treasure banner. The flagpole was like azure jade, the banner stretched like a lotus leaf embroidered with the ethereal image of a chaotic azure lotus radiating pure and untainted primordial divine, with light connecting with his essence, their auras blending. Holding the azure lotus treasure banner, he waved it lightly towards the heavens, towards the mysterious realm beyond the 33 heavens, where the realm of eternal life resided. Whoosh! A beam of pure azure divine light, containing the essence of the most primordial, wood Dao erupted from the banner, soaring into the sky. This divine light ignored space and the layers of obstacles from the 33 heavens, directly entering the unknown realm of eternal life that ordinary people could not perceive or see. Within the realm of eternal life, the staff which served as the pillar supporting this world and had a profound connection with the azure essence also felt the call gently vibrating. On the staff's body, the phenomenon of myriad woods converging automatically manifested, responding to the azure lotus treasure banner from afar. In the next moment, countless primordial wood Dao essence from the Shen Tian realm fell from the realm of eternal life, cascading like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, resembling the gentle rain of spring, transforming into an endless azure rain of light that poured down upon the primeval earth. This azure rain was not ordinary water, but the purest primordial wood Dao essence and the vitality of wherever it passed. Withered trees revived, stubborn stones became alive, the injuries of the wounded healed, the foundations of cultivators stabilized, and all things flourished, bursting forth with life. With the name of the immortal ancestor using the Jianmu as proof and the realm of eternal life as the source, he brought blessings to the primeval world. He stood atop the Jianmu, overlooking the vast expanse below where life and slaughter coexisted, the aura of slaughter rising once more. In the eyes of the azure essence, the white torrent representing the luck of the immortal Dao, gathered from all corners of the primeval world, was now flowing unceasingly towards the Jianmu. He could also see that in the corners of the primeval world, nourished by this luck and the azure rain, some broken beings were recovering and lands ravaged by war were regaining their spirituality. The expansion of the Wu tribe had not ceased. Wherever they passed, it was either a Wu or an enemy, their aura of slaughter soaring to the heavens. Many beings were also consolidating forces, sharpening their claws, filled with ambition. Scattered cultivators struggled for survival, and small tribes faced dire circumstances. The primeval world was once again on the brink of unrest. Since he had accepted the name of the immortal ancestor and bore the karmic ties of the immortal Dao lineage, he must take on the corresponding responsibilities. The luck offered came from all beings, although immense for the azure essence who was nearly transcendent and had the Dao within himself. The benefits were limited. However, in his actions, he sought only to follow his heart without regret. Since beings trusted in him and hoped to believe in the wood ancestor, he would not hesitate to provide guidance, bringing them a glimmer of hope. What comes from beings returns to beings. In the current primeval world, the lower-tier beings, those newly awakened plant spirits, and the small tribes struggling on the brink of survival, they needed someone to show them the path and grant them a glimmer of hope more than those mighty beings high above. The Jianmu, penetrating heaven and earth, imbued with boundless power, saw the azure essence once again embody the authority of the wood ancestor, merging with the wood Dao. This time it was not merely as the wood ancestor, but as the immortal ancestor, resonating with the essence of all immortals, connecting with the luck of the primeval immortal Dao. A gentle voice resonated directly within the hearts of every being that had awakened their intelligence and embarked on the path of cultivation, spreading to every corner of the primeval world. The Dao has been established. The teaching of sages transcends the 3,000 paths. The immortal Dao shall flourish. The lineage begins from here. I, the wood ancestor Qing Yu, progenitor of the immortal Dao, understand the difficulties of beings seeking the Dao and the perplexities of cultivation, and now I declare this. After the meeting of the 3 Yuan beneath the Jianmu in the vast wilderness, I shall expound on the 3 immortal, the path of the earth immortal, how to solidify the foundation and nurture the essence rooting oneself in heaven and earth. The path of the Shen immortal, how to understand the heart and perceive one's nature transcending the mundane. The path of the heaven immortal, how to comprehend the heavenly Dao achieving eternal life. All beings of the primeval world, whether flowers, grasses, trees, stones, birds, beasts, scales, feathers, spirits, or ghosts, regardless of their origins, roots, or levels of cultivation, as long as they have a heart to seek the Dao, may come here to listen. The voice was not loud, yet it carried a majestic and compassionate authority that resonated 3 times in the hearts of beings before gradually dissipating. Silence. At that moment, the entire primeval world fell into a brief silence. Then came a thunderous eruption of indescribable excitement, ecstasy, hope, and a devoutness akin to pilgrimage. The immortal ancestor is compassionate. The immortal ancestor is going to teach. After the 3 Yuan meeting in the vast wilderness. Earth immortal, Shen immortal, heaven immortal, this is our fundamental method. Regardless of origins, regardless of roots. The immortal ancestor truly embodies boundless kindness. Quick, hurry to the east, to the vast wilderness. In the deep mountains and great marshes, the bewildered spirits, just awakening their intelligence, bowed towards the direction of the Jianmu in the east. The small tribe remnants struggling in the cracks of the Wu tribe reignited the light of hope in their eyes. Even some cultivators with lineages but lost on their paths were moved and planned to attend, hoping to gain insights. Jianmu manifested, rising from earth to heaven, its span, reaching 28 heavens, and aligning with Zhoushan, propping up the eastern firmament. Vast pure innate Jiamu Qi surged like a tide across the Honghuang realm. Wherever it passed, withered would return to spring, and stubborn stone birthed life, vitality overflowing. On the eastern horizon, that immutable aquamarine glow became a new hope and longing in the eyes of all beings of Honghuang. Many roaming cultivators packed their belongings, ignited their escape light, and without hesitation flew eastward. For them, this was not merely an opportunity to hear the Dao, but a chance to leave a life of wandering and insecurity, and to seek shelter and guidance. Within the plains of Duguang, excitement already boiled. The elders who first followed Qingyo, such as the 12 flower stalks and the millions nurtured and sheltered by Jianmu, felt a shared pride, elated beyond measure. They spontaneously began to maintain order around Duguang, clearing roads, and preparing to welcome the seekers of Dao, who would soon surge forth from every corner of Honghuang. The wood ancestor delivering the Dao was an unparalleled event. As denizens of Duguang, they vowed to arrange the arrivals with care, permitting no mistake that might disgrace the wood ancestor's honor. Yet not all beings could immediately set out for Duguang. In a range called Wanfuqiu, once the ancestral land of the Tianhu clan, the mountains and waters had been pristine and brimming with spirit. Since their origin, the Fox clan had flourished there. Though not a great house, they lived in carefree ease, and among them were some who had reached golden immortal and tail-level mastery. Months earlier, their peace had been shattered. A party of Wu warriors led by a great Wu passed through to expand territory, needing blood food. To replenish Sha Qi, they unleashed a slaughter upon the Fox clan. In that great battle, the Tianhu clan's innate marvels were nearly ineffectual against the Wu clan's terrifying physical might and the onslaught of Sha Qi. Under the hand of a great Wu comparable to a Deluo, golden immortal chieftains fell and elders perished. The clan was nearly wiped out. Wanfuqiu, once graceful and verdant, lay reduced to scorched ruin. Flora, withered, springs ran red, life vanished. In the deepest ruins within a secret cavern fissure buried by collapsed rock, several faint breaths struggled to A few kits had by fortune survived, sheltered by kin, who gave their lives evading pursuit with innate illusion arts and hiding here. Mostly immature and shallow in cultivation, some had lost tails in flight, wounding their roots. Even now they were being corroded by Sha Qi. With bodies maimed and souls frayed, consciousness sinking into chaos, they barely stirred beneath soil and rubble by sheer instinct, awaiting the final end. Just as death neared, a shower of azure light laden with boundless life and purifying power pierced the Sha-kiveled clouds and rock crevices, falling into this dead and desperate place. The creative qi, the source of Jianmu, seeped with the rain into parched meridians and merged with the souls on the verge of collapse. A faint, almost imperceptible moan escaped from the kit, now left with only 2 stumps of tail. A gentle force began to mend its torn organs and spirit, nourishing the almost exhausted root of its instinctual will to live was reignited. An implacable hatred for the clan's annihilation and the etched memory of its elders' final eyes, desperate yet full of hope. Those tangled emotions and obsessions transmuted into a stubborn strength that upheld the little fox. With every ounce of strength it had, bit by bit it struggled, pushing its head, refusing to submit to fate, out from under the weighing rubble and soil. It forced its dim eyes open, vision blurred, yet resolutely looked eastward despite layers upon layers of collapsed mountains and the ruins and Sha Qi that barred sight. Still it could clearly make out beneath the eastern horizon the towering azure tree that pierced the firmament and radiated endless vitality and warm light, like the heaven pillar its parents had spoken of, propping up its world. There was the Dao. There was light. There was hope. The kit let out an almost inaudible whimper. It redoubled its struggles to crawl out of the despairing ruin. A few other kits, still faintly breathing, were stirred by the life and began to stir as well. Survive, go east, go to Duguang, go to the immortal ancestor. The same scenes replayed in many corners of the Honghuang lands. Remnants of the Suanyo clan, less than a tenth surviving the Wu clan's hunting parties, heard that voice of Dao striking straight to the heart amid their despairing flight. A faint light rekindled in their weary, desperate eyes. They began to falteringly reorient themselves and stagger eastward. Hundreds of plant spirits imprisoned by the Wu clan in a valley as stores and laborers endured day after day of fear and numbness. Suddenly they saw azure motes of light leaking through the shackles' seams. They felt the vast vitality and the warm, stirring touch from the source. Muzhu had not abandoned them. Their leader, an old tree spirit trembling, pointed with its roots toward Jianmu, engraving the goal of seeking the wood ancestor deep into the hearts of those frail plant spirits. Then, while their Wu guards were inattentive, it sacrificed itself in an explosion. Under the old tree spirits covering sacrifice and aided by earth and stone spirits, they sent the newly formed young ones away. They were meant to seek Muzhu and a better future. The old tree spirit had only taken shape because of Muzhu's terrestrial grace. Now it should let these children go. To remain trapped here year after year would be no different from its former unformed self. Go seek Muzhu. Carry my wish with you. Wood ancestor. The old tree spirit gazed at the Jianmu that bridged heaven and earth, heart full of longing. After taking shape, it had hoped to travel to Duguang to pay homage to Muzhu, but now it could not. It only hoped those children would carry its portion to kneel before Muzhu and give thanks. The explosion covered the traces. A single withered log remained untouched. Rain from the horizon fell upon the dead wood like fine threads and needles, like the Father God's tender caress upon a child's cheek. The azure rain fell, a touch of green was born from the dead wood. Tender buds sprouted trembling. The wood ancestor. Different races suffered different fates. Some saw their clans annihilated with only lone hatchlings remaining. Some were driven to near extinction in arduous migrations. Some lost freedom and became slaves. Others wandered in bewildered survival, unsure of the road ahead. They dragged their grievously wounded dying bodies, supporting equally frail companions, or going alone bearing the faith of countless lives' hopes. Toward the east, toward the Jianmu that upheld heaven and earth, toward that single thread of life that belonged to them. This sliver of hopeful light was enough to burn their final flames, to chase and draw near. Among the stars, Dijuan did not return to the Taiyang star, but went to Ziwei star to arrange the constellations with Ziguang Furan. Dijuan sat imposingly upon his divine throne, the sun's true fire wreathed about him, his aura more imperious and majestic than before the Dao hearing at Zixiao Palace. A tome of shifting starlight floated before him. The innate spirit treasure Hichu Luoshu, whose starry trajectories flared and dimmed as it divined the transformations of heaven's mysteries. Daijin's gaze was deep, his fingers tapped the throne's armrest unconsciously. He turned his attention to several powerful figures who had recently pledged themselves at court, among them star deities. There were also great powers who had fled the Honghuang lands under Wu clan pressure and admiring the Taiyang stars might sought refuge, each possessing de Lua level cultivation. Issue the orders, whoever harbors a heart for the Dao and is willing to come under my banner to stand against the Wu clan's tyranny. regardless of origin or past, may gather at Tonggu. I will dispatch commanders to teach secret star techniques, bestow spirit elixirs and treasures to aid their cultivation, and together pursue a grand undertaking. Regarding the immortal ancestors' preaching, do not obstruct it. Those of my domain who wish to go and listen may do so freely. But remember, your route lies with the sun, with the stars, and with our great enterprise. We shall obey His Majesty's decree. The gathered powers answered in unison. At the foot of Zhoushan Deep within Pangu Hall, the 12 ancestral Wu convened, Sha-Qi churned, and their blood surged heavenward. They too had heard the immortal ancestors' proclamation, and sensed the spreading Jianmu vitality. Qingyu, that piece of wood, is going to preach the Dao. Gonggong, one of the ancestral Wu, sneered. What kind of so-called immortal path is that? Can it compare to our father's transmitted methods, to the supreme Wu bodies tempered by the world's Sha-Qi? Though generous, letting every tomcat and stray dog attend. Zhurong toyed with the myriad fires in his hand and grinned. Perfect. Those blood food will run themselves to the east, saves us from searching everywhere. I hear there are many beings around Duguang. Next time we hunt, it will be convenient. Big brother, if this immortal ancestor's teaching raises those beings' cultivation, will it harm the Wu clan? Zhu Juin, more contemplative, posed the question to Dijiang. Dijiang opened his eyes slowly and answered, it poses no problem. It is only the methods of an ignorant Dao teacher, less than our Wu warriors. How could it compare to our clan's way of becoming holy through the body and proving the Dao by force? Even if those ants listen and cultivate for 10 million years, could they withstand a single punch from my Wu clan? Dijiang's tone brimmed with unparalleled confidence. It was the pride bestowed by their father god. As for fate across the Honghuang lands, force reigns supreme. We ancestral Wu by Pangus bloodline are the lords of Honghuang. So long as our strength suffices, fortune will follow. Issue the commands. Each division should proceed with the plan to expand territories, suppress the unwilling, and harvest blood food and Sha-Qi. As for those ants who wish to hear the Dao, do not go out of your way to stop them, nor concern yourselves if they return having sought the Dao, or we remain unchanged. No matter how many ants gather, they are still ants. Yes, elder. The ancestral Wu thundered in assent. Sha-Qi swelled. Having comprehended the laws, they could now form great arrays and draw upon the Father God's power. In their eyes, Qin Yu was nothing more than a scrap of wood, having once trapped them. He seemed to them a weakling who resorted to such devices. When the 12 had united in attack and were repelled by him, they assumed his strength profound and felt unease. They did not realize he had been cornered and had relied on treasures to lay a trap. If the immortal ancestor was such, the others were negligible. Should Qin Yu appear before them, they would make him witness the father's axe to see if it could cleave his Jianmu. Qingyo, you walked into it yourselves. To them, Qingjia's Dao sermons were merely the weak huddling together for warmth, posing no threat to the Wu clan's foundation of absolute power. As scions of the Father God, they believed themselves invincible in Honghuang. With the Father's aid, there was no need for worry. Across the Honghuang lands, there was no one who could contend with the Wu clan. They would expand and claim territory unhindered. The Eastern King rode the resplendent pure yang celestial light, his heart stirred, moving at great speed. Before him, he seemed to envision the grand scene of myriad beings prostrating and listening to the Dao after the 3 Yuan conference. Meanwhile, he would assist the celestial ancestor in maintaining order and displaying authority, thus proving himself before Qin Yu, demonstrating that he was no longer the person who needed her protection. After the 3 Yuan conference, I shall be able to converse with the benefactor under the Jianmu tree and understand the myriad spirits. What great fortune! The Eastern King grew more excited as he thought about it, feeling that the celestial ancestor had arranged the teaching time just before the Peach Conference set by the Western Queen Mother, as if it was specially designed for him to facilitate his arrangements. Once I sincerely invite the celestial ancestor to the Peach Festival, she will surely grant me this favor, and during the grand event with the ancestor's presence, all the celestial beings will come to pay their respects, undoubtedly gaining the benefactor's recognition. The Eastern King, upon thinking of this, urged his light to accelerate threefold, traversing endless regions until he arrived beneath the towering Jianmu. Outside the field of myriad beings, there were already self-organized plant spirits and flower fairies maintaining order. Upon seeing the pure and vast pure yang celestial light of the Eastern King, they dared not be negligent and approached to inquire. The Eastern King pressed down on the clouds, adjusted his attire, and tried to make his tone sound friendly. I am the Eastern King, the foremost male celestial recognized by the celestial ancestor, here to pay respects and discuss important matters. Please convey this message. The guarding plant spirits, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate and respectfully said, So it is the esteemed Eastern King. The celestial ancestor has given orders. If you arrive, you may enter directly. She is waiting at the peak of the Jianmu. The Eastern King felt a surge of joy in his heart. The celestial ancestor indeed knew I was coming. He slightly nodded to the plant spirit and then transformed into a stream of light flying upwards along the Jianmu's branch-like pathways. Before long, he arrived at the peak of the Jianmu. There stood Qing Yu, still clad in a simple green Daoist robe, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the vast primal earth. His aura merged with the entire Jianmu and the boundless earth beneath, as if he were the embodiment of the Dao. Eastern King, I pay my respects to the celestial ancestor. The Eastern King suppressed all his emotions and bowed in reverence. Please rise. Qing Yu did not turn around. The Eastern King stood up, hands at his sides, suppressing the excitement within him, organizing his words, preparing to eloquently present his various plans for the Peach Festival and sincerely invite the celestial ancestor to attend. He had even imagined in his mind that after the celestial ancestor listened, she might slightly nod in approval of his thorough considerations and then graciously agree. However, just as he was about to speak, Qing Yu spoke first, his tone inscrutable. You came from the Eastern Sea. Did you see this vast primal land along the way? Did you witness the myriad beings? The Eastern King was taken aback, not understanding, but quickly answered respectfully, replying to the celestial ancestor, I came on clouds, my heart focused on meeting you and did not dare to delay thus. I did not observe closely. He felt a bit puzzled. Why did the celestial ancestor suddenly ask this? Was it to test whether he cared about the situation of the primal world? He quickly added, however, I know that currently the witch tribe and the star gods like Dijun are rising together, disputes are growing, and rogue cultivators are in difficulty. The celestial ancestor with compassion wishes to teach the Tao and enlighten all beings, which is indeed a tremendous virtue. Since I am the head of all celestial beings, I will certainly assist the celestial ancestor in organizing the celestial beings and mediating disputes, ensuring the flourishing of our Tao and the peace of all beings. He believed this response of his perfectly expressed the urgency of his journey to meet the celestial ancestor, highlighted his understanding of the situation, and conveyed his determination to assist her. Upon hearing this, Qing Yu slowly turned his gaze towards the Eastern King. His eyes were calm as they settled on him, not sharp yet seemingly able to penetrate all illusions and gaze into his heart. The Eastern King felt a wave of unease under that gaze. You wish to hold the Peach Festival and invite me to support you to help establish your authority, is that so? Qing Yu asked indifferently. The Eastern King's heart tightened. He did not expect the celestial ancestor to be so direct. As for why Qing Yu knew about the Peach Festival, he did not concern himself much. The celestial ancestor's abilities were boundless. But he felt that this matter would benefit the Tao and he had no selfish intentions, so he said candidly, Celestial ancestor, you see clearly I indeed wish to use this grand event to showcase the orthodoxy of the Tao and connect with various factions to discuss the regulation of the primal order. But it is entirely for the great cause of the Tao with a sincere heart that heaven and earth can witness. It is all for the Tao and for all beings. He bowed deeply again. Long after while the Eastern King was anxious, not knowing Qing Yu's intention. The words, not going, came from above. Not going. The Eastern King suddenly raised his head, the hope on his face instantly froze, replaced by astonishment. He thought he had misheard, or rather he could not comprehend why the celestial ancestor would refuse. Isn't this good for both the public and private, for feelings and reason? Celestial ancestor. But what did I do wrong? What did I overlook? Please enlighten me. I will certainly correct it. The Eastern King stepped forward eagerly, his voice trembling slightly. Qing Yu looked at him, gently shook his head, his gaze passing over the Eastern King, and turning once again to the vast primal land, now once more filled with suffering. Eastern King, you repeatedly say it is for the Tao and for all beings. You came from the Eastern Sea, riding pure yang, celestial light piercing clouds and fog, seeing only the towering Jianmu, your heart, only contemplating the grand event. Have you looked down to see what is happening on this land beneath your feet? Have you seen the fox tribe cubs corroded by the malevolence of the witch tribe, struggling to survive in the muddy? Have you seen the plant spirits confined and enslaved with despair and hope intermingling in their eyes? Have you seen countless beings like them on the brink of life and death, ignited by a single voice of teaching or the sight of a glimmer of creation? They cling to the faint hope, dragging their broken bodies, traversing mountains and rivers, seeking a thread of life. Have you seen any of these myriad beings illuminated by the light of the Tao? Qing Yu's gaze returned, asking the increasingly pale Eastern King, with a question that pierced to the core of his Tao heart. Do you think being the master of all celestial beings means being celebrated and supported by all? As the words fell, there was a silence atop the Jianmu. Only the mighty winds passed through the branches, producing a soft rustling sound. The Eastern King stood rooted to the spot, his face changing colors, opening his mouth, yet finding his throat dry, unable to utter a word. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky. He saw purple chi coming from the east for 30,000 miles, ethereal and steaming with myriad rays of light, an unparalleled and indifferent aura of the Tao emanating from the Jianmu. In that purple chi and radiant light, a jade plate containing endless Dao rhythms, and recording all the trajectories of primal laws, slowly emerged and floated down towards Qingyu. The creation jade plate, the manifestation of the Dao. Hongjun as a saint resided atop the purple clouds, imparting the 3,000 Daos, elucidating the ultimate principles of the Dao, paving the way for beings, and pointing out the opportunity for transcendence. Qingyu as the ancestor established the Dao in the field of myriad beings, imparting the 3 celestial paths, solidifying the foundation of cultivation, igniting the hearts of beings, and laying down the steps of survival. One rises and one sinks, one ascends for transcendence, and one lays the foundation for survival, complementing each other to achieve completeness. Now with Qingyu about to impart the Dao, Hongjun once again descends the creation jade plate to assist him. This time Qingyu's impartation of the Dao would also bring considerable benefits to Hongjun, who had come to assist. After the 3 Yuan conference in the field of myriad beings beneath the Jianmu, I shall teach the 3 celestial paths. You should take care of yourself. This is the only opportunity to repay your sincere intention towards me. The rustling leaves of the Jianmu fell, and the spatial power within flowed, directly sending the Eastern King out of the Jianmu. Beyond the Jianmu, Dong Wanggong stood silently. Qingji's words interrogation is like ice water poured on the head, freezing his fervor and shaking his spirit. Is this your Dao? He stood dazed on the ground, the pure yang, celestial light flowing yet failing to penetrate the fog in his heart. For countless years blessed by the Dao ancestor's personal decree, the agreement of the celestial ancestor, the title of the foremost male immortal, had long accustomed him to gazing up at greatness, plotting grand enterprises. Yet he had forgotten to lower his head to watch the road, forgotten the dust beneath his feet, and the feeling of near downfall when his strength was weak at the beginning. He stubbornly blamed everything on himself, lifting his robe and kneeling, bowing his head toward the peak of Jianmu. Disciple is dull-witted, I earnestly request the celestial ancestor's guidance. 1 day, 1 month, 1 year, 100 years, 1,000 years. He did not use his powers to resist allowing the wind to blow and the sun to beat down, frost to dye his hair, relying solely on his physical body and will to endure, kneeling long without rising. At the peak of Jianmu, Qingyu withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. Foolish child. He felt Dong Wanggong's sincerity and dependence, seeing him as both teacher and father. It was precisely because of this that he spoke to awaken him. The scenery at heights can easily dazzle the eyes, and power can often confuse one's true heart. If one's eyes see no living beings and one's feet tread upon no dust, then the so-called fairness and grand enterprises are ultimately illusions. To enlighten is both a responsibility and a protection. His 1,000 years of kneeling, self-pitying, and seeking understanding, knowing his heart was sincere yet not necessarily truly enlightened. One must enter the mortal world to see the true chapter. His gaze swept beneath Jianmu, where scattered figures were gathering with great difficulty from the primordial wilderness, one team in particular appearing especially weak and anxious. A gentle breeze arrived, rippling the space. In the desolate mountains tens of thousands of miles from Duguang, the space rippled slightly, and Dong Wanggong staggered into view. After a millennium of long kneeling, his spirit was exhausted, his Dao heart haggard, suddenly displaced, feeling momentarily dazed. His divine sense subconsciously scanned the valley below, only to see a dozen or so figures curled up, all in their juvenile transformed forms. Wounded beings and grass spirit elves, startled by his sudden appearance, trembled in fear. At the forefront, a young boy in green clothes, pale-faced yet gritting his teeth to block his smaller companions, stammered, "We do not know what senior you are, but we wish to go to Duguang and hope you will show mercy. For a long time we have been avoiding the witch clan, and we are already exhausted. If you intend to harm us, we can only self-detonate, just like Grandpa Tree, to buy time for the children behind." Dong Wanggong was taken aback. This scene was so familiar. Countless Yuan meetings ago, he was searched daily by the Dragon Clan over the East Sea, living in fear for his life just like this. And the celestial ancestor was the light that supported him at that time. It turned out that the kindness he received back then was reflected in the way he now looked at the tree spirit. It was not a condescending pity, but a profound connection felt when witnessing life's struggle in the mire, desperately pushing forward towards the light of the East. In an instant, his spiritual platform roared, and the enigmas that had confounded him for a millennium suddenly connected. His expression changed from confusion to realization to shame, ultimately settling into a tranquil understanding. He pressed down from the cloud head, landing before these frightened little beings, speaking gently like an ordinary elder. "Little friends, do not be afraid, just call me Mu Gong. For you I am also an elder in the wooden Dao. Since you wish to go to Duguang, let us travel together." The spirits were stunned, then filled with joy, kneeling down in a flurry, weeping profusely. At this moment Dong Wanggong, preferring to call himself Mu Gong, waved his sleeve, gently lifting these young beings, in a soft celestial light, transforming into a steady escape light towards Duguang. This time he did not fly quickly, quietly spreading his divine sense, sweeping over the vast land. He saw more figures struggling, painfully battling with wounds, and in their eyes the weak yet stubborn gaze towards the light of the east. Whenever he encountered someone, he would assist them, showering them with pure yang light. The living beings looked up and saw beside Jianmu a gentle sunlight appearing to provide assistance. So it is. He silently mused, his gaze gradually clearing and stabilizing. After sending off Dong Wanggong Qing, you no longer focused on him, turning back along Jianmu, heading towards the Nine Nether Realm. In the Nine Nether Realm, the murky air was deep yet no longer as violently chaotic as in the past. The disordered origins had been untangled into smooth, flowing rivers operating along specific trajectories, and order began to take shape. Zhen Yuanzi waved the mountain-driving whip, drawing a strand of obstinate earthly murk back on track, his face covered in dust, and his expression melancholic. Alas, the carefree earthly immortal has become a laborer in the Nine Nether Realm. Qing Yu Dao brother, are you enjoying yourself? Qing Yu Dao brother, when will you come to rescue me? Just as he lamented, a refreshing and familiar vitality of the wooden Dao broke through the thick murky air spreading towards him. Dao brother. Zhen Yuanzi's spirit was lifted. He almost lunged forward, grabbing Qingjia's sleeve without any semblance of decorum. You have finally come. If you had not come, I would have been assimilated by this earthly path. Look at me, do I have any semblance of carefree appearance left? Now being forcefully detained by the earthly path in this Nine Nether Realm, even if he wished to leave, he was still locked inside. Now as Qing Yu came to inspect, the two could talk for a while. Qing Yu looked at the increasingly rich earthly aura on Zhen Yuanzi, knowing that his friend had been toiling like an old workhorse during this time. Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback, looking inward at himself, and sensing the surroundings, his expression slightly easing. After several yuan meetings of hard work, his understanding of the earthly path had reached unfathomable depths. The Nine Nether Realm, though still gloomy, had stabilized. The crisis had passed. Dao brother, since it has stabilized, can I finally go? His eyes were filled with anticipation. Naturally, Qing Yu nodded. Zhen Yuanzi saw Qing Yu extend a hand, and a great cauldron filled with the transformations of the earthly path appeared before Qing Yu. The cauldron, with 3 legs and 2 ears, its entire body dark yellow engraved with patterns of mountains and rivers, emitted an aura that suppressed the universe, reversing the innate Dao rhythm. At the moment of its appearance, the Nine Nether Realm was momentarily still. Having worked diligently in the earthly path for many years, he had not seen any treasures yet. As soon as his Dao brother arrived, a heavy treasure appeared. Zhen Yuanzi's melancholic gaze unabashedly fixed on the source of the earthly path deep within the Nine. This is the Chengquan cauldron that emerged when the great calamity of the Dao and demon ended, causing the earthly path to appear in advance. Due to the premature emergence of the earthly path, the rules became chaotic, so the saints sealed this cauldron here. Now that the earthly path has been sorted out by you, it is much more stable, so naturally this treasure no longer needs. Yet Zhen Yuanzi still looked at the earthly path with a melancholic expression, and Qing He couldn't help but laugh at Zhen Yuanzi's look of wanting the treasure for himself. Then he immediately spoke seriously, his voice, reaching the Nine Nether. Zhen Yuanzi has sorted out the Nine Nether and harmonized the earthly veins, guiding the origins, contributing to heaven and earth. Now that his merits are fulfilled, he should return to the primordial wilderness. Earthly path, will you not grant a reward? As his words fell, the Nine Nether trembled lightly, and the vast and thick energy of the earthly path gathered from all directions, forming a murky vortex before the two containing mountains, earthly veins, and the imagery of the Nether profoundly mysterious. Dao friend, the treasures of the earthly path are still in gestation, and even if I wish to give them to you, I am powerless. However, the earthly path has its own transformations. Please take a look. Qing Yu looked at the mountain-driving whip that had been sorting out the earthly path energy for several yuan meetings. The earthly energy was flowing faintly, revealing new restrictions being inscribed upon it. Let me assist you. Zhen Yuanzi handed over the mountain-driving whip to Qing Yu, who then took out another cauldron, exuding rich transformative energy, subtly resonating with the Chengquan cauldron. Qing Yu threw the mountain-driving whip onto the cauldron, while the just manifested endless source of the earthly path was infused into the whip, making the originally vaguely visible restrictions increasingly clear. Transformation as the work, the earthly path as the source, the Chengquan cauldron reversing the origins. The triple power re-refined the mountain-driving whip. The Nine Nether trembled, the energy of the primordial earthly veins was stirred, surging forth. Inside the cauldron, colorful rays of light appeared, depicting myriad scenes. It was unclear how long had passed, but the glow gradually receded. Qing Yu pointed and the cauldron opened. A whip's crack resounded throughout the Nine Nether, and a divine light rich in blue energy soared up from the ground. As the light gathered, a brand new divine whip floated in the air. The whip's body was no longer of ordinary quality, dark yellow at its base, interwoven with blue patterns embodying the weight of the earth and the vitality of the Nether. On it, 48 innate Dao patterns appeared seamlessly, half belonging to the earth and half to the Nether. Its power was vast, faintly resonating with the primordial land. a postnatal instrument of merit reversing the innate under the will of the earthly path, and the transformative blessing of Qingyo inscribed with 12 restrictions belonging to the earthly path, and the nether now totaling 48 restrictions achieving a unique treasure of earthly merit. Dao friend, this treasure is the result of the earthly path's acknowledgement of your efforts in sorting it out, forged by the Chenkuan cauldron, and my power tailored specifically for you. It contains 48 innate restrictions perfectly aligning with your Dao, enabling you to regulate the primordial earthly veins, and refine the fortunes of the mountains and rivers. It also contains boundless transformations capable of nourishing all things, protecting oneself and vanquishing enemies with immense power. Moreover, since you have devoted your heart and blood to refine it over the years, it has long recognized you as its master, now endowed with even more spirituality, as easy to wield as your own fingers. This whip is the testament of your efforts in sorting out the primordial world and stabilizing the earthly path. Your earthly path will use this whip to truly connect heaven and earth, achieving supreme Dao fruit. As Qingyu finished speaking, 3 Dao symbols emerged on the whip, earthly sovereign whip. The divine whip flew towards the still shocked Zhen Yuanzi. In his grasp it felt warm, and as heavy as 1,000 mountains. A sensation of bloodline connection surged forth, along with a profound understanding of the authority to control the earthly veins, blending seamlessly with his own insights into the earthly path. This. Zhen Yuanzi was overwhelmed with excitement, tightly gripping the divine whip. The toil and frustration of several yuan meetings swept away. His second treasure of the Dao. With this matter concluded, the Chenkuan cauldron should return to its place. Dao friend, your sentence is served. You may return to a carefree life now, Qingyu said with a smile. Zhen Yuanzi waved the earthly sovereign whip, gently slicing through the thick barrier of the 9 nether. The dark yellow radiance flashed and the barrier broke open like paper, revealing the scenery of the primordial world. And Qingyu continued deeper into the source of the earthly path, as the depths of the earthly path were constantly calling out to him. As Qingyu ventured deeper, he could feel the surrounding ghostly aura becoming increasingly pure and dense, even carrying a hint of chaotic turbulence reminiscent of the primordial chaos. Looking around, aside from the ancient flowing earth veins and the ghostly aura, there was nothing else. The desolation and monotony were enough to cloud the Dao heart of any ordinary being. No wonder Zhen Yuanzi, with such a carefree nature, would be trapped in deep resentment. In such an empty and silent place, only he who was in perfect harmony with the earth and could communicate with it could linger here for so long. After passing through various restrictions, Qingyu finally stepped into the core area of the earth passage. At the moment he entered, a feeling of yearning enveloped him instantly. This feeling came from the earth passage itself. It longed for the infusion of vitality, yearning to give birth to new life from this eternal silence, thus completing itself. This was an instinct towards perfect completeness. As the source of the primordial wood Dao and the ancestor of the vitality, would Dao, Qingyu's existence was like a long-awaited rain, after a drought, naturally causing an immense craving. Years ago, Daoist Qian Kun forcibly awakened the earth passage, causing it to emerge prematurely, directly interrupting the natural process of its nurturing and the equilibrium of life and death. This move forced Hongjun, who was already on the verge of transcendence, to remain behind once again to organize the rules of heaven and earth. This also led to the earth passage being born amidst great calamities, with the influx of death Qi, calamity Qi, and killing Qi severely lacking the aspect of life, causing the earth passage to fall into a state of death without life. Sensing the earth passage's yearning for vitality and completeness, Qing, you extended a finger, condensing azure light at its tip, containing the purest essence of the Jianmu's vitality and the transformative power of the wood, Dao, gently pointing towards the mysterious yellow core of the earth passage. The rich, almost tangible azure light, like the dew of life, fell from Qingyu's fingertip, merging into the mysterious yellow source of the earth passage. The light spots attempted to dispel the dense silence of the 9 nether sowing seeds of life. However, an unexpected change occurred. The seemingly gentle ghostly aura revealed its aspect of being the end of all things, embodying death. The essence of the wood Dao, the vitality that Qingyu released, did not take root and sprout upon contact with the pure ghostly aura, but rather, like clear water dropping into thick ink, it was quickly absorbed. The vibrant azure dimmed at a visible rate, ultimately being completely obliterated in the endless dark yellow and shadowy depths, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Qingyu frowned slightly. He waved his hand again, this time unleashing not light spots but torrents of surging azure energy. This was a more magnificent and pure essence of the wood Dao, attempting to trigger a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation, forcibly carving out a patch of greenery within this 9 nether. The result was still the same. The azure torrents surged in, only causing slight fluctuations in certain areas of the ghostly aura before it returned to silence. In fact, the ghostly aura within the 9 nether became even more condensed and thick as it absorbed the pure vitality. The rules of the earth passage are incorrect. Qingyu withdrew his hand, gazing at this absolutely dead domain, his eyes flowing with Dao rhythm as he deduced the source. The rules here reject all concepts of life. Only death can give rise to life, yet the living cannot self-generate in this place. With death but no life, yin and yang unbalanced cycles missing and reincarnation not initiated, the earth passage naturally cannot reach completion. A complete cycle of heaven and earth cannot be solely about demise without the emergence of new life. The Nine Nether as a realm of reincarnation should be the ultimate destination for all things. If there is only death and no life, then it is merely a grave, not a part of the cycle. It seems that this time in prison is unavoidable. Qingyu shook his head helplessly, having just teased Jin Yuanzi about his release. And now it was his turn to take on an even more troublesome prison disaster. The wheel of fortune truly turns. He no longer attempted to forcibly infuse vitality, but instead sat cross-legged in the core of the earth passage. With a wave of his hand, the creation jade plate which Hong Jun had just lent him, embodying the laws of the 3000 Dao, appeared before him. Since the underlying rules of the earth passage were flawed, he would complete it using the power of the heavenly Dao as a guide. Using the 3000 Dao as a foundation, he would reharmonize and redefine some of the local laws to create the potential for the sprouting of life. Qing Yu's mind sank into the creation jade plate. In an instant, vast information of heavenly Dao laws and the profound mysteries of the 3000 Dao surged into his heart. He raised his hands and brilliant Dao patterns flowed from his fingertips. These patterns were not merely a single azure of the wood Dao, but integrated the power of heavenly Dao order as he cast forth mysterious and unfathomable Dao patterns, merging them into the surrounding source of the earth passage and the ghostly aura. Using the characteristics of Jianmu to communicate with heaven and earth, harmonizing all things and referencing the heavenly Dao laws, he carefully embedded a trace of life into the absolutely dead and silent rules of the earth passage. The earth passage seemed to understand Qing Yu's intentions, actively relaxing part of its protective source, allowing Qing Yu's Dao patterns to merge more deeply with the core rules. The entire Nine Nether began to undergo slow yet profound changes. Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps 1,000 years or 10,000 years, Qing Yu, sitting in the core of the earth passage, suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. He pointed his fingers like a sword towards the void above the Nine Nether, making a gentle stroke. Jianmu, take root. Boom! The endlessly vital Jianmu's main body with its thickest root was summoned and plunged deep into the earth. The boundless and pure Jianmu vitality surged forth along this main root like a flood released from a dam rushing into the Nine Nether. This time the vitality was no longer easily obliterated, for under Qing Yu's adjustments the rules of this place had quietly changed. Using this as a foundation to enlighten the life of the ghostly realm, Qing Yu forced out 3 drops of blood containing boundless transformation of the wood ancestor from his fingertips. The blood droplets did not fall to the ground, but hovered in the air, absorbing the surging Jianmu vitality and the pure ghostly death qi. Under the influence of the 3 drops of wood ancestor's blood, the Jianmu vitality and the ghostly death qi forces that should have been in conflict began to blend slowly and strangely. The 3 drops of blood fell into the densest area of ghostly aura, giving birth to a flower. The petals were blood red, stunningly beautiful, yet not a single green leaf accompanied them. For a moment in this originally empty and deathly Nine Nether, clusters of vividly red, ghostly blue-green strange plants burst forth, rapidly spreading. The flower, known as the other shore flower or manjusaka, blossoming on the other shore, one sees the flower without the leaves and sees the leaves without the flower. The flower and leaves never meet, symbolizing the separation of life and death and endless reincarnation. Rooted in the deathly Nine Nether, they bloom with breathtaking beauty, embodying the flower of life from death itself. It is the first miracle born from the harmonization of life and death rules, and one of the symbols of the ghostly realm and the realm of reincarnation. The source of the earth passage trembled violently, not in chaos but filled with satisfaction. Felt itself becoming more complete. Soon after, boundless earth passage source energy frantically gathered, coalescing before Qing Yu into a manifestation of earth passage authority. The earth passage regarded Qing Yu highly as the heavenly Dao, had Hong Jun as the harmonious Dao master. Soon after, boundless earth passage source energy frantically gathered, coalescing before Qing Yu into a manifestation of earth passage authority. The earth passage regarded Qing Yu highly as the heavenly Dao, had Hong Jun as the harmonious Dao. The earth passage expressed, "I'm sorry Jin Yuanzi, you are a good person, but we are not compatible. I prefer Qing Yu." Qing Yu looked at the earth passage that seemed about to leap upon him, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He extended his hand, gently pushing the light orb back. The master of the earth passage has its own destined method and another person. My Dao lies in upholding Jianmu, in creating life in inheritance, not in governing the ghostly reincarnation. Daoist Jin Yuanzi, in harmony with the earth, has worked diligently for you, meticulously, and with great merit. He has a deeper bond with you, and he is the unparalleled choice to take over the earth passage and govern the ghostly realm. The earth passage seemed stunned for a moment, but quickly became obstinate, pressing closer to Qingyu, attempting to forcibly merge the authority imprint with him. The surrounding ghostly aura seemed to be summoned, as well cascading layers upon layers to envelop Qingyu, creating a sense that if he did not agree, he would not be allowed to leave. Qingyu felt the surrounding nether chi tighten its embrace, and he could only feel a wry helplessness. Why did this Earth Dao consciousness cling like a child that refuses to let go once it has fixed upon something? Very well. He sighed, knowing that outright refusal would likely fail, as this newly born Earth Dao consciousness was stubbornly persistent. He extended his forefinger and gently drew from the dusky gold orb of authority, extracting a strand of dominion imbued with the concept of death-yielding life, the cycle of flourishing and withering. He then implanted that strand of authority into the nearby main root of the Jianmu that pierced the Jiu. Jianmu links heaven and earth. It should also bridge yin and yang, life and death. This thread of life authority will be borne by the Jianmu, aiding you to harmonize the nether and to nurture the mechanism of reincarnation. My Dao will likewise flow through the Jianmu to bless the Jiu. Qingyu transmitted his spiritual thought to the Earth Dao consciousness. As this Daoic essence merged upon the primeval expanse, the Jianmu, once eternally verdant, had a few leaves begin to yellow and fall. Under the pressure of the 28 heavens, the withered leaves disintegrated, releasing their latent vitality back to heaven and earth. As earth extends and heaven contracts, heaven melds with earth to birth life. Amid this cyclical interplay, the Jianmu connects the realms. The Earth Dao perceived the strand of life authority, fusing with the Jianmu, continuously delivering harmonized vitality to the Jiu. Moreover, Qing, you had not entirely severed their connection. Thus it seemed to grudgingly accept this compromise. Then, as if fearing such a small token would not prove sincere enough to keep Qingyu returning, it acted once more. From deep within the Earth Dao, a radiant flare burst forth, a scroll neither cloth nor slip, ink black throughout with shifting dark gold veins, and exuding a dense aura of dead handrebirth, drifted forth and settled into Qingyu's hand. The scroll felt slightly heavy, its texture strangely liminal between real and unreal. Its cover bore no characters, yet within it seemed to hold endless true names of spirits and records of life and death. As light flowed, phantasmal silhouettes of sentient beings flickered into being and faded. It was a people's book, the life and death ledger, the supreme treasure that governs the lifespans of beings and records the cycles of reincarnation, a Dao treasure born of the Earth Daos essence, one of the three great scrolls. It should have manifested only after the reincarnation system matured, yet it had appeared prematurely before Qingyu. This object bears grave consequence. The reincarnation is not yet established. This is no time for its emergence, Qingyu murmured, gazing at the ledger and shaking his head slightly. It seemed that although the Earth Dao had been awakened early, many of its attendant mechanisms had not yet formed. Chenkuan Doran's earlier actions had indeed sown considerable complications. If the ledger had appeared prematurely and were handled improperly, it could disturb the orderly tally of lifespans among the primeval beings. After a moment's thought, he raised his hand and gently placed the ledger, its Daoic aura alluring beneath the main root of the Jianmu, to be nurtured by the tree's boundless vitality together with the Earth Daos essence. To mask its aura. Remain here and be nurtured. When the time ripens, it will be no later to emerge, Qingyu whispered to the ledger. The ledger seemed to understand, its radiance retracted, and it lay quietly beneath the Jianmu like an ordinary scroll, absorbing vitality and nether chi. Seeing that Qingyu had accepted the ledger, the Earth Dao consciousness grew even more pleased, sending forth an emotion that seemed to say, "See, aren't my treasures abundant? Not inferior to the heavenly Dao or that old man. Come join me. Benefits are topped." Qingyu could not help but smile. If Zenyuanzi were present to witness the Earth Dao's differing treatment of him and of itself, he would likely cry out in bitter indignation. "Earth Dao, you have no heart. Years of toil have been misplaced." Having refined the other shore flowers and dealt with the Earth Daos authority strand, and the ledger, Qingyu cast one last glance at the Jiu, which had begun to awaken with a peculiar new vitality. So be it. Let time pass and let it slowly evolve. Qingyu inclined his head slightly and did not linger. His form became an azure streak of light, ascending along the Jianmu's trunk and returning to Duguang. Nearly a yuan meeting later, when Qingyu returned to the Duguang plain beneath the Jianmu, the scene before him was markedly different from when he had left. Centered on the Jianmu, the vast Duguang plain now appeared surprisingly crowded. Wherever he looked, makeshift caverns, crude huts of branches and leaves, and merely delineated meditation plots had been hastily set up. A teeming multitude sat or reclined, meditated or debated, of diverse races and manifold forms, ethereal sprites of clear grace, grotesque and strange beasts, and cultivators retaining Dao bodies with varying airs. Their cultivations varied widely, from newly formed earth immortals with unsteady chi through heaven immortals and Shen immortals to even a handful of golden immortals. Most bore weathered faces, scars or marks of time's honing, yet now all wore a similar expectancy, their eyes frequently fixed upon the towering Jianmu and its summit. The Du Guang Plain was already richly suffused with spiritual energy, and with the Jianmu ceaselessly inhaling and transmuting qi to nourish the primeval world, the area's qi density reached astonishing levels, even forming a faint mist of spiritual energy. It was precisely for this reason that such a vast multitude could remain here long-term to cultivate without the qi growing scarce. Even so many figures busied themselves maintaining order and guiding newcomers, chiefly plant spirits and trees. Near the Jianmu the order was noticeably better. 12 presences, each having reached the late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal, were orderly shepherding ranks of newly arrived beings to their assigned areas. The 12 flower stalks now counted among the region's masters. More remarkable still was their calm demeanor and patient attitude. Toward those who had traveled far and arrived bedraggled and weak, they showed not a trace of scorn or arrogance. Only gentle guidance and aid were offered, earning heartfelt gratitude and respect from countless beings. Qing Yu quietly appeared atop the Jianmu without disturbing those below. He observed everything with satisfaction. That the Du Guang Plain had been able to settle so many beings without major disorder in such a short time owed much to the 12 flower deities' efforts. Their cultivated temperance pleased him. Qing Yu sent his voice. The 12 flower deities who had been patiently instructing a group of injured lesser demons paused, and each showed delight and excitement. They immediately entrusted their tasks to capable subordinates, then transformed into 12 streaks of differently hued light and flew to the Jianmu summit. Hail the tree ancestor! We welcome the tree ancestor's return. The 12 flower deities bowed in unison before Qing Yu, their voices full of reverence and emotion. In their hearts, Qing Yu was not only the benefactor who enlightened and sheltered them, but also a father and teacher figure. Rise, he said. With a light sweep of his sleeve, a gentle force lifted them. His gaze passed over the 12. Their breaths were deep and their Dao foundation steady. They had also acquired a composed gravity from teaching and guiding others, which made him nod in approval. In these days you have escorted and settled countless beings who came to hear the Dao maintained order in Du Guang and guided the younger ones. You have done well. The spirits beneath you likewise have fulfilled their duties and achieved merit. Hearing this, a warm current flowed through the 12 flower deities' hearts. They replied together, all of this is by the tree ancestors' teaching. It is our duty. We dare not claim credit. Qing Yu smiled faintly. Where there is merit, there will be reward. Where there is fault, there will be punishment. This is the supreme truth of heaven and earth and the foundation of the path I establish. You 12 step forward. They stepped forward with expectation and reverence. With a wave of his sleeve, 12 clusters of lucid spirit light, each brimming with Daoic resonance, manifested and hovered before each flower deity. Within the spirit light, vague outlines of disparate treasures emerged, a basket adorned with countless blooms exuding endless vitality. A long sword wound in vines, its edge restrained yet keen. A precious wheel like the bright moon with flowing clear radiance. A jade zither shaped like an ancient qin that sang Daoic tones of its own, and an antique medicinal cauldron earthy and faintly fragrant. 12 in all, each radiated powerful innate spirit light and Dao resonance, and astonishingly the attributes of their Daoic resonance matched perfectly the month, seasons, and floral essences each flower deity represented as if custom-made for them. These are mid-grade innate spirit treasures, each with unique uses and harmonizing with your origins. They will assist your comprehension of the great Dao and protect you against foes, Qing Yu said calmly. The 12 flower deities felt the kin-like resonance and summons of the treasures, yet were stunned by their rank and rarity, and even more shaken that the tree ancestor could produce 12 such perfectly attuned items at once. They had likewise traveled, and with the 12 linked by fate, had looked out for one another and by chance obtained a few innate spirit treasures. But compared with these seemingly tailor-made treasures, both in compatibility and potency, their prior gains fell far short. The tree ancestor's generous gift moves us to tears. We shall not fail your expectations, they declared. Their voices trembled with excitement as they bowed deeply again, and each reverently received the hovering treasure. Once in hand, the items felt as if extensions of their limbs. The sense of origin fusion grew all the more wondrous. From where did these treasures attuned to the 12 flower deities come? Naturally, they had been forged by Qing Yu himself. He possessed the two supreme cauldrons Chengkuanding and Zhaohuading. Although the Chengkuanding's grade had slipped due to cosmic imbalance, the complement of the Zhaohuading made the shortfall negligible. Moreover, Qing Yu being the Jianmu and having absorbed multiple origins was akin to supreme material. He was also immensely endowed with innate sorseki of many kinds, almost inexhaustible. After recently reforging the Earth Emperor whip for Zenyuanzi, he had been moved and took some Jianmu branches that matched the Daoic resonance of each of the 12 flower deities. Along with innate wood Dao qi and some refined earth source qi gathered within the earth Dao, he first purified and endowed them with spirit in the Zhaohuading, then placed them into the Chengkuanding, employing supreme Daoic methods to invert the innate and meticulously forge the treasures. Watching the 12 radiant Daoically consummate treasures before him, He nodded in satisfied approval. There are also many spirit fruits, immortal dews, and source orbs condensed from wood Dao essence here. Distribute them on my behalf to the meritorious spirits beneath you to honor their service and inspire those who come after. Qing Yu produced a storage jade ring and handed it to the lead apricot blossom deity. We will faithfully obey the tree ancestor's decree. The 12 flower deities accepted respectfully. Good. Go now. Familiarize yourselves with the treasures and cultivate quietly. The 3 Yuan assembly approaches and the lectures draw near. You will be needed to maintain order and guide the masses. Qing Yu waved his hand. The 12 flower deities bowed again in thanks, then departed the Jianmu summit with joy, each busied with their new treasures and the task of distributing rewards. With the 3 Yuan assembly imminent and teachings about to commence, a corruption like a black cloud from the Zhou Mountains advanced toward the Jianmu. Qing Yu rose from the tree preparing to go and handle it to prevent trouble during the lectures. A beam of pure yang light surged forth from the Duguang region, speeding toward the Zhou Mountains. The 12 ancestral witches each manifested their true forms, exuding overwhelming malevolence and following the laws of nature. This time they emerged in full force, but only the 12 ancestral witches themselves came, leaving behind the great shamans of their tribes. This was absolute confidence in their own strength. There was only one purpose for this journey: to fell the tree that dared to rival the Zhou Mountain. That Qingyo lurking in the shadows is deeply scheming. Back then, while we were caught off guard, he used his spiritual treasures to lead us into a trap. Di Jiang snorted coldly. Moreover, the manifestation of the Jianmu has created a realm of 28 heavens intending to stand as tall as the Zhou Mountain formed from our Father God's spine. His intentions are worthy of punishment. This time we must make him understand that if he wants to establish a name for our ancestral witches, he must pay the price. What you say is absolutely right, brother. Zhu Rong agreed, his body engulfed in blazing flames. What nonsense about the immortal ancestor. It's merely relying on some tricks to deceive the masses. Last time it was only because we were careless that we fell into his schemes. This time we will let him know that in the face of our ancestral witch's absolute power, no matter how many petty tricks he possesses, he is nothing but a worthless chicken easily defeated. We shall go and cut down his rotten wood to assert the might of our witch clan. The other ancestral witches echoed in agreement, their malevolence intensifying. They had already broken through to the midstage of the Quasi-Saint realm, further enhancing the power of their Pangu true forms. At this moment their confidence was overflowing, confirming their divine powers on Qingyo, intimidating the primitive wilderness to showcase the might of the witch clan. The wooden ancestor Qingyu and the Jianmu were the perfect targets. At the rear of the group stood Hutu, listening to her brothers and sisters' bloodthirsty words, gazing at the Jianmu silhouette, which despite being billions of miles away, remained clearly visible. As she swept over a patch of land, a faint tremor of unease suddenly surged within her. It seemed to arise from deep within the earth, but before she could delve deeper, that sensation receded like a tide, leaving no trace. Once again her gaze fell upon the Jianmu, her expression complex. She had to admit that the Jianmu was towering with boundless vitality, connecting heaven and earth, nourishing all things. Its aura was indeed extraordinary. In contrast to the majestic grandeur of the Zhou Mountain, the Jianmu exuded clarity and vastness. For a moment the two stood side by side, unable to discern which was superior save for the difference in their Dao rhythms. Hutu, what are you dazed about? The nearby Xianming noticed her distraction and reminded her. Do not be deceived by its outward appearance. This person is cunning and his intentions must be sinister. Huta's heart quivered and her gaze regained its firmness. What Sister Xianming said is correct, Hutu understands. On Kunlun Mountain, Taiqing Laozi, Yuqing Yuanshi, and Shangqing Tong Tian simultaneously opened their eyes from meditation, their gazes piercing through the void to the 12 streams of unhidden malevolence. Alas, Taiqing Laozi sighed softly, waving his whisk lightly, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Yuqing Yuanshi's expression was cold, tinged with displeasure, stubborn and ignorant of the heavenly principles. The Jianmu supports the heavens, clearly bearing the weight of Zhou Mountain and maintaining the balance of heaven and earth. Had it not been for the Jianmu alleviating the heavy pressure of the heavenly Dao, transforming the chaotic energy to benefit the primitive wilderness, the Dao rhythm left by our Father God on Zhou Mountain would have long been worn away by the increasingly heavy heavenly Dao and the karma of living beings. How could it be as it is now, with the Dao rhythm flowing and the residual blessings still present? With the general rise in the cultivation levels of the beings in the primitive wilderness, the number of Daluo golden immortals increased and quasi-saints emerged. Each breakthrough, especially the slaying of the 3 corpses, required a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, which imposed an ever-increasing burden and karma on the heavenly Dao. If not for the Jianmu connecting the 28 heavens, opening up vast realms and transforming endless chaotic spiritual energy, To nourish the primitive wilderness, the spiritual energy reserves of the primitive wilderness would have long been insufficient, starting to consume its original accumulation. Not to mention the flourishing Dao of the Jianmu enlightened and protected countless tree spirits and wood beings, allowing them to take form. These beings, once transformed, actively reciprocated spiritual energy, far surpassing their previous state of lacking spiritual intelligence. Without Qing Yu and the Jianmu, how many of the 3,000 guests at the Zishao Palace would have successfully slayed their corpses to achieve the Quasi-Saint realm? Surely once the heavenly Dao realized its own essence was damaged, it would automatically seal off higher levels of cultivation, until a new saint emerged capable of opening new sources, at which point the seal would be lifted. After suffering countless losses, the heavenly Dao now had a fundamental code inscribed within its essence. That is, it must not harm its own essence to ensure that there is enough power to suppress when destruction occurs, thus preserving the primitive wilderness. With the current cultivation levels of the three clear ones, they no longer needed to listen to Qingjia's teachings. Qingyou's teachings were directed at the primitive wilderness. Tong Tian turned to Laozi and said, "Elder brother, with the immortal ancestor about to expound the Dao, there may be trouble with the ancestral witch's actions. As descendants of Pangu, should we intervene to mediate? Though Qing Yu is a friend of profound cultivation and not afraid of the ancestral witches, it is still undesirable for such a significant event to be disturbed." Taiqing Laozi shook his head slightly. Since the immortal ancestor dares to speak of the great Dao, he must have arrangements. Though the ancestral witches are powerful, they might not achieve their wishes. Moreover, this matter involves the immortal ancestor, and the ancestral witches or our fates are deeply intertwined, and it is not suitable for us to intervene directly. Let us observe the changes. Taiqing paused and added, "However, the immortal ancestor's expounding of the great Dao, which benefits all living beings, is a grand event in the primitive wilderness. While we need not personally attend, we must not neglect the formalities." Tanjir. The Hu Lu Tanjir, standing by, quickly stepped forward. "My lord, you shall take our 3 names and prepare 3 9 transformations, golden pills, 3 strands of jade pure beginning qi, and 3 upper clear sword talismans to go to Du Guang and congratulate the immortal ancestor on the commencement of the great Dao. You may observe the ceremony but need not say much." Laozi instructed. "I shall obey the Lord's decree." The Hu Lu Tanjir respectfully took the items and rode the clouds towards Du Guang. Taiqing ceased further words, redirecting his gaze towards the direction of the surging malevolence, quietly observing the unfolding events. Qing Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the rapidly approaching 12 streams of fierce malevolence. With the time for the San Yuan's teachings drawing near, he had no desire to create further trouble. However, if someone insisted on coming to disrupt, he would not mind giving a lesson on the nature of power to the beings of the primitive wilderness before the teachings. Just as he prepared to step forward to greet these 12 unwelcome guests, his brow suddenly moved as he looked towards the outskirts of Du Guang. He saw a grand and imposing pure yang celestial light rising from a certain place in Du Guang, like the sun rising in the east, piercing through the sky, fearlessly facing the 12 terrifying streams of malevolence rushing forth. "Oh!" A glint of surprise flickered in Qingjia's eyes, then transformed into a hint of relief as he paused in place. "If the foolish one has found enlightenment, let him go. There is no need to rush. That pure yang celestial light belonged to Dong Wanggong." After being awakened by Qing Yu and witnessing the suffering of beings in the mortal realm, realizing his own Dao, Dong Wanggong did not return to the Zifu continent. Instead, he remained at the outskirts of Du Guang, quietly cultivating and understanding, while silently aiding the weak beings who struggled to come and listen to the teachings. He acted in the name of the Wood Prince, performing acts of compassion, and his Dao heart grew increasingly clear, the path of pure yang becoming even more profound and vast. He transformed into pure yang celestial light, moving at incredible speed, instantly crossing billions of miles, standing boldly in front of the 12 ancestral witches' overwhelming malevolence. "Halt, newcomers!" Dong Wanggong revealed his form, holding a dragon-head staff, his expression solemn, surrounded by brilliant pure yang celestial light. Though standing alone facing the 12 ancestral witches, he showed no fear and proclaimed loudly, "Ahead lies the sacred ground where the immortal ancestor expounds the Dao, gathering millions of beings from the primitive wilderness seeking the Dao. You must not disturb it. I kindly request the ancestral witches to take a detour." The 12 ancestral witches abruptly halted their overwhelming malevolence, pausing like a receding tide. Di Jiang turned his faceless visage towards Dong Wanggong, a chilling and tyrannical intent locking onto him. "Where did this ignorant thing come from, daring to block the path of my witch clan?" Zhu Jiuyin's snake body coiled, the power of time rippling around him, his voice cold and filled with disdain. "Get lost. Otherwise I will ensure your death and obliteration of your true spirit in an instant." The hot-tempered Zhu Rong was even less inclined to waste words, letting out a fierce laugh. "Why waste time talking to him? Those who block the way shall die." Before his words fell, Zhu Rong raised his hand and unleashed a punch. Endless flames roared forth with the punch forming a ferocious and violent fire dragon bearing its fangs, and claws carrying a terrifying heat capable of melting anything directly aimed at Dong Wanggong. Facing this terrifying fire dragon, Dong Wanggong's expression remained unchanged, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Pure yang transforms, all laws return to the source. Dong Wanggong pointed his dragon-head staff forward, not meeting force with force. The tip of the staff glowed with pure yang essence, forming a swirling vortex. The ferocious fire dragon charged towards the vortex, and the violent power of the fire laws was swiftly absorbed by the vortex, transforming into pure yang energy. It then merged into the celestial light surrounding Dong Wanggong, not only failing to injure him in the slightest, but also subtly enhancing his aura. This was the divine ability Dong Wanggong had derived after observing Qingyo's techniques on Zhou Mountain, combining it with the characteristics of his own pure yang path. Though far inferior to Qingji's ability to apply myriad laws, it still had infinite uses. Zhu Rong raised an eyebrow in surprise, and the other ancestral witches also glanced over curiously. An interesting little trick. Di Jiang's voice was icy. However, just with you alone, do you think you can block my 12 brothers? You truly do not know the meaning of death. We have our own assistants. At that moment, a dignified female voice resonated through the void, and beside Dong Wanggong the space rippled like a water surface and was torn apart. A spatial passage slowly opened, and a mirror radiating the power of space appeared, shining brightly and stabilizing the passage. A figure stepped out, first elegant and noble, exuding an aura of maternal grace. Accompanied by the resplendent qi of Xihua, she stepped forward. It was the Queen Mother of the West. Following her, the passage flashed with light, and 3 figures exuding the aura of early Quasi-Saints, along with 12 figures at least in the late Daluo Golden Immortal stage, streamed out quickly, standing behind Dong Wanggong and the Queen Mother of the West, facing off against the 12 ancestral witches. Di Jiang looked at the 17 figures appearing before his brothers, snorting coldly, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Just right, let us warm up before felling the tree. The pure yang energy surged, transcendent and ethereal. The East King and the West Queen stood side by side, no words needed, their energies naturally blending. The pure yang energy from the East and the pure yin energy from the West spread out, while yin and yang attracted each other, transforming into a ceaselessly rotating diagram of yin and yang encompassing all. The utmost truth and subtlety, all phenomena returned to their source. The East King and the West Queen shouted in unison, their pure yang sword and golden hairpin simultaneously thrusting forward. The yin-yang diagram suddenly expanded, the black and white energy swirling. It evolved into an infinite mechanism of creation and annihilation, carrying an unfathomable sealing power, fiercely enveloping the Emperor Jiang Zhu Jiu In Ru Shou Ju Mang Chang Liang, and Yao Zi, the 6 ancestral witches. A mere trick. Emperor Jiang scoffed coldly, his 4 wings violently shaking as the power of space transformed into invisible blades slicing through the yin-yang diagram. Zhu Jiu'in's snake eyes opened and closed, distorting the flow of time, attempting to slow down the rotation of the diagram. Rushou's golden energy surged into the sky, Zhu Mang's myriad trees flourished, Chang Liang's thunder roared. Yao's lightning danced wildly. The 6 ancestral witches each displayed their powers, preparing to tear apart the yin-yang diagram in one fell swoop. However, the yin-yang path is the root of heaven and earth, the mother of all things. Its profundities are not to be trifled with. The yin-yang diagram, seemingly shaken by the 6 ancestral witches' powers, remained resilient, temporarily trapping the 6 ancestral witches in its center. Seizing this opportunity, the East King and the West Queen moved swiftly, launching their attack. Wind! The wind Daos Quasi-Saint Elder Fengli howled, transforming into an invisible and intangible breeze, appearing in an instant before the wind ancestral witch Tianwu. Tianwu had a tiger's body and a human face, with 8 heads, 8 faces, 8 legs, and 8 tails, controlling all winds of the world. Seeing the wind approaching him, all 8 heads roared in unison. A mere breeze dares to be arrogant before this ancestral witch. Wind is ever-changing, and the Tao has no hierarchy. Ancestral witch, let us see whose wind is stronger. Fengli remained calm, waving his sleeves as various winds, such as the fierce wind, gentle wind, heavenly wind, earthly wind, yin wind, and yang wind, materialized from thin air. Some were fierce and violent, others soft and bone-gnawing. Some swept through heaven and earth, while others condensed into a singular point, evolving into myriad forms of wind, clashing with Tianwu's ancestral wind filled with wild ferocity. In an instant, this area became a maelstrom of winds, roaring fiercely as the west wind battled the east wind, neither yielding an inch. Gong gong. Your opponent is this humble one. The water Daos Quasi-Saint Elder Xian Shui Daoren stepped onto the waves, having received a congenital Ren water peach from the West Queen, completing his water path laws, and successfully slaying a corpse, achieving Quasi-Saint status. Now facing the water ancestral witch Gong Gong, this fierce deity with a human face and serpent body, red hair, and black scales, Xian Shui Dao Ren's expression was grave, but he showed no fear. He clasped his hands together, manifesting endless true water of the profound dark true water of heaven and heavy water of the primordial, transforming into a towering wave that crashed into Gong Gong, unleashing a flood infused with endless malice. The collision of water and water did not create earth-shattering explosions, only silent erosion, as the two vast bodies of water wrestled in the air, threatening to turn the sky into an ocean. Zhu Rong, your fire is not fierce enough. The fire Daos Quasi-Saint Li Ding laughed heartily. Although he was not the master of the fire path, he had studied the fire Dao for countless epochs, and was also a leading figure in this path. As he raised his hand, various divine fires surged forth, forming a mysterious fire array that actively met Zhu Rong's divine fire that could incinerate everything. Zhu Rong roared wildly, the fire laws rampaging, but Li Ding's fire array remained incredibly resilient and versatile. At times scattering to exhaust, at times concentrating to counterattack, it managed to temporarily entangle this most temperamental ancestral witch. Ancestral witches do not cultivate their primordial spirit, nor do they slay their three corpses. They only cultivate their physical bodies and laws, unable to resonate with the heavenly Dao to occupy the master position. Hence, they do not exert any innate suppression over Li Ding, the Quasi-Saint level fire power. The three Quasi-Saint elders each utilize their lifelong learning, employing exquisite Dao laws and divine powers, managing to temporarily hold back three powerful ancestral witches. Although they were clearly at a disadvantage, they were not yet defeated. However, the opponents were the 12 ancestral witches. Aside from the 6 trapped by the Yin-Yang diagram, 3 were entangled by the wind, water, and fire Quasi-Saints. 3 ancestral witches remained unrestrained: Ho Tu Xianming and Shi Bai Shi. Humph, a bunch of clowns dare to block the way. First, let us tear apart these nuisances. At this moment, Xianming's face was frosty, while Ho Tu and Shi Bai Shi radiated a chilling, killing intent. The 3 ancestral witches surveyed the area and quickly locked onto the 12 Deluo golden immortals accompanying the East King and West Queen. Form a formation. Buy time for our friends. The 3 foremost figures, having reached the pinnacle of Deluo and connected by fate the 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, shouted in unison. The 12 Deluo instantly moved, taking their positions, their energies interconnected, pouring out their powers without reserve as a gigantic array enveloping heaven and earth suddenly emerged. Within the array there were celestial palaces and jade towers, auspicious clouds and wondrous mist, and the prayers of all beings. This was their ultimate combined attack formation, the 3 talents blessing extending formation. This formation, centered around the 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, gathered the strength of the 12 Deluo, evolving the mysteries of fortune and status. The grand array shone brilliantly, enveloping the 3 ancestral witches. Ho Tu unleashed a punch, the immense earth power, shaking the array, causing it to tremble violently. The 12 Deluo who were conducting the formation all groaned in unison, their faces turning pale, but they gritted their teeth and held on. Xianming's rain laws transformed into a storm of ice needles, while Shi Bai Shi's poison laws evolved into formless and intangible toxic miasma, continuously eroding the array. The array's brilliance dimmed at a visible rate, yet it still operated tenaciously, firmly keeping the 3 ancestral witches trapped within. In an instant, the vast void was divided into several battlefields. The Yin-Yang diagram trapped the 6 witches, while fierce clashes raged in the wind, water, and fire battlefields, with the 3 talents' great array struggling to delay. Immortal light and malevolent energy intertwined, laws and divine powers collided, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color, the void constantly shattering and mending. This was the first large-scale Quasi-Saint level conflict erupting in the chaotic world since the battle of Dao and Demon. It was also the first direct collision between the immortals and the witch clan. Atop the towering tree of creation, Qing Yu quietly observed the battle, scanning the various battlefields with a slight nod. Their courage is commendable, and their cooperation is also harmonious. The Yin-Yang combined strike is profound. The 3 Quasi-Saint elders possess pure Dao methods with solid foundations. The 12 Deluo forming a formation can barely hold back the 3 ancestral witches for a moment, which is already no easy feat. They are indeed individuals of exceptional talent. Although it seemed that the East King side was barely holding off the 12 ancestral witches, Qing Yu was aware that this was only temporary. The true forms of the ancestral witches are immensely powerful, their magical powers nearly limitless, and their combat instincts are terrifying. Facing 12 ancestral witches with 6 Quasi-Saints and 12 Deluo is still overly strenuous. Once they begin to unleash their real killing moves, the East King and the others will undoubtedly face defeat, and there may even be the danger of perishing. But this is already enough. To dare to fight is to ascend onto the grand stage of chaos. The flow of fortune shifts with the immortals facing the ancestral witches. The 2 great powers of chaos have been established. Qing Yu's gaze fell upon the formless yet real river of fortune in the heavens and earth. With the outbreak of this great battle, the fortunes that were originally scattered throughout the chaos seemed to be drawn by some force beginning to converge towards the ancestral witches and the immortals. This is the embryonic form of power, the manifestation of factions. For the first time in the history of chaos, there emerged a force not based on innate divine alliances or ethnic power but united by ideals. Dijun, suspended in the starry sky, felt the flow of fortune and could not sit still. If he did not emerge, it was likely that all the fortune and the gazes of all beings in the chaos would turn towards the ancestral witches and the immortals. And his star god would likely be directly rejected, ultimately becoming a vassal, which was not what Dijun desired. He must join this great battle. Send orders, assemble troops, and march. The sun star erupted with intense sunlight. The time has come, the teachings are imminent. Qing Yu retracted his gaze and no longer focused on the battlefield. Qing Yu's voice echoed in the ears of the 12 flower gods. The 12 flower gods instantly appeared at the peak of the tree of creation, respectfully bowing, "Greetings, Ancestor of Wood." The 12 ancestral witches wished to attack the tree of creation, disturbing the capital. The foremost figures of the immortal Dao, the East King and West Queen, have stepped forward, but their strength is insufficient. You 12 take my spiritual treasure and go to assist them. You must protect them thoroughly, and not allow the ancestral witches to harm the beings of the capital. Qing Yu instructed. Upon hearing that the 12 ancestral witches dared to come and attack the 12 flower gods, all displayed anger and urgency. They solemnly said in unison, "We will strictly obey the Ancestor of Woods' decree. Even if we die and our Dao disappears, we will not allow them to disturb the peace of the capital." Such intent is excellent. Qing Yu acknowledged, waving his sleeve as 4 streams of light flew out, hovering before the 12 flower gods, transforming into 4 dazzling banners of treasure radiating the essence of Dao. One banner was azure green, brimming with life, depicting the image of myriad trees, converging the Eastern Azure Lotus treasure flag. One banner was crimson red with flames blazing, depicting the form of myriad crows flying the Southern Li Earth flame flag. One banner was dark yellow, representing the weight of the earth, depicting countless golden lotuses, the Wujia apricot yellow flag. One banner was dark black, shimmering with water light, depicting the scene of myriad rivers, returning to the sea, the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag. The 4 manifestations of the innate 5 directions flags appeared. As the 4 treasure banners emerged, their brilliance shone in harmony with the Eastern Azure Lotus treasure flag, representing the wood element, shining the brightest. You 12 will split into 4 groups, 3 in each group, and carry 1 banner to proceed. With these treasure banners for protection, you will be safe, and can also assist the East King and others in stabilizing their positions. Qing Yu stated, "We will not fail in our mission." The 12 flower gods rejoiced, feeling the vast power emanating from the 4 treasure banners, their confidence greatly boosted. The 12 flower gods shouted in unison, transforming into 12 streams of brilliant light rushing towards the fiercely contested battlefield. Watching the 12 flower gods depart, Qing Yu retracted his gaze, no longer paying attention to that side of the conflict. With the protection of the innate 5 directions flags, the pressure on the East King and others will be greatly alleviated. He turned, facing the boundless, hopeful millions of beings beneath the tree of creation. The hour has come. Qing Yu raised his hand, summoning the cauldron of creation suspended before him, ancient and exuding the flow of creation. He then summoned the 5 elements ring, the 5 colors rotating. Dong! Qing Yu lightly flicked the 5 elements ring with his finger, causing the ring to vibrate and produce the first melodious sound of the cauldron, which instantly spread throughout the capital's plains, clearly resonating in the depths of every being's primordial spirit. The cauldron of creation resonated in response, releasing strands of pure creation energy. Dong! The second sound rang out, even more grand, like morning bells and evening drums, awakening countless souls lost in dreams. The heavens and earth seemed to tremble gently in response. Dong! The third sound of the cauldron echoed, magnificent and solemn, like the grand voice of the Tao, resonating with myriad harmonies. Accompanied by the sound of the cauldron, countless heavenly Tao golden flowers coalesced out of thin air, fluttering down, each containing pure heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Simultaneously, a rumbling sound emerged from deep within the earth, seemingly responding to this sacred sound of imparting the Tao. Following that, countless golden lotuses surged forth from the ground of the capital, blooming on lotus platforms, their Tao essence flowing, competing with the heavenly Tao golden flowers. Heavenly flowers fell, earthly lotuses surged, heaven and earth celebrated together, resonating with the Tao. Qing Yu no longer hesitated, his figure slowly appearing before the tree of creation as a 12-petal pure world white lotus platform naturally took shape in the void. He gracefully took his seat, his left hand holding the jade plate of creation, radiating a soft light that illuminated the 3,000 Tao. In his right hand, he held the chronicle of the primordial, imprinting the beings. Behind him, extraordinary phenomena manifested. The towering phantom of the tree of creation supported heaven and earth, connecting the universe. A 24-petal creation azure lotus phantom swayed boundless in creation. A hollow green willow phantom with 3,000 willow branches unfolded, embodying the mysteries of time and space. A laurel divine tree phantom was cold, the ultimate chill of the moon. An ancient yellow fruit phantom was archaic, embodying the fruit of the Tao. A primordial gourd vine phantom coiled, shimmering with treasure light. A ginseng fruit tree phantom was heavy, embodying the essence of the earth. The phantoms of the top innate spiritual roots of the chaotic world manifested one by one, surrounding the central azure figure. The source of the immortal Tao was celebrated by heaven and earth, the ancestor of the wood Tao, the supreme of the wood Tao. Beneath the tree of creation, silence reigned. Millions of beings held their breath, gazing reverently up at that figure. The sound of the cauldron echoed 3 times, celebrating the harmony of heaven and earth. When the third sound of the Tao resonated with the boundless grandeur of the Tao rhythm amidst the falling golden flowers of the heavenly Tao and the blooming golden lotuses of the earthly Tao, the entire primordial world felt a stir, and all sentient beings were captivated. Although the innate holy beings like the 3 purities did not have a Tao venue, they had always kept a close watch on everything happening in the vast expanse. Looking at the various enigmatic innate spiritual treasures emanating from Qingyo, each radiating an aura no less than that of the finest innate spiritual treasures. Gazing at the figure seated upon the white lotus, surrounded by a myriad of trees, favored by the heavenly Tao and honored by the earthly Tao, a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. It was one thing to be favored by the heavenly Tao, but now even the recently revived and supposed to be dormant earthly Tao showed such affection for him. In the North Sea, Kunpeng's eyes reflected the scene of the vast expanse. Celestial flowers fell like rain, golden lotuses emerged from the earth, and myriad beings bowed in worship as the Tao ancestor descended into the world. His fingers clenched tightly around the armrest of the throne, his knuckles turning white, and in his eagle-like eyes endless envy and jealousy filled his gaze. Why does he have such a connection with the innate spiritual roots of the highest caliber, such as the Jianmu, Qinglian, Yuegui, Huanghongli, and ginseng fruit? Kunpeng's voice was hoarse and dry, filled with strong resentment. Oh vast heavens, why do you treat me, Kunpeng, so unfairly? I too am an innate holy being. My origins are extraordinary. Why am I left with nothing, not even a Tao venue to stand upon, nor a suitable innate spiritual treasure, desperately sought yet unattainable? Yet he can possess so much, even the earthly Tao manifests for him. How unjust is the heavenly Tao! The earthly Tao is so biased. He suddenly waved his sleeve, shattering the water mirror before him into countless ice crystals. In the depths of the palace, only his heavy breathing and the lingering resentment and desire remained. In the unfathomable depths of the 9 nether, the source of the earthly Tao shone dimly, spinning slowly, as if it had exhausted all its strength to manifest the golden lotus of the earth during this critical moment of Qingjia's teaching, and to contend with the golden flowers of the heavenly Tao. It had drained itself entirely. The heavenly Tao had already existed for countless epochs. Its power was immense, and its order was impeccable. Qingyu sensed the intertwining forces of heaven and earth. The 2 great cauldrons transformed the heavens, and the Qiankuan cauldron turned the earth, simultaneously converting into pure spiritual energy and infusing it into the multitude listening below. The way of heaven compensates for the excess and makes up for the deficiencies. The way of earth is to accumulate virtue and support all things. Qingyu spoke, his voice reaching the ears of every living being. Today I shall expound on the great Tao, convey the methods for the 3 immortals to attain the Tao, and complete the path of cultivation in the primordial world, so that all may understand and the path may be expected. In the primordial world, the sun and moon are of profound hues, and the highest realms are rich in origin. However, since ancient times, sentient beings have been ignorant and transformation has been difficult. During the peak of the 3 clans, only those of the golden immortal rank could achieve transformation. Now I sense a deficiency in heaven and earth, and beings have no way to seek the Tao. Thus I established the lower 3 immortals, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, and mysterious immortal, to correspond with the upper 3 corpses, thereby completing the order of cultivation, granting beings a path, and opening the gates of the great Tao. The earth immortal senses the earth's veins, connects with the earth spirits, absorbs the heavy energy of the earth, and lays the foundation of the Tao, enabling one to shed their mortal shell and begin to grasp divine powers. The heavenly immortal comprehends the heart of heaven, connects with the purity of heaven, gathers the clear spiritual energy of the 9 heavens, condenses the true form of laws, allowing one to ride clouds and mist, traveling freely between the North Sea and Kanggu. The mysterious immortal delves into the profound, the gateway to myriad mysteries, harmonizing the dragon and tiger, integrating the Kan and Li, understanding a sliver of the profound, discerning Yin and Yang. One can initially touch the surface of the laws, laying a foundation for comprehending the great Tao in the future. Once the 3 immortals are established, one can then reach the golden immortal, the Tai golden immortal, the great Luo golden immortal, and even higher realms. Thus beings achieve completeness and the laws of the Tao flow naturally. Above there are saints in the primordial unity. The Tao knows no bounds. Below, countless beings progress step by step, and the path can be climbed. This is the Tao of immortality that connects heaven and earth, achieving completeness without obstruction. As Qing Yu narrated infinite Tao rhythms flowed from his words, the speed of celestial flowers increased the frequency of golden lotuses blossoming rose, and the spiritual energy bestowed by heaven and earth became even more torrential. The myriad beings below, regardless of their origins or levels of cultivation at this moment, were blessed in mind, and the stagnations and bottlenecks from their previous practices seemed to be gently erased by invisible hands. This is a complete systematic bottom-up cultivation method. It is the first time that someone has planned a clear and visible broad road from the humble to the supreme for the countless beings of the primordial world. It is a foundational Tao of immortality that is universal and beneficial. Qingyo, alongside Hongjuan, has completed the first path of the primordial world from the ground up. In the very moment the method for the three immortals to attain the Tao was declared, a tremor resonated in the heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao simultaneously. The largest portion, roughly 70%, fell upon Qingyo, who was expounding the great Tao and establishing the foundation for the immortals absorbed by the Jianmu behind him, making the Tao rhythm even more profound. One portion, about 20%, transformed into countless streams entering the bodies of the myriad beings below, who comprehended the Tao, some even advancing in their cultivation on the spot. The final portion, about 10%, scattered into the primordial world, nourishing all things, solidifying the newly born and complete rules of the Tao of immortality. Meanwhile, deep within the Zhixiao Palace before the Tao ancestor Hongjuan, a pathway manifested in the void. This pathway connected one end to the heavenly Tao source high above, while the other extended downward, linking to the earthly Tao through Qing Yu. Wonderful! Wonderful! Hongjun clapped his hands with a sigh, completing the foundation of the Tao of immortality, establishing the order of cultivation, allowing heaven and earth to connect, granting beings a path. Now it also lightens my own burden considerably. As his words fell, the impartial and just power of the heavenly Tao source began to flow towards the earthly Tao source through the newly formed fortune pathway. This is a gift from the heavenly Tao, hoping that the earthly Tao grows quickly and stabilizes with the heavenly Tao in the primordial world. However, the weak earthly Tao source felt the incoming power of the heavenly Tao and transmitted a strong sense of rejection. No need for the heavenly Tao to bestow. The power of the heavenly Tao was forcibly repelled outside the nine nether. The power of the heavenly Tao source no longer attempted to directly infuse the earthly Tao, but flowed along the pathway towards another node of the pathway, Qing Yu. Young friend, could you please mediate a bit? This is the pure heavenly Tao source which can aid your cultivation, and can also be transformed by you to nourish the earthly Tao silently. Thus, when the earthly Tao received the power of the heavenly Tao from Qingjia's card, it responded, this is truly fragrant. Break! The trapped Dijiang sensed the upward surge towards the vast expanse, resonating with the heavenly and earthly Daos' vast Tao, rhythm and supreme merit. A surge of nameless rage and urgency erupted within him. That damned Taoist was again seeking the favor of heaven and earth. He no longer held back. His four wings suddenly spread to their limits, and the spatial laws exploded with full force. Crack! Like the shattering of glass, the incredibly resilient Yin-Yang Tao chart showed a crack under the full force of Dijiang's manipulation of the ancestral witch's true form. Then the eyes of the candle 9-in snake burst forth with blinding silver light. The power of time struck the crack, while Rusho's golden energy, Jumang's wooden energy, strong and fierce thunder, and Yuezi's lightning all struck together. The Yin-Yang Tao chart roared and shattered, dispersing black and white energies. Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu both groaned, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, retreating a few steps, their breaths in disarray. This combined attack of yin and yang was indeed splendid, but facing the full force eruption of 6 ancestral witches, it ultimately could not last. The warm-up should be over now. Dijiang's cold voice echoed across the battlefield, filled with killing intent. I have no time to entangle with you lowly ants now. Once I cut down the Jianmu, I shall deal with you slowly. Big talk. Shi Wangmu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, a cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes. With a wave of her delicate hand, a plain white flag appeared in her grasp. This flag was neither gold nor jade. Its surface was plain white, embroidered with swirling clouds and hidden palaces. It was the last of the 5 directions flags, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the plain cloud realm flag, also known as the Gathering Immortals flag. Flag unfold, immortals descend. Shi Wangmu waved the plain cloud realm flag high, and in an instant the flag flew with a rustling sound. Endless clouds surged from the flag with thousands of auspicious colors, myriad rays of light. Amidst the clouds, faintly celestial palaces appeared, and celestial music floated in the air. Following that, within the clouds and rays, the auras of countless beings appeared, the weakest being a Tai golden immortal with many figures of the great Luo golden immortal among them, densely packed, marching out in formation. They rode clouds, flew on celestial cranes, wielded sword lights, or rode exotic beasts, with the demeanor of immortals truly extraordinary, numbering in the tens of thousands. Rainbow as clothes wind, as steed the lord of clouds descends in a flurry. Tigers drum, the zither phoenixes return to the chariot. The immortals appear like a mess. This perfectly describes the scene. With her other hand, Honghuang raised the Kunlun mirror, its light illuminating the void, stabilizing the spatial passage for the multitude of immortals crossing realms. No matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. The ancestral which Candle 9 scanned, the suddenly appearing myriad immortals with indifference, her voice filled with disdain. In the face of absolute power, numbers sometimes hold no significance. Deploy myriad immortal formation. Dong Wang Gong paid no heed to Candle 9's mockery, took a deep breath, suppressing his injuries, and bellowed, his voice shaking the four corners. The dragon-head staff in his hand burst forth with blazing pure yang celestial light, responding from afar to the plain cloud realm flag held by Honghuang. With his command, the tens of thousands of celestial beings instantaneously moved, standing in positions according to some unfathomable trajectory, with Dong Wang Gong and Honghuang as the yin-yang formation eyes, creating one from two. With the three Quasi-Saint elders of wind, water, and fire occupying the positions of heaven, earth, and humanity, two gave birth to three. The remaining tens of thousands of celestial beings then aligned according to the mystical formations of Tiangang and Disha, connecting their auras and unifying their powers. The myriad immortal formation was completed. The powers, Dao rhythms, and even the intangible fortunes of the tens of thousands of celestial beings were integrated by the formation, transforming the fragmented into a whole, twisting into a terrifying power capable of altering the rules. Above the formation, the clouds roiled, evolving into infinite phenomena, such as the sun, moon, and stars, mountains and rivers, and celestial deities worshipping. What courage! Dijiang's pupils constricted as he felt the threat. Since you all seek death with one mind, this ancestral which shall fulfill your desires. Gather heavenly divine slaughter. Dijiang no longer hesitated, roaring. He was the first to manifest his towering ancestral, which form reaching hundreds of thousands of zhang. The other 11 ancestral witches followed closely, all howling to the heavens, revealing their towering ancestral which forms. 12 terrifying auras surged into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds, and endless killing intent and foul energy erupted from the earth, and their bodies merging together. A terrifying phantom of a chaotic formation, seemingly from before the creation of the world, coalesced above the 12 ancestor witches. At the center of the formation, endless malevolent energy surged, and a towering giant's phantom filled with boundless power slowly emerged. The phantom of Pangu left the gods speechless. Father God! The three purities abruptly turned to the ancestor witches. Though not the complete true form of Pangu, the terrifying aura of creation that shattered chaos had already dulled the heavens and made myriad beings mourn. In the giant's hand, a phantom of a colossal axe capable of cleaving through anything was forming. Chop! The phantom of Pangu spoke, emitting a chaotic sound akin to the first thunderclap of creation. The entire formation of myriad immortals shook violently. Many weaker immortals turned pale, nearly spitting blood. Originally, this power of the god of heaven and slaughter was meant to fell that Jianmu tree. Since you seek death, let you all taste the might of Father God in opening the heavens. The voice of Emperor Jiang resonated from the phantom of Pangu. Slash! The phantom of Pangu swung the not yet fully materialized colossal axe down towards the resplendent barrier of the myriad immortals formation. There were no flashy techniques, no complicated transformations, only the purest power that could split chaos and redefine the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Wherever the axe's blade passed, space shattered like fragile glass, revealing the turbulent, chaotic energy behind it. Time, space, and laws seemed to lose all meaning before this axe. The Eastern King stood at the formation's core, facing the terrifying pressure of the axe of creation with an expression of utmost serenity. In the past, he had clashed with the ancestor dragon, having his form obliterated and his primordial spirit extinguished countless times, yet he had endured. Now what was there to fear? Change the formation, let the myriad immortals return to their origins. The Eastern King shouted as the dragon-head staff in his hand erupted with unprecedented radiance, actively transferring the defense core of the myriad immortals formation onto himself. Dong Hua! The Western Queen exclaimed, suddenly understanding the Eastern King's intentions. Without any hesitation, she likewise poured her own magical power into the formation, sharing the burden with him. I too am the queen of the female immortals. How can I let you bear this alone? As for the other myriad immortals, the Western Queen's Kunlun mirror was already prepared. If the situation became dire, even at the cost of the formation's backlash and damage to the treasure mirror, she would forcibly relocate them. This battle was initiated because of them. These immortals had been summoned by her, and she could not allow them to all perish here. Shihuayu! The Eastern King felt the influx of supreme celestial power and the resolute intent of the Western Queen, and his heart trembled. Do not speak unnecessarily. Focus on repelling the enemy. The Western Queen's tone was firm. The axe blade descended. The first axe struck the dazzling barrier of the myriad immortals formation. An indescribable explosion erupted. The barrier of celestial light trembled violently, emitting a groan under the unbearable strain, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. The more than 10,000 immortals maintaining the formation simultaneously spat blood, and the weaker ones fainted on the spot. The Eastern King and the Western Queen were violently shaken, their faces turning as pale as paper, their breath plummeting. The second axe followed closely behind, not giving the formation any chance to breathe. The barrier of celestial light shattered with a thunderous crash. The myriad immortals formation was breached. The backlash surged like a tidal wave, sweeping away all the immortals in the formation. The Eastern King and the Western Queen were at the forefront. The protective celestial light around them dimmed instantly. Cracks appeared in their bodies, and their primordial spirits felt a tearing pain. Had it not been for their profound foundations and the protection of spiritual treasures, they likely would have been annihilated. The power of Pangu, even a trace of it, was terrifying beyond measure. The phantom of the axe of creation, without losing momentum, carried the power to obliterate all laws and sever causality, descending upon the unprotected Eastern King and Western Queen. The third axe. If this axe struck true, not only would their bodies and primordial spirits be obliterated, but even the Dao fruits they entrusted to the river of Dao fruits might also be locked and severed by this power containing a trace of the true intent of creation. True annihilation of body and spirit. The true spirit would cease to exist, leaving no chance of return. Ding! The sound did not come from the center of the battlefield, but from above the 9 heavens. The bell sound was not a singular note. Instead, it rang continuously in the interval of the power explosion from the phantom of Pangu, each note more urgent and grand than the last. The chaos bell. Accompanying the ringing of the bell was an endless and magnificent cosmic star force. The sun star, the moon star, the purple microstar, and even the 365 main stars and 48,000 minor stars erupted in brilliance. Endless starlight no longer fell naturally, but was gathered by an immense force, transforming into a destructive pillar of starlight with an unknown diameter of thousands of miles. From above the 9 heavens, ignoring the distance of space, it thunderously descended, targeting the core of the phantom of Pangu's chest. The timing was exquisitely precise, coinciding perfectly with the moment the 12 ancestor witches fully urged the phantom of Pangu to attack, their self-defense being the most closely intertwined and rigid at that instant. Dijuan Tai, you despicable and shameless beings! The roars of Emperor Jiang Zhujuin and the other ancestor witches echoed through the heavens, as they instantly understood who the attackers were. They had been lurking on the side, waiting for this moment of mutual destruction. The pillar of star force struck solidly against the phantom of Pangu, causing it to tremble violently, the chaotic energy mass in its chest flickering, as if it were about to dissipate. The 12 ancestor witches groaned in unison, their breaths interconnected. As they all suffered, the coalescing will of Pangu began to show signs of instability. However, this was not the end. At almost the same moment, the great formation of the celestial bodies was activated. 2 piercingly sharp attacks infused with the will to kill emerged like venomous snakes that had lain in wait. Suddenly separating from the shelter of the pillar of star force, one on the left and one on the right, they rushed towards the Eastern King and the Western Queen. One was a pure golden flame of the sun, condensed to just 10 feet in length, yet radiating the terrifying heat that could incinerate all things originating from Emperor Dijuan. The other was the majestic imperial aura of the purple micro-star, transforming into an emperor's sword of purple light, where the sword pointed all laws retreated and fortunes waned. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind Emperor Dijuan, struck from behind. Even if the Eastern King could survive under the axe of creation, he would definitely not be able to evade these 2 attacks. Indeed, Emperor Dijuan aimed not only to severely injure or even scatter the true form of Pangu, but also to take this opportunity to completely eliminate the Eastern King and the Western Queen, the leaders of male and female immortals. Unable to block or evade, a hint of despair crossed the Western Queen's face. She had already lost hope, merely waiting for the fatal attack to strike her. However, the plain white cloud banner, which she had been tightly gripping, suddenly erupted with unprecedented radiance. This light not only enveloped her, but also instantly covered the Eastern King beside her. 12 figures emerged from the distance. In the east, a verdant divine light shot up to the heavens, the phantoms of myriad trees, swaying, filled with vitality. In the south, a crimson divine flame tore through the heavens, myriad crows cried out, burning the sky and boiling the sea. In the west, corresponding with the light in the Western Queen's hand, a pure white sharp gold aura surged into the sky, tearing apart the clouds. In the north, a pitch-black water light connected to the netherworld with countless rivers flowing, sweeping through the 8 desolates. In the center, a heavy aura of yellow permeated, suppressing the earth. The innate 5 directions banner simultaneously appeared, their energies interconnected. A point of azure spiritual light containing endless creation, seemingly the source of all things suddenly ignited. A point of creation is born, the five elements counter chaos. The dual energies of yin and yang are wondrous, the innate flags serve as the foundation. As this voice fell from the direction of the Shen-Tian realm, endless azure energy fell like a river from the heavens to protect the Eastern King and Western Queen. A phantom of a 24th rank creation, blue lotus, slowly bloomed in the center, its lotus leaves unfurling, the Dao rhythm pervading, pouring down boundless creation energy. The innate five directions banner fluttered, the Dao patterns on the banner swirling wildly, using it as a base with the point of creation blue lotus phantom at its core, the five elements countering chaos as the skeletal structure, and the profound dual energies of yin and yang as the connections. The innate five directions banner served as the foundation of the formation, the five elements countering chaos as the formation's might, and the dual energies of yin and yang from the Eastern King and Western Queen harmonizing as the formation's pivot with creation as the core. The first defensive formation of the world, the five directions five elements yin-yang and creation chaos formation, could obliterate the attacks of the phantom of Pangu that approached the level of Kwasa-Saint, the treacherous sun true fire of Emperor Dijuan, the imperial aura of the purple microstar's ambush, and even the residual waves from the descending destructive starlight of the great formation of the celestial bodies. Almost simultaneously, they struck heavily against this suddenly rising great formation. The central phantom of the azure lotus platform only rippled slightly, as if a gentle breeze brushed over a lake. Across heaven and earth, three terrifying visions, so formidable they could make even great Luo immortals tremble and quasi-sages fall speechless, were seared into the void and imprinted upon the very souls of all witnesses. One vision showed an immense figure forged from boundless killing chi towering between heaven and earth, gripping a phantom colossal axe that exuded the primordial aura of cleaving apart chaos and birthing the cosmos. The illusory form of Pangu. His frame was majestic, as if he himself were the moment of cosmic genesis, upholding the entire firmament. Every gesture radiated pure absolute force, the origin of all Tao principles and the terminus of all cultivation arts. Another vision shimmered with infinite starlight, the myriad stars of the celestial sphere bowed in reverent, stellar rivers spiraled in grand cycles manifesting the birth and dissolution of universes. The Zhou Tian star array embodying dominion over all heavens and the sovereign authority to govern sun and moon. Emperor Jun stood at the array's heart, the Hichu and Luo Shu floating above his head. Behind him starlight wove itself into an imperial robe. Tai Yi stood beside him, the chaos bell hovering unstably in the air, while Lady Ziguang remained veiled deep within the starlight, her purple microcosm, sovereign chi flickering faintly. The great array enveloped the heavens as though it had plucked an entire starfield from the firmament and suspended it overhead, its radiant, awe-inspiring heavenly authority suppressing all things beneath. And between these two titanic forces, amidst the cataclysmic aftershocks where creation-cleaving force clashed with stellar dominion, a phantom of the chaos azure lotus slowly unfurled. The illusory image of the creation lotus poured forth endless currents of creative energy, resonating harmoniously with the five primordial flags, arrayed at the five cardinal directions, their banners snapping fiercely in the metaphysical wind. This five-direction, five-element yin-yang creation and chaos grand array, fusing the essences of creation, cardinal alignment, duality, and primordial chaos, remained utterly unshaken beneath the dual onslaught of two supreme attacks. Pangu, chaos azure lotus, stellar cosmos, the shadow of creation, the root of Genesis, the order of all heavens. Three embodiments of the Honghuang origin, each representing the ultimate culmination of divergent cultivation paths, now manifested simultaneously before all eyes. The chaos azure lotus? Could Dong Wanggong truly recreate such a divine artifact? Emperor Jun's face hardened to stone at the array's center, disbelief and profound wariness blazing in his eyes. Not only had the Pangu phantom appeared, but now the chaos azure lotus too. His meticulously laid plan, his long-awaited opportunity, two decisive lethal strikes, had failed to dispel the ancestral god warrior's Pangu phantom. Nor had he succeeded in erasing Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu during that fleeting instant when Pangu's assault severed their Dao fruits. The sudden emergence of this chaos azure lotus phantom, and its hitherto unheard-of defensive resilience, lay entirely beyond his anticipation. Yet fortunately this lotus array bore no aura of slaughter. No harm done, no harm done, Emperor Jun reassured himself. This formation is inseparable from the Jianmu tree and Qingyu. Tai Yi held the chaos bell aloft, its body vibrated faintly, emitting a low, resonant hum. Continue the assault. Target the Pangu phantom. Emperor Jun suppressed the tremor in his heart, his gaze sharpening with icy resolve. Since stealth had failed, he would resort to overwhelming force, never allowing the ancestral god warriors to recover their breath nor granting the lotus array any respite. Activate the array at full capacity. Channel the stellar energies of all heavens and strike the Pangu phantom. At Emperor Jun's command, the Zhou Tian star array blazed anew, its 365 principal stars, and 48,000 minor stars erupted simultaneously in blinding radiance. A torrent of destruction more violent and concentrated than before, like a river of stars, surged once more toward the Pangu Phantom, whose internal energy circulation had momentarily faltered under the earlier ambush. Strike with one decisive surge. Emperor Jun, Tai, two mangy birds hiding behind stars to fire cowardly arrows. Today we shall tear you both apart. A roar, fused from the wrath of all 12 ancestral god warriors, boomed forth from within the Pangu Phantom. Ambushed by the Zhou Tian star array, they had been driven to incandescent fury. Though adversaries of Dong Wanggong and others, they at least faced them openly. Dong Wanggong had dared to intercept the creation-cleaving axe's shadow with the myriad immortals formation, an act as futile as an ant shaking a tree. Yet this courage to confront Hedon earned begrudging respect among the god warriors. But Emperor Jun and Tai, launching a treacherous strike while the god warriors fought at full strength, committed an act so base and dishonorable that in the eyes of these strength-worshipping warriors they were nothing but contemptible jesters, utterly shameless. With our blood essence we sacrifice to Father God. Let creation-cleaving force return to Honghuang. Enraged beyond restraint, the 12 ancestral god warriors held nothing back. In unison they roared, and each forced forth a single drop of blood essence saturated with overwhelming killing chi and fundamental Dao laws. 12 droplets of blood shot like streaks of light, vanishing into the pulsating chaos orb at the Pangu Phantom's chest. The Phantom shuddered violently, its dimmed radiance flaring, instantly surpassing even its initial brilliance. Denser, purer chaos energy and the true essence of creation flooded outward. Even the Phantom axe seemed to solidify further. Within its blade, earth, water, fire, and wind cycled through birth and death, while space and time fractured visibly. Cut! The Pangu Phantom roared. Not with the primordial Dao resonance of before, but with the fused, furious voices of the 12 ancestral god warriors. Disregarding the turtle shell-like lotus formation below, he channeled his entire power and wrath into the colossal axe in his hands, and brought it down with devastating force upon the Zhou Tian star array high above that hated constellation of stars, where the axe light passed a fissure of chaos stretched across the heavens for countless myriads of li, devouring all starlight and spiritual energy in its path. Zhou Tian star array, subjugate the cosmos. Chaos bell, stabilize. Facing the descending blade, Emperor Jun and Tai dared not underestimate it. Emperor Jun bellowed, the Hichu and Luoshu blazed with intensified light, driving the Zhou Tian star array to its absolute limit. The gathered stellar energies no longer dispersed, but coalesced into a colossal stellar spear capable of piercing worlds, which lunged forward to meet the descending axe light. Tai pushed the chaos bell to the utmost extent he could currently control. A thunderous resonant chime echoed endlessly, seeking to freeze the axe light, cleaving through chaos, delaying its descent and diminishing its might. An indescribable apocalyptic collision erupted in the upper heavens. In that void swallowed by the chaos fissure and boundless starlight, the clash of creation-cleaving force and stellar dominion was also the collision of the entire Honghuang starfield against the ancestral god warriors. A release of power far exceeding the peak of quasi-sages verging upon the threshold of Hunyuan. It was the first time since the Daomo War that the Honghuang world had endured a collision more ferocious than the original cataclysm. Back then, even at the climax of the Three Clans War, Ruo had merely stirred the western land veins, and Qing Yu had blocked it. Now, however, the mere initial clash between god warriors and stellar deities ignited the entire Honghuang killing chi and the full Zhou Tian star array, both forces directly shaking the foundations of the Honghuang world itself. Wave after wave of attacks, far surpassing quasi-sage peaks yet falling short of Hunyuan, detonated mid-heaven, unleashing chaotic shockwaves in all directions. Fortunately, though the scope was vast and the destructive intensity unprecedented, this battle involved only the highest-tier cultivators, clashes occurring solely at the apex. Though karmic retribution for damaging the Honghuang world accumulated, few sentient beings perished, thus generating minimal killing karma. Is this truly the authentic power of the ancestral god warriors and stellar deities? Within the five-direction Chaos Grand Array, the 12 flower deities had already lifted the gravely injured Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, administering healing elixirs. Gazing upward at the heaven-shattering collision, their eyes brimmed with awe and lingering dread. They realized the ancestral god warriors had indeed held back before, or rather withheld this life-or-death technique. This time their fury stemmed directly from Emperor Jun and the stellar deities' treacherous ambush. Watching the sky erupt with even fiercer, more perilous combat, Shi Wangmu paled and whispered to the weakened Dong Wanggong, "Dong Gong, with the ancestral god warriors now engaged by Emperor Jun, the Jianmu tree will remain undisturbed. The grand array bestowed by Patriarch Mu offers peerless defense. Shall we withdraw now to seek sanctuary and recover?" She spoke not from cowardice but from sober calculation. Their injuries were grave, recoil from the myriad immortals' formation compounded by bearing the full impact of the Pangu Axe shadow. They were nearly incapable of further combat. The titanic struggle unfolding beyond held no place for them in their present state. Though this array possessed unmatched defensive prowess, it lacked offensive capability. Remaining here served only to observe, offering no strategic value and risking becoming a liability instead. No, we must not leave. Dong Wanggong leaned heavily on his dragon head, Cain forcing himself upright. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His breath was ragged, yet his eyes burned with startling clarity. To retreat now would be to forfeit everything. All living beings of Honghuang watch. One step back and we lose forever the right, and the trust, to govern Honghuang and harmonize yin and yang on behalf of the Dao Patriarch and Immortal Patriarch. Should we flee this battle, our celestial fortune will be utterly crushed by those two factions, and we shall be eliminated outright. Struggling forward, he approached the 5 sacred banners positioned at the 5 cardinal directions, pillars sustaining the array, and swept his gaze across the azure, crimson, white, black, and yellow banners. Finally his gaze settled upon the eastern azure lotus treasure-colored banner, the one most vibrant with life. Within his eyes calculations raged with frenzied intensity. At last he bowed deeply before the eastern azure lotus treasure-colored banner, his voice hoarse yet unwavering. Benefactor, it seems I shall render your painstaking efforts to save me utterly in vain this time. He raised his head, hesitation gone, replaced by the desperate, unyielding resolve of one who has shattered his cooking pot and sunk his boat. Feeling the unrestrained chaotic shockwaves battering the Honghuang world, from outside the array he knew should he retreat. The countless sentient beings caught between these two colossal entities, the god warriors and stellar deities, would suffer another cataclysm rivaling the ancient 3 clans war. Having already clarified his Dao and embraced the sacred duty of governing Honghuang and harmonizing yin and yang, how could he possibly withdraw now? Jianmu, Dong Wanggong turned to Shi Wangmu and extended his hand. Will you lend me a thread of pure? Shi Wangmu met his unflinching gaze. Without hesitation she tapped her fingertip, releasing a filament of supremely refined yin essence, imbued with the sublime energies of the West, which drifted toward Dong Wanggong. She asked not what he intended. She simply chose to trust. Thank you, Dong Wanggong murmured, accepting the thread of pure yin essence, a faint serene smile touching his lips. In the next instant, before the horrified eyes of the 12 flower deities and Shi Wangmu, Dong Wanggong summoned his own pure yang Dao fruit river phantom directly within the array amidst the violent energy surges pressing in from outside. It was a radiant river composed entirely of pure yang energy, symbolizing his profound insights and sovereign authority along the pure yang Dao path, the very foundation of his cultivation. Then, boom! He self-destructed. The Eastern King exploded his Dao fruit river, not as a quasi-saint with dual bodies, but as a pure yang Dao master igniting his own pure yang Dao. The rich and intense pure yang energy spread across the chaotic array like the first ray of sunlight at the dawn, the ultimate truth of the East's supreme pure yang, with a hint of pure yin intertwined, transitioning from yang to yin as extremes must reverse the balance of yin and yang in conflict. As the foundation, since this array is centered on yin and yang, it naturally changes with them. As yin and yang converged, extremes must reverse and the conflict of yin and yang ensued. From this foundation, the Eastern King, at the cost of his own obliteration, forcibly triggered a fundamental change in this chaotic 5 directions pure lotus array centered on the dual energies of yin and yang. Since this array centers on yin and yang, it will use yin and yang as variables, enacting the reversal of chaos and the evolution of slaughter. The innate 5 directions banner trembled violently, its flags beginning to invert as the roots of the pure lotus phantom appeared, frantically absorbing the pure yang and pure yin energies that erupted within the array. The aura of the entire array transformed from absolute defense to chaotic reversion, beginning to shift towards a direction filled with destruction. An indescribable divine light shot forth from the center of the array, emanating from the inverted lotus phantom. This light bore the color of chaos, while containing the profound cycles of the 5 elements, and the birth and death of yin and yang, capable of penetrating and dissolving everything, reshaping all with its chaotic divine light. This divine light fiercely charged into the area where the heaven-splitting axe light and the giant spear of the celestial constellations collided. A strand of chaotic divine light encompassing the 5 elements and yin and yang directly pierced the heavens, clashing with the Pangu axe and the power of the cosmos, showing no sign of falling behind. However, the cost was indeed enormous. The Eastern King's figure wavered as he fell from the horizon, his face pale with defeat, suffering fundamental damage, and most importantly, after invoking the self-detonation of his pure yang Dao fruit as a Dao master, he now felt a trace of rejection from the heavenly Dao. If used excessively, he risked being abandoned by the heavens. The Eastern King relied on his self-detonation to barely secure 3 chances to participate in the battle. The ancestral, which relied on Pangu Emperor Jun, relied on the stars, and the Eastern King relied on the chaotic pure lotus. Most of the original essence transformed into spiritual treasures of the chaotic pure lotus now lay in the hands of the Qingyu faction, creating the pure lotus, now the Five Directions banner. Oh, interesting, Emperor Jiang said as he looked at the revived Eastern King. Though today is not the day to fell the trees, to use you to uplift my witch clan is still barely adequate. Come to your death. The ancestral, which no longer held back, infusing all her murderous aura into the Pangu axe, deciding the outcome with a single strike. Then let it be decided in one blow. Emperor Jun showed no intention of retreating as he gazed at this attack. He exchanged glances with Tai and Lady Ziguang once again, commanding the star gods to commence their assault. The Eastern King prepared to self-detonate again, but was stopped by the West Queen Mother. Since we are to contend, let it be a complete explosion. I will accompany you. The Eastern King looked steadily at the West Queen Mother and nodded vigorously. The explosion of Yin and Yang soared into the sky. Three forces infinitely close to the primordial chaos harnessed the power of the supreme array, touching the threshold of primordial chaos, and at that moment collided explosively in the nine heavens. There was no sound, or rather sound had lost its meaning. There was only light pure to the extreme, engulfing everything. There was only destruction, the most fundamental essence. The most thorough wave of destruction radiated outward from the point of collision, infinitely expanding in all directions. Where the wave passed, the space did not shatter. It vanished, revealing the eternal, violent, chaotic void. The most thorough wave of destruction radiated outward from the point of collision, infinitely expanding in all directions. Where the wave passed, the space did not shatter. It vanished, revealing the eternal, violent, chaotic void. Yet even a trace of the destruction's Tao rhythm at the level of a primordial saint held such power. Not good. 33 heavens away in the purple cloud palace, as he was deeply integrating his Tao fruit into the heavenly Tao, sorting through the rules of the primordial world, preparing to depart to find Yang Mei in the chaos, Hongjun was suddenly awakened. At that moment he was at a crucial juncture of deep connection with the heavenly Tao and earth Tao. Forcibly interrupting would not only render all previous efforts futile, but he would also suffer a powerful backlash from the disconnection with the heavenly and earth Tao. Hongjun cursed angrily. He could only take advantage of the stagnation caused by the fluctuations of heaven and earth to strike out a trace of purple cloud, divine thunder, through the cracks, aiming at the great array of celestial constellations. He prepared to unleash another strike to halt the ancestral, which but was pulled back by the unstable passage of heaven and earth. Damn it, little friend. Hurry here. Seated upon the 12-grade pure world White Lotus, Qingyu, who was lecturing countless beings, heard Hongjun's call and paused his teachings. The mysterious wooden staff appeared in his hand as he gently pointed at the celestial realm above. In the next moment, two distinctly different yet immensely powerful attacks fell from the heavens onto the primordial sky. Above, a strand of purple so fine it was almost invisible fell silently. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a sound akin to shattered glass. The mighty and overwhelming great array of celestial constellations dimmed abruptly, its array patterns fracturing inch by inch. The 365 main celestial banners and 14,800 secondary banners all wailed simultaneously as boundless starlight collapsed. A trace of power equated to that of a saint, and for the first time Emperor Jun felt the true might of a saint. Below, Qingyu's body fused with the tree of creation. Holding the mysterious wooden staff, he directed it towards the celestial realm. In an instant, the entire celestial domain trembled slightly as boundless transformative energy, the essence of wood, and the world's origin were stirred. Creation and destruction, there are also heavenly punishments. The 99 divine thunder of creation. This thunder was the very tribulation faced by Qingyu when he took form, a product of the great Tao, undoubtedly a masterpiece. Qingyu spoke calmly as he gently waved the wooden staff. 72 bolts of divine thunder of creation precisely struck the ancestral, which entirely relying on the burning essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches. The divine thunder of creation governs life and punishment alike. At this moment, under Qingji's driving force of a realm's power, its destructive might was earth-shattering. One person, six paths, remarkably fair, Qingyu never played favorites. With a rumble, the phantom of Pangu finally shattered, completely reverting to the 12 ancestral witches. Each of the 12 ancestral witches appeared pale and weak, gasping in the void, finding it difficult even to stand. Hongjun and Qingji's gazes briefly met in the air, understanding each other's intentions, without the need for words. Endless laws of the heavenly Tao manifested above, transforming into chains of purple and illusory yellow mountains. As Hongjun found himself unable to escape, Qingji's decree was executed. The heavenly Tao acted and the earth Tao obeyed. Celestial star gods, return to your positions to stabilize the stars. Without a decree, do not act rashly. The heavenly Tao shall suppress the 12 Yuan assemblies, and no 3 lectures shall be held. 12 ancestral witches returned to the Zhou mountain sort the earth veins to atone for their sins. The earth shall suppress the 12 Yuan assemblies. As the words fell, those disbanded star gods were ensnared by the chains of the heavenly Dao, transformed into streaks of flowing light, and forcibly thrown back into their corresponding celestial constellations. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral witches were suppressed by the illusory Yellow Mountain, unable to resist as they were smashed towards Zhou Mountain by the earth Dao, vanishing into the mountains, their auras disappearing. Immediately after, Qing Yu made his move against the remnants of the still expanding storm of destruction. With a sweep of his sleeve, boundless wood energy transformed into an enormous net enveloping the storm. The Dao energy blew forth, transforming into countless azure light points akin to spring rain falling into the areas ravaged by the storm. Where the light points landed, the shattered space began to mend, the chaotic time began to settle, and the rampaging elements of earth, water, fire, and wind began to calm. If not for the lingering traces of spatial remnants and the chaotic Dao principles, one might almost think that the cataclysmic scene just witnessed was merely an illusion. As for the Eastern King, he was naturally overlooked by Qing Yu. Lending the 5 Directions banner to the Eastern King for further comprehension, that previous self-detonation move, an extreme reaction that reversed the source, was truly astonishing. This time was indeed remarkable. Since you have taken the title of the Wood Lord, henceforth I shall call you Wood Lord. Qinji's voice echoed in the Eastern King's ear. As Qinji's voice, tinged with a hint of approval, fell upon the ear of the East King, a gentle force imbued with endless vitality descended. It fell from the peak of the wood, disregarding spatial barriers, and directly merged into the cracked essence of the East King, which had been marred by 2 explosions of the Dao fruit. In the East King's perception, his originally cracked and dim pure Yang Dao fruit began to heal slowly with the infusion of this power. The dim light rekindled, and at the very source of the river, a faint green vitality of wood began to emerge. This strand of wood energy did not replace the pure Yang but took root, as a seed within the essence of pure Yang, nurturing the pure Yang Dao with its life-giving force. It added resilience to life beyond the sun. Wood gives rise to fire, and the pure Yang is close to fire. This is the way of mutual generation. The earth and wood foundation construction method emerged once again. Although this time there was no cooperation from Yuan, Qing Yu could now perform the construction alone. The wood path begins, a vitality is endless. Pure Yang is blazing, but it requires a foundation. On the other side, the West Queen Mother was not forgotten. Qing Yu originally intended to draw upon the essence of the Moon Laurel Taiyin, contained within his constructed wood, to aid in her recovery. However, before he could act from the direction of the Taiyin star, a pure moonlight Taiyin unexpectedly fell, crossing the starry sky and precisely enveloping the West Queen Mother. This moonlight was gentle and warm, softly smoothing the Dao wounds left on the West Queen Mother from burning her pure Yin essence and participating in the chaos of Yin and Yang. He. When did she go to the Isle of Immortals? Qinji's divine sense stirred slightly, instantly capturing a familiar aura from the source of the moonlight. Yet at this moment, the aura of he seemed somewhat different from that of the stable moon goddess in his memories. Suppressing the slight doubt about he's apparent instability, Qinji's divine sense, which had descended here, gave a slight nod to the Wood Lord and Golden Mother. She took the initiative, saving him a great deal of effort and making it more effective. After completing these actions, Qinji's divine sense no longer lingered and quietly returned to the constructed wood's main body. His arrival here was merely a fragment of divine sense, attached to the innate 5 Directions banner, intervening with the power of the Shen-Tian realm. By invoking the Shen-Tian realm's power, which had already been incorporated into the cycle of the primordial chaos, the boundless forces of the wood path descended from the heavens, easily dispersing the Pangu phantom that remained after the great battle. The true him remained seated at the peak of the constructed wood, in the Duguang wilderness, tirelessly lecturing the endless beings. Thousands of years passed quietly in the grand direct teachings of Qingyo, pointing toward the Dao. His teachings were not as profound and obscure as those of Hongjun in the Purple Cloud's palace, which pointed directly at the sage of primordial unity, but instead started from the most basic and essential initial Dao. What is the Dao? What is life? What is the beginning of cultivation? The Dao is most simply expressed. The more basic and superficial the principles, the more they can point directly to the core and benefit countless beings regardless of their cultivation level. At this moment, the 3 immortal teachings had concluded. The Wood Lord and the West Queen Mother had greatly improved in their injuries, and were now standing beneath the constructed wood beside Qingyo like 2 guardians. Ding ding ding. 3 melodious clinks of a cauldron resounded from the constructed wood, spreading across the Duguang wilderness, marking the successful conclusion of this lecture. Qingyu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze devoid of joy or sorrow, only a fleeting glimpse of the vast imagery of the 3,000 Daos circulating through birth and death. With his understanding of the jade disk of creation, He quietly sowed the seeds of true intention contained within the 3,000 Daos and 180,000 small paths into the hearts of all the listeners present, utilizing the properties of the constructed wood to connect to heaven and earth. With the seeds sown, whether they would sprout, grow, and bear fruit, depended on personal affinity comprehension. At the same time, in the Honghuang wilderness, and even in broader areas, countless beings who gained insights from the teachings and benefited from the manifestation of the Tao naturally felt an endless gratitude and reverence toward the immortal ancestor. This pure and vast will of the beings began to flow like a gentle stream, merging into a river accompanied by their understanding and aura of the Tao they had comprehended. Ultimately, it transformed into an invisible torrent, converging toward the constructed wood and the figure in the green robe at the peak of the constructed wood. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands. The 3,000 Daos and 180,000 small paths. The understanding of the Tao by the beings might be shallow, but the convergence of countless shallows formed a great flow of humanity. This power, formless yet substantial, was real and not illusory. It was not like the incense wishes from behind, which carried strong prayers and causal ties. Instead, it was closer to the fire of civilization, a collective will, a sublimation, a common recognition and yearning of the beings for the Tao and the direction of progress. This vast will of the beings, the marks of myriad Daos, began to inscribe silently and imperceptibly upon the trunk of the constructed wood that supports heaven and earth behind Qingyu. At this moment, the constructed wood became the best vessel to carry this nascent human will. Mystical patterns began to emerge on the surface of the constructed wood. These were not innate Tao patterns but manifestations of the thoughts of the beings and the marks of myriad Daos. The time had come. Qingji's eyes shone brightly, no longer suppressing himself. His left hand supported the air, and the chronicle of primordial chaos appeared. It recorded the endless information of the flow of time since the opening of the heavens, the birth and death of all things, and the transformation of causes and effects, condensing the essence of immeasurable years, the source of the growth of civilization. His right hand beckoned, and the jade disk of creation floated, emitting a clear light to assist him in mobilizing and sorting through the gathered human thoughts and marks of myriad Daos. Come! With a clear shout, Qingyu reached out with his right hand to grasp the void beneath the roots of the constructed wood. A book, neither gold nor jade, with the 2 great Tao inscriptions of life and death engraved on its cover, flew out from the deepest root system of the constructed wood, connecting to the realm of the 9 hells. It fell into his hands. It was the book of life and death that Qingyu had placed in the constructed wood for nurturing. At this moment, the collective will of the beings converged, marking the initial manifestation of humanity. The body of the constructed wood, connecting heaven and earth and supporting all spirits, was the best foundation. The marks of heaven, earth, and humanity, the 3 talents, were displayed together on the constructed wood for the first time, so clearly serving as a cornerstone. The constructed wood became the bridge that carried and connected the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. With this as the foundation, I support the beginning of heaven. Qingyu no longer hesitated and completely urged the chronicle of primordial chaos and the jade disk of creation. In an instant, the constructed wood, since its emergence, transformed into endless sources of growth. The formless yet substantial and magnificent power surged into the constructed wood through its connection with heaven and earth. At the same time, the power of the rise and fall of all things which he had obtained from the earth path began to manifest violently. The branches and leaves of the constructed would experience cycles of flourishing and withering at a visible speed, a rhythm of time reflecting the Tao of growth and decay upon this divine tree that reached the heavens. Meanwhile, behind Qingyu, the image of the beings imparting the Tao became increasingly solid, almost merging with the constructed wood, representing teaching and civilization. Boom! It was a sound that was difficult to describe, not merely noise, but the sound of the 3 paths, the tremor of heaven and earth. Under the combined impetus of the will of the beings, the origin of the world, the flow of time, the intent of imparting the Tao, and the marks of the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity. The constructed wood erupted with the most brilliant, the most magnificent, and the most primal power since its birth. Its root system fully opened and cooperating actively, with the earth path, spread like a living dragon beneath the 9 hells taking root. In almost an instant, its root network covered the entire eastern region of the primordial chaos, an unstoppable spread toward the west. The earth veins that had been scattered in the west, due to the conflict of the demonic path, were forcibly sorted and suppressed under the touch of the constructed wood's root system, which contained endless vitality and stabilizing power. In the western spirit mountain, the 2 Taoists, Jane and Juanti, were currently sorting the earth veins, laboring hard to restore the spiritual energy of the west, when suddenly they felt a tremendous stabilizing power emanating from deep within the earth. The earth vein wounds that had troubled the West for countless epochs were astonishingly being smoothed out at an impressive. The 2 were first stunned, then immediately felt that familiar and exalted wood path aura, and the will of the constructed wood, and they were instantly moved to tears, deeply bowing toward the direction of the eastern Honghuang wilderness. The Western beings thank the wood ancestor for the virtue of sorting and suppressing. This grace will forever be remembered in the West. Now that the West was completely stabilized and the spiritual energies began to nurture, they could devote themselves wholeheartedly to cultivation. With an incredibly solid foundation of the earth path, the trunk of the constructed wood began an unprecedented growth. In the midst of countless beings in the primordial world filled with astonishment and shock, the sky changed. It did not shatter but rather expanded higher, broader, and farther. Originally the 28 layers of the sky supported by the Zhou mountain, while lofty, had its limits. At this moment, at the peak of the Jianmu tree, the crown that pierced the clouds resembled a colossal sword that opened the heavens like another Zhou mountain, steadfastly pushing upward, ever upward. It did not replace the Zhou mountain, but rather, based on the sky supported by the Zhou mountain, it expanded the entire skystone, pushing it upward and outward once more. The sky is higher. The sky has changed. The beings beneath the vast plains exclaimed in disbelief. The innate divine beings and powerful figures from other regions also emerged from their sanctums and caves, looking up at the sky. Feeling the unmistakable power that struggled to reshape the structure of heaven and earth, their faces changed in horror. Is the immortal ancestor supporting the heavens with his own body? A powerful figure exclaimed in shock. This was too insane. Supporting the heavens meant bearing the weight of the entire primordial world. The weight of supporting the heavens even future sages would not dare to attempt lightly. Moreover, the higher the sky, the greater the limit of power that the primordial world could bear, and the source would expand. But correspondingly, the membrane of heaven and earth would be stretched thinner, making it more susceptible to the erosion of chaos, and maintaining it would become increasingly difficult. Outside the 33 heavens in the Zhixiao Palace, the figure of Hongjun had already manifested at the boundary between chaos and the primordial world, his expression extremely solemn. He naturally understood what Qingyu was doing and was aware of the benefits involved. Stabilizing it would allow the primordial world to ascend, especially since Qingyu, even without proving the Dao, possessed such power. Truly, the younger generation was formidable. Breaking the sky meant victory in this first struggle for the Dao. A supreme power burst forth from Hongjuan, the purple energy, rolling for 30,000 miles, forming an incredibly sturdy net. This net firmly protected the entire primordial world, especially the newly expanded area of the heavenly membrane. He had to do this. A higher and broader sky was a good thing, but if the heavenly membrane ruptured during the expansion, allowing chaos to flood in, it would be a disaster. As the sky was pushed higher, the weight of the primordial world, which had originally been primarily borne by the Zhou mountain, began to shift towards the Jianmu, towards the figure in the green shirt at the peak of the Jianmu. Boom! The Zhou mountain emitted a dull roar, as if it had unloaded an ancient burden. As a transformation of Pangu's spine, it supported countless primordial gatherings, and had long since become one with heaven and earth. At this moment, it was not replaced but rather transitioning its role of primary support towards the Jianmu. The Jianmu was taller, bursting with vitality, connecting the three realms, and empowered by the will of all beings. At the peak of the Jianmu, Qingyu let out a suppressed groan. His face instantly turned pale, fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his entire upright body swayed slightly. It was too heavy. The weight of the entire primordial sky, even if only partially borne, was unimaginably terrifying. This was not just a physical weight, but also the weight of the laws of the Dao, the weight of countless beings in the primordial world, the weight of endless time and space. Yet the gaze of Qingyu remained resolute. The calculation strategies and accumulation of countless primordial gatherings were all for this moment, for the ultimate goal of this first struggle for the Dao to open the heavens, expand the primordial world, establish the Jianmu as the new hub of the heavens, and take the most critical step forward. Victory or defeat rested upon this day. Qingyu no longer held back. He let out a long howl towards the sky. Behind him, the ethereal figures of heaven, earth, and humanity became unprecedentedly clear and resonated, bolstering Jianmu's endeavor to support the heavens. The Shentian realm, having merged into the chaotic world of the primordial cycle, now fully opened its gates. An endless source of the world's power surged into Qingju's body like a flood, then transmitted to the Jianmu. At the core of the Shentian realm, the 24th grade primal chaos green lotus seemed to sense Jianmu's need. Without needing Qingyu to urge it, it swayed on its own, emanating the most primal resonance of the chaos green lotus. This was the supreme resonance that nurtured Pangu and witnessed the opening of the heavens. This resonance transcended space, enhancing the Jianmu. Rise! Qingyu shouted again, his voice slightly hoarse but imbued with a will that shook the universe. The Jianmu erupted with an indescribable brilliant green light, the ultimate radiance of the wood, Dao, the light of vitality. Under the impetus of the fusion of four forces, the Jianmu, which seemed to have reached its limit, emitted creaking sounds and pushed upward once more. The Jianmu, penetrating the chaotic clouds of the 29 layers of heaven, saw countless branches that had been shattered by the pressure of chaos and heaven and earth during the struggle to support the heavens. They did not wither and vanish. Countless branches at the moment of breaking surged forth with boundless vitality, transforming the shattered branches back into the purest source of wood, reintegrating into the Jianmu to grow anew. The cycle of destruction and rebirth continued to unfold on this Jianmu. The Tao diminishes yet benefits, a matter grows old, breaking through limits in the cycle of life and death. Rise, rise, rise. Qinjias will fused entirely with the vitality of the Jianmu. Each shout of rise accompanied a violent tremor of the Jianmu pushing resiliently towards the higher skies. Qinjias' face was as pale as paper, his body trembling slightly under the immense pressure of the primordial world, his source enduring unimaginable stress. Yet the light in his eyes grew brighter, reflecting absolute confidence in his own Tao, a steadfast belief in the established path. Heaven, earth, humanity, and the Tao, the four forces, harmonized under Qinjias unification, merging into the Jianmu. The purest essence of the wood, Tao, the resilience of the Yi with the strength of the Jia, would spread with each growth of the Jianmu, permeating the entire primordial world. The Jianmu soared high. The Jianmu broke through layer after layer of invisible barriers of heaven and earth, pushing the sky of the primordial world to an unprecedented height. The 28 layers of heaven passed, the 29 layers of heaven broken, the 30 layers of heaven established. When the peak of the Jianmu firmly stabilized at the new limit, the entire primordial world. The sky was higher. It was not an illusion but a real change. All beings of the primordial world, regardless of their location or cultivation level, distinctly perceived that the vast expanse above their heads had become unprecedentedly high. The 28 layers of heaven, originally supported by the Zhou mountain, while already incredibly high, were now 2 layers lower. A sense of even greater spaciousness pervaded the hearts of every sentient being. The heaven and earth of the primordial world had once again expanded by 2 layers, reaching 30 layers. The barrier between heaven and earth, the membrane protecting the primordial world from chaos, was also stretched, covering an area far larger than before. It's done. Qingyu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, imbued with faint azure Tao resonance. His body, which had been taut, bearing the weight of the entire primordial world, relaxed slightly. His pale complexion visibly regained its rosy hue, and his wounds healed instantly. An indescribable aura, one that merged with the new world, slowly rose from him and the Jianmu. The unity of heaven and earth, the 30 layers of mixed primordial sky, a half-step into the mixed primordial realm. Unlike during the initial calamity of Longhan, where the ancestral dragon primordial phoenix and initial Qilin forcefully impacted, attempting to consolidate the mixed primordial Tao fruit, nor was it like Hongjun Daozu severing the 3 corpses, the method of the 3 corpses attaining the Tao after realizing their own Tao. Instead, it was about supporting the heavens with power, taking the mixed primordial as the Tao and opening the 3 realms. The 30 layers of heaven bore the weight of the heavens. Qingyu was no longer the weak figure of the past, who barely survived the great calamity in the battlefield of the 3 races, relying on Hongjun and spiritual treasures. Now Qingyu, the ancestor of the immortal Tao, the source of Jianmu, bore the fortune of Jianmu, embodying Qinjias laws, supporting the heavens with strength and possessing a dual power comparable to that of a sage. If the ancestral dragon were to reappear now, he would be directly suppressed by Qinjias' 30 layers of weight. The weight of the heavens is not something that can be casually supported, not even by Luo Ho. Qingyu initiated the struggle for the Tao, invoking the immortal Tao, utilizing Hongjun's mysterious gate to convey the Tao to the beings and gather the human Tao. With Zhen Yuanzi assisting in awakening the earth Tao, the 3 realms convened, forming the foundation for Jianmu's ascendance. Now the primordial world was vast. It was time for Hongjun to experience some difficulties. The wheel of fortune turns, O elder Hongjun Qin. You gazed at him from the 30 layers of heaven. Hongjun now appeared outside the primordial world, wrapped in endless power of the mixed primordial realm, protecting the newly expanded heavenly membrane. Originally Hongjun could easily guard and protect the primordial world, but now that the primordial world was larger and more fragile, he could only obediently continue working. This is bad. I've become Qinjias worker now, Hongjun thought. As the heavenly membrane grew larger, the efficiency of spiritual energy transformation increased, and more chaotic qi flowed in, making the spiritual energy of the primordial world denser. Although the source expanded, it became even more fragile. It was time for a sage to emerge, as the primordial world grew larger, requiring a sage to come and stabilize it. As for why Hongjun did not stabilize it, it was because if he were to suppress it again, he would be forced to return to the depths of the Tao, which he had just barely escaped from, now only a step away from merging with the Tao. To completely resolve the final strand of contradiction between heaven and earth, once the earth Tao was thoroughly perfected, he could emerge from the Tao and hand over the primordial world to the sages and beings. Due to the weakening connection with the Tao, Hongjun could only patiently step in to stabilize the heavenly membrane for Qingyu. Since the creation of the world, the primordial heavens have been supported and defined by the surrounding mountains, comprising a total of 28 layers of heaven. Above them there exist 5 layers of profound mystery accessible only to the great Luo golden immortals within the realms of stars and chaos. It is where the stars revolve and chaos converges, the place where the Tao is most originally manifested. Zhou Mountain transformed from the spine of Pangu supports not only these 28 layers of the material heavens, but also maintains the 5 layers of Tao weight above, which is irreplaceable, and forms the foundation of the primordial world. Now the Jianmu has risen to the heavens not to replace Zhou Mountain, but to further expand the heavens in terms of material space, reaching an unprecedented 30 layers. From now on, all beings gaze up, the heavens are even more distant. The spiritual energy circulates and the space is more expansive. However, the 5 layers of Tao weight concerning the fundamental principles of the primordial world and maintaining the structure of the innate Tao body still rests solely on Zhou Mountain. This is the mission of the spine of Pangu, a weight of the Tao that only Zhou Mountain can bear. It is precisely because of this that only the 12 ancestral witches who share the same origin as Zhou Mountain and bear the essence of Pangus blood, without cultivating their primordial spirits, can reside on Zhou Mountain for extended periods, enduring its unique Tao pressure. The heavens are higher and the earth is more stable. The spiritual energy is becoming denser. It is the immortal ancestor, the wood ancestor. It is Jianmu that supports the heavens and expands the earth. Having returned to their senses from the initial shock and bewilderment, countless beings in the primordial world, regardless of their cultivation level or location, genuinely felt the benefits brought by the elevation of the heavens and the vastness of the earth. With each breath, spiritual energy surged like a tide, more concentrated and pure than before. Many cultivators who were previously bottlenecked showed signs of loosening, and countless spiritual roots and immortal herbs radiated with even more vigorous vitality. For them, this was a genuine great fortune that benefited all beings. In an instant, gratitude and worship surged forth like a wildfire, rising from every corner of the primordial world. Above the 9 heavens, boundless primordial energy gathered, transforming into golden clouds that covered the newly expanded 30 layers of the heavens. The clouds rolled, auspicious energy flowed like rivers, and the sound of the Tao resonated faintly, manifesting endless signs of good fortune. Immediately, an immeasurable amount of primordial merit energy, like golden rain, fell gently from the cloud. This merit was a reflection of the heavenly Daos response to Kinjia's efforts in expanding the heavens and benefiting all beings, naturally manifesting as a reward. The sea of merit was vast and boundless, with about 80% transforming into a single most robust and brilliant golden light directly descending into the trunk of Jianmu. Then, surprisingly, Qing Yu retrieved it and scattered this merit throughout the primordial world again. Merit is merely a reward from the heavenly Tao for virtuous individuals, reflecting the underlying logic of the operation of the heavenly Tao. Now that Qing Yu has achieved merit, he naturally received a generous reward. This is a necessary procedure, but the essence of merit ultimately comes from the transformation of the heavenly Tao. For Qing Yu, now merit is no longer needed. He can already utilize the power of the heavenly Tao through Jianmu. With this foundational merit, it is better to continue stabilizing the heavens and the earth that have been drawn apart. As the earthly Tao witnessed the descent of the heavenly virtue preparing to rise in defiance with the earthly virtue, Qing Yu pressed it back down. There has been enough accumulation. Do not squander it, but rather return to stabilize the heavens and the earth. The remaining 2/10 of merit, which did not belong to Qingyo, transformed into a rain of golden merit, merging into the listening beings below, gathering within the bodies of those who had earned merit. Accompanying the rain of golden merit, a voice seemingly originating from the essence of the Tao resonated throughout the vastness. As long as Jianmu exists, it upholds the heavens and stabilizes the 8 regions. Its roots penetrate the underworld and its leaves shade the sun and moon, who does not perish with time. The wood Tao is the first beam. The sound of the Tao resonated and all beings fell silent. The rain of merit gradually receded, the clouds dispersed, and the Tao sound lingered. Atop Jianmu, the 12-petal pure white lotus slowly rotated and Kinjia's figure gradually manifested from the center of the lotus. His expression was calm, his aura harmonious and natural, seamlessly blending with the newly expanded 30 layers of heaven, no longer bearing the slightest trace of prior awkwardness. His gaze remained unchanged as he swept over the countless beings below, still kneeling in excitement. The Tao of the 3 immortals has now been completely imparted. Qing Yu spoke, his voice clearly reaching the ears of every being. The Tao is ultimately simple, but it cherishes persistence. I hope that you all will diligently cultivate and not cease comprehend the natural purity and the mysteries of creation, uphold righteousness and benefit all beings. Thus one should not waste this opportunity to listen to the Tao, and it will also fulfill the bond of imparting the Tao this time. We shall strictly obey the immortal ancestor's decree, thanking the immortal ancestor for imparting the Tao and the grace of expanding the heavens. Thus one should not waste this opportunity to listen to the Tao, and it will also fulfill the bond of imparting the Tao this time. We shall strictly obey the immortal ancestor's decree, thanking the immortal ancestor for imparting the Tao and the grace of Qing Yu slightly nodded, saying no more. The pure white lotus emitted a flash of light, and his figure along with the lotus seat gradually faded, merging into Jianmu, becoming one with this towering Jianmu. Though the immortal ancestor has vanished, this event of teaching the Dao and the grandeur of supporting the heavens will undoubtedly remain deeply etched in the history of the primordial world and in the hearts of all beings. Such magnificence, how many can see, how many can possess? Those who have witnessed the grandeur of Honghuang apart from Qingyu have almost all perished. The innate holy beings at that time remained hidden and none were aware. People only know the majesty of the saints but are unaware of Hongzhen's prowess when he single-handedly overcame Luo, even Luo who did not dare to resist. Now with Qingyu manifesting, he uniquely dominates the primordial magnificence, astonishing and remarkable. After a long while the beings departed with endless insights and reverence for the immortal ancestor, gradually dispersing back to their respective caves, digesting what they had learned, while also spreading today's experiences throughout the primordial world. As the beings dispersed, the vastness of the realm returned to its former tranquility and sanctity. Beneath Jianmu the space rippled slightly, and the figures of the East King and West Queen quietly appeared, bowing to Jianmu. "Mu Gong Jinmu, please come forward." Qingji's calm voice resonated directly in their minds. The two dared not delay, riding the clouds to a platform in the middle of Jianmu, where they saw Qingyu, manifesting a figure standing at the edge of the platform, gazing at the brand new 30 layers of heaven. "Greetings, immortal ancestor benefactor." The two respectfully bowed. "No need for formalities." Qingyu turned to the West Queen and gently said, "West Queen, there is a matter that requires your agreement to assist." The West Queen's expression became serious as she immediately replied, "Immortal ancestor, you underestimate me. If there is a task, I will surely assist with all my strength. No need for the words agreement." Qingyu slightly shook his head, speaking earnestly. "This matter pertains to spiritual treasures and requires your willingness. Although the primordial heavens have expanded and the origin has grown, the membrane of the heavens and earth has been stretched and is relatively more fragile, requiring stabilization. Do you two still remember the previous clash between you, the star god, and the ancestral witches, whose power has already touched the threshold of the primordial? If such a collision were to occur in this newly born and even more fragile world, the consequences would be unimaginable." Hearing this, the East King and West Queen recalled the previous catastrophic confrontation and how it was only through the combined efforts of Hongzhen, Daozu, and Qingyu that it was averted, and they felt a jolt in their hearts, nodding solemnly. Qingyu continued, "With the heavenly Dao above, there are saints guarding the primordial membrane from outside, repairing and stabilizing it. As we reside within the primordial realm, we must also do our part to protect this newly born world and create a stable abode for all beings. I wish to use Jianmu as the foundation to draw upon the innate 5 elements harmonizing yin and yang and lay down a grand chaotic formation covering the primordial world. This formation does not advocate for killing but rather aims to stabilize and regulate the spiritual energies of the primordial heavens and earth, alleviating the pressure on the membrane of the heavens and earth. However, to establish this formation, it is necessary to gather the 5 innate flags to serve as the formation's eye, solidifying the foundation of the 5 elements." Qingyu then looked at the West Queen, "Currently the western flag of the pure cloud realm. Therefore, I wish to exchange it for a treasure of mine, using it for this flag to complete the grand formation and protect the primordial world. May I ask how the Queen feels about this?" Upon hearing this, the West Queen immediately replied without hesitation, "The immortal ancestor's establishment of this grand formation to protect the primordial world is a supreme merit that benefits all beings. As a being of the primordial world, enjoying the nourishment of heaven and earth, I shall certainly offer my full assistance. If this flag can be used for this purpose, it is also its fortune. There is no need for an exchange. The immortal ancestor may take it without hesitation." After saying this, she flipped her hand, and a pure white flag appeared in her grasp, swirling with clouds and exuding a faint celestial light. It was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the pure cloud realm flag. She held the flag with both hands, respectfully presenting it to Qingyu. Qingyu looked at the West Queen's sincere gaze, and then at the similarly expressive East King, unable to help but smile. These two are indeed sincere. He naturally would not let those who genuinely contribute to him and the primordial world suffer losses. Excellent. Qingyu accepted the pure cloud realm flag, feeling the pure western metal and the miraculous essence of the cloud realm within it, nodding in praise. The Queen understands the greater good and is concerned about the primordial world. This heart is commendable. In this case, I will not stand on ceremony with you. After this grand formation is laid down, you can use this pure cloud realm flag to connect with the formation's powers, protecting yourself or a region. Moreover, these 5 flags will later be divided to stabilize the heavens and earth, but they are not entirely fixed and immovable. Except for my Qinglian Bao's flag, which has already become a treasure of the Wood Dao's fortune, needing to stabilize the Shantian realm, and my own Wood Dao fortune, which cannot be moved by anyone else. The other 4 flags, when you need them, can be activated with just a thought. This is the power of the Formation Master which I shall grant you both today. As he spoke, Qing Yu waved his sleeve and a dazzling treasure light instantly enveloped the East King and West. First a jade ring continuously flowing with the brilliance of the 5 elements, and exuding the mysterious aura of a supreme innate spiritual treasure appeared containing 48 innate prohibitions with boundless uses. Following that 10 pieces of spiritual treasures, each distinct yet all exuding extraordinary auras manifested knives, swords, seals, bells, towers, diagrams, pearls, vases, banners, and umbrellas, a wide variety all containing unique innate laws. Next came hundreds of innate spiritual treasures at the lowest or inferior level. Along with mountains of chaotic divine materials, innate precious materials, the treasure light soared, and the rhythm of the Tao permeated, nearly dazzling the eyes. Some of these treasures were collected by Qing Yu during his travels in the primordial world, while others flew to him of their own accord, and some he refined himself, reversing the innate with the Chenkuan cauldron. For him, at his current realm, apart from his companion treasure, the Taiji diagram, and 2 great cauldrons, the others hold little significant use. Rather than letting them gather dust here, it is better to give them to the 2 of them, but placed in the outside world, any one of them would be enough to stir up a bloody storm. As for what to do with the 12 flower stalks that follow Qingyo, he stated, "You cannot fathom my wealth." Shi Wangmu gazed upon the awe-inspiring treasure vault before her, sufficient to arm an entire major sect, and though her vast experience had long rendered her unflappable, she now found herself speechless, lips parting slightly, eyes wide with utter astonishment. Instinctively she turned toward Dong Wanggong, only to find him equally stunned, staring first at the mountainous horde, then at Qing Yu, murmuring in disbelief, "This immortal ancestor. It is far too much, truly unwarranted. Do not behave like a timid maiden." With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Qing Yu summoned a pure breeze that lifted both figures, and the radiant treasures scattered across the ground, carrying them beyond the borders of Du Guangye. His voice resonated softly in their ears. "This reward honors your courageous intervention and invaluable aid in array formation, and also affirms the bond between us. These material things hold no value for me, yet they shall prove profoundly consequential for your cultivation and the future ascension of Chuanshin Island. Accept them without hesitation. Moreover, I require a measure of the Pantompeach tree's primordial essence to nourish the Jianmu. Gather it for me, but take care never to impair the tree's foundational spiritual vitality. Yes, we humbly accept the immortal ancestor's decree." Shi Wangmu, now recovered, bowed deeply toward Du Guangye. She understood this was not merely generosity. It was profound trust. With these resources, Chuanshin Island's power would undergo a transcendental leap. As she prepared to consult Dong Wanggong on how best to allocate the treasures, and to prepare for the upcoming Pantompeach banquet, she noticed he remained dazed, whispering repeatedly, "The immortal ancestor has acknowledged me. He has consented to attend the Pantompeach banquet. It must be executed flawlessly. It must." Shi Wangmu gazed at her consort's starstruck, almost foolish expression, and sighed softly, shaking her head. With a subtle turn of her palm, she summoned the Kunlun mirror. A silvery radiance surged forth, enveloping both the still muttering Dong Wanggong and the glittering trove, then shot skyward as a streak of light racing toward the 3 immortal islands in the eastern sea. The immortal ancestor had completed his discourse. The Pantompeach banquet drew near. His personal mention of the Pantompeach, and his generous bestowal, meant this banquet must surpass all precedent in grandeur and perfection. Eons flowed like mist, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Since the immortal ancestor upheld heaven and expounded the 3 immortal Dao, the Honghuang realm entered a brief era of tranquil flourishing. The leaders of the Wu and Yao clans, punished by the Dao patriarch, withdrew into seclusion, while Chuanshin Island, untouched and emboldened, surged in prestige. Indeed, it was the Dao patriarch's chosen vanguard of celestial immortals, and now blessed by the immortal ancestor himself, it basked in unparalleled favor. With steady growth, it began to exude the unmistakable aura of Honghuang's preeminent power. Countless beings drawn to the Tao of immortality journeyed eastward, seeking initiation into Chuanshin Island or communion with its celestial path. On this day, above the eastern sea, over the archipelago of the 3 immortal islands, the heavens blazed with auspicious radiance. Clouds of divine vapor billowed, celestial music echoed, and rare fragrances perfumed the air. Myriad rare birds and auspicious beasts soared in spiraling flight. Immortal blossoms and spirit herbs bloomed profusely. Primal spiritual energy coalesced so densely it fell as liquid rain, nourishing every blade of grass, every ancient tree. Having flourished under Qing Yu's covert patronage, and enriched by the immense resources Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu had brought back, Chuanshin Island now manifested a transformed majesty. Its 3 principal islands resembled primordial sacred lands, more towering, more ethereal, wreathed in misty clouds, where pavilions, towers, and jade palaces shimmered with innate Tao resonance. Rainbow bridges arched between the islands. Cloudcraft sailed gracefully through the skies. Immortals and cultivators arrived from every direction. Some riding beams of light, others astride divine beasts, each bearing extraordinary presence, their auras shimmering with concealed treasures. Today marked the opening of Shi Wangmu's Pantompeach Banquet, the first grand assembly of Honghuang's great cultivators and the myriad worldly sages since the 3 lectures at Xixiao Palace. At the archipelago's heart floated the largest celestial island. Exquisitely adorned immortal flowers bloomed in radiant hues, spirit springs chimed melodiously, cloud thrones and jade tables stood arranged with flawless symmetry. At the summit stood 2 primary cloud thrones, emanating gentle pure light and supreme Dao resonance, reserved for the immortal ancestor Qing Yu and the Dao patriarch Hongjun. Though Hongjun would not attend, his throne remained vacant, a gesture of highest reverence. Below, flanking left and right, sat 2 secondary cloud thrones reserved for the hosts Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu. Beneath those 6 violet lotus seats, 3 on each side, were set aside for the great cultivators who once occupied the central seats at Xixiao Palace. Why not 7? Because Dong Huang Tai remained confined within the stellar array undergoing penance, and could not attend. Moreover, during the prior cataclysm, Emperor Jun had launched a lethal ambush against Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, binding the 2 factions in irrevocable enmity. No empty seat would be offered in false courtesy. Now the celestial island teemed with guests. Nectar and ambrosia gleamed upon every table. Immortal fruits and celestial delicacies filled the banquet halls. Most arresting were the Pantompeaches themselves, placed centrally upon each jade table, resting in jade platters veiled in shimmering mist, exhaling irresistible fragrance and overwhelming life essence. These were the first fruits born by the primordial Pantompeach tree, the very mother branch, bestowed long ago by the Dao patriarch Hongjun. Incredibly rare, even a single fruit could spare a great Luo cultivator millennia of arduous practice, and grant profound insight into the Dao of water. Also present were moonlight essence elixir, distilled from refined lunar radiance, as well as countless other rarities of the Honghuang realm, exquisite dishes, wondrous fruits, and peerless delicacies dazzling beyond enumeration. As clear, resonant proclamations echoed across the island, one legendary cultivator after another descended upon the Pantompeach celestial isle. Hongyun Cave, Lord Hongyun arrives. A crimson aurora streaked across the horizon, coalescing into an elderly Taoist clad in red robes, kind-faced, ever-smiling, the venerable Hongyun Laozu. Hongyun Cave, Lord Hongyun arrives. A crimson aurora streaked across the horizon, coalescing into an elderly Taoist clad in red robes, kind-faced, ever-smiling, the venerable Hongyun Laozu. Hongyun's arrival signaled the commencement. Powerful, inscrutable, or harmonious auras converged from every quarter upon the Pantompeach Isle. Wuzhuang Guan Jinyuan Daxian arrives. Blood Sea Mingi Laozu arrives. Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones arrive. The West Jane Daoren and Juanti Daoren arrive. North Abyss Kuanping Laozu arrives. Fengqi Mountain Fushidashi and Nuwa Nyangnyang arrive. In moments the island brimmed with transcendent masters, auras interweaving treasures gleaming faintly, conversations flowing smoothly amid hidden currents. Since parting ways at Xixiao Palace, each had pursued solitary cultivation, and now reunited, their realms of attainment, temperaments, and spiritual bearing had all evolved markedly. Led by the 3 pure ones and Nuwa, many had reached the latest stage quasi-sage realm. Though none had fully severed all 3 karmic avatars, their power nonetheless radiated sovereign authority. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu stood at the apex of mid-stage quasi-sage cultivation. Others less fortunate in possessing suitable immortal artifacts had long attained requisite strength, yet hesitated to sever avatars, prematurely awaiting the perfect moment. This was the age of primordial divinities, the most resplendent epoch of all. Having completed the 5-direction chaos formation, Qing Yu departed for the extracosmic void, arriving before Hongjun, the guardian of Honghuang. Qing Yu bowed respectfully. This celestial pillar upholding endeavor succeeded only because you, elder, stabilized the embryonic membrane from without, granting me the peace of mind to act unimpeded and without reserve. Hongjun continued his meticulous work, guiding chaotic energies with unwavering precision. It matters not. As heaven expands and its source strengthens, so does Honghuang, and thus all sentient beings benefit. As the sage of this realm, safeguarding heaven is my solemn duty. After this, Honghuang shall enter a new epoch, renewed and radiant. Qing Yu observed Hongjun, now steeped in the unmistakable resonance of the heavenly Dao, and wondered how had this come to pass. Before he could speak, Hongjun waved, sending him instantly to the Pantompeach banquet. There Qing Yu met the startled gazes of the 3 pure ones and others astonished by his sudden appearance. That old Taoist, jealous of Qing Yu's brilliance within Honghuang yet lacking such luster himself, had banished him here, robbing him of a majestic entrance. Even the eternally impassive Tai Qing, seated among the primordial deities below, was visibly shaken at Qing Yu's sudden manifestation upon his throne. They had imagined Qing Yu's power surpassed theirs, but never dreamed he could appear without emitting the faintest. Surely Qing Yu now wielded the authority of a sage. Truly, this Qing Yu was terrifying beyond measure. Dong Wanggong, elated by Qing Yu's arrival, declared joyfully, the immortal ancestor has arrived. Commenced the banquet. Upon the Pantompeach, all serenity reigned, a Dao resonance manifested, visibly interweaving in profound discourse. The fortune of the 3,000 realms affirmed Chuanxian Island, crowning it, at last, the true sovereign of celestial immortals. After the Pantompeach banquet came the San Yuan Assembly, and 9 celestial chimes heralded the opening of Zhixiao Palace for its final lecture. When the 9 chimes of Dao resonated throughout the primordial chaos, Qing Yu sat quietly atop the Jianmu tree. He opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the 30 layers of heaven, looking towards the Zhixiao Palace. Without deploying any divine powers or breaking the void, he stepped forward as the roots of the Jianmu intertwined with the 9 abysses, the tree crown reaching the 30 layers of heaven. At this moment, the forces of heaven and earth became his staircase. In the next moment, he stood outside the Zhixiao Palace. The Taoist youth Haoyan stood at the door, and upon seeing Qing Yu arrive before all the escaping lights from the primordial chaos, a trace of uncontainable envy flashed in his eyes. I have seen the immortal ancestor. Haoyan respectfully bowed and stepped aside to open the palace door. Qing Yu nodded slightly to Haoyan, said nothing further, and stepped into the Zhixiao Palace. The scene inside the palace was no different from previous days. Spacious, ancient, with an aura of the great Dao permeating the air. The 8 purple cushions still quietly lay in the forefront. Qing Yu's gaze fell directly on the first position, the one that belonged to him since the second time he heard the Dao, and he walked over slowly, taking his seat peacefully. After sitting down, Qing Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Something was amiss. The aura of the great Dao within the Zhixiao Palace was far too dense. So dense that it seemed almost suffocating, as if the entire palace, every inch of brick and stone, every strand of Dao rhythm, had been soaked in this will of the great Dao. This was completely different from the feeling during the last 2 times when Hongzhen's Dao was in harmony with the great Dao, yet distinctly separate. Now this Zhixiao Palace, rather than being a venue for Hongzhen, resembled more a manifestation node of the great Dao amidst chaos. According to reason, with Hongzhen's 3 teachings concluded, and his merits fulfilled, his connection with the great Dao should gradually fade, preparing for his eventual departure. Why was the flavor of the great Dao now so intense that it almost obliterated Hongzhen's personal aura? Senior Hongjuan, what is this? A thread of divine sense quietly probed deep into the Zhixiao Palace, reaching towards the high platform cloud bed. He wanted to directly ask Hongjun what had happened. However, the divine sense sank like a stone into the sea with no echo in return. No matter how he called or tried to draw upon the causal connection formed from countless discussions with Hongjun. What lay behind that cloud bed was only a pure and extreme will of the great Dao flowing. The familiar aura of Hongjun seemed entirely fused, almost impossible to capture. Qing Yu's heart sank. He attempted to draw upon the pervasive aura of the great Dao within the Zhixiao Palace, aided by the abilities of Jianmu, reaching the 3 talents, trying to deduce the heavenly secrets and investigate what kind of changes had occurred to Hongjun. However, the result was still chaos, and with his current half-step into the primordial, he could not glimpse even a hint of the truth. Qing Yu's gaze tightened, and with renewed thought, he attempted to communicate with the will of the earth through the roots of Jianmu, trying to verify indirectly. Soon the earth's consciousness fed back. The great Dao was unharmed, operating as usual, even growing stronger due to the expansion of heaven and earth. There were no issues with the great Dao nor with the earth. Then the only problem could possibly be with Hongjun himself. Or was there some external force that forcibly distorted Hongzhen's fusion with the great Dao? Qing Yu sat quietly upon the cushion, his expression calm, yet his mind raced. Something must have happened to Hongjun that exceeded his original expectations. Before the last peach banquet, he had already sensed the unusual aura of the great Dao on Hongjun, originally thinking it was the influence of the heaven and earth amniotic membrane, but before he could ask, he was directly sent away by Hongjun. Time flowed slowly. The Zhixiao Palace remained silent, only the dense aura of the great Dao flowed. Qing Yu's divine sense cautiously searched within the palace, yet he could not receive any response from Hongjun himself. Finally, streams of light, either swift or steady, pierced through the chaos and landed before the Zhixiao Palace. 3,000 worldly guests arrived one after another. Dao brother. The figure of Zenyuanzi appeared at the palace door, and upon seeing Qing Yu seated in the foremost position, he greeted him as usual before walking over to sit down on his own cushion. He naturally also sensed the unusual aura within the palace, but seeing Qing Yu's calm expression, he suppressed his doubts. Subsequently, Sanqing, Nuwa Jane, and Juanti also arrived one after another. Laozi still presented his usual demeanor of tranquility and non-action, but as his gaze swept over Qing Yu and around the palace, a trace of barely perceptible doubt crossed his mind. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression was solemn, while Tong Tianjiao curiously examined the increasingly dense aura of the Dao within the palace. The goddess Nuwa frowned slightly Jane, and Zhuinti appeared pained yet also contemplative. Everyone sat down silently with no one speaking. For all felt the difference in the Zishao Palace. That sense of being scrutinized by the Supreme will where all of one's secrets could not hide was more intense than the previous 2 times at least tenfold. Moreover, the aura of the Dao ancestor Hongjun was hardly perceptible. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, along with their confidants, had not come as they were still in seclusion. Kuanping Mingi Hongyun and other mighty beings also arrived, each finding a position to sit down, their eyes observing their noses, and their noses observing their hearts, not daring to make the slightest movement. Once everyone was gathered, the 2 ancient doors of the Zishao Palace closed slowly on their own, without anyone pushing them. The heavy sound of the closing door echoed in the utterly silent hall, as if it had closed off an era. At the moment the palace doors closed on the high platform ahead, the originally empty cloud bed slightly distorted in space, and a figure quietly materialized. Still clad in a simple Dao robe with a youthful face amidst white hair, but at this moment Hongjun gave everyone a feeling that was utterly different from before. His figure clearly sat there, yet it gave an ethereal feeling, as if he would merge into the void at any moment. His features remained clear, but his gaze seemed to encompass the entire operation of the great Dao, cold and supreme. Surrounding him was no longer the pure Zishao Dao rhythm, but a more coldly programmed aura of the great Dao. He sat quietly, as if he had completely merged with the entire Zishao Palace, with the chaotic swirling outside, and with the very primordial heaven and earth. In Qing Yu's eyes he was the Dao and the Dao was him, but that once flesh and blood who would discuss the Dao with Qing Yu, who would smile wryly, seemed to be rapidly fading. Now that everyone is gathered, Hongjun spoke, his voice no longer carrying any personal emotion, as if just stating a fact of the great Dao rules. This teaching is about the path of transcendence. The sages are of the primordial and the primordial is of chaos. In the endless chaos the great Dao is boundless, the method of transcendence lies in. The content of the teaching was profoundly obscure, directly pointing to the secrets of transcendence, beyond the primordial involving chaos, the great Dao, the origin and freedom. Aside from the 3 sages on the foremost cushion, Nuwa, Jane and Zhuinti could barely understand part of it, realizing Hongjun was elucidating a way to break free from the constraints of the primordial heaven and earth. Truly wandering freely beyond the endless chaos of the primordial great Dao or the method of transcendence, the vast majority of those in the back who were listening were utterly baffled. They only felt the sound of the great Dao roaring in their ears, yet could not grasp its true meaning, as if listening to the heavenly book. They could only desperately memorize that fleeting great Dao speech, hoping that, with future cultivation, they could gain insight. The great Dao is both simple and complex. Hongjun's narration was devoid of extravagant embellishments, no golden lotuses erupting from the earth, only the most essential sound of the Dao, flowing, the core rules being expounded. However, this seemingly simple narration entranced those who could understand, while those who could not comprehend were left in agony and confusion. The great Dao is high, the great Dao is simple, the brief sound of the Dao has stopped for 1,000 years. The teaching has concluded and the Shenmen has been established. Hongjun's voice resonated once more, yet carried a hint of emotion. Since you are my disciples, there should be spiritual treasures to protect you, to certify your path and stabilize the Zuanmen's fortune. With these words he gently waved his sleeve. A sphere of clear light enveloped an ancient seal flying towards Laozi. The Dao rhythm was naturally formed, extraordinarily mysterious, subtly possessing the power to suppress myriad paths and organize the universe. Taiqing, you are the first disciple of Shenmen. Today I bestow upon you the treasure of Xuanmen, the Shen seal. This seal is transformed from a fragment of the Pangu jade dish, capable of stabilizing the Zuanmen's fortune, organizing yin and yang, time and space with boundless uses. You must earnestly comprehend it. The source of the Shen seal was indeed a fragment of the Pangu jade dish, which was recovered after Hongjun attained sainthood. However, as the Pangu jade dish had already become a treasured artifact of the great Dao, the incomplete number had been completed by the great Dao, while the remaining fragments could not return. Hongjun refined it into the Shen seal with great magical power, and the Dao rhythm formed naturally, indescribably wonderful. Laozi, with a solemn expression, received the Shen seal with both hands, bowing deeply. Thank you, Master, for the treasure. Then a chaotic banner flew up into the sky, transforming into an ancient banner, landing in the hands of Yuan Shitian Zun, the banner's surface swirling with chaotic energy, capable of cutting through chaos and redefining the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Yuan Shi, I grant you the Pangu banner, which can stabilize the primordial shatter chaos, and must be used with caution. Yuan Shi Tianzun also revealed a joyful expression, and respectfully accepted it. Thank you, Master. For beams of fierce sword light, filled with murderous intent along with a formation diagram, flew towards Tong Tian Jiaozhu. The sword lights represented the meanings of extermination, slaughter, entrapment, and severance, as the formation diagram unfolded with boundless killing intent. Tong Tian, I grant you the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation diagram. Once this formation is set, it cannot be broken except by the 4 saints. However, excessive slaughter harms the harmony of heaven. Be cautious, be cautious. Upon seeing the 4 swords of extermination, Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, feeling the endless killing aura emanating from the 4 swords and the formation diagram. He was overjoyed. Thank you, Master, for your generous bestowal. I will definitely use it with caution. A red light and an ancient cauldron flew towards Nuwa. Nuwa, your path aligns with creation, and you also hold a heavenly mandate. Now, aligning with the great Tao, you will have insight. I grant you the red thread ball, which resonates with the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, capable of connecting fates, establishing relationships, and possessing marvelous attacking prowess. Additionally, I bestow upon you the heavenly refining furnace, which can refine all things, aiding in creation. Use it well. Nuwa accepted the 2 treasures, gracefully bowing. Thank you, Master. A scroll depicting the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth flew towards Zenuanzi. Zenuanzi, you govern the amniotic membrane of the earth in harmony with the earth's scriptures. This diagram of heaven and earth is granted to you, which can assist you in organizing the earth's meridians, stabilizing the earth, and can also protect you in battle. Its marvelous uses you shall comprehend on your own. Zenuanzi received the diagram of heaven and earth, sensing the resonance with the earth's scriptures, bowed. Thank you, Master, for the treasure. Lastly, a 12-petal golden lotus and a demon-subduing pestle flew towards Jane. Jane, you and Juanti possess great will and grand aspirations. Though the West awaits opportunities, you also have a foundation. I grant you the 12-petal merit lotus, which can suppress fortunes impervious to myriad laws. I bestow upon you the demon-subduing pestle, which can protect the Tao and subdue demons. I hope you manage the West well, and do not forget your original intention. Jian's expression grew more pained, yet also filled with gratitude as he bowed deeply. Thank you, Master, for your benevolence. I will not disappoint your expectations. Hongjun nodded slightly, saying no more. The listeners who failed to obtain treasures gazed enviously at the few in front of them, each holding items that were at least superb innate spiritual treasures. Some even possessed innate supreme treasures like the Pangu banner and the Zhanxian sword array that could not be broken by the 4 saints, as well as the remnants of the creation jade plate, transformed into mysterious seals, making their eyes turn red with greed. Feelings of envy, jealousy, and desire were nearly overflowing. Among them, many were trapped by spiritual treasures, finding even the act of slaying corpses difficult. Their paths to enlightenment stalled. Now, witnessing the ancestor of the Tao bestowing treasures, how could they not be moved? At that moment, it was unclear who took the lead, but a large number of people suddenly knelt down and began to bow and plead, Master, be merciful. We too have listened to the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace and are also your disciples. We implore you to show compassion and grant us spiritual treasures to fulfill our paths. Please, Master, have mercy. Master. The pleas rose and fell like waves. On the cloud bed, Hongjun's increasingly ethereal figure, nearly merging with the Tao of heaven, seemed to pause slightly upon hearing these pleas. Then a sigh that was almost imperceptible echoed through the vast hall, as if traversing endless time and space. Hongjun's voice seemed to come from the distant source of the Tao of heaven. I shall merge with the Tao of heaven, and from now on, except for the great tribulations of heaven and earth, I shall not emerge from the purple cloud. In my early years, while wandering the primordial chaos, I stumbled upon a piece of treasure rock upon which lay many spiritual treasures I obtained. Since they are of no use to me, I placed them in the chaos. You may seek them according to your fate and affinity. If you find them, it is fortunate. If you lose them, it is your destiny. The Purple Cloud Palace shall remain closed from now on, and shall not be opened again. Upon hearing that spiritual treasures would appear in the chaos, the multitude's eyes brightened. They also heard that Hongjun had merged with the Tao of heaven. In their eyes, the Tao of heaven had long since become one with Hongjun. Now that Hongjun was about to merge with the Tao of heaven, and could not emerge, it meant that there would be no saints in the primordial chaos, allowing them to roam freely. Out of this thought, some among them actually showed expressions of joy. You may go, the treasure cliff is there, and there are affinities to be found. Go, go. As Hongjun's words fell, the 3,000 earthly guests transformed into 3,000 beams of light and departed, while the 3 pure ones and Zhen Yuanzi also bowed to Hongjun before heading off. In an instant, the vast Purple Cloud Palace became desolate, leaving only Qin Yu and Hongjun. Spiritual treasures. Treasure cliff. Charge. The 3,000 beams of escape light surged forward like madmen, rushing toward the treasure cliff that soared into the sky. The 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jane, and Juanti, exchanged glances, and also transformed into streaks of light, diving into the treasure light in search of treasures of affinity. Hongjun's gaze, which seemed to merge with the Tao of heaven, finally slowly fell upon Qin Yu. That gaze remained indifferent yet deep within it, seemed to retain a trace of fluctuation belonging to Hongjun. Young friend, why do you not go? Hongjun spoke, his voice lacking the absolute coldness of the Tao of Heaven, instead carrying an indescribable complexity. There are many treasures on the treasure cliff, and those with affinities are not few. Upon hearing this, Qingjia's heart stirred, and he silently muttered, so it is indeed because of you. He had long suspected that when he took form upon birth, aside from the accompanying Huang Zhongli, he had found almost no decent innate spiritual treasures. The true culprit was right here. That old Taoist Hongjun likely took advantage of his early emergence to scour through the treasures with affinities to him, which he now placed on the treasure cliff. However, this was of course a jest. As Qingjia's thoughts emerged, it did not sever his connection with Hongjun. The transcendent Hongjun on the cloud bed seemed to reveal a hint of a smile in his eyes. Qingyu raised his head, his gaze fixed on the increasingly faint figure on the cloud bed, his brows furrowed, as he finally asked the question troubling his heart. Senior, how is it that in the expansion of heaven and earth, the source thickens, the power of the Tao of Heaven should be more dispersed, and your connection with the Tao of Heaven should be easier to sever? Why has the merging accelerated instead, even to the point where you must merge with the Tao of Heaven? Hongjun fell silent for a moment. Within the purple cloud palace, the dense aura of the Tao of Heaven, which was nearly suffocating, seemed to pause slightly with his silence. Unlike the other mighty ones listening to the teachings in the purple cloud palace, Qingyu had known Hongjun for countless epochs, having endured many trials from the end of the fierce beasts to now. Qingyu naturally understood Hongjun's desire to transcend and venture into the chaos to seek the path again, yet now he was trapped in the primordial chaos, and even had to merge with the Tao. Now, aside from himself and Yang Mei, there were almost no familiar faces remaining for Hongjun. No Yang Mei. Thinking of Yang Mei, Qingjia's heart jolted, and he hurriedly said to Hongjun, it was Yang Mei. When did Yang? At the moment you expanded heaven and earth, when the primordial membrane was most vulnerable, I was also stabilizing the new heaven and earth membrane with most of my mind and magical power restrained outside, and was just about to attempt to further sever my connection with the Tao of Heaven. He followed the last trace of secret markings left by the Luoho demon path on the heaven and earth membrane, silently infiltrating the primordial chaos, directly attacking me when my defenses were at their weakest. My source was severely damaged. To protect the Tao of Heaven and prevent the remnants of Luoho's demonic thoughts from taking advantage of the situation, and to resist possible subsequent attacks from Yang Mei, I had no choice but to draw upon and merge the power of the Tao of Heaven more deeply and quickly. This balance of gains and losses, combined with the original severing process being interrupted or even reversed, meant that when I repelled Yang Mei and stabilized the situation, my degree of merger with the Tao of Heaven had far exceeded expectations, nearing irreversibility. Ultimately, it is a cycle of cause and effect, and retribution is unavoidable. At this point, Hongjun, whose figure was ethereal, seemed to shake his head, ever so slightly, a barely audible sigh escaping. I, the old Taoist, fought against Luoho and tangled with Yang Mei, yet I never expected to ultimately not be able to escape the watchful eyes of these old friends. Ha ha! In his laughter was a hint of self-mockery, a touch of nonchalance, and also an indescribable weariness. The last time he transcended, he was thwarted by Luoho's schemes, causing him to extend several epochs. Now on the verge of transcending again, with 6 saints about to emerge, just as he could finally depart in peace, he was once again thwarted by Luoho and Yang Mei. For Yang Mei, it truly was a matter of revenge lasting for countless years. Now he had no choice but to merge with the Tao of Heaven to prevent Luoho from devouring heaven with his demons. Qingyu was lost in thought. He could imagine the peril at that time, as Hongjun with his own strength had to face Yang Mei's sneak attack, a chaotic demon of the same rank, while also having to divert his attention to protect the primordial chaos. He also had to suppress the risk of assimilation brought about by the accelerated merging with the Tao of Heaven. To be able to repel both Yang Mei and Luoho while stabilizing the situation was already no easy feat. But the price for this was simply too great. Senior, Qingyu opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Hongjun interrupted him, his increasingly faint figure's gaze fixed on Qingyu, carrying a sense of entrustment. Young friend, there is no need for further words. This time I shall completely merge with the Tao of Heaven. Although I lose my freedom, I can use the power of the Tao of Heaven to more strongly suppress the remnants of Luoho's thoughts and prevent Yang Mei from spying again. Once you attain the Tao of the primordial, I will be able to relax somewhat regarding the many matters within and outside the primordial chaos. The future of this primordial chaos will ultimately depend on you all. Moreover, with you around, the opportunity for my transcendence will certainly not be few. With that, Hongjun smiled faintly at Qingyu, shedding all indifference of the Tao of Heaven, as if he had transformed back into the Hongjun who fought alongside him during the demonic tribulation, protected him, and even secretly tricked him, watching him create chaos. Qingyu looked at this smile, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He nodded heavily, not saying another word. Everything was left unspoken. This item. Hongjun finally raised his hand. A wisp of black light flew out from his sleeve, slowly drifting toward Qingyu. The murderous aura is too heavy and the demonic nature is too deep. It is a peerless evil weapon. To leave it with me to return to the Tao of Heaven or to leave it in the primordial chaos would be inappropriate. I hope that young friend can help suppress it. This overwhelming demonic power can only be placed in your possession connected with the Jianmu and the fortunes of the newly birthed heaven and earth for me to rest assured. Qingyu reached out to take the black light. It felt icy cold to the touch and the murderous aura seemed to seep through him. However, upon coming into contact with the vast life force and the aura of the Shen-Tian realm emanating from Qingyu, it instantly retracted and became docile. The god-slaying spear, a companion treasure of Luoho, was a primordial killing treasure tainted with endless murderous aura. Rest assured, Senior Qing, you said, gripping the god-slaying spear, feeling the immense killing power within it, and a trace of Luoho's indestructible demonic thought. He spoke in a deep voice. This spear will not allow its demonic nature to wreak havoc in the primordial chaos, nor will I allow it to be lost. Good. Hongjun nodded with a smile, his figure already beginning to fade rapidly, as if a watercolor painting was being washed away with clear water, merging into this palace, into this realm, and into the intangible will of the Tao of Heaven. Young friend, make yourself at home. In the future, this primordial chaos will be your stage. I shall go to the depths of the Tao of Heaven and meet that old demon Luoho and guard against that old friend Yang Mei. The path ahead in the great Tao must be cherished. As his words fell, Hongjun's figure completely vanished silently, without any earth-shattering phenomena or tragic farewell. It was as if a drop of water had merged into the sea, a flake of snow had melted into the warm sun, quietly blending into the omnipresent will of the Tao of Heaven. Within the purple cloud palace, the aura of the Tao of Heaven, rich to the extreme, seemed to lose its last anchor of humanity, and suddenly became even colder. This palace of the Tao had completely become a node of the Tao of Heaven within the chaos. Qingyu stood alone in this vast, cold, and desolate purple cloud palace, holding the icy god-slaying spear, remaining speechless for a long time. Outside the membrane of the Honghuang Tiandi, several rents of spatial force, capable of tearing the myriad worlds, unleashed as yanglius branches brushed the air, striking the membrane directly. This time, the Tiandi membrane only stirred with a ripple before swiftly settling back to its former calm. From the depths of Hundan, the hollow Yonglu that spanned the void swayed gently. 3,000 jade-green willow branches each drew along a world, drifting and bobbing uncertainly within the churn of Hundan. When Yang Mei felt that his assault had not harmed Honghuang, he understood why Hongjun had now been driven to a point where his being had fused with the heavenly Tao itself. Yanglius' hollow voice echoed through Hundan with a tint of derision. Hongjun, oh Hongjun, truly the cycle of cause and effect is inexorable. Retribution never fails. Once you used Luo Ho and the immortal slaying sword array to scheme against me, and cost me my origin. Today I will settle those accounts with you. Very well. Remain within Honghuang and become one with the heavenly Tao, ha 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 ha. Laughter rolled across 10,000 li of Hundan, as the 3,000 branches of Yonglu whipped into a frenzied dance, dragging the 3,000 worlds slowly deeper into the chaos. In those days, Hongjun invited him to battle Luo Ho and promised to divide the Honghuang origin afterward. Yet at the last moment, Hongjun used the heavenly Daos power to entrap them both. That grudge and hatred he counted through countless primordial assemblies. Now, having caught Hongjun at a chance, he forced him into complete fusion with the Tao, appearing as the Daos equal. In truth, Hongjun was trapped in a cage, his freedom hard to regain. Yang Mei's aim differed from Luo. Luo Ho sought to swallow Honghuang itself, to use the boundless karmic weight of the myriad beings to validate his path. In doing so, the world would vanish and thus he would transcend. Yang Mei's goal was simpler. He wished nothing more than to bury Hongjun. He was better than Luo Ho in that he targeted only Hongjun, not Honghuang. Within Hundan now, only Yang may enjoy untrammeled freedom. Hongjun, you are ultimately ensnared by the very heavens you swore to protect. At that thought, Yang Mei brimmed with pride and sang loftily. First there was Hongjun, then the heavens. My origin precedes his by 1,000 years. From boundless void springs all phenomena. In an instant Yang may decide heaven and earth. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Ha ha ha. The primordial power of space swelled and roiled in Hundan at his will, stirring the endless sea of chaos. At that moment, a faint lavender light that shared origin with Yonglu seized the tumult, and with a silent flicker slipped into the spatial seam of one of Yanglius' branches without a sound. It was the spatial origin Qing you had once exchanged with Yang Mei, a remaining thread that Hongjun had seized when guiding the Shen-Tian realm, now returning to its rightful master. The Sanshire method. Sanshire indeed. Though Hongjun was forced into confinement by Yang Mei, he used the Sanshire and Yang Mei's own origin to fashion a locator within Yang Mei. Qing Yu cast one last look at the palace gate, standing within Hundan, then turned and departed toward the distant Funbao Rock, where the struggle raged on. Like Hongjune's scattered spirit treasures, for those who have reached this realm of subseed, most remaining treasures are useless. What he needed was a supreme treasure that conformed completely to his Dao, one that could unleash greater power. Moreover, with the Chenquin cauldron in hand, he could refine anything he required. Self-refinement suited him better. He flipped out the Shirshan spear entrusted to him by Hongjun. Once the spear was in his grasp, its latent malice, though restrained, still made itself known. An energy coiled beneath that could rend a saint's nascent spirit. Such a lethal weapon was peerless in attack, yet it did not harmonize with his wood Dao. Though it could be taken to extremes and reborn through death, it was truly awkward to wield. The Chenquin cauldron flashed at his back. Qing Yu temporarily sealed the Shirshan spear within the cauldron's inner space. He stepped forward, traversed the boundless Hundan, and returned to Honghuang Tiandi. The instant he set foot in Honghuang, a pure surge of heavenly Dao power pressed down upon Qingyu from with endless binding and confinement. It coiled through every inch of space, seeking to lock Qingyu firmly within Honghuang. The heavenly Dao made its will plain keep him. Qingyu now bore the heavy charge of heaven, propping the 30-fold skies and upholding the structure of the world. The heavenly Dao instinctively refused to allow such a crucial pillar any possibility of leaving, let alone transcending. When Hongjun still held sway over the heavenly Dao, the Dao wished to detain Qingyu but restrained itself because of Hongjun. In those earlier days, the attempt to hold Qingyu had been voiced through Dongwang as the Dao connected with him. Now the heavenly Dao acted directly. Qingyu frowned slightly. Facing this sudden Daoic cordon, he showed no panic. Before him, the mountain river mandala unfurled silently. Within its scroll-shifting silhouettes of landscape, severed his direct link to Honghuang Tiandi and barred the invisible Daoic shackles outside. He tried as before to draw upon the heavenly Daos power. This time the Daos response was icy and mechanical, full of rules and constraints. No longer the indulgent, almost partial ease of old. Sighing softly, Qingyu withdrew the mountain river mandala. The Daoic fetter, having lost a definite target, receded slowly but did not vanish entirely. An invisible net hanging overhead. He understood then. This was the true heavenly Dao, running on instinct, supremely impartial, unswayed, and uncolored, operating only by established rules and the greater welfare of Honghuang as a whole. That ability to summon the Dao almost at will, to have the creation jade disc accompany him, to enjoy so many conveniences in Daoic contests. All those special privileges had come from one who ruled the Dao, Hongjun the Daoist. Hongjun believed in him, recognized him, and had opened the Dao's permissions when Qingyu helped shape and solidify Honghuang, granting whatever he sought. Even during contests over the Dao, Hongjun never fully closed that door. Ostensibly to strengthen Honghuang so Hongjun might ultimately transcend, yet his eyes revealed unmistakable admiration and expectation. Now Hongjun's origin was damaged. To suppress Luo House demonic thought and guard against Yang Mei, he had fused utterly with the Dao, devoting every mind and spirit to opposing foes within and without. Hongjun's will and influence had been reduced to a minimum. The heavenly Dao had returned to its absolute rationality and impartial instinct. To the Dao, Qingyu was a vital celestial pillar, the cornerstone of Honghuang's stability. Naturally, the Dao would constrain him by rule to prevent any departure. And old sentiments. The Dao is supremely impartial. Where is sentiment? The Dao is heartless. Hongjun was the one with feeling. A complex emotion stirred in Qingyu's heart, then smoothed into calm. Fortunately, the contest for the Dao had long since concluded. The three powers' authority had come to rest upon Jianmu. Most of his ties to the Dao now resided there. It would no longer be easy for the heavenly Dao to lock and suppress him as before. Yet should another Daoic contest erupt, the Dao would unleash its full unreserved might. Indeed, the heavenly Dao is supremely impartial, treating all alike. Only thus is it a proper Dao. Qingyu returned to the Shintian realm. The 21st-grade creation Qing Lotus turned slowly as boundless creative vigor diffused. Qingyu withdrew the Shirshan spear from the Chenquin cauldron. Though temporarily suppressed by the cauldron's qi, the spear's innate malice still stilled the surrounding space and withered nearby vegetation. A weapon of malevolent qi does not accord with my Dao. Yet entrusted to me, I must serve faithfully. Qingyu lifted a hand and placed the Shirshan spear gently beneath the Qing Lotus. In an instant, the murderous black gas and the lotus creative azure light collided and braided violently. The black like a demon dragon seeking to taint and devour the azure, the blue gentle and resilient as spring rain, threading through and purifying the overwhelming malice. After a tense stalemate aided by the Shentian realm's world momentum and Jianmu's life force, the creator blue light gradually prevailed, pressing the Shirshan spear and the lingering thread of Luo House demonic thought deeper into the lotus heart. The azure enclosed like a cocoon, wrapping it tightly. The Shirshan spear trembled, then fell still. Having dealt with the spear, Qingyu produced in his palm a swirl of innate water spirit qi, the very origin of the Pan Tao tree. Of Honghuang's 10 primal spiritual roots, Qing Yu had now acquired 7 origins. The remaining ones he had yet to comprehend were the Wind and Thunder Immortal Apricot, the Bodhi Tree, and the Fusang God Tree upon the Sun Star. As for Yang Mei, though his true form was the hollow Yang Lu of Hundan, he never truly took root in Honghuang, nor nurtured its sentient life, and therefore is not counted among them. Qing Yu once again entered seclusion, and after several Yuan meetings had passed, he continuously drew upon the energies of Huang Zhongli and the innate Hu Lu Vine. With the rise of the world's fundamental source accumulated over millions of years, it was now the perfect time for transformation and tribulation. Since his transformation upheld the heavens, he had continuously nurtured himself with his own Dao, rhythm, the vitality of the world tree, and the boundless fortune of the primordial wooden path. Now, after the accumulation of millions of years, the origin accumulated by these 2 innate roots had become perfect and flawless, marking the best moment for their emergence into the world. The time has come. Qing Yu opened his eyes and raised his hand in a beckoning gesture. In the eastern wilderness, within an inconspicuous cave on a spiritual mountain, a green treasure banner burst forth from the earth, sensing its master's call, transforming into a streak of flowing light, descending into the Shen-Tian realm and hovering before Qing Yu. This was the Qinglian Baos banner which Qing Yu had placed in the wilderness to set up the 5 directions chaos grand formation. Now the flag's surface was lush and dripping with color, adorned with intricate Dao patterns emanating vast and majestic wooden path fortune and boundless vitality of sentient beings. Nurtured for countless ages by the thoughts of all living beings in the endless wooden path of the wilderness, it had long surpassed the category of an ordinary top-grade innate spiritual treasure, becoming a symbol and vessel of the wooden path fortune of the wilderness. In conjunction with the Shen-Tian realm's Xuanmu staff, one representing the treasure of wooden path fortune, and the other the treasure of Shen-Tian suppression, both were endowed with the essence of countless living beings. Qing Yu grasped the flagpole and gently waved it. The flag unfurled, and the ethereal image of the long river of the wooden path instantly manifested behind him. The river surged with might, and its Dao rhythm was grand. It represented the manifestation of all grass and tree spirits, the sentient beings of the wood element. At the end of the river stood only the solitary figure of Qing Yu dressed in green. He was the source of the wooden path, the ancestor of all trees. However, just as the ethereal image of the wooden path long river was about to solidify, completely drawing forth the energies of Huang Zhongli and the Hu Lu Vine to manifest in the river, the undeniable will of the heavenly Dao descended with a thunderous force, like an invisible giant hand that forcefully pressed down on the manifesting ethereal image of the wooden path long river. The heavenly Dao warned, "The origin cannot be moved lightly." The long river of the wooden path was a manifestation of the great Dao of the wilderness, containing a portion of the world's origin. The heavenly Dao, now returning to its primal instincts, prioritized stability and rules as its foremost duties. Manifesting the origin and drawing forth energies could potentially stir the fluctuations of the great Dao. In its view, this was an unstable factor that must be suppressed. It was precisely for this reason that Hong Jun had passed down the 3 corpses method. Aside from Qing Yu, who had walked the path of the wooden Dao, no one else could utilize it. Even now Dong Wanggong could not self-destruct the long river. Qing Yu paused, sensing the rigid mechanical will of the heavenly Dao, and couldn't help but smile wryly. How the times have changed since the nth Yuan meeting of Hong Jun. He shook his head inwardly. The current heavenly Dao shows no mercy at all. It is truly difficult to reason with it. In the past, when Hong Jun was present, he performed such acts of drawing upon the origins of the wilderness and manifesting the great Dao with some resistance, but he was never met with such harsh and domineering suppression. Now the heavenly Dao was impartial yet also cold. But he was well prepared. With another wave of the flag this time, he drew upon the earthly Dao instead. Deep within the earth, the will that nurtures all things and sustains all beings awakened. This was the earthly Dao which, unlike the cold rationality of the heavenly Dao, possessed a more gentle will. Upon sensing Qingjia's call, it immediately responded, especially upon sensing the energies of Huang Zhongli and the Hu Lu Vine wanting to take root deep within the earth. The earthly Dao conveyed an unreserved sense of warmth and acceptance. The wooden path arises from the earth, grows in the earth, and should naturally return to the earth. Qing Yu communicated with the earthly Dao. These two, wishing to transform, must enter the earthly Dao, gain its protection, and also nurture the earthly Dao. The will of the earthly Dao readily agreed, actively transmitting a force of attraction. Good. Qing Yu nodded, and the Qinglian Baos banner shone brightly, no longer forcing the manifestation of the long river of the wooden path. Instead, it communicated with the earthly Dao, using the earthly Dao as a bridge and the earth as a vein, guiding the energies of Huang Zhongli and the innate Hu Lu Vine into the circulation of the earthly Dao. Deep within the vast wilderness, 2 long sleeping sources of innate roots awakened simultaneously under the attraction of the earthly Daos power and the guidance of Qingjia's wooden path power. The immense life essence and the Dao rhythm surged into the sky yet were enveloped by the power of the earthly Dao, causing no disturbance to the heavenly Dao and slowly merging into the long river of the earthly Daos origin. At this moment all wooden path beings in the wilderness, regardless of their cultivation level, or where they were located, felt a tremor in their hearts. They saw it in the ethereal image of the wooden path long river that existed in their perception, faith, and bloodlines. Only the solitary and towering blue figure of the wooden ancestor Qingyu stood at the source. However, at this moment, slightly behind that blue figure, two new figures materialized, transforming from ethereal to solid. One figure, clad in a bright yellow Dao robe, had a stout face and exuded a calm and balanced energy embodying the essence of earth, was none other than Huang Zhongli. The other figure was a woman in a dark skirt, exuding a loving aura surrounded by the mysterious energies of creation, indeed the innate Hulu vine. With Qingyu in solitary prominence and Huang in dark attire standing by, the configuration of the long river of the wooden path quietly changed in this moment, transforming from Qingjia's sole supremacy to a master with two attendants standing together. This was not a division of power but a symbol of the flourishing and prosperous fortune of the wooden path, signifying that the source of the wooden path was more profound and the system more complete. From another perspective, the 10 major innate roots within the wilderness could be said to be the beginning of the wooden path, with Jianmu being the most respected and Qingyu as its elder brother. The fortune of the wooden path stirred slightly within the hearts and minds of all wooden path beings, and the fortune unexpectedly thickened by 3 parts in an imperceptible manner. The space rippled slightly as the yellow and dark figures simultaneously transitioned from ethereal to solid, appearing before Qingyu. The man had a stout face wearing a bright yellow Dao robe, and his aura was dense and heavy, with the essence of earth perfectly merging with the vitality of wood. The woman was graceful, clad in a dark skirt with an ethereal and gentle quality, her essence circulating 8 different Dao rhythms. As the two manifested, their energies harmonized, already possessing the cultivation level of a latestage de Luo Jin Xian, which according to the primordial law corresponded to the 9th heaven of de Luo. The two exchanged glances and bowed respectfully to the seated Qingyu, their voices filled with affection. Huang Zhongli and Hulu Vine pay their respects to elder brother. Thank you, elder brother, for your protection and enlightenment. Qingyu felt the pure and immense origins and Dao rhythm emanating from them and revealed a hint of satisfaction, nodding in acknowledgement. Good. I can't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the treatment for those born later is quite good, having an elder brother like me with the fortune of Jianmu, the power of the long river of the wooden path, and the protection of the earthly Dao. Continuous nurturing over countless years, their transformation had reached the late stage of de Luo with a solid foundation. Thinking back to those years when he barely grasped the Dao fruit at the end of the divine and demonic era and transformed directly without the guidance of predecessors, it truly was a rugged path incomparable to the present. You too have such cultivation upon transformation with a solid foundation and naturally flowing Dao rhythm, which is already remarkable, Qing, you said gently. Moreover, your origins have yet to fully manifest and your potential is limitless. Now that you've transformed, you still need to solidify your foundation. Qingyu pondered briefly and said, Duguang is the core of Jianmu's root system, the most concentrated place of the current wooden path fortune. You too can go there to consolidate your cultivation with the fortune and abundant vitality of Jianmu to comprehend the wooden path. Once your cultivation is fully stabilized, you may return to the Shen-Tian realm to find me. As for your future Dao path, whether to follow the method of the 3 corpses or the path of primordial unity, it will be for you two to decide. Huang Zhongli and Hulu Vine, now in the form of a man and woman, respectfully replied, We shall diligently follow elder brother's teachings. By the way, Qing, you recalled something and asked, Do you two have names? The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. The yellow-robed man said, Since our inception we have only had our original titles with no formal names. If elder brother does not mind, please bestow a name upon us. Qingyu pondered for a moment, looking at their energies, and spoke. Huang Zhongli, you are transformed from the essence of earth, embodying the quality of moderation and balance. Huang, indeed, thus let us call you Shenjinzi. How does that sound? Hulu Vine, you are an innate root of creation. Although you have inherited the 7 Dao of chaos, you are pure in form and are not tainted by them, so let us call you Su Miao. How does that sound? Shenjinzi and Su Miao, thank you for bestowing names upon us. The two bowed again, their faces filled with joy. Having names meant they had truly emerged into the world. Good. You two should leave some remnants of your original bodies. I will refine a treasure for your protection, thus fulfilling the bond of this countless yuan meetings for protecting the Dao. Thank you, elder brother. Huang Zhongli and Hulu Vine each forced out a small segment of their original branches and respectfully presented them. Though these branches were separated from their bodies, they remained vibrant with Dao rhythms flowing. Qingyu waved his hand to collect them. You may go now. Also, please help me look after the Jianmu's original body. Yes, elder brother. We shall proceed to Duguang now. Xianjinzi and Su Miao bowed, once more their figures transforming into streaks of yellow and dark light, flying out of the Xiantian realm heading straight for the center of the wilderness Duguang. Watching them depart, Qingyu tossed their original branch segments into the Chengkuan cauldron and began the refining process. With his current realm and refining skills, supplemented by Jianmu's branches, and the original sources of the Xiantian realm, crafting suitable protective and training treasures for the two latest stage Deluo was not a difficult task. During the time Qingyu comprehended the transformation of Huang Zhongli, and Hu Lu Vine the suppression of the 12 ancestors of sorcery and Di Jun by the Hongjun Dao ancestor, had long ended with the passage of time. Having lost the looming mountain above them, the 12 ancestors finally confirmed two pieces of news from some captured remnants of powerful beings. First, the Hongjun Dao ancestor had united with the heavenly Dao and would not emerge unless a great tribulation occurred. Second, the wooden ancestor Qingyu had not shown himself since merging with the Dao. A flame of ecstasy and ambition ignited instantly in the hearts of the 12 ancestors. They had no further concerns and immediately resumed their old ways, crazily expanding and reproducing the witch clan. The normal cycle of wilderness beings involved life and death, with natural enemies and resource limitations maintaining a relatively stable dynamic balance. However, the witch clan was different. They were born from the blood of Pangu and the filth of the earth, not cultivating their spirits, not absorbing spiritual energy, but honing their physical bodies and consuming blood essence. As long as the ancestors were willing to expend blood essence and divine power, they could mass-produce new witches. Though they could combine to nurture, for the ancestors having more clansmen was naturally better, as the earth, the father god, should be inhabited by the descendants of Pangu. Thus, under the full force of the 12 ancestors, increasingly more witches surged forth like bamboo shoots after rain across the wilderness. Their numbers exploded exponentially. To ensure the survival of this explosive population, all 12 ancestors mobilized, using their absolute strength of latest-stage Quasi-Saint to sweep across the lands, plundering all resources. The witch clan did not engage in production or cultivate ethics. Wherever they passed, they consumed blood essence, plundered spiritual objects, and occupied blessed lands. Now the 12 ancestors were all invincible in physical form with a robust origin. Together, they could deploy the great heavenly god-killing formation, summoning the true shadow of Pangu, sweeping through the wilderness with almost no resistance. To ensure the survival of their clan, all 12 ancestors joined forces, and the 12 latest-stage Quasi-Saints were now invincible throughout the wilderness. With their powerful origins and supreme bodies, they directly tore a gap in the dominance of the Dong Wanggong's Celestial Alliance over the eastern and western lands, ripping apart half of the territory originally occupied by the Celestial Alliance. Now, the Celestial Alliance barely relied on the Five Directions Chaos Grand Formation to defend the territory east of the Zhou Mountain. As for the western lands, they were blocked by the Zhou Mountain, leaving no room for concern. More and more beings from the west wished to travel east, but they were firmly blocked by Zhou Mountain. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu defended the core area of the Celestial Alliance like a fortress. Even after numerous fierce attacks from the 12 ancestors, attempts to capture the east were in vain, and they returned empty-handed. Humph! This tortoise shell. Di Jiang's face darkened. The strong attacks were fruitless and the losses were too great. If we cannot bite into the east, let us head west. Indeed. Gong Gong roared. We can't let our boys go hungry. True. Zhu Rong's eyes glinted with ferocity. Although the west is a bit barren, the earth veins are relatively stable, and the spiritual energy is sufficient to sustain my witch clan's offspring. Moreover, there is no damned chaos grand formation there. The ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Thus, the massive tide of the witch clan under the leadership of the 12 ancestors redirected their spearheads, surging towards the west like a black tidal wave. The Zhou Mountain, this pillar supporting the heavens, had now become an insurmountable chasm between the east. The efficiency of the three immortal islands in converting spiritual energy, coupled with the innate spiritual energy emitted by Jianmu, was sufficient to easily support the survival and cultivation of 80% of the ordinary beings in the wilderness. However, the beings from the west could not come over. Zhou Mountain, as a natural barrier for the witch clan, blocked the paths for the majority of western beings to migrate east. Thus, under the pressure of the witch clan's military might and resource, plundering countless beings from the west fell into despair. Some sought a path of survival towards the westernmost land, where the sun sets, praying that the sun that had illuminated them since their birth could provide them with a sliver of hope, while others surged towards the only pure land in the west, Mount Shumi. For their three latest-stage Quasi-Saints, who had once listened to the Dao in the Zhixiao Palace, protected the beings Jane Juanti and Hong Yun. Yet, at this moment, Mount Shumi was already surrounded by the witch clan's army. The 12 latest-stage Quasi-Saints led hundreds of millions of witch warriors encircling Mount Shumi tightly. Killing intent soared into the sky, the aura of blood filled the air, and the phantom of the great heavenly god-killing formation flickered ominously in the sky, the terrifying pressure causing the entire western land to tremble. Jian's face displayed sorrow as endless radiance erupted around him, transforming into a golden light shield that enveloped Mount Shumi. Zhuanti held the 7 treasures mysterious tree, his expression extremely grave. Hongyun, with red sands swirling above him, also furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with worry. Outside the mountain, Dijiang's cold laughter penetrated the formation. Jane Zhuanti Hongyun, surrender the spiritual vein nodes of the west, and open Mount Shumi, allowing my witch clan's offspring to settle in. Otherwise today I will break your mountain gates and slay you just right to replenish the vitality of my offspring. Jane sighed deeply. Zundi's expression remained serious, while Hongyun gripped his gourd tightly. Hongyun, you should leave quickly. This matter has nothing to do with you now, Zhuanti said to Hongyun. Originally the 2 brothers invited Hongyun to join them in Mount Shumi when they saw the last trace of purple qi fall into Hongyun's hands, hoping to protect him from those coveting his presence. However, they never expected the ancestors to arrive first. Why do you say such things, my friend? This is a time of peril and survival. How can I leave alone and turn a blind eye? If so, what right do I have to call myself Hongyun? Upon hearing that Zhuanti urged him to leave first, Hongyun's brows furrowed tightly, and he repeatedly shook his head in refutation, his face full of disagreement. My friend, this danger is far from ordinary. The Taoist Jie Yin's expression grew even more sorrowful as he added in a low voice, it is incomparable to the minor disputes you have encountered among cultivators in the past. The Wuzhou clan is brutal and their malice is soaring high. Coupled with their overwhelming numbers, it is truly a matter of life and death. During these years spent wandering on Mount Shumi, Jie Yin and Zhuanti had long understood his approach of reconciling with others and resolving karma. They knew well that although this good-natured person had a sincere temperament, he also carried a hint of naivety, being somewhat out of touch with worldly affairs. Although he had severed his 2 corpses and achieved great cultivation, his heart remained like that of a child, often entangled in karma due to his joy in helping others. Each time it was either Jie Yin or Zhuanti who quietly followed behind, cleaning up the aftermath and truly resolving those troubles. Now faced with the tidal wave of the Wuzhou army outside the mountain, Jie Yin and Zhuanti exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity and a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Friend Hongyun has a good heart, but his actions do leave one worried. With one more person, there is one more strength. Surely you both know this principle. Hongyun stated seriously as the red glow from the scattered soul bag above his head flickered. To flee at the critical moment is not the action of a wise person. If I leave with just the 2 of you, how can you withstand the 12 ferocious ancestors? With me here, even if we are outmatched, relying on my unparalleled escape techniques, it would not be difficult to lead you both away safely. How could those 12 brutes, who only know brute force, catch up to my Hongxiao escape light? Hearing Hongyun's well-reasoned analysis, Jie Yin and Zhuanti were momentarily speechless. They were not fools and naturally understood that they could not win. Leaving Hongyun might indeed increase their combat strength. His red sand and escape techniques were truly profound, and he could absolutely take them away. However, this calamity stems from the Wuzhou clan wanting the entire West, the ancestral vein of the West beneath their feet, Mount Shumi. As brothers, they are the masters of the West, bearing the fortune of the West, and enjoying the nourishment of the ancestral vein already intertwined with the fate of the West. Below the mountain are countless beings of the West praying for protection. If they leave, the last shred of hope for the West will be completely extinguished. What remains of their Tao heart and what remains of their fortune. Thus there is no way out this time. They must hold their ground, either one of you dies or I will live. Jie Yin and Zhuanti exchanged glances once more and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. This is the flaw in friend Hongyun's Tao. He cultivates the path of the mundane and should originate from all sentient beings. Yet because he is like the red clouds falling from the sky onto the wilderness, seemingly brilliant and approachable, he is in fact aloof and untouched by the dust. He can see the superficial aspects of the mundane but struggles to glimpse the intricate karma and unavoidable hardships within. Clouds, after all, are ethereal and formless, difficult to truly take root. This is also the source of his frequent unexpected actions. Now, with powerful enemies surrounding them, it seems there is no time to slowly guide him to rectify this slight deficiency on his path. Humph! Have the 3 turtles inside reached a consensus? Are they also planning to learn from the East King and hide in the Grand Formation for a lifetime like a turtle? Zhu Rong's furious voice boomed like thunder echoing outside the mountain, accompanied by the dull sound of fists striking the Grand Formation. Hand over Mount Shumi, open the spiritual veins, and spare your lives. Otherwise, once we break this turtle shell, we will surely refine you into blood food to nourish our clan's young. Seeing that there was still no response from within the mountain, the 12 ancestors' patience was exhausted. 12 earth-shattering roars echoed simultaneously, shaking the heavens. The true forms of the malevolent ancestors manifested directly. Each one towered at 10,000 feet, exuding a terrifying aura of savagery and brutality capable of tearing the heavens and the earth apart. The 12 true forms of the ancestors simultaneously swung their colossal fists and claws, wielding terrifying power that could shred space, and struck fiercely towards the protective grand formation of Mount Shumi. Boom! The entire Mount Shumi violently trembled, the surface of the mountain flashing with chaotic golden light. The protective grand formation emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable strain, flickering uncertainly, as if it would completely shatter in the next moment. At that moment, a long voice resounded. Amitabha, esteemed friends, please hold your hand. Limitless golden light burst forth from the depths of Mount Shumi, and a phantom of the 12-petal merit golden lotus slowly emerged, its petals unfurling, showering endless peaceful golden light, merging with the protective grand formation, temporarily stabilizing the trembling mountain. In the golden light, the figures of Jia-yin, Zhuan-Ti, and Hong-Yun emerged, directly facing the 12 figures. Upon seeing them, Jia-yin and Zhuan-Ti's expressions changed drastically. They clearly felt the overwhelming malice emanating from the 12 ancestors before them, which was almost tangible, nearly turning into a sea of blood. And there was the karma that was still being neutralized. This malice! Zhuan-Ti exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had witnessed the devastation wrought by the demon ancestor Luoho while hiding in the West with his brother. The horrific malice accumulated from the slaughter of countless beings in the West by Luoho was still fresh in his memory. Yet before him, the malice coiling around only 4 ancestors could actually be compared to that of Luoho back then. With 12 ancestors combined, the total malice now likely exceeds 3 times that of Luoho. Luoho had nearly wiped out the entire West, resulting in such terrifying malice, although a large part was used to refine the 4 swords of extermination. But as the master of the demonic path, the destroyer, only such immense malice could be amassed. Where did these ancestors obtain such a vast amount of malice? Jia-yin and Zhuan-Ti exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They absolutely cannot allow the ancestors to occupy the West now. The current ancestors already possess overwhelming malice. If they let them regard the myriad beings of the West as livestock for slaughter, the accumulated malice would be terrifying beyond measure. Coupled with that great formation of summoning the true body of Pangu, who could possibly contend within the wilderness. Friend Hong-Yun, Jia-yin's voice directly transmitted to Hong-Yun, carrying an unprecedented seriousness. These 12 fierce deities have already formed a climate their malice is invading. Although we do not know how it affects their intellect, they must not be allowed to occupy the West, or the consequences will be endless. I, as a poor monk, and my junior brother will fight to the death to hold Mount Shumi, to fight for a glimmer of hope for the beings of the West. You must hurry to Kunlun Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple, Fengxi Mountain, and other places to seek the Sanqing Zenyuanzi Nuwa and other esteemed friends, and report the situation here truthfully, especially to emphasize the abnormal malice of the ancestors. This concerns the safety of all beings in the wilderness, not merely a matter of the West. Go quickly. Upon hearing this, Hong-Yun's face revealed struggle and hesitation. He feared that this was merely a pretext from Jia-yin and Zhuan-Ti to ensure his safe departure. Seeing this, Zhuan-Ti immediately understood Hong-Yun's thoughts. Having spent so long together, he knew this old friend too well. Although he seemed carefree, he was actually deeply emotional. He immediately raised the 7 treasures Miao tree, his expression solemn. Heavenly Dao above. Having spent this much time together, Zhuan-Ti already knew that as soon as Hong-Yun heard the oath of the Heavenly Dao, he would immediately believe it. Before Zhuan-Ti could say the next sentence, Hong-Yun immediately believed him and transformed into a red cloud to depart. Rest assured, esteemed friends, Hong-Yun will not fail his mission. Ignoring the spatial obstacles, he slipped through the cracks and hastened towards the eastern horizon. Trying to leave, a silver flash ignited in Di Jiang's eyes as spatial power erupted. A layer upon layer of spatial force surged to seal off that crimson mist. Yet the radiance formed from the red clouds was unervingly nimble, seeming formless as it slid through seams of space. Di Jiang's spatial divine art, capable of imprisoning a quasi-saint, could not so much as touch a wisp of it. Another coward, although he flees swiftly. Di Jiang's face darkened and he snorted. He abandoned pursuit of the retreating red cloud, and eyes of flame locked onto Jane and Zhuan-Ti. Kill. Crush Shumi Mountain. The 12 Zuwu in their true forms roared murderous chi, merging into a sky-darkening pall, as they surged again toward Jane and Zhuan-Ti. This time they spared no restraint. They intended to break through the mountain gates in one fell stroke. Jane and Zhuan-Ti's faces grew exceedingly grave. A golden wheel of merit blossomed behind Jane. His sacred banner, suspended above Zhuan-Ti, displayed a 24-headed, 18-armed golden form, each hand bearing a different implement. They shouted in unison, and 2 figures burst forth above their heads. Those were their severed benevolent and malevolent corpses. For 3 corpse avatars, each with early quasi-saint cultivation, surged to confront a Zuwu apiece. 6 pairs against 12. Yet the disparity was vast. The Zuo's flesh was overwhelmingly formidable, their primordial roots abundant, and their murderous chi fiercely corroded arcane arts. Although Jane and Zhuan, his three-corpse avatars, employed subtle arts, their cultivation could not equal their originals, and their treasures were not supreme. In mere exchanges they were blasted by sheer might until their radiance dimmed and their spiritual forms nearly ruptured. PFT. Both Jane and Zhuan spat a mouthful of pale golden blood, their breaths sagging. Their three-corpse avatars were grievously wounded and collapsed back into their originals, their primordial roots damaged. Without the heavenly Daos additional sustenance, the three-corpse avatars they severed could not possess power equal to the originals like Hongjun Daozu. To momentarily restrain foes was already the utmost they could achieve. Senior brother. Zhuan steadied the teetering Jane, a flash of resolute determination in his eyes. They must not flee. Behind them lay the Western ancestral vein, the last hope of countless sentient lives. There is no other way. Jane wiped the golden blood from his mouth. Sorrow hardened into resolve. The two pressed hand seals and chanted true words, entwining their power completely with the Western land's ancestral vein. Western ancestral vein, Shumi spirit mountain earth, that births all things, bear compassion. As the grand chant of mercy echoed through the west, Shumi mountain trembled violently. Endless golden dharma seals surfaced upon the mountain's surface and fused with the vast force of the earth's lay. They became a colossal golden dome spanning millions of miles, firmly sheltering Shumi mountain and its surroundings. A moral bondage, great formation. Know the Shumi spirit mountain earthborn formation rise. Jane intoned, his face even more pained. This array was created by Jane and Zhuan in concert with the Western ancestral vein. In the old Honghuang calamity, many exalted ones used similar methods termed moral bondage, intended to deter attackers by fear of karmic retribution. The idea was sound, but the foes before them today were 12 Zuwu, who cared nothing for morality, who had no cultivated primordial spirit, and who feared no karma. Zuwu were not like those of the three clans. Those who relied on fortune to prove the Tao and thus harbored a deep dread of cause and effect. So such bondage once left them powerless. But today's Zuwu declared, "Sorry, we have no morals." The 12 Zuwu's ferocious assault fell on the golden dome like a downpour. The shield rippled violently, diverting most of the attack downward into the broad Western ancestral vein. Control your force. Do not utterly ruin the earth's lay. This will be our territory later. Di Jiang, though enraged, kept his wits and loudly warned the other Zuwu. Nevertheless, even restrained blows from 12 latest-stage quasi-saint Zuwu were no trifling matter. The western land wailed, the lay trembled. Countless spirit mountains, shattered rivers shifted course, and spiritual potential dissipated. The heavenly Tao stirred and the earth's way convulsed. Boundless ink-black karmic force surged from the void like a tide and coiled toward the 12 Zuwu assailing the vein. Some of that force also wrapped around Jane and Zhuan, who had entwined themselves with the earth's vein for protection. This was the price of the formation. If the invokers remained unharmed, attackers might fear karmic consequence and desist, yielding no aftermath. But if one met unreasonable aggression and struck the lay outright, then the invokers themselves would be burdened with. When the overwhelming karma fell upon the 12 Zuwu, a pale golden glow flowed across them, astonishingly dispelling most of the karmic force that might otherwise have felled a Deluo golden immortal or grievously harmed a quasi-saint's Tao. Only a sliver of karma remained, and it seemed to little affect the Zuwu's mighty bodies and surging blood force. By contrast, Jane and Zhuan were bowed, as if beneath an ancient divine mountain. Both grew ashen. They felt their Tao and cultivation being ground away by the karma. Their golden bodies dimmed and their breaths fell. Senior brother, Zhuan murmured, blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked to Jane. Jian's face was like beaten gold, yet he held the seal's sorrow tempered into iron resolve. Hold fast. Hongyun will bring aid. These Zuwu are not as they should be. The Zuwu faced with the endless damage-diverting vein were maddened. Big brother, if this goes on, who knows how long we'll be striking this lay. Our sons are still starving. Zhu Juyan's chronal eyes flickered, his voice was grim. We shall cleave this turtle shell and the vein together. Rather than letting the lay be broken piece by piece, better to split it cleanly in two. Second brother speaks true. Split it open. The other Zuwu, long impatient, readily agreed. Though the karmic force had been largely dissipated by the mysterious golden light, its residue, and their mounting fury, made them thirst only to annihilate everything before them. Di Jiang watched the wavering, yet unbroken golden dome ferocity swelling in his eyes. Very well, he bellowed. Form the 12 capital heavens Godsha array, and let these shaved monks and this broken lay behold the might of our father's sky-opening power. The 12 Zuwu howled to the sky and ceased, holding back. Their forms moved along the ordained trajectories as overwhelming murderous chi and torrential blood energy surged upward. Capital heaven Godsha gather. Pangu true form coalesce. A colossal spectral giant suffused with the terror of returning to chaos slowly took shape amid the boundless chi and blood. In its hands a phantom great axe that could cleave chaos manifested. Even the suggestion of that axe sent shivers through the west and across the primordial wilds. Pangus's true-form specter reappeared in the primal wilderness. Open! The silent roar of the apparition accompanied the solidifying great axe, an instrument that severed causality. The mixed origin might that cleaves chaos descended upon the formation linked to the endless vein upon the shielded Shumi mountain, upon the sprawling western ancestral vein with merciless intent. Where the great axe past space was annihilated inch by inch, time staggered and froze and cosmic laws wailed and snapped. Initially the Zhuwu meant merely to nick the vein, to open a slit and break the cursed shell. At the instant the axe fell, all the Zhuwu distinctly felt the fortune they had seized from Dongwang Gong and absorbed quake and slip away. A segment of that fortune flowed off toward the sunset. Bastards! The loss of that fortune ignited every Zhuwu's wrath. Fortune is a clan's root, and its sudden diversion meant foul play. Seizing upon their distraction, someone had siphoned fortune. In their fury, the Zhuwu's force unconsciously intensified. The Panguax's radiance flared and its power swelled. Just as the blade neared the point where the golden dome met the vein, an intense concentrated murderous chi rose from the western vein and lightly at the axe's flank gave a small push. The shove was slight, yet it altered the blade's angle and point of impact by an infinitesimal degree. With Pangus's terrifying force behind it, that tiniest deviation produced a momentous result. Crack! A sound so crystalline and absolute rang throughout the west and across half the primordial will. Zenyuanzi, nearest the west, upon receiving Hongyan's plea hurried toward Shumi mountain. When he arrived, he saw a colossal axe had already struck the western ancestral vein. Upon the haft there was not only Pangus's hand but the hand of murderous chi. When the Zhuwu realized something was wrong and tried to withdraw, a force pushed again and the blade descended. Before the stunned gazes of Jane Juanti and Zenyuanzi, Shumi mountain shattered, and with it the lay that sustained it. The western ancestral vein was broken. Pangus's axe plunged mixed origin might into the vein, its destructive power far surpassing Luo Ho of old. Endless karmic force lashed at the Zhuwu until the golden light that cloaked them was entirely worn away. As the divine merit of the ancestral, which bestowed by the remnants of Pangu, clashed violently with the overwhelming karma brought about by the destruction of the western ley lines, the faint golden light that protected them from the invasion of karma completely dissipated. The merit of opening the heavens granted by the great god Pangu encompassed all things containing the profound mysteries of creation and the boundless utility of this divine blessing. In theory, nothing could be destroyed, no tribulation could be eradicated, for it was the ultimate protective power of the primordial chaos. With this merit, the witch clan and ancestral witches, regardless of past sins or the causality they invoked, as long as they did not defy the fundamental principles of heaven and earth, would remain unscathed by karmic backlash, enjoying prolonged fortune. However, today, with a single axe, the ancestral, which shattered not only the Mount Shumi but also the core hub of the western ancestral vein, the very essence of the operation of the entire western land. As the giant axe fell, the chaotic force ran rampant. The western ancestral vein shattered with a sound, breaking apart like glass, as the terror of destruction spread through the ley line network like a plague. Across the entire western land, large sections of the ley lines fractured in a chain reaction, beginning to dry up. Spiritual mountains collapsed, rivers surged backward, and the spiritual essence spilled forth like a flood breaching its banks. With the ancestral vein destroyed, the remaining relatively intact ley lines, having lost their central hub, could no longer circulate the earthly energy destined to gradually wither. The ancestral, which was indeed transformed from the essence of Pangus's blood, but all things in this primordial land, mountains, rivers, plants, and creatures, were also born from the body of the great god Pangu. When the merit of opening the heavens descended, it benefited all creations in the primordial world. The countless beings in the west, with their endless ley lines, received a meager portion of this merit, yet together they accumulated like sand into towers merging into the sea. At this moment, the entire western land was burdened with the backlash of nearly half of the heavenly merit derived from Pangus's legacy. Along with the wrath of the heavenly path and the lament of the earthly path, boundless karma surged forth, transforming into a destructive torrent, simultaneously crashing down upon the 12 ancestral witches. This was no ordinary karmic backlash. It was the wrath of heaven and earth, a collision of the same merit of opening the heavens. Are you ancestral witches descendants of Pangu? Yet we are not manifestations of the great god Pangu. Endless karma enveloped them, and without the protection of merit, it was as if a red-hot iron were dropped into. In the instant, the merit dissipated. The terrifying karma that had long been held back and suppressed surged forth without obstruction like countless venomous serpents, violently penetrating the 12 ancestral witches. Chong Liang's body was engulfed in chaotic lightning, the electric snakes rebounding upon him. Zhu Rong's flames flickered ominously, threatening to extinguish. The turbid waves controlled by Gonggong became foul and rancid, and Di Jiang's spatial power twisted uncontrollably, tearing apart his own flesh. The 12 ancestral witches simultaneously let out a roar, their towering true forms collapsing at a visibly rapid pace, with many unable to maintain their true forms. Each of their faces turned as pale as paper, their energies depleted to the extreme, tightly ensnared by the thick, inescapable black karma that continuously eroded them. The phantom of Pangu's true form shattered in the instant the merit dissipated and the 12 heavenly gods' formation disintegrated. At the convergence of the 3,000 paths of the heavenly way, dark clouds roiled, thunder concealed within the eye of heaven flickering in and out of sight, and the terrifying pressure locked onto the 12 ancestral witches, ready to unleash a world-ending divine punishment at any moment. At the moment, the merit on the ancestral, which completely dissipated the Taoist sages of Taiching, Yuqing, and Shangqing, who were meditating on the great Dao, suddenly trembled, their brows furrowing tightly. A wave of filth carrying the endless whales and shattered karmic torrents of the western land surged along the unseen bloodline connection shared by the descendants of Pangu rushing toward Kunlun Mountain. They wished to share the burden of this cataclysmic sin. Taiching reacted first, letting out a cold snort, and the phantom of the exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth flickered above his head, releasing strands of mysterious yellow energy to protect himself. Simultaneously, he lightly flicked the Tai whisk in his hand, and 3,000 silver threads swept through the void, severing the connection. Yuqing's expression turned grim as the 3 treasures in his hand radiated a pure light, pointing at the void before him, severing it. A flash of sword light flickered in Shangqing's eyes. The Qingping sword on his back remained sheathed, yet an invisible sword intent surged into the sky, intercepting the oncoming force. The 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures simultaneously activated their own Dao rhythms, and the merit of opening the heavens' rotating causality to trace back to the source. With a soft sound, the threads of causality that had existed since the dawn of creation were forcibly severed. The overwhelming torrent of karma lost its target, swirling outside Kunlun Mountain, before slowly dissipating, only to return and seek the ancestral witches once more. Ha! The 3 pure ones simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, yet their expressions were far from pleasant, especially Yuanshi Tianzuan. He gazed at the 12 ancestral witches shrouded in murderous aura, and entwined with karma in the west, his eyes void of any kinship, filled only with deep disdain and contempt. To be tainted by the murderous aura is not the fault of the ancestral witches. Rather, it is an act of resolving the murderous aura for the primordial world. Though there is causality, it can still be deemed as merit. Yuanshi's voice was cold, resonating throughout the Jade Void Palace. However, they do not seek to restrain themselves to purify their aura, to expel the murderous energy, but actively embrace it, refining their bodies with it, acting ever more violently. Truly foolish and self-destructive. Had I known this would happen, it would have been better to let the celestial ancestors suppress them completely back then, rather than today's cataclysm tarnishing the reputation of our divine father. Such behavior is unworthy of being descendants of Pangu. Yuanshi's final words were resolute, marking a definitive break from the witch clan. In the east, before the Celestial Alliance's army, the Eastern King and the Western Queen, leading the group of immortals preparing to aid the West, naturally understood the principle of mutual destruction. If the ancestral witches were to conquer the West, then the East would be next, and at this moment both of them and the formidable forces of the Celestial Alliance behind them were utterly dumbfounded, shocked beyond measure. They also caught sight of the phantom of the giant axe of creation, felt the aura of devastation, and witnessed the apocalyptic scene of the western ancestral vein shattering, causing mountains to tremble. What are the ancestral witches doing? The elder behind the Eastern King stammered, unable to articulate his words. He knew the ancestral witches were reckless, but never expected them to be reckless enough to slash at the world which Pangu had manifested. This was no longer just recklessness. It was madness, an act of severing themselves from heaven and earth. Were they not descendants of Pangu? The Western Queen also turned pale, tightly gripping the Kunlun mirror in her hand, her knuckles turning white. She did not favor the actions of the witch clan, but never anticipated that they could commit such horrific acts, inciting the wrath of both gods and men. This was no ordinary conflict. It was a grave sin that could shake the foundations of the primordial. Among the Celestial Alliance's army, a cold figure draped in silver gauze stood quietly, the avatar of Shiha that was brought back by the Western Queen long ago. At this moment, her cold eyes were fixated on the scene of the shattered western land, where murderous aura permeated and creatures suffered. For the first time, a trace of uncontrollable anger appeared on her otherwise expressionless face, similar to Tai Ching. The flames of rage burned in her chest. Since the great calamity of the Dao and Demon, when Luo who detonated the western spiritual veins, resulting in the barrenness of the West every night, she had used the authority of the lunar goddess to expend her lunar essence to refine the imperial flow. Transforming it into sweet rain and moonlight, she silently sprinkled it over the West, nourishing the land, and enlightening the creatures watching the two in the West continuously restore the ley lines. Countless gatherings, countless efforts, had allowed this desolate land to regain a glimmer of vitality. Thus those beings who worshipped earnestly under the moonlight expressing their gratitude and absorbing the moonlight to cultivate came to be. Yet now all was in vain. With a single axe from the ancestral, which not only was the ley line shattered, but also her countless years of hard work and hopes. The myriad beings born under the nurturing of moonlight, those who bowed in reverence to the moon each night, were now howling in agony, perishing amidst the murderous aura and destruction. Flowers wilted, life ceased, the path of wood vanished. Once she was the laurel originally nurturing this land, causing the west to flourish, the path of wood prosperous, and an abundance of life, but now everything returned to zero. When truly I become enraged. Zai's words were deliberate and cold, her chest heaving violently. Having been influenced by the Western Queen, she was no longer the lunar goddess who solely focused on self-cultivation and ignored worldly affairs. She had her own sense of right and wrong in her heart. In her overwhelming fury, Shiha held nothing back. Lunar essence manifest. With a clear command, the phantom of the lunar star erupted behind her, pouring forth boundless moonlight and forcibly obscuring the sun's brilliance even in daylight. Using Qi as the guide, using fate as the sacrifice, 7 arrows of the nail. She had initially intended to directly curse Di Jiang, but sensing the immense terror emanating from him, she immediately shifted her focus, locking onto the second brother Zhu Jiuyin. This Zhu Jiuyin, who wielded control over time, held a significant position among the ancestral witches. The 7 arrows of the nail suddenly activated, but due to the hasty launch it lacked the thorough preparation that had characterized the earlier attack on the Yin-Yang Daoist, resulting in diminished power. However, with fate as the sacrifice, the impact was still earth-shattering, and Zhu Jiuyin's cultivation was not that of the half-step Honghuang Yin-Yang Daoist, but rather comparable to her own level of cultivation. Zhu Jiuyin, who was being eroded by karma, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. He felt as though his source of time and Pangu bloodline were being forcibly torn apart by an inexplicable and irresistible power. Under the horrified and furious gazes of the other 11 ancestral witches, Zhu Jiuyin's true form trembled violently. 1/3 of Pangus essence blood, and the source of time, mixed with intense malevolent energy and karma, transformed into a dark red murky bloodlight forcefully stripped from his body. At that moment the great Yin cannon fired by Tai Yin thundered down. Moonlight cleansed the world. A silver beam of light accurately enveloped the murky source of blood that had been stripped away. The moonlight instantly froze it, then with a flick it was hurled away like discarded refuse towards the eastern sea. She was even unwilling to glance at the tainted source, let alone collect it, simply tossing it into the eastern sea to be gradually washed and purified by the vast powers of water. Di Jun. If this grudge goes unavenged, I swear I will not be a witch. Attacking my kin, I will not rest until you are dead. The ancestral witches instantly erupted in fury, clearly recognizing that the attack came from the Tai Yin star. In the understanding of the ancestral witches, the Tai Yin star was inextricably linked to Di Jun. Years ago, during the vast expansion, the great formation laid down by Di Jun had harnessed the power of the Tai Yin. Moreover, they had just distinctly sensed that the fate they had seized from the Eastern King had integrated into their clan. Before the giant axe fell, a portion had inexplicably flowed away, directed towards Di Jun and his companions. With new grudges piling upon old ones, the ancestral witches naturally attributed the sneak attack and the blood feud of stripping their brother's source entirely to Di Jun. Di Jun, I will definitely kill you. Di Jiang roared skyward, his eyes filled with a crazed killing intent. Had he not been tightly bound by karma, he would have charged at Di Jun immediately. The geological veins of Mount Shumi shattered, completely, a terrifying storm of karma and spiritual energy swept in all directions. The already severely injured Jiayin and Zhuan were directly forced to spout several mouthfuls of pale golden blood from this final impact. Their aura, becoming utterly depleted, their vision blurred, they nearly fainted. How could it be like this? Jiayin's face was filled with extreme sorrow, tears of blood even flowed from his eyes. They merely wanted the ancestral witches to retreat. How did it escalate to such a catastrophic outcome? How dare the ancestral witches act like this? Senior brother, we must remedy this quickly. Though Zhuan was equally filled with sorrow and rage, he ultimately possessed a bit more decisiveness and resolve. He understood that this was not the time for sadness. The West could not truly end like this. The two exchanged glances, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Sacrifice. Jiayin and Zhuan both shouted, decisively severing their connection to a corporeal form of the 3 corpses, simultaneously shattering the innate spiritual treasure used to sever the corpses into the purest source. With my body I will stabilize my mountains and rivers. With my treasures I will mend my geological veins. 2 radiant orbs containing the essence of quasi-saint origin and innate spiritual treasure were propelled with their last strength into the core of the collapsing remnants of Mount Shumi, where spiritual energy was wildly dissipating. With the addition of Jiayin and Zhuan, 'tis origins a faint glimmer of life reignited deep within the ruins of Mount Shumi. Though weak, it ensured that the last breath of the Western ancestral vein would not extinguish. Having completed all this, Jia and Zhuan could no longer sustain themselves, their golden bodies dimmed, completely collapsing to the ground, their breaths weakened to the utmost. With their origins exhausted, their 3 corpses scattered, their cultivation plummeted. Sigh! A sigh echoed as Zhen Yuanzi's figure appeared above the ruins, looking down at the tragic scene with eyes full of compassion. He bowed his hands towards the sky. Dao brother, and then a tome flew out from his sleeve, stretching in the wind, transforming into a vast yellow light curtain that blotted out the sky. It enveloped the shattered lands of the west, temporarily stabilizing the wildly collapsing geological veins, preventing further harm. Simultaneously, he swung the Earth's sovereign whip in his hand, connecting with the power of the Earth, beginning to channel and link those geological tributaries that had not completely ruptured. 3 beams of clear light descended upon the west. Although they had already severed their karmic ties, it was ultimately a disaster caused by the descendants of Pangu, and they had come to clean up the mess. Yuqing Yuanshi remained expressionless, but his movements were not slow. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual root of the wind and thunder immortal apricot fell into a region of the west where spiritual energy still existed, beginning to take root, exuding the aura of wind and thunder to stabilize the local earth energy. Shangqing Tong Tian also snapped his fingers, sending several strands of innate sword intent, imbued with vitality and sharp metal energy into the earth, severing the malefic and chaotic spiritual energy accumulated within the geological veins. Taiqing Laozu was the most straightforward. He released the Shen seal, invoking the great Dao. Qingyu sat in the Shentian realm, mobilizing the power of the World Tree to solidify the entirety of the western lands. Luo Ho, you really chose the right place. With Luo House sponsorship, the ancestral witch's strike was perfect and precise. Even if it had been off by a fraction, it would have struck at other points connecting Mount Shumi. Relying on the connection between the roots of the World Tree and the Earth, Qingyu was confident that together with Zhen Yuanzi, they could bear the brunt of it, preventing such a chain reaction of collapse. Yet it was precisely at the core node of the western ancestral vein, the most critical point, the 7 inches, that even Qingyu and Jia, the master of Mount Shumi, were unaware of that the ancestral witches struck. Had Jia known, he would have rather perished than reveal this node. Luo Ho, the former lord of the west, understood too well where the most important and fatal points lay. With a single axe strike, it shattered the surface, precisely triggering the avalanche-like destruction of the entire western geological veins. Sigh! Life is hard. Qingyu sighed, no longer pondering, and began to gather his spirit, fully operating the roots of the World Tree. Countless azure roots exuding rich life and transformative energy spread across the shattered lands of the west, channeling the chaotic earth energy. At the same time, they transitioned the life force and earth power from the east, attempting to heal that terrifying wound. In the primordial chaos, the east and west represented the 2 extremes of yin and yang, both indispensable. With the complete destruction of the west, the entire cycle of spiritual energy in the primordial chaos would face significant issues, and the overall level of spiritual energy would permanently decline. This was no longer just a matter of the west. It concerned the stability of the entire primordial world. Nuwa and Fushi also arrived together. Nuwa, seeing the tragic state of Jia and Zhuan, frowned deeply, her eyes flashing with compassion. Nuwa lightly waved her hand, and boundless transformative energy surged from her, merging into the shattered lands of the west below, refining the soil and repairing the earth's crust. At the same time, she flicked her fingers, sending a rich essence of life infused with transformative energy into the flickering flames of life of Jia and Zhuan. So tragic. Nuwa murmured, unable to bear to watch. With their origins exhausted, their 3 corpses scattered, and their foundations nearly destroyed, this was more painful than killing them. The Eastern King and the Western Queen Mother also led a multitude of immortals to arrive. Disregarding their shock, they immediately commanded the other immortals to use their powers, continuously guiding and rescuing those remnants of the West who were fleeing in terror and despair amidst the destruction. They opened pathways to lead them to the relatively safe East for refuge. In the land of the setting sun, Tang Valley, Dijun stood atop the star-gazing platform, hands clasped behind him, his golden imperial robe billowing in the wind. He gazed at the apocalyptic scene of the West, then looked up at the bright sun and the flourishing moonlight, even overshadowing the radiance of the sun, the Taiyin star. Not only was his face devoid of anger, but it instead revealed an uncontrollable joy, his eyes shining with brilliance. Good. The moon goddess, he truly understands my grand scheme and is fully aware of the harm the witch clan poses. Now taking action in anger to heavily wound the ancestral witches is precisely what I desire. Dijun rejoiced inwardly. The time has come. The witch clan is destroying their own fortress, bound by karma, and their merits have dissipated. They have become the public enemy of the primordial world. If not now, then when? He took a deep breath and stepped off the platform, his figure appearing above Tang Valley, positioned between the sun star and the Taiyin star atop the altar that had long been prepared. Below him were 10 star gods and 8 great generals who would later be known as the demon generals. Stars of the Zhoutian, heed my command. Dijun shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the primordial world as boundless solar true fire erupted from his body. The river diagram and Luo book flew out from within him, suspended above his head, radiating infinite starry brilliance. Stars align. 365 ancient stars appeared clearly in the daytime sky, under the guidance of the river diagram and Luo book, moving along mysterious trajectories and showering infinite stellar power. Heavenly Dao above, earthly Dao below, all beings bear witness. Dijun's voice was solemn and dignified, carrying supreme authority and ambition resonating through the heavens and earth today. The witch clan, neglecting virtue, ignorant of the time's cruel and brutal slaughtering living beings, destroying the heavens and the earth, shattering my western ancestral vein, bound by karma, their merits entirely lost, have been abandoned by heaven and earth and despised by all beings. I, the sun star Dijun, mindful of the chaos of the primordial world and the suffering of all beings, wish to unite all spirits, establish order, protect the lives of the people, and restore the world. All beings of the primordial world, plants and tree spirits and monsters, flying birds and running beasts, scaled and shelled creatures, those who awaken their intelligence and do not wish to suffer the witch clan's cruelty, may all come under my command. Today Dijun's voice suddenly rose like a great bell, proclaiming to heaven and earth, the demon clan shall, with the sun star and Taiyin star as honor and the Zhoutian stars as foundation, we shall establish the supreme demon court to rule over all demons of the primordial world, acting on behalf of heaven, supervising the witch clan and protecting all beings. Demon clan establish. This was the first formal establishment of a clan in the primordial world, and the heavenly Dao naturally had to grant rewards, and they were not small rewards. But now was not the right time. The current heavenly Dao was like a fixed machine, rewarding for merits without considering the vast amount of origins being consumed to repair the geological veins, nor thinking of distributing rewards afterward. Qing Yu looked at the endless golden light at the horizon and knew that this time the merit would be considerable. Yet likewise the heavenly Dao, which consumed a lot of origin to condense merit, would undoubtedly suffer damage. Now the geological veins were still a major consumer waiting to be harvested, while he forcibly converted merit into a real machine of the heavenly Dao. Blaming the machine, the heavenly Dao could not perceive it. Qing Yu turned to look at Dijun, who stood beneath the Taiyin and sun, revealing dissatisfaction. He really knew how to pick his moments, not realizing that everyone was very busy right now, truly lacking in awareness. If the heavenly Dao collapses, who can help the West? Qing Yu snorted coldly, holding the primordial calendar in his hand, and rolled it towards the Taiyin and sun. Humph! With a cold snort from Qing Yu, the scroll of the primordial calendar in his hand suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. The primordial calendar extended with the wind, instantly spanning between the moon and the sun, as the phantom of the river of time flowed across it, revealing the clear cycle of seasons, the alternation of day and night, the flourishing and withering of flora, and the rising and setting of stars. The cycle of time turns, and the heavenly Dao has its constants. This place and this time are not for rewarding, Qing Yu declared sharply, and the pages documenting the trajectories of the sun, moon, and stars on the primordial calendar suddenly lit up. A great force that stirred the threads of fate pointed at the ancient unchanging trajectory that maintained the alternation of day and night in the primordial realm between the moon and the sun. A tremor from the source of time spread throughout the entire primordial realm. Chaos ensued. In that instant, the sequence of time became disordered. The moon hung high in the sky, and it should have been in opposition to the sun, the cycles of yin and yang. But at that moment, its spilled moonlight suddenly stalled, flickering erratically a few times, then was pushed by a tremendous force deviating from its trajectory both actively and passively. The sun was no different. The brilliance of the great sun's fire dimmed for a moment. The sun and moon were the guidelines of the primordial realm, the masters of the stars. Once the sun and moon were in chaos, it affected everything. The 365 ancient main stars, suspended in the sky, along with their 14,800 auxiliary stars. Their trajectories and the projection of starlight at that instant all experienced varying degrees of deviation. The light of the Z-Wei Emperor star suddenly fluctuated, the handle of the Big Dipper twisted, and the light of the Southern Dipper stars became entangled and chaotic. At that moment, the heavenly mechanism fell into unprecedented chaos and confusion due to the brief disorder of the star sequences. With the heavenly mechanism unclear, the causal relationships concealed, the river of fate surged, shrouded in mist. Above the Tang Valley, at the peak of the altar, Dijun had just proclaimed Monster Clan rise. With great fervor, feeling the chaotic luck of the primordial realm gathering frantically towards the newly born monster court. The heavenly Dao also conveyed waves of recognition as the vast merit golden light rapidly condensed above the 9 heavens, about to pour down, establishing an unassailable foundation for him and the monster clan. His golden imperial robe fluttered without wind, surrounded by the blazing true fire of the sun, with 10 star gods behind him, 8 great monster leaders, and countless monster clans eagerly looking on, their gazes fervent. At this moment he was Dijun. He was the monster clan stepping onto the stage of the primordial realm, opposing the Wu clan, a glorious starting point for taking their place. However, in the next second, Dijun's excitement and authority on his face froze instantly as he suddenly realized that his connection to the sun, as if it were an extension of his arm, had momentarily gone completely out of control. Although this loss of control lasted for less than 1/10th of a second, it was quickly suppressed by his profound cultivation at the Quasi-Saint realm and the complete authority of Tai over the sun regaining control. Yet while the sun was taken back under control by Tai and stabilized, the moon however still flickered erratically under the strange influence of the temporal disorder. The trajectory remained deviated with the spilled moonlight, sometimes cold, sometimes scorching, and sometimes dim, completely out of order. If the sun and moon lost their order, the stars would be thrown into disarray. Under the guidance of the river diagram and Luo book arranged according to profound trajectories, an endless star power poured down, making Dijun appear as the central figure of the celestial star formation, completely thrown into chaos at this moment. Starlight intertwined and collided chaotically, star power ran rampant, and the star trajectories interfered with one another. And above the 9 heavens, the heavenly merit that had already formed golden and resplendent, which was about to lock onto the fate of Dijun and the monster clan, also showed signs of change. The merit golden light remained vast and brilliant, but it seemed to have lost its target, swirling aimlessly in the sky, obstructed by the chaotic heavenly mechanism. It could never accurately lock onto the newly born monster clan's fate on the altar below, unable to descend smoothly. Dijun was both surprised and furious, and instantly understood the source of the problem. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze, burning like 2 blazing true fires of the sun, firmly fixed towards the direction of the Xian Tian realm. Qingyu, how dare you disrupt my heavenly timing and obstruct my merit? Dijun's roar was filled with fury. He never expected that Qingyu would use such a method to cut in on his merit for establishing the clan, not by brute force but by disrupting the heavenly mechanism's timing, causing the merit to lose its way. Ziguang, why are you not quickly returning to position, stabilizing the stars, and assisting me in restoring order? Dijun forcefully suppressed his anger, shouting at the breathtakingly beautiful woman behind him, who was dressed in an imperial robe adorned with stars and wore a crown of stars. This woman was none other than the mother of all stars, the master of the Ziwei star, Lady Ziguang. The chart of the celestial stars in her hand was an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the best at regulating stars and determining star trajectories. This servant obeys. Upon hearing this, Lady Ziguang stepped forward, her expression seemingly respectful. She lightly raised her hand, and the chart of the celestial stars flew out from her sleeve, unfolding in the wind, revealing the endless star rivers and vast star seas. The starlight was brilliant, seemingly attempting to bring the chaotic celestial stars back under control. She immersed her mind in the celestial star chart, sensing the stars that had lost their order due to the temporal chaos. She could clearly perceive that the power of the chaotic sequence was gradually receding. Qingyu's disarray did not, except for the moon, which continued to drift further away. The other 365 main stars were slowly returning to their positions on their own, relying on their inherent star power and original trajectories. Oh, just a momentary disturbance, not a lasting chaos. It seems the immortal ancestor merely wished to delay the descent of merit, Lady Ziguang realized in her heart. Just in time for the immortal ancestor to cover for me. When Ziguang first came to the world, she encountered Dijun, who seemed imposing and bright with great ambitions, the ideal master of the sun, perfectly suited to organize the stars and stabilize the cosmos. With her essence as the mother of all stars, she nurtured many star gods to emerge, successively strengthening Dijun's faction. She had also seen the moon, which had long since become desolate, with the moon god nowhere to be found. According to the principles of yin and yang, the moon and the sun should respond to each other, jointly governing the stars. Yet the 2 moon gods of the moon had long departed. But Dijun was completely unaware, still believing that the moon gods remained on the moon, while the moon's failure to return to position was due solely to the assistance of the immortal ancestor. The moon gods bore the brunt of the effort. Over the years, Dijun's changes had become increasingly impatient for quick results, even beginning to absorb the mixed will of sentient beings to enhance his cultivation. His aura subtly bore a hint of confusion and obsession that he himself had not noticed. She had previously hinted to Tai, but that Tai, who guarded his brother with the chaos bell and was taciturn, merely sighed without saying a word. The will of sentient beings was inherently modeled, preternaturally sacred, born pure and spiritual. How could one absorb the will of sentient beings unless he was not derived from the pure essence of the sun? If that were the case, then one of the 2 moon gods must definitely not be of the moon's essence. The primordial realm emphasizes the balance of yin and yang, the four symbols and five elements, and the moon and sun as the foremost of the primordial yin and yang would certainly adhere to this principle. Thus Ziguang had already considered jumping off this increasingly off-course ship, however, due to the intertwining of causality, her fate was deeply bound to it, making it difficult to extricate herself easily. If today the merit for establishing the clan were to descend smoothly, she Ziguang along with her lineage of star gods would be completely bound to Dijun and this monster clan's fate, leaving no room for maneuver. And now a great opportunity presented itself. Qing Yu had just so happened to disrupt the heavenly mechanism's timing, preventing the merit from descending smoothly. She just needed to cooperate a little, prolonging this chaos a bit longer, making the merit more thoroughly lost. Moreover, she could shift the blame onto Qing Yu. Facing Dijun and Tai, the entire lineage of star gods wouldn't be enough to oppose the two of them. With the merit delayed for so long, what would the heavenly Dao do? Lady Ziguang's gaze flickered, her celestial star chart starlight growing even more brilliant, appearing to be fully dedicated to organizing the stars and restoring order. The Yao Guang star is returning to position the fastest. Lady Ziguang sensed that the Yao Guang star was the first to attempt to return to its proper course after the chaos settled. She appeared to casually wave her hand over the star chart. With a swoosh, the recently stabilized and light-congealed phantom of the Yao Guang star shuddered violently within the celestial star chart, then veered off course again. The starlight also scattered, rejoining the ranks of the chaotic stars. Following that, the Tianshu star returned to position and Lady Ziguang waved again. The Tianxian star returned to position and she waved once more. The Tianji, Tian Quan Yu, Hung Kai Yang, the Big Dipper and even the Southern Dipper, the 28 lunar mansions and the 3 enclosures of stars. Whenever any main star attempted to break free from the influence of the chaotic timing and return to its proper course, the celestial star chart manipulated by Lady Ziguang would nudge it, just so sending it back into the chaotic sequence. She acted with extreme subtlety. The starlight remained radiant and the fluctuations of the formation remained grand. Anyone watching would think that Lady Ziguang was doing her utmost to organize the stars, but that the stars were simply too disordered to return to position at that moment. Time flowed gradually under Lady Ziguang's covert sabotage as the vast merit golden light above the 9 heavens continued to swirl aimlessly like a headless fly. It sensed that the rightful recipient of the merit below was being interfered with, unable to accurately locate and establish a stable descent passage. Dijun's expression shifted from initial rage to increasingly dark shades, finally turning so grim that it seemed water could drip from it. He fixed his gaze on the swirling merit golden light in the sky that had yet to descend, then glanced at Lady Ziguang, who appeared to be exerting herself fully, her starlight resplendent with beads of sweat even forming on her forehead, feeling increasingly anxious. He fixed his gaze on the swirling merit golden light in the sky that had yet to descend, then glanced at Lady Ziguang, who appeared to be exerting herself fully, her starlight resplendent with beads of sweat. Your Majesty, the power of the chaotic timing is indeed strange. The title of immortal ancestor is truly well deserved. Though it is but a moment, it has deeply embedded itself in the essence of the star trajectories. I have done all I can, but it requires a little more time. Lady Ziguang replied, breathless and struggling. The light of the celestial star chart in her hand grew even more radiant, beginning to exert itself even more, yet the stars in the sky remained in difficult struggle, with one returning while another went awry. Below, the newly appointed 10 great monster saints, 8 great monster leaders, and countless monster clans transitioned from initial fervor and anticipation to confusion and silence. They looked up at the sky, watching the merit golden light that was so close yet unreachable, then glanced at the still unstable celestial stars, an ominous premonition spreading in their hearts. Finally, when the last greedy wolf star, attempting to return to position once more, was once again difficultly nudged off by Lady Ziguang. The greedy wolf star lord seemed momentarily dazed, instinctively opening his mouth to ask Mother God why again. Cough. Standing beside him, the One Chu star lord suddenly elbowed the greedy wolf star lord, discreetly yet forcefully knocking the latter's half-sentence back into his stomach. The One Chu star lord shot a glare at the greedy wolf, conveying through sound, shut up. Mother God has her deep intentions. Just watch. The greedy wolf star lord touched the place that had been elbowed. Though he was puzzled, he still trusted his brother Wen Chu, who was insightful, and had to swallow his doubts, obediently keeping quiet. He continued to try hard to make his starlight appear chaotic. Lady Ziguang caught a glimpse of Wen Chu's little actions from the corner of her eye, secretly nodding in appreciation, as expected of my child so astute. She continued to try hard to organize the stars, but her gaze quietly swept over the 9 heavens, which were beginning to show signs of unstable fluctuations. Not enough yet, drag it out a bit longer or the heavenly Dao should have a reaction soon, Lady Ziguang silently. As time passed, the western earth veins continued to shatter and the power of the heavenly Dao began to dwindle. The accumulated merits that had long been formed could not find a recipient and were directly drawn by the heavenly Dao again, transforming into the original source to supply the primal earth veins. In the face of such a human machine, Heavenly Dao with Hongjun absent Qin Yu naturally had to learn to program by herself. Establishing a clan rewarding merits unable to find Emperor Jun merits could not be allocated waiting. As the earth veins shattered, salvation came opening the source. However, the source was insufficient and the call began recovering merits. The Heavenly Dao program was in operation. Emperor Jun saw the merits in the sky that could not fall for a long time, instead decreasing, and let out a roar of anger. Dao brother, hurry here. Qin Yu looked at the actively chaotic stars, feeling a hint of interest, but before she could prepare to investigate, she was called over by Zenyuanzai, and the earth veins collapsed again. The 12 ancestor witches, previously entangled by infinite karma and the resentments of sentient beings, now found themselves surrounded. Those surrounding them were not the demon race, nor the main forces of the Immortal Alliance, but countless auras mixed with hatred and murderous intent. Among them were the Deluo Jinxian from the Immortal Alliance who had come to assist Dong Wanggong. Many of them hailed from clans that had been slaughtered by the Witch clan, holding a deep-seated grudge against them. There were also revenge seekers who had been hiding in the void for a long time. Ancestral Witch, return the lives of my kin. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Take advantage of your illness to seize your life. Today is the time of your demise. Amidst the roars, hundreds and thousands of powerful techniques imbued with the might of Deluo Jinxian, and even some early Quasi-Saint powers were hurled down onto the 12 ancestor witches who were entangled in karma and moving sluggishly. Roar! How dare the ants! The ancestor witches, including Di Jiang, were furious and forcibly urged their remaining strength, revealing their true forms with malevolent energy surging, attempting to counterattack. However, the karma was like millions of shackles tightly binding every inch of their flesh and blood, every ounce of strength. The power that once could tear the heavens and split the earth now operated with great difficulty, barely a fraction remaining. Moreover, waves of resentments from sentient beings transformed into invisible spikes, continuously assaulting their relatively simple wills, bringing bouts of dizziness and pain. Puff! Ugh! Most of the attacks were withstood by the ancestor witches' formidable bodies, but they were still battered and bloodied, with blood splattering everywhere. Especially those vicious curses and attacks targeting the primordial spirits. Although the ancestor witches did not cultivate their primordial spirits, they still inflicted considerable damage to their wills. Among them, the worst off was Zhu Jun. He had been forcibly stripped of 1/3 of the time origin and Pangus blood, by Shihe using the 7 arrows of Nailhead, already severely injured and on the verge of collapse. At this moment, being targeted by karma and the resentments of sentient beings, his true form began to show gray, decaying spots. The power of time was in chaos, sometimes accelerating aging, sometimes stagnating and solidifying, causing him immense pain. Worse still, the endless black-red karma and the resentments of sentient beings seemed to possess consciousness, no longer dispersing evenly. Instead, they crazily gathered like sharks smelling blood towards the weakest and least resistant Zhu Juin. Not good. Shebi let out a furious roar, wanting to approach and protect Zhu Juin, but was forced back by several beams of light. Second brother. Xianming shrieked, and Xianming Zhan Shui transformed into a barrier, but was corroded by a filthy blood curse, hissing. Zhu Juin's true form as an ancestor, which was rapidly decaying under the frenzied erosion of karma and resentments, his aura sharply declining, even showing signs of collapsing and dissipating. The power of time around him was completely out of control, forming a chaotic time vortex that constantly devoured and consumed the little remaining vitality and origin he had. Big brother. Ho Tu saw Zhu Juin's miserable state, her eyes filled with rage, and cried out to Di Jiang. Di Jiang looked at Zhu Juin, who was barely holding on amidst the karma and bombardment, especially at the brink of collapse. He also caught sight of Dong Wanggong in the distance, where Shi Wangmu had led the main forces of the Immortal Alliance, slowly advancing, his eyes filled with a mix of malice and madness. Enough! The humiliation of today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Di Jiang let out a reluctant roar towards the sky as silver spatial power frantically gathered in his hands. However, he did not attack the enemy, but suddenly waved his hand, and a brilliant golden light flew out from his body. It was an ancient ruler about 3 feet long, neither gold nor jade. On its surface, it naturally bore engravings of the primal spirits, mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies. It radiated a mysterious yellow color with boundless merits impervious to all laws. The Hongmeng measuring ruler, the first offensive treasure of postnatal merit. This treasure, a legacy from Pangu after the opening of the heavens, was formed by the endless merits of opening the heavens combined with the mysterious yellow chi, killing without entangling in cause and effect with immense power. This treasure was a legacy from Pangu, secretly collected by the ancestor witches, as one of the witch clan's trump cards. Ho Tu! Catch it! Di Jiang roared, using his last bit of strength to throw the Hongmeng measuring ruler towards Ho Tu, who was desperately resisting the attacks and trying to approach Zhu Juin. Ho-Tu instinctively caught the ruler, feeling it warm to the touch yet heavy as a mountain. The ruler radiated a familiar yet sorrowful wave, the breath of the Father God. Among the witch clan, only Ho-Tu had a primordial spirit capable of wielding the measuring ruler. Father God. A complex look flashed in Ho-Tu's eyes, filled with reverence, reliance, and deep reluctance and guilt in this moment. The ancestor witches did not recognize the heavenly cycles and were unafraid of karma, acting purely on instinct. Ho-Tu was not truly oblivious, but merely did not mind, as the karma was fleeting. Yet now they seemed to have committed a great disaster, fearing that even this last legacy of the Father God would. Father God, we ultimately. Ho-Tu lamented in her heart, but upon seeing Zhu Juyan's increasingly faint vitality, the last bit of hesitation in her eyes turned into resolve. There is no time to think. Ho-Tu bit her tongue, and a mouthful of ancestral, which blood-rich with the essence of the earth and Pangus bloodline, sprayed onto the Hongmeng measuring ruler. The Hongmeng measuring ruler trembled violently, the mysterious yellow light, and the golden light of merit erupted with a thunderous roar, resonating with Ho-Tu's ancestral, which blood soaking the entire ruler. This treasure, formed from the merits of opening the heavens and mysterious yellow chi, began to slowly melt. Emanating dazzling mysterious yellow golden light, it surged from the ruler's surface, sweeping towards the 12 ancestor witches, especially Zhu Juyin, who was most deeply entangled in karma and eroded. This was Pangus legacy, and it was the last protection of Pangus bloodline. Now is the time. Measuring ruler space open. Ho-Tu poured all her remaining strength unreservedly into the Hongmeng measuring ruler, which had already melted halfway. A passageway leading to Zhou Mountain was opened. Go! Dijiang bellowed, using his last ounce of strength to gather the remaining ancestor witches, transforming into 12 dim bloodlights, plunging into the impending collapse of the spatial portal. Stop them! Don't let those butchers escape! The attacking immortals and revenge seekers roared, launching various attacks towards the spatial portal. Explode! Dijiang suddenly turned around and struck the already cracked Hongmeng measuring ruler, which was almost out of merit, with a powerful punch. Father God. I'm sorry. Ho-Tu took one last look at the shattering ruler, tears in her eyes, disappearing into the spatial portal. The Hongmeng measuring ruler, the foremost offensive treasure of postnatal merit, the legacy of the great deity Pangu, erupted with a thunderous explosion. An indescribable, terrifying blast erupted in the skies over the western land. The mysterious yellow chi mixed with the last golden light of merit, and the spatial fragments, along with the residual malevolence of the ancestor witches, transformed into a devastating halo sweeping across all directions. Puff! Ah! The nearest few de Luo Jinxian and revenge seekers were struck heeding by the backlash of the self-detonation, heavily injured, and spitting blood, with 2 or 3 unfortunate souls obliterated entirely. Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu's expressions changed, hurriedly summoning treasures to protect the group of immortals behind them, retreating repeatedly. The terrifying explosion light lasted for several moments before slowly dissipating. The figures of the ancestor witches slowly faded under the golden light of merit, leaving behind the Hongmeng measuring ruler that had not completely melted and had directly shattered. Just as Qinji's gaze was summoned back from the purple light by Zenyuan Zizi, he turned and saw a dazzling display erupting right before his eyes. Not good. Qinji's pupils suddenly constricted as the Hongmeng measuring ruler shattered. Not only that, but the departing ancestor which detonated it to cover their escape into the Zhou Mountain. Merit should be gentle and harmonious, nurturing all things, and having boundless applications, especially the merit of creation, which is one of the most primal and purest positive forces in the universe. However, at this moment, the ancestor witch's blood, filled with bloodshed, was forcibly activated. The murderous aura mixed with the merit of creation, and the primordial yellow energy, like cold water splashed into boiling hot oil. Like a chain reaction, the power surged exponentially. What should have been gentle merit instantly turned violent, and the forces of merit and primordial yellow energy spiraled out of control. It transformed into a devastating golden storm, rampaging once more across the already ravaged western lands. Each shattered piece of the measuring ruler carried the undiminished merit of creation and primordial yellow energy, which now became the most dangerous explosive. How could the creation of my Father God be so desecrated? Upon witnessing this scene, Yuanshi turned pale. The Hongmeng measuring ruler was shattered by the ancestor which to obtain merit and ultimately detonated. Seeing the relic of his Father God, destroyed, his beard trembled with rage, his eyes filled with sorrow over the loss of his father's artifact. In his heart, Pangu was the supreme being, and the treasure transformed from the merit of creation left by his Father God should have been used to protect the primordial chaos, suppress fate, and uphold the righteous path. But now, this group of arrogant and destructive ancestor witches not only used it to offset their own overwhelming karma, they ultimately detonated it to cover their escape, resulting in even greater chaos. The first pair of spiritual treasures born in the primordial chaos, the primordial yellow merit tower, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler now one, had been completely shattered. No regard for the father, no understanding of merit, filled with karma and utterly shameless. Yuanshi spat these words through gritted teeth. Watching the explosive aftermath still rampaging across the western lands, his disgust towards the witch clan reached its peak. Today, daring to shatter the ancestral veins of the West, even detonating the merit left by the Father God, will they not dare to cleave the Zhou Mountain in the future? How could such incompetent and unworthy beings reside in the domain of the Father God? A thought took root in Yuanshi's mind. Once this matter is settled, I must personally go to Zhou Mountain and have a proper discussion with that group of wild witches. Second brother, stop dawdling. Hurry and help. The last shred of vitality for Shumi can barely hold on. The urgent shout from Qingyun Tongtian pulled Yuanshi back from his fury. Shumi Mountain's ancestral veins swayed precariously under the shock of the explosion of merit. The last shred of vitality for Shumi Mountain, barely ignited at the cost of shattering spiritual treasures and exhausting its origins, was now on the brink of complete annihilation. Stabilize. Ta Ching Lao's face was as dark as water, and the celestial yellow tower above his head emitted streams of celestial yellow energy, barely stabilizing the core of the great formation. Seeing this, Yuanshi dared not delay any longer, and the three joined forces. Holding the creation ruler, the three treasures Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword, they threw them out, using the three treasures Jade Rui as the core to set up the three talents creation great formation, continuing to maintain this flicker of vitality. The three pure ones worked together, finally managing to temporarily stabilize the precarious fire of vitality, but they were also stretched thin, struggling to maintain it. We must completely stabilize the earth veins and isolate external destruction. Zenyuan Zizi was drenched in sweat, the light of the earth book flickering uncertainly, clearly reaching its limits. He looked towards the direction of the Xian Tian realm and urged, Dao brother, coming. Qinji's voice rang out in the skies above the west. He stepped out of the Xian Tian realm, appearing in the center of the western lands. He raised his hands and two enormous cauldrons appeared behind him. Heaven and earth stabilize creation, replenishes life. Qingyu shouted softly. The Qian Kuanding crashed down, directly sinking into the deepest part of the shattered western earth. It resonated with the earth's membrane, and the earth's way felt the breath of this cauldron that could be said to be nurturing itself and carrying all things. Without reservation, it poured the vast source of the earth's way through the earth book madly into the Qian Kuanding. The Qian Kuanding, infused with the source of the earth's way, shone brightly as the power of the earth's way, which carried all things, expanded from it as the center. It forcibly calmed the chaotic earth energy, reconnecting the broken earth veins, and stabilizing the shattered earth structure. The Zhao Huading soared into the sky, hovering above the 30 heavens. With its mouth facing down, endless chaotic energy was devoured and absorbed, transformed into vibrant creation spirit rain, within the cauldron gently falling down. Not only did it nourish the parched and silent western lands, but it also transformed into pure spiritual energy, replenishing all the powerful cultivators desperately repairing the earth veins who consumed vast amounts of energy. With both cauldrons out, one stabilized the earth and the other replenished the source. But this was still not enough. To completely stabilize and repair the western earth veins, a greater force was needed. Qingyu stood in the center of the western lands, slowly closing his eyes. A vast and boundless aura filled with endless vitality rose from him. Jianmu, appear. With Qinji's whisper, a colossal phantom of Jianmu reaching the heavens and the earth with branches and leaves piercing through the 30 heavens and roots delving into the 9 nether yellow springs slowly emerged behind him. This phantom was not a physical entity but was real, and not illusory, resonating with the true Jianmu body in the Dogguang wilderness, connected in breath. By the decree of the wood ancestor, all spirits returned to their places. Qinji's voice, imbued with the supreme authority of the wood ancestor, echoed across the primordial chaos and the 8 directions. We shall obey the decree. We solemnly adhere to the wood ancestor's decree. The voices responding came from all corners of the primordial chaos. In the Dogguang wilderness, the figures of the 12 flower deities appeared, bowing to Qingyu from afar, transforming into 12 streams of light, containing rich primordial wood essence and the powers of seasonal blossoms. They crossed endless space, landing in the west, rooting in the shattered earth, regulating the earth energy, and stabilizing the seasonal cycles. Xian Jinzi and Su Miao exchanged glances and nodded in unison. The Queen Mother of the West lightly waved the Kunlun mirror on Kunlun Mountain, and the mirror's light illuminated, opening a stable spatial passage. Xian Jinzi and Su Miao transformed into streams of light, entering the mirror, and instantly appeared beside Qingyu. Xian Jinzi bowed to Qingyu, then manifested his true form as Huang Zhongli. A divine tree entirely in dark yellow with the Dao rhythm flowing took root in the earth, exuding endless earth energy and pure vitality, madly stabilizing and nourishing the western earth energy. Su Miao then manifested the true form of the gourd vine, countless green vine phantoms, spreading out, rooting in the void, connecting the earth veins. 8-colored divine light flowed along the vines, intertwining and resonating with the 8 paths. Su Miao harmonized the different Dao rhythms and essences emitted by the various spiritual roots, ensuring they integrated orderly into the earth, rather than clashing with one another. Behind Qingyo, in addition to the phantom of Jianmu, 7 other vast spiritual root phantoms appeared in sequence. Like 9 ancient divine beings, they radiated distinctly different innate spiritual root auras, waiting for the return of their true forms. The first to respond was the laurel. The chaotic and disordered Taiyin star was forcibly restored to its rightful place by Shihe utilizing boundless magical power. The pure white moonlight carrying the essence of the laurel descended from the horizon, merging into the phantom of the laurel. As the laurel emerged, the Taiyin fell. The Taiyin spread, covering the injured land with a layer of protection. The Lady of Purple Light, who was frantically guiding the stars to their positions, felt the Taiyin star's unabashed restoration. As she immersed her mind in the celestial star map, her lips twitching slightly. This lunar deity certainly has a straightforward personality. She thought to herself that it would be difficult to delay now. The Taiyin and the sun were the hub of the celestial stars, and once they were restored, the disorder of the other stars would be too evident. Sure enough, a voice of admiration from Emperor Jun came as he noticed the Taiyin's restoration. Purple light, well done. The Taiyin has returned. Quickly lead the other stars back into place and stabilize the celestial realm. A look of perfect relief and slight fatigue appeared on the face of the Lady of Purple Light. She slightly nodded toward Emperor Jun and said, "I shall obey." Not failing in her duty, with the Taiyin restored, the remaining stars returned to their positions in an instant. With the celestial star map in her hand shining brightly, she began to exert her full strength to painstakingly and orderly guide the stars she had accidentally disrupted back onto their original trajectories. Following the laurel was the thunder and wind immortal apricot. Seeing the laurel restored and the earth's energy stabilizing slightly, Yuan Shi noticed the lingering intense evil energy from the ancestor which on the western land and the murky earth evil continuously gushing from deep within the earth's veins, and frowned. Without hesitation he waved his hand and threw the thunder and wind immortal apricot, which was stabilizing the earth energy in a valley in the west, directly towards Qingyu. "Go!" Yuan Shi shouted. The phantom of the thunder and wind immortal apricot, infused with the essence of its true form, instantly solidified. A divine tree interwoven with wind and thunder booming incessantly took root in the earth. The fierce wind howled and divine thunder exploded as the power of wind and thunder swept across, directly purging the filthy evil energy and the residual blood energy of the ancestor, which, meanwhile, the Queen Mother of the West saw that the time was right, and with a gentle wave of her hand, the Renwater Peaches tree manifested behind her, transforming into a stream of azure light that fell into the western land. Where the peaches tree took root, endless water essence and the vitality nurturing all things surged forth. Like sweet rain descending from the heavens, it nourished the western land, which had been exhausted from consecutive battles, forcefully restoring its life. Seeing Qingyu begin to manifest the essence of the tree of creation, Nu Hua immediately understood the need for the Bodhi tree of Zhuan-Ti to be restored. Acting decisively, she generously poured forth the vast and mighty transformative energy, like a river, into the unconscious body of Zhuan-Ti beside her. If not now, then when? Nu Hua shouted, her fingertip illuminating with transformative spiritual light, touching the center of her brow. Zhuan-Ti groaned softly, struggling to open his eyes, but they remained dazed, his mind yet to recover. "Friend, may I borrow your true form?" Without waiting for Zhuan-Ti to react, Nu Hua enveloped him in transformative energy. Then, as if tossing a parcel, she gently threw him toward the direction of the phantom of the Bodhi tree behind Qingyu. "Ah, wait, Nu Hua, my friend." Zhuan-Ti could only emit a short exclamation, as he transformed into a faint golden light, falling into the phantom of the Bodhi tree. The phantom of the Bodhi tree radiated brightly, infused with the essence of its true form, rapidly solidifying. A Bodhi treasure tree with golden leaves, and a tranquil, harmonious aura manifested in the world. Streams of golden light spread out, continuously smoothing the murderous energy accumulated on the western land, due to the battle of the ancestor, which leading to the appearance of the ginseng fruit tree. "Brother Dao, the earth veins are temporarily stable. You can help restore the spiritual roots." Zhen Yuanzi, sensing the reduced pressure from the earth, immediately connected to the earth's pathways using the earth scroll as a guide. He directly moved the ginseng fruit tree, which had long been on the edge of transformation, from the Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple to Qingyu's side. The sudden appearance of the ginseng fruit tree in this convergence of the top 10 spiritual roots, where the essence of the earth's pathways was dense and vitality surged, caused its trunk to tremble violently. Having accumulated deep reserves, it was just a step away from transformation. At this moment, stimulated by the essence of many top-tier spiritual roots of the same origin, and nourished by the vast Earth's pathways, and the reign of transformation. Its transformation was imminent. Endless azure light surged into the sky, transforming into a youthful phantom clad in azure with bright, agile features, bowing respectfully to Zhen Yuanzi and Qin Yu. "Thank you, Master, thank you, Ancestor of Wood." After expressing his gratitude, his form flickered, and he reappeared as the true form of the ginseng fruit tree, a tree abundant with branches and leaves bearing 30 fruits resembling infants emanating endless vitality. As each of the top 10 spiritual roots returned to their positions, vitality surged forth more than tenfold, nourishing everything in the damaged western land. Su Miao resided at the center of the array of the top 10 spiritual roots, her true form of the gourd vine, spreading with 8 colors of divine light swirling, resonating with the essence of 8 great Dao. Like the central pivot of the formation, it harmoniously unified the sources of the other spiritual roots into the life network constructed by the tree of creation and the stable earth vein structure of the Qian Kuan Ding. The true form of Shenzhen Zis Huang Zhongli complemented the vitality of the ginseng fruit tree, with the thick energy of Wu Tu carrying it as the vitality of Yimu surged forth, jointly stabilizing the earth energy and nourishing all things. Finally, the transformative azure lotus, suspended in the sky of the Xian Tian realm, required no movement. On the lotus platform, endless transformative essence cascaded like a waterfall, precisely nourishing each spiritual root, below through the spiritual rain transformed by the cauldron of transformation. Every inch of land that fell onto the western territory provided a continuous stream of transformative energy for this massive restoration project. Thus, the top 10 innate spiritual roots, including the tree of creation laurel thunder and wind immortal apricot peaches, Bodhi ginseng fruit Huang Zhongli gourd vine and transformative azure lotus, had all returned to their places. Each manifested upon the western land, governing their respective domains, their essences connected, forming an incredibly profound innate grand formation, overflowing with vitality. Only the final phantom Fusang remained quietly suspended, with no true form responding. Qin Yu stood beneath the towering phantom of the tree of creation, his gaze sweeping over the 9 spiritual roots that had already returned their energies, surging, finally settling on the solitary phantom of Fusang. With a slight shift of his thoughts, the energy of the tree of creation behind him surged forth, resonating simultaneously with the Tao rhythm of the other 8 spiritual roots, sending a call of primal fluctuation toward the blazing sun in the sky. All spirits return, each to their place. Fusang is the essence of the sun, the root of utmost yang. If not now, when will it return? The call, infused with the power of resonance from all spiritual roots, pierced the 9 heavens, resonating clearly throughout the wilderness. As Qin Yu's words fell, the sun star in the 9 heavens trembled slightly, then suddenly erupted with a brilliance more dazzling than usual. In the Tang Valley, Emperor Jun, who had been closely observing the situation, instantly turned as dark as water upon witnessing this scene. Without hesitation, he said to Tai Yi beside him in a deep voice, "The sun star is the foundation of our clan. If Fusang is born alongside the sun and must not be lost." Younger brother immediately used the authority of the sun to seal the star core and isolate external sensing. "Yes, big brother." Although Tai Yi knew this action might be inappropriate, he always obeyed his elder brother's orders. He immediately exerted his full power to control the authority over the sun star, intending to seal the fluctuations of the star core and block the call from below. However, just as Tai Yi's divine thought reached the depths of the sun star's core, on the verge of completing the seal, a familiar aura awakened from the essence deep within the blazing sun star. This consciousness. Tai Yi trembled violently, abruptly, turning his head, looking incredulously at Emperor Jun beside him. "Elder brother? How can this be?" This awakened spiritual consciousness directly bypassed Tai. It carried a pure and blazing essence of Fusang, transforming into a golden rainbow that fell from the 9 heavens into the long-awaited phantom of Fusang. At the very core of the sacred Fusang tree, which shares its lifespan with the sun, apart from the blazing and pure true fire of the sun, and the spiritual resonance of flora, there also entwined a faint aura that bears a striking resemblance to Emperor Jun. That was the aura of Emperor Jun. This trace of aura was exceedingly weak, almost merging with the essence of Fusang. Had it not been for Tai Yi's deep familiarity with Emperor Jun's aura. Moreover, given that the current authority of the sun was left entirely to Tai Yi due to Emperor Jun's focus on seizing the stars, it would have been nearly impossible to detect otherwise. It lay quietly in the depths of Fusang's essence, relying on the ceaseless nourishment of the utmost yang essence from the Fusang tree. Now, having manifested, its aura uncontrollably spread throughout the sun star. Tai Yi's heart shook violently, a chill rising from his primordial spirit, instantly spreading through his limbs and bones. The chaos bell appeared in his hand, hurled directly towards the sun star, ringing 9 times, each chime louder than the last, disrupting the aura of the sun star. Beside him, the Lady of Purple Light, still immersed in the celestial star map, sensed the tremor from the sun star and detected Tai Yi's unabashed concealment. A light smile appeared on her lips, This fool, such a direct method, anyone could tell there was something amiss, let alone the suspicious Emperor Jun. Since severing the two corpses, Emperor Jun's temperament had drastically changed after assuming control of the stars, wishing to suppress all fortune, without leaving a trace, not to mention his birthplace. The purple light in her hand surged, following a streak on the celestial star map, causing the sun star to tremble, only to be pacified again by the sound of the chaos bell. Tai Yi gazed at the suddenly appearing purple aura, turning to look at the purple light, their glances meeting, their cooperation growing increasingly tacit. In the interplay of motion and stillness, the sun star became a chaotic mess. No matter how Emperor Jun looked at it, it seemed as if Tai Yi was forcefully sealing the sun star while escaping notice from Fusang. Having completed all this, Tai Yi could hardly contain his expression, abruptly turning to look at Emperor Jun, who wore a solemn expression, observing the commotion of the sun star. Fusang and Yuegui, two sacred trees, were born from the transformation of the Pangu great god into all things, emerging alongside the sun and moon, when his eyes became the sun and moon. In the Primordial Era, when all spirits had yet to be nurtured and yin and yang were not yet clear, they took root in the twin stars, sorting the utmost yang and yin energies, quietly maintaining the original order of yin and yang's rotation in the primordial world. In terms of qualifications, they were the true original masters of the solar and lunar stars, the spine of the stars and the anchor points of yin and yang. Their existence is ancient, far surpassing the sun and moon deities that later emerged from the star core. The lunar and solar stars were transformed from the eyes of Pangu, inheriting the great power of creation, impartial and just untainted by Pangus bloodline, devoid of Pangus primordial spirit, without thoughts or feelings. If nothing unexpected occurred, the top-tier innate spiritual roots of Fusang and Yuegui, born under heavenly mandate, should have been the most natural and suitable controllers and embodiments of the sun and moon. Had they successfully taken shape, the names of the sun and moon would not have belonged to the later golden crows and moon deities. However, the Tao of heaven has its constants and also its variables. The innate spiritual light within the Yuegui root, he evidently grasped an opportunity during ancient times. At the moment of the moon goddess fall, she utilized her unparalleled qualifications, born from the same source as the lunar star, and the already manifested glimmer of spiritual light, to execute a certain method of deception. She inherited a portion of the lunar essence, left behind by the fallen moon goddess, Wangshu, thereby evading the incomplete perception of the Tao of heaven, at that time ultimately succeeding in taking shape and becoming the new moon goddess. Thereafter she learned the secrets and warnings from Wangshu before her fall, firmly guarding the lunar essence and protecting the newly born moon goddess Chang, she who emerged naturally from the lesser yin essence on the lunar star. As the full moon fell, the new moon was bound to emerge, and the lunar essence transitioned to lesser yin. However, regardless of the apparent presence of two moon goddesses, in reality the true core authority of the lunar star, the vast majority of fortune and essence, was always suppressed and controlled by the essence of Shi and Yuegui. Chang, she seemed more like a symbol of recognition and shared partial authority. The ownership and ultimate voice of the lunar essence had never left Shihi's hands. In contrast to Yuegi's manifestation and achievements, the Fusang on the sun star appeared much more silent and compliant. Whether it was the earth-shattering events of the Longhan calamity or later, as the primordial essence gradually flourished, the Tao of heaven's suppression of the transformation of flora and spiritual beings loosened with the perfection of heaven and earth. This sacred tree, which shares its lifespan with the sun, remained perpetually silent, as if it were merely a tree providing Yang's spiritual energy, rather than a living being with complete spiritual intelligence yearning to take shape. Until this moment, under the unprecedented resonance of the wood path essence, centered around the Jianmu, gathering the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial world, in response to the call of myriad trees converging. That faint awareness, cautiously hidden and nurtured by the essence of Fusang for billions of years, was finally awakened from the deepest silence, carrying the essence of Fusang into the primordial world. On the western lands, Qing, you stood beneath the Jianmu, clearly sensing the flow of the Fusang essence descending from the sun star. What made him raise his eyebrows was that within the core of that utmost yang and pure essence, he vaguely saw a blurry shadow of a golden crow. The shadow of the golden crow descends with the Fusang essence. Qing Yu's mind combined his speculations about Shihi's origins and his understanding of the ancient secrets of the primordial world. A guess surfaced in his mind. This sun star, could it have also been unfortunate back then and suffered a treacherous hand? With the last trace of Fusang essence returning, the long silent shadow of Fusang instantly solidified. In an instant, the primordial world trembled and all spirits sensed it. The top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial world, which had never gathered and manifested in the world since the creation of heaven and earth. Jianmu Yuegui Fusang Pan Tao Ren Xin Guo Huang Zhong Li Feng Lei Xian Xing Bo Ti Shu, Hu Lutang and Zheohua Qing Lian gathered for the first time today in the shattered western lands, perfectly returning to their rightful places. 10 dazzling pillars of different colors and properties shot up from the bodies of the 10 spiritual roots. The chaos blue of Jianmu, the pure white of Yuegui, the solar gold of Fusang, the water blue of Pan Tao, the wood green of Renshengua, the earth yellow of Huangzhongli, the wind and thunder purple of Xian Xing, the wisdom gold of Bo Ti, the 8-colored flow of Hu Lutang, and the creation azure of Zhaohua Qinglian. These 10 pillars, though varying in strength, shared the same essence, all belonging to the innate wood attribute containing boundless life force for creation. The 10 soaring pillars of light were not isolated. After reaching a certain limit, they crashed into each other. The indescribable rhythm of the wood path resonated in the sky above the west, and suddenly the sound of the tidal surge of the great Dao echoed in the void. A river of the wood path filled with endless vitality traversing through the ancient and future of the primordial world, containing the secrets of the origins of all spirits, broke through the restrictions and suppression of the Dao of heaven under the combined pull of the 10 spiritual roots auras. Manifesting from the void, it spanned across the western firmament. The Dao of heaven, sensing the reemergence of the wood path river, was enraged and summoned forces to suppress it. Qing Yu looked up, gazing at the wood path river that had reappeared in the world, feeling the jubilant resonance of the Jianmu essence within him with the river. He then looked at the Dao of heaven's will, which hung high in the 9 heavens, attempting to suppress the wood path river once more, and a faint smile slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. Above the shattered earth of the west, the wheel of the Dao hangs high, its rhythm flowing, while revealing a sense of helpless stagnation. The Dao must draw upon its origins to mend the western meridians, which have been grievously wounded by the self-detonation of the ancestral witch. The residual waves of that explosion continue to wreak havoc. With every moment of delay, the collapse of the west deepens. At the same time, it must pacify and suppress the agitated and furious ancestral veins of the west, which are on the verge of rebelling and directly punishing the ancestral witch. Furthermore, it needs to transform and absorb the chaotic merits that have dissipated due to the fragmentation of the primordial measuring ruler, reintegrating them into the system of the Dao for its own use. This process cannot afford to fail. Finally, it must guide the stars of the Zhoutian to return to their positions under the guidance of Lady Ziguang, making the heavenly mechanism clear again, and sensing the presence of the demon clans Dijun to prepare for the gathering of merits. With multiple lines running parallel, there are 4 key points, each of which pulls at the roots of the primordial chaos while simultaneously consuming the source. The majority of the external primordial chaos requires remediation, while internally Hongjun and Luoho are fighting fiercely. Even the seemingly endless Dao reveals a hint of fatigue at this moment. The power of the Dao that originally intended to restrict and seal Qingyu, which had returned to the primordial chaos, was forced to cease its operation due to insufficient internal resources. After all, in the Daos judgment, Qingyu is still in the west, still within its vision, and under its power, not having escaped the primordial chaos. Compared to Qingyu, other priorities are higher, not to mention that the top 10 spiritual roots of Qing you have gathered, supported by the power of the heavens and the underground. Since the Dao is a mechanism, it will only target Qingyu under the instinct to stabilize the primordial chaos. Now that Qingyu's priority has decreased, continuing to try to seal Qingyu without restoring the primordial chaos is a loss in the calculations of the Dao. Naturally, it will temporarily loosen its seal on Qingyu. On the ground, Qingyu looks up at the sky, clearly sensing the relaxation of the Dao seal, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepens. To heal the wounds, appease the underground, suppress the wood Daos river, and busy fulfilling promises. Dao, you are indeed busy, Qingyu muttered to himself, since you have no time to keep a close watch on me. His gaze fell, observing the western land barely held together by the vitality of the 10 spiritual roots, his eyes shining brightly. Then it is my turn. As the words fell, Qingyu's fingers pointed downward as if wielding a sword. With the 3,000 meridians as the guide, the spiritual roots as the link, and the mountains and rivers as the foundation, the meridians are redefined. In an instant, the entire western land trembled violently. However, this tremor was not a lament of destruction but a pulsation of rebirth. Across the western land, whether in the still somewhat intact mountains and valleys, or in the already collapsed chasms and abysses, or the wasteland tainted by blood and malice, 3,000 points erupted simultaneously, radiating a brilliant and soft azure light. This was precisely the 3,000 saplings of the constructed wood planted by Qingyu and Zhenyuanzi day and night for the prosperity of flora, using the land book as a guide and the branches of the constructed wood as seeds. They had once played a role in defending against Luo, though most were unable to survive completely due to the backlash. Yet they preserved a sliver of life buried deep underground, waiting for the moment of awakening. At this moment called forth by the essence of the constructed wood, these 3,000 long dormant seedlings began to awaken. Immediately 3,000 vibrant azure pillars of light broke through the dim earth, growing towards the wind. A scroll flew out from Qingyu's sleeve, expanding in the wind, instantly transforming into a map that covered As the scroll unfurled, the mountains and rivers of the western land, along with the projections of the meridian directions, became vividly clear, even more complete than the current west. Fall! Qing Yu shouted loudly, and the projection belonging to the west in the map of mountains and rivers detached from the scroll, covering the corresponding area like a blueprint. Integrating into the shattered western land, below the roots of the 3,000 saplings began to grow wildly, then following the trajectories of the meridians shown in the projection of the map of the mountains and rivers, they precisely rooted in every meridian fracture. Meanwhile, the 10 innate spiritual roots each guarded a region, becoming the 10 core hubs of this newly born meridian network. Constructed wood in the center with roots connecting the 3,000 saplings governing the entire situation, the moon laurel stabilizing the north, calming disturbances and stabilizing the energy of the lunar earth, the fusong stabilizing the south, dispelling cold with true fire and harmonizing the solar meridian, the peach blossom nourishing the west, the water essence nurturing all things and continuing the spring of life, the ginseng fruit and huang zhong li jointly stabilizing the central wu ji complementing the fertile earth, the wind and thunder immortal apricot sweeping the east, cleansing all impurities, the bodhi tree settling in the far west, purifying malevolence with the light of wisdom, the gourd vine spreading and intertwining, balancing the 8 elements, the creation blue lotus hanging high, supplying the source of creation without end. With the 3,000 saplings as the meridians, the 10 spiritual roots as nodes, the map of mountains and rivers as a blueprint, and the source of constructed wood as the general outline, not enough. Qing Yu felt the still chaotic fluctuations emanating from deep within the earth. He reached out, pointing towards the bodhi tree, wind and thunder, immortal apricot and fusong. Return the spiritual roots to their source and let the myriad trees turn towards the ancestral tree. Come! The 3 spiritual roots trembled slightly, and then each separated a strand of their most essential source, spiritual light. The pure light of bodhi wisdom, the righteous wind and thunder of the immortal apricot, and the intense fire essence of fusong. These 3 strands of source spiritual light were poured into the towering shadow of the constructed wood. The constructed wood trembled violently, and on its trunk the patterns of bodhi wisdom, intertwined wind and thunder and golden flames of the sun began to illuminate one after another. At this point, all 10 innate spiritual root sources converged upon the body of the constructed wood. At this moment, the constructed wood, having received the blessings of the imprints of various spiritual roots, finally approached completeness. It governs all trees and harmonizes all paths. An ancient and eternal Tao rhythm began to emanate from the body of the constructed wood. As the initial construction of this new meridian network progressed, and the source of the constructed wood approached completion, the collapse of the western land was completely halted. The destructive energy that had torn the land apart, due to the explosion of the primordial measuring ruler, was gradually absorbed by the life network formed by the 3,000 saplings and the 10 spiritual roots. The dissipated merits of creation, aside from part being reclaimed by the Tao, were mostly absorbed by the 10 spirits. The wind and thunder immortal apricot and the rainwater peach blossom, having accumulated enough, now received nourishment from these merits, with their spiritual essence visibly growing at a rapid pace. The sound of wind and thunder among the branches and leaves of the immortal apricot grew more intense. The peach blossom buds bloomed, releasing an enticing fragrance, the essence of longevity, rich as material. Within these 2 spiritual roots, a strand of innate spiritual light was quietly gestating under the nourishment of merits. Given time, they might even take form, achieving another creation. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, the river of the wood Tao, forcibly drawn forth by the 10 spiritual roots, surged even more violently, its Tao rhythm becoming grander. At the source of the river, Qing Yu's figure became increasingly ethereal and towering, seated at the source, the master of the wood Tao governing the river that runs through the life of the primordial chaos. Behind him, within the waves of the river, 3 relatively clear figures gradually emerged and solidified. The first figure, heavy with the yellow light of the earth, bearing all things corresponding to Huang Zhongli. The second figure, profound with chaotic dark light, embodying the essence of all laws, corresponding to the gourd vine. The third figure, surrounded by the green aura of the wood, with boundless vitality, corresponding to the ginseng fruit tree. On the edge of the battlefield, among the forces of the Immortal Alliance, Shi's primordial spirit suddenly trembled slightly. She felt a surge of wood Daos fate crossing the void, silently enveloping her. This fate was not a forced infusion, but an invitation and attraction of the same origin. She fell silent for a moment. She raised her gaze towards the towering constructed wood, looking at the azure figure at the source of the wood Tao river, and felt her own moon laurel essence naturally merging with that wood Tao fate. She did not resist nor actively absorb it, allowing the wood Tao fate to naturally blend into her moon laurel essence, as if the moonlight were falling. At the moment he accepted this wood Tao fate, the river of the wood Tao roared once more. A brand new tributary shimmering with the cold moonlight, and the green aura of the wood detached itself from the main river. Winding and flowing, it ultimately established a mysterious connection with the cold lunar star above the 9 heavens. The lunar moon has laurel and belongs to the wood. All beings in the primordial chaos, those who have any insight into the wood Dao now feel something in their hearts. They see that, at the source of the manifested wood Dao river behind the wood ancestor besides those three relatively clear figures, a fourth figure slightly hazy began to coalesce and manifest. It was the moon laurel, the wood of Qing Yu closed his eyes, sensing the intense changes within the essence of the constructed wood in his body. All kinds of wood sources, all kinds of great paths converged at this moment like rivers returning to the sea, merging within him, within the body of this constructed wood. This was a completion of the origin, a great freedom and great perfection born from all kinds of wood Dao. Crack, crack. The shadow of the constructed wood, having reached 30 layers of heaven, suddenly began to grow again. In the vast expanse, the body of the constructed wood simultaneously ascended. 31 layers of heaven. 32 layers of heaven. Meanwhile, Qing Yu's own aura began to undergo earth-shattering changes. It was a flavor more ancient, closer to the essence of the Dao, eternally enduring. At this moment, he was no longer a practitioner of the wood Dao, but the manifestation of the wood Dao in the primordial chaos, the living wood Dao. Just as his aura stabilized at the pinnacle of 32 layers of heaven, at the very top of the towering constructed wood a tender green hue quietly sprouted. Immediately following, beneath this newborn bud, countless small protrusions began to spread out along the original 3,000 main branches. One by one, side branches sprouted at astonishing speeds. 100 branches, 1,000 branches, 10,000 branches, 80,000 branches. A total of 80,000 side branches of varying thickness and shapes sprouted from the 3,000 main branches of the constructed wood, stretching freely towards all directions. Upward, downward, past, future, and the endless void.